Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 201 Cooking Competition Jojoa, what is it? Even the way he speaks is strange. At that exact moment, the earpick touched my ear. Perhaps because Rurin was holding it tightly, it didn't have any of the coldness typical of metal. Rurin began to gently tickle my ear with familiar hand movements. I told you before that I liked this, and it seems like I didn't forget. The hand movement itself is very smooth. It was such a careful movement, like touching pudding, that it even felt like motherly love, and it tickled me. It's a bonus that your chest feels tight along with the tickling sensation. It's like a tingling feeling. Ah, but suddenly he lets out a moan. Why are you moaning? It's difficult. What's difficult? I don't think I've ever said anything like that while digging my ears. Are you putting a bomb in your ear? What's difficult? Hey, that's a bit there. Just as I was having that suspicion, Lulin must have touched the earwax that was stuck on me, and a slight pain came from the tickling softness. Big. It's big, so stay still. You look like a baby too. A baby. Wow, that seems like a good place. Is that so? Then, suddenly Lurin's hair touched my face. I took a quick look and saw that he was lowering his head. Then, when he met my eyes, he was startled and suddenly raised his head again. Ooh. What the hell, that's what I am going to say. Why are you yelling? Oh no. Does this look like a very disappointed face? I am in tears. It was a very sad and crying expression. It's not a crying expression that comes from feeling sad. It's sadness. It was a crying expression filled with sadness. But then he shook his head, straightened his face, and patted his thigh. Turn over. That's what I meant to say. I tried to tell him to lie down and he ended up crying. I don't know, but I just turned over and laid down. Today is 10 times more strange than it usually is sometimes. Anyway, Lurin's earpick came into my ear again. It tickles again and gently moves in and out of the ear, and then gently takes out the earwax. I started to feel the same way as before again, so I started to sneer without realizing it, but Rurin shouted at me right then. Cute what? You look cute now. Expression? This. Did I unconsciously make a sloppy expression in the cozy comfort? This guy's hearing has grown a little. It made my face relax without me even realizing it. And then Lurin's hair began to gently brush my face again. Ooh. Lurin's face turned red and she began to lower her head again. I keep picking my ears. What is this? But Rurin was still muttering, and as if she couldn't hear what I was saying, she grabbed my face with both hands and turned it to face me. But it doesn't come any closer. I don't think it was an illusion that there were a few tears under Lurin's eyes. It seemed like the accumulated tears were trying to get caught in my eyelashes, and finally a single drop fell on my face. Why? Why, Lulin? Because. Why can't I? Rurin, who had said that much, immediately got up. Because I woke up so forcefully, my body rolled on the bed. Have I done something to make Lulin cry? No. No matter how much I think about it, I have never done something like that. I was just very quiet. Why on earth? Rurin, I immediately got up and looked at Lulin. Rurin was so angry that she turned her red face around with her fists clenched and ran out of the bedroom. And a moment later, a scream was heard from the hallway. That guy did it. He can do it too, so why can't I? Who? It sounds like loud wailing. D-Day has finally arrived. The festival has begun. The first day was uneventful. You can participate in a cooking event in the afternoon. Before that, you can just do business, but the customers are just as expected. Not at all. Not a single person comes to the end of the festival. Even if they come, they don't even give me a second glance and leave. I tried to spread the smell by grilling the skewers, but the sizzling smell mixed with the smell of other dishes lost its meaning. Because everyone is cooking here and there, so the effect is zero. So it just stretched out. It was as expected anyway. The original goal was to win the cooking competition in the afternoon and sell a lot tomorrow. Still, it's a little annoying to see flies flying around like this. Did you see there? I was doing art cooking over there. Because we had an event, there were quite a few people. Lysant went out to scout, and, as if he had found something, took a deep breath and pointed to the store in front of him. Art cuisine. It is a kind of eye-pleasing dish made by gathering vegetables and other things to make mossy and decorating the ears with mossy. People are clapping and cheering. Oh yeah. Do you call that kind of art cooking? Oh, we can also do something artistic and sell a little bit. But does that art cuisine taste good? Taste? No, maybe does it taste just average? Is it fun to watch? Cooking isn't like painting, it's just fun to look at, so what do I do? If it's art, it has to be delicious. You have to be able to master both to be called a craftsman. They just cut off the decorations and put grilled maw meat on top so it tastes just like maw meat. Then why don't you come and see as much as you want? We don't have to do that. We compete on taste. With taste. Really. Wouldn't the judges also give art points? What do you think about these skewers, this shiny appearance? A fragrant scent brought by slightly burnt parts. Isn't it an art? I really don't know. In the end, Lysant quietly picked up the skewer and started eating wagyu wagyu. And then his face brightens. There is definitely no comparison in taste. Do you regret it? Are you thinking about taking a seat somewhere in the middle? No. I have no regrets. I need to learn your confidence. Yes, yes. That's a good thing. You are truly at peace. That's my strength. Peace in the world. Isn't this a word that perfectly describes me? Do you like it? Peace of the world, El Peaceful Elysian. Heh, but what's wrong with your forehead again? Did you fall while running again? My forehead is red. I heard it wasn't torn and was just red. It certainly looked like he had bumped into someone, even if I didn't fall. Oh no. Bug bites, I'm not that stupid. A bug? Phew, what's funny, it's red because a bug bit it. Oh my, let's say yes. A dumbass who refuses to admit it until the end. I gave up on arguing. It seems like your body is gradually learning how to avoid getting hurt even if you fall. Moreover, now they even turn horses around. Anyway, wizard, what do you do? Rurin is sleeping. Inside. When Lysant pointed to the back with his thumb, he entered the store. If you are quiet, you can hear Lurin's breathing. Gororong, gororong, gororong pua, sometimes the sound is loud. This is not it. I am an idiot. I don't like that other guy. Then, there is also some inexplicable drool talk. Yesterday, I ran out crying and soon came back depressed. He jumped up and fell into my arms and just shut his mouth and closed his eyes. Just because you sleep in my arms doesn't mean you're angry at me. And it doesn't look like it's sulking. Does it feel like you are blaming yourself? Since I have never been told the reason, I am a little worried about how to address this. Lysant evaluated Rurin in one word. You're sleeping comfortably. Lysant expressed his impressions as he watched the person occupying the entire inside of the store and lying down like a king, which did not fit with the line he was muttering about being an idiot. It's exciting. After introducing Lysant as a wizard, Rurin became an object of respect, and that continues to this day. It's almost laughable to see Lysant's fuss. Wizard, please sit here. Wizard, is there anything uncomfortable? Wizard, wizard. However, every time that happens, Rurin asks, what are you? Do not do that. I hate you. Ooh, I almost feel like I'm afraid of that kind of recent and I am avoiding it. He's a guy who likes to worship himself, but since it's too much, I'd say he avoids it. If you don't have anything else to do, just wipe the spit. Because I am grilling skewers. What are you doing grilling when no one is coming? Prepare for an unexpected situation? Shrugging his shoulders, Lysant carefully took out his handkerchief and walked towards Lulin, his nostrils flaring. But he really hates being touched by others, so I only wipe him with a handkerchief. I touched it for no reason. Yes, late. Lysant had already lost his footing and jumped into Lurin's chest. Lysant is surprised and looks at Rurin and then at me. He opened his eyes wide and looked at me with an expression like, what should I do with this? There is no way anymore. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, pop, don't touch it. Rurin suddenly opened her eyes and threw Lysant in her arms onto the store. Defying gravity, Lysant flies into the sky. It will fall soon. I stopped grilling the skewers and took the recant. Rurin began snoring again, probably in her sleep. I thought you were going to die. Do you think I threw it at me? It's okay because I am alive. The current time is 10 a.m. It is absolutely not time for Rurin to open his eyes. Dragons usually don't wake up at this time. Really, just about anything. What are you going to do if I jump with all my might when I tell you not to touch it? I tripped. There's nothing to trip on, right? From nothing? I don't know. Lysant turned his head, picked up the handkerchief again, and began wiping Lulin's mouth in a trembling state. Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. Rurin is complaining. The eyebrows narrowed and then straightened again. You can tell the difference between human skin and a handkerchief while sleeping. Of course, even if it was a handkerchief, if I had stroked my face instead of wiping the saliva, I would have freaked out again and let out breath. Is it safe now that the foreign substances have been cleaned? Lysant himself won't know until he dies. Wouldn't you be embarrassed if you found out that you cleaned the saliva of a sleeping dragon? While I was imagining something useless, Lysant, who had succeeded in wiping off the drool, began to jump up and down. I succeeded this time. Ah, wizard, be graceful even when you drool. Then he began to worship, raising the towel he had soaked in saliva to the sky. Holding the towel with both hands, I kneel down while looking at Rurin. It was almost at the level of a believer. I couldn't watch, so I looked away. For commoners, there is something romantic about wizards. Still, it's serious, right? Why is it so loud? Lysant seemed to have finished worshipping and said as he peeked out of the store. It was definitely true that the entrance had become somewhat noisy. Inno, right? I'll take a look and come back. As if he wasn't going to miss it, Lysant started getting ready to run. Chapter 202, I don't mind going to the cooking competition. It's all good, but don't fall. As long as you don't fall, I want fall. Then he protested with a loud voice. Hee, will I really not fall? If I had to bet, I'd bet that it falls. I was tired of grilling skewers, so I turned off the fire and was going to rest, but after a while, Lysant came running with a pale face and shouted, "We're in big trouble. What's the big deal? What kind of big deal is happening? It's not a big deal unless the world is destroyed." So I answered calmly. Then Lysant shouts in a breathless voice, "Lord, ye has arrived, my lord." Since it's the city's biggest festival, isn't it more strange that the Lord doesn't come? Why is that? If the Lord doesn't show up at the festival, isn't that a problem? That's neglect of duty. Okay. Actually, that's exactly what I'm aiming for. A being called a Lord. It was said to be the best festival held every year, so it was supposed to show its face in some way. It means that it will come to you on its own without you having to go there. Yeonju is the key point. Of course, I have no intention of asking the Lord to destroy Lian Trading Company because he doesn't like it. It's enough to just make the cooking competition fair. Since a foul was committed over there, it would be a matter of correcting the foul. In fact, the existence of a lord was calculated from the beginning, because the lord of this city is a known person. If you go up from this area, you will reach the northern land where monsters are tied up. In other words, this city was also once a battleground against monsters, and its lord also participated in the war as a member of the Allied forces. And the overall commander of the Allied forces is me. Even if you are only 6th class, you are a count, and an Archmage of 7th class or higher is guaranteed the status of Marquis or higher. Of course, this is a position where you can have a count as your subordinate. Well, that's the story. I heard that the Lord is here, so I should come and take a look. What did you say to me? Oh, but y'all be able to see it anyway. Why? I heard you're going to watch the cooking competition. Oh yeah. That's definitely high-level information. As soon as I heard that, I put my butt back on the chair. If I was literally going to show up at the cooking competition, there was absolutely no need to move now. If you just cook, it will do the right thing on its own. I am anxious because I feel like the hurdles are getting higher and higher. Lysant answered with an anxious face, but I smiled. Sincerely. Oh my, are you here? Dismissal. Lian Saint stood up and bowed. Since the Lord has come, the representative of the Chamber of Commerce cannot be arrogant. In a society with a strict class system, no matter how wealthy a representative of a commercial association may be, he cannot use his power in front of nobles, especially if it is a lord. Moreover, the lord of this city, Count Belhul, was praised as a war hero who participated in the last monster war, so it was natural for Lian Saint to bow down. It is normal for Lian Darren and Lian Saren to be bent over and not even be able to speak. Thank you for visiting this store. Dismissal. It's a celebration of the city, so of course I have to look around. And isn't it natural that you, the best among them, should come first? Ha ha ha, I am honored. This is an undeserved compliment. It's a bit much anyway. I heard there's a cooking competition. Yes. I couldn't participate last year, but I came today without even eating. Please feed me something delicious. Oh my, y'all like it in your mouth. Ha ha ha, it's a festival, so whether it suits your taste or not, you should eat it happily. Count Belhul laughed cheerfully again. Is that so? Lian Saint scratched the back of his head and placed a large box in front of the knights guarding the count. What is this? It's no big deal. It's just my sincerity. Oh, really? Sincerity must be accepted. But I don't like judging, so don't even think about asking me to do that. Oh my gosh, it can't be like that. This only means that we, the common people, are repaying the kindness. Is it? Then what? Even though he said that on the outside, Count Belhul's face was smiling happily, and the knights quickly began packing up the boxes. You act like you came here to receive something like that? Haha, it can't be. It looks like the Market Association has made a lot of preparations this time. I think a cooking competition would be fun. Dismissal, is it? That's how it should be. I'm just looking around. Are you saying this? As Count Belhul laughed, Lian Saint also began to laugh along. Darren and Saren were just sweating coldly next to him. Delivering funds to the Lord itself is not something that just anyone can do. I didn't have that kind of string yet. Of course, I plan to inherit it someday. Then I will take you this way. Saint invited Count Belhul to the head table for the cooking competition being held in the central square. Although Darren and Saren each have their own stores participating, the contestants are only chefs, so they also headed to the head table. There were judges at the head of the table, but from there on, it was as if there was no fairness. Saint guided Count Belhul to the center of the head table. Then, people with similar titles to the head of the market association that held the festival flocked in and bowed their heads. They were all judges as well. Okay, don't worry about me and just look at things. Whoa, glory to you. Everyone said the same thing and bowed their heads as they retreated. Count Belhul smoothed his chin as he looked at this. Anyway, the winner will be decided anyway, right? Count Belhul, sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, asked Saint gently. What does that mean? What happened? I received a wonderful gift. In fact, when it comes to matters related to commerce, would I be able to touch your company, no matter how much I call it Belhul? Heh. Is that possible? If you have a store in mind, please let us know right away. No, there is nothing like that. I'm just having fun, man. And the arms bend inwards. It will be refreshing to see your company win. While listening to the conversation between Saint and the Lord, Darren was surprised and then sighed in relief. I was in a situation where I would be in big trouble if I said I had a special store in mind, but luckily, it didn't seem like I meant it that way. I am guessing they're telling you to give them lots of praise and increase donations. Haha, we don't know either. I didn't really do anything. I don't know what the people below do, but there are a lot of talented people, so maybe they don't know. It's not wrong. The only thing that Saint worked on was the Lord, the market union leader, and everything else was the work of Darren. Is it? Well, it would be more fun if that were the case. Of course, Count Belhul did not dig any further. If you respect something as much as you received, you will continue to generate a large income. Enter a cooking competition and win. The time has come to achieve the original goal. On the second day, the results are announced in a big way. Even so, I heard that the cooking competition is the highlight of the festival and attracts the most people to see it. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the majority of citizens. Well then, the story is actually over. Then shall we go? Yes. Where are you going? I am preparing the ingredients and trying to move, and Ricent helps with that. Rurin rubs her eyes and grabs the hem of my arm. The three of us started moving. When I got there, the center of the square was decorated brightly. There are endless tables where you can cook. All cooking utensils were also installed. In other words, all you have to do is cook and submit it here. Perhaps because the judges were bribed, there was no discrimination in equipment at all. However, the seats are the same here. Our seats were at the far end of the table. Thank you very much for participating in the festival again this year. Ma, the representative food of our city, who will be able to show off their Ma cuisine to their heart's content and win the honor of being the best restaurant. I hope everyone looks forward to it and enjoys it. The organizer of the festival is the Market Association. On the surface, Trading Company is just a participant. The representative seems to be sitting at the head of the table and pontificating. Count Belhul can also be seen next to him. He is a man who has not changed. The Market Association president's speech continued. However, like the principal's sermon, it continued to get longer, so I looked away. So what is this? Painted it white. Because we shared a full set of chef uniforms that we don't even wear in the restaurant, we were wearing the same clothes as Rurin. Rurin seemed to like that. Well, it's a traditional chef's outfit. White authentic cooking hat and chef uniform. Rurin and Lysant also wore the same clothes. The participating name of our store is Merle East Branch. Why are there so many humans? Annoying. I don't like a lot of things. Okay. Nod. Even if you nod your head and give a look asking if you can sweep it all away, you obviously can't. In particular, since Rurin was mostly just himself when he came here, he had absolutely no understanding of what he was doing. I didn't even try to understand and just felt like I was here to stay by his side, so I didn't really have any intention of making him understand. But now we have to do it quietly. Well, you can just look at me from here. I get it. That's my specialty. Okay? I'm glad. Oh, just chew this and stand quietly. Got it? I took out the beef jerky from my pocket and placed it in Rurin's hand. It's a new taste. Oh, new taste? then give me some beer. That's not possible. As soon as he gets it, he chews it and makes a sound like he has no jaw. Of course, that will never happen. Drink later. Now I think my face is alcohol. Huh, what's wrong? What is that face? I can't get drunk just by looking at your face. Who told you to get drunk? I like you, so looking at your face makes me drunk. 8. Rurin is eating beef jerky while grinning. What are you talking about, this guy? My face feels hot. Okay, just stand there. Nod. Fortunately, he nods his head calmly. Lysant, who had gone to register, came back and finally started cooking. Just make skewers, spread sauce on them, and grill them. If I prepare and season it, Lysant grills it first. We worked together like that and started making enough food for all the judges. After some time, when the food was almost finished, I heard an exclamation from next to me. Oh, this is cool. Are you amazing? At the restaurant next door, a dragon was carved out of several radishes and placed in the center of the meat. Is this the chef Lysant mentioned earlier? And the one who gave that exclamation was a familiar face. This is Count Belhul. He seemed to be looking around the cooking table, probably because he was bored just sitting still. I was planning to meet him face to face, but if you come on your own, this is the way to go. Chapter 203 Cooking Competition. Let's see. Is this the end? Merle branch? It's Merle's branch, but is it the last one? Wow, that's amazing. While saying those words, Count Belhul was concentrating on the dish that Lysant was baking. Since it smells good, it seems like I am naturally concentrating. Oh, does it smell good? Besides, isn't this a dish you've never seen before? Did you come up with this? He looked up from cooking, looked at Lysant, and then turned his head towards me. Count Belhul's eyes met mine. Count Belhul's behavior became strange at that moment. With a very mechanical movement, he turned his head a little more and immediately looked at Rurin. Tusk, tusk, tusk. While eating beef jerky, Rurin looked into Count Belhul's eyes and narrowed his eyes. As soon as his eyes met Rurin, Count Belhul quickly looked down. Of course, Count Belhul doesn't know that Rurin is a dragon. However, I knew that he was a strong wizard. Most of the key executives of the Allied forces who participated in the monster war knew that. Only the Emperor and the Duke know Rurin's identity. I mouthed the words towards the Count who was trying to say something. It doesn't really matter. It's just a simple word. Don't pretend to know anything. Fortunately, Count Belhul seemed to understand and turned around. And while moving very awkwardly, he began to walk towards the head of the event room where he was originally sitting. Quagwagwagwang, destroy monsters with spells more powerful than anyone else. Quagwagwagwang. The woman next to him used magic no less powerful than him. The Allied Commander-in-Chief and the wizard next to him. The Commander-in-Chief was too strong, and the black-haired wizard next to him was even more ruthless and silent than the Commander-in-Chief, and was just as strong as the Commander-in-Chief. It could be said with certainty that it was thanks to the magic of the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied forces that it became a hope for humanity, which was on the defensive, and drove the monsters all the way to the northern lands. He was harder than steel when dealing with his enemies, but was soft with his subordinates. Yet, he was a perfect commander who was thorough in military law. His poker face broke down only for the black-haired wizard next to him. The black-haired wizard also spoke only when he was next to him. Count Belhul still clearly remembers the night he almost died while trying to talk to the dark-haired wizard who was alone. Although he was praised as a war hero only in his territory, in the actual war, Count Belhul was only a minor player. Archmage Elysian, a being known to have easily surpassed the 7th class, which is the standard for an existing Archmage. A being that ended the war against monsters that lasted for decades. He is a hero who drove monsters to the north and created a sealed border. However, he was also a hidden hero who was not well known to the general public. That's because he refused any praise and suddenly disappeared the day the monster war ended. I witnessed its existence right away. Count Belhul sat down, breathing heavily. My heart was still pounding. At first, I thought it was a similar person or something I had mistaken. I've never heard of it appearing after disappearing. But when I instinctively turned my head, I found her. That black-haired wizard. I was convinced the moment I saw her casually eating something. It is impossible for two people to look alike. That's why I was shocked and almost fell to my knees for a moment, in front of so many people. The fear engraved in my body was so great that I automatically took that action. But Elle said, "Don't pretend to know anything. If so, you shouldn't pretend to know. That's the only way to see it." The more Count Belhul thought about it, the more absurd he became. Why is he cooking over there? The play of someone who has achieved everything. What is the real meaning of not pretending to know? Doubts linger. Count Belhul's brain began to work hard for the first time in a long time. If you take the wrong action, both mice and birds could die without you even noticing. There's nothing good about offending humanity's strongest archmage. If I had just heard it through hearsay, I would have thought it was nothing more than an exaggerated rumor, but Count Belhul was different. I witnessed war right in front of me and saw its power with my own eyes several times. If so, you have to adapt to that play. Don't touch the stomach. How can I avoid offending people? Count Belhul's mind was complicated by those thoughts. As a count, he didn't have any of the humble pride that was characteristic of an aristocrat. It's just monsters. I heard that the reason he became commander-in-chief was because of his achievement in saving the Empire's capital during the Dragon War. What kind of fool would challenge a human who can kill a dragon? Count Belhul quickly asked a question to Leon Saint next to him for information. What is the eastern branch of Merle over there? Have you been there? Hee, I brought a girl from outside and left her in charge of a restaurant to test her abilities. It's just a trivial family matter. And if you don't seem to have any special abilities, I am planning on kicking you out right away, so why are you doing this? Did you like that, child? It's also something that comes in handy right away. On the contrary, it was also a huge boon. Leon Saint was curious about the intention of the question, so he thought about it, but Count Belhul was not interested in such things right now. Your daughter. So do you know the chef she hired? The man I am cooking with? No. Come to think of it, I heard you hired a good chef. Why is that? No, it's done. Leon Saint clicked his tongue inwardly, and Count Belhul was still rolling his eyes and thinking. Judging by the fact that the representative of the Leon Chamber of Commerce in front of me had no clue, it seemed like he had absolutely nothing to do with the Chamber of Commerce. So are they really there to cook? What on earth are you trying to do? The more I thought about it, the more I couldn't figure it out, so I decided to watch for now, hoping to only go in a direction that is out of sight. The dishes are arriving. Oh, finally. Then let the judging begin. The judges, including the head of the Market Association, stood up from the head table and moved toward the judging table. And as I ate the dishes that arrived, I started keeping score. In that situation, Leon Saint misunderstood that Count Belhul was frowning and shouted at the union leader. Hurry and serve a separate dish to your excellency. I will. Thanks to this, the submitted dishes soon began to be brought in front of Count Belhul. The judges began the tasting normally. Of course, the rankings were fixed. Leon Darren let out a bitter laugh at the head table. The head of the Market Association noticed this and started planning. Wait a minute, it's so new and delicious, right? One of the judges holding a skewer in his hand said with a surprised expression. Then, one by one, the other judges began to agree. Wow, this has so many different textures. Of course, the market union leader frowned. This is because the store that served the skewers had already been ranked last, but all the judges were already focusing on that dish. It was a scene that would have been a big problem for anyone to see. The order seems to be to eat from this to this, but the order of starting with soft breast meat and then going from crunchy to chewy to soft again is amazing. It really is. The judges, excluding the restaurants participating in the festival, were merchants and influential people from the city, so they knew how to distinguish between tastes and were all fascinated by the unique and amazing sauces and various textures. The taste is excellent, but the best is the traditional ma noodles. In such a situation, the head of the market union grumbled and called attention, and he pointed to the noodles at Merle's main branch. The other judges also got their money's worth, so they eventually nodded. That's right. Ho ho. It's delicious, but it doesn't meet the festival's regulations, so why not give it a reasonable review, saying it's last place? Although they were saying that, they were still holding skewers in their hands, so it's just a very funny move. Then, first place will go to Merle Main Store again this year. You have no objection, right? The Market Association president looked at the judges. The judges all nodded. Count Belhul was astonished to hear the sound from afar. Normally, I would never have intervened, but now it was different. I knew it was being manipulated and it flashed at that moment. Yes, I don't know anything else, but you shouldn't be disadvantaged. It's not a good idea to deliberately pick on his cooking. That's rather annoying. Count Belhul shook his head because he knew Elle's personality to some extent. That may also mean not to pretend to know. However, since I came from a foreign country, I could have been unaware of the fact that it was a competitive game. What if you find out? That can also be a matter of your own responsibility. That should never happen. Ure asking the Grand Wizard, who served as commander-in-chief of the Allied forces, to participate in a festival of weaving and playing. I didn't know why I was participating in this festival, but I instinctively started to think that I shouldn't let anyone know about the word Jajajajima. So, Count Belhul hastily put into his mouth the skewered dish served at the eastern branch of Merli. This is delicious. It was literally delicious. So, I tried a little bit of other dishes. However, it is always the same dishes that appear at festivals without much development. The skewered dish was definitely unique. Market Association President. Yes. Although he could only hear it at first glance, in order to hear clearly, Count Belhul called the head of the Market Association, who was the head of the judging panel, to the front and asked, "Has the ranking been decided?" "That's right. Recite it sometime." So first place is Merli's main branch, second place is third place, and the last one will be the headquarters east of Merli. What? Yes, Merli East headquarters is last place. Yes, but the clothes you guys wore were just decorations. Count Belhul suddenly stood up. Everyone at the head of the table was shocked and stood up, as anyone could see that he looked like a person who was completely angry. And Count Belhul glared at Leon Saint. "Leon Saint, Your Excellency, how long have you guys been planning on ruining the festival by exchanging bribes? How much did this guy, the mayor of the Market Association, go to such lengths to manipulate the rankings?" Go dismissal. That is, hello, yes, Your Excellency." The knights rushed forward and Count Belhul began pointing. "Arrest the head of the Market Union right now. We will investigate thoroughly." "My lord, what is this?" The mayor of the Market Association began praying for the sudden thunderstorm, but Count Belhul paid no attention. "And you saint, does my territory look funny?" Chapter 204 Cooking Competition. That's not true. Leon Saint was startled and fell down in a sweat, and at the same time, Leon Darren and Leon Saren both fell flat on their faces. In a territory, the lord is the king. In a status society, the lord's orders are law. Until a while ago, Count Belhul was the one who took the money and went along with it, but the situation has changed. So face confiscation. That is the specialty of nobles, who gave money to the head of the Market Association. When I asked the other judges, they all trembled and pointed at Leon Darren at the same time. "My lord, that thing." Surprised, Leon Darren raised his head from where he was lying down and tried to make an excuse. "Please save my life." "Judges, listen." "Yes, my lord." Count Belhul calmed down his anger a little. "First of all, the problem is not to offend. As soon as I realized that there was no need to explode and cut off the money line, I changed my face slightly and called the judges. Because it's best if you don't get offended and just quietly go somewhere else. Right now, judge fairly based on ability, so bring back the results." He said it clearly. "Follow the taste of the dish thoroughly. Do you understand?" "Oh, I understand." The judges were shaking and rushed to the judging table to score again. Everyone was in a cold sweat. As a result, according to a fair decision, the eastern branch of Merli took first place. The lord only told him to judge fairly and did not pay any attention. But since I had already tried the dish, I knew the outcome. On behalf of the head of the Market Association, the judge with the next highest rank went in front of the people and tried each skewer, filmed the food, and explained the taste. As he talked at length about the harmony of textures, the people watching began to become very curious. Thanks to this, my curiosity grew, but the first day of the festival ended like that. Since they couldn't taste it, people's curiosity grew even more. Leon Darren was so angry at this result that he began throwing furniture and decorations in the house indiscriminately. "How much money has that bastard, Count Belhul, earned from the company? He's suddenly acting like that. You fucking bastard." Kwong. While the decorations were falling to pieces, Leon Saren was talking along with him next to him. "Oh, right. Aren't you crazy? Did you suddenly pass out while eating? I cannot understand it. I do not understand. I just don't understand. Your father didn't tell you to do that, right? How can my father move Count Belhul? All I can do is just observe. Didn't you see me really nervous earlier? That's right. It was ridiculous. Damn, I am so ridiculous. Either I am dirty and born a noble. Damn it." Leon Darren started pouring alcohol into his mouth while grinning. "Why on earth did the guys I sent back then fail? Where has everyone gone? What happened? It looks like they hired not only a chef but also a bodyguard, but it seems like they are doing some clever things like that when raising sales at the Merli branch. Aren't you planning to become Count Belhul's concubine because you like him? That won't be it. Then you must have told him to pull this out right away, so you would have gone crazy like that. Anyway, it's a big deal as it is. Then, since people are probably guarding you right now, why don't you go to the restaurant and ruin all the ingredients? It will take quite some time to prepare again. If you participate late in the afternoon, you won't be able to beat our sales. When Leon Sarin, who is said to be a tactician, expressed his opinion, Leon Darren began to agree. Is that good? Send someone immediately. No, I might fail again, so I'll go myself. Choose just a few strong kids. I'll go too. In this way, the siblings led their men and moved in front of the eastern branch of Merle at dawn. Is there anyone? Yes. There was no one there. Okay. Good. Leon Darren approached Merle's restaurant while smiling evilly. There must be something prepared for tomorrow. Burn everything. Yes. And I looked around. I am glad you're not guarding the restaurant like you said. You must be intoxicated by the afterglow of victory. In the afterglow of a fortunate victory due to the Lord's whim, maybe he took them all to protect himself. That was our last hope. Yes. By the time you prepare the ingredients again, sales are already irreversible. Ho, ho, ho. I'm going back after confirming that the fire has spread from here. Leon Darren, pretending to be cautious, came out to the front of the building and observed the situation. Foo woo 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 woo. However, an explosion was suddenly heard at the Merle branch, where no one was apparently present, and it pierced the roof, sending everyone flying into the sky. No one came out. What is this? You mean an explosion? Leon Darren and Leon Sarin should have been astonished. Are you saying they even planted explosives? The two people blinked in disbelief. It's so detailed. I thought this was nonsense. Impressing Count Belhul was effective. Count Belhul is a man who saved Lulin from almost dying while talking to him during the war, and after that, he participated in the battlefield without even being able to say anything. After remembering that he was the lord of this city, honestly, it was as if my worries about the festival disappeared. And as expected, it took first place. Lysant couldn't help but believe it, but he couldn't believe the result and was so happy that he was jumping around. And even now, I can't calm my excitement. The only thing I am concerned about is whether it's the excitement or the fact that things are in a mess. Why on earth did I become so covered in scars in just one day? Have you been attacked by the Leons? Oh no. Yeah, there's no way y'all get attacked. We have put in place protection measures. I was running around because I liked being alone, but I kept falling. No, I didn't fall. It's a wound of glory. While explaining why he got hurt, he suddenly changes his tone. In the end, I ran wild and bumped into it again and again, and it ended up like that. Anyone who sees you will think you are suffering from domestic violence. But will people really come? That's natural. Imagine you are an ordinary citizen. Yesterday, the judges praised it as being a special dish, so people couldn't help but flock to it. Besides, people are almost always weak at rankings like this. It's natural to want to taste it first. I also say the same thing. I guess so, right? I still can't believe it. Your brother must have bribed the judges, so how did you come in first place? Well, isn't that because you recognize the taste? Justice will triumph. I think it has something to do with Count Belhul's brief visit. According to my research, the Lord is not a very fair person. I did something, but it's a secret. In any case, the truth is that Count Belhul suddenly disliked injustice and ordered a fair evaluation. I don't know what happened. Now that I think about it, I think I'm a greater person than I thought, since I can take a wizard with me as I please. That's not it. I am an ordinary person. What are you talking about? It's not normal. But thanks to you, I achieved what I wanted. Thank you for that. But it's not a revenge you achieved on your own. Something. That is also wrong. I said this before, right? You've achieved something by running a good restaurant, right? I only helped because they ruined it, so that's it. It's just that the results that should have been obtained were obtained late. Shouldn't we use this as an opportunity to grow further? Why don't you relieve your anger by becoming someone better than me when you're my age? That it's good. Speaking of which, what about the wizard? Are you sleeping again? Don't worry about that guy. I am a free spirit. Because you're a wizard, you must be a free spirit. Lysant agreed. He seems to have realized that I have a secret, but he doesn't seem to have any intention of digging into it. I guess he has that kind of personality, so I helped him out more. So we started grilling skewers diligently. Lysant has become quite accustomed to the sight of flipping skewers. It's almost plausible. Let's see then, can you please pick that up for me? Yes. While doing so, two uninvited guests appeared in front of us. He is grinning a lot, but the dark circles under his eyes are very dark, as if he didn't sleep well. You. Recent, he had the appearance of a complete zombie. What a brat pointing a cocky finger. Are you unable to admit defeat and come to make a final struggle? But Lysant remained calm. Answer the siblings in a calm voice. Why are you doing that? Of course, it was Saren and Darren who exploded. Darren screamed, You, what's wrong with you? This is real. I got annoyed by watching it, so I interrupted by gesturing for them to get out of the way. You two are noisy. Is this a disruption to business? What's wrong? How dare you? Then this time he glares at me. It was just funny, so I laughed. And then he handed over the skewers he was grilling to the two people. The reason we won yesterday was because of the taste of the skewers. Would you like to try it? Please try it and rate it. I will accept harsh comments kindly. If there is anything I need to fix, please tell me. HMPH, this must taste like messy trash. As Leon Saren said that, he brought the skewer to his mouth. It seems like the intention is to taste it and criticize it. Next to me, Leon Darren also ate a skewer with the same look on his face. If you want to give a bad review, you have to pretend to have eaten something first. Yes, I ate it. There is no other taste like this. Worst KKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKk The advice would be to go back and have something to drink. Or are you dead? The two people were speechless. It was natural that I couldn't speak because my mouth was burning. In the end, he screamed and ran away. Lysant asked me about the unexpected result. What are you doing? What did you give me just now? I gave him the spicy skewers that Lysant ate back then. No, I used hotter peppers than that at that time. The devil's spicy taste that can kill you. If I ate something this spicy, I would probably come to my senses. Then Lysant was shocked and broke into a cold sweat, probably remembering that taste. I am someone you really shouldn't make an enemy of. It's kind of scary that there was a time when everyone was your enemy. So you don't like this result now? Oh no, so good. It feels like flying. Did you just see the expression? A 10-year-old problem has been relieved. Well, I tried to find fault with the taste and ended up getting hurt, so that's right. Really, thank you. Oh, you admit it honestly? Being thankful is being thankful. Lysant began to smile brightly. It looked like he was smiling sincerely, so I was embarrassed. Excuse me, someone spoke to us like that. So I turned my head. Huh? Lysant and I blinked in surprise at the same time. I expected it, but did you think it would be like this? Since when do you start selling the stuff you're baking now? The person who called us asked a question with a face full of anticipation, as if he was a guest who had seen the cooking event yesterday. Oh yeah, of course we're selling it now. That's right, we hastily prepared for business. The customer was not just that one person. The reason we were surprised was because there was a long line all the way to the entrance of the festival site. In particular, today is the last day of the festival and the last day of the special holiday. I heard that it was the day with the most people. Chapter 205 Cooking Competition. Rysant walked solemnly. Yesterday was the best day of my life. The skewers and beer went well together, so sales skyrocketed and we took first place without any problems. It's a natural number. Even if other stores made a profit yesterday, business was so bad today that overtaking them was instantaneous. And as a result of the final tally, Lysant's Merle branch proudly took first place. People cheered, Rixant was excited, and from then on, it was a real festival. I drank so much beer to relieve my worries that I still felt dizzy the next day. But first place was an additional goal. The true goal is revenge, and just at the right time, I received a call from the target of that revenge. That's why Lysant went to Leon Trading Company with a calm expression. Of course, my heart was seething with a desire for revenge. Please come this way. The manager of the store guided Lysant. Somehow, the attitude is more polite than before. I haven't changed anything. Lysant thought to himself that something was funny. Soon, the manager said as he led Lysant to the large door of the representative office on the 3rd floor of the company. Let's go in. You are waiting. Yes, thank you. The manager opened the door and Lysant smiled brightly. You should never fall in this situation. I had no intention of admitting my foolishness, but for now I walked with caution. So you came? Leon Saint greeted Lysant in a low voice. Beside him were Leon Darren and Leon Saren. Yes. CEO, Lysant bowed as usual. Saint looked satisfied and motioned for me to get up. At the same time, Lysant straightened his back. Leon Saint saw this and praised it. Actually, sales at the Merle branch were quite good, and I enjoyed seeing your abilities at the festival. Thank you. The praise was rather unpleasant to Lysant, as if he would vomit. However, if you change your mind and say you will do more testing, that would be the worst. So I acted obedient to please them as much as possible, just like it has been all along. Be patient until you hear what you want, because I must complete my revenge today. Lysant promised once again in his mind and calmly answered towards Saint. My brother and sister interfered in many ways, but it was completely predictable. The numbers were too obvious. Thanks to this, I think I was able to win easily. I also inherit the CEO's blood, so I think I should do this. What happened? Where are you talking about that dirty mouth? Darren and Saren frowned at the same time. Of course, Lysant completely ignored them. You guys will shut up. It was actually Saint who kept the two quiet. After frowning at the siblings, Saint looked at Lysant again. It was a smiling face that had never been shown to Lysant until now. Well, that's right. She's my daughter, so of course I have to do that. Anyway, since you handled the conditions I mentioned well, I should give you a reward. But even if those guys sent someone to interfere, they bribed the judges. How on earth did you solve that? Do you really think you could have moved the Lord's heart? I think that's also a skill. Lysant himself did not know why the Lord changed his mind. But I have no intention of staying in this city anyway. So, I thought I should take advantage of the small Lord's change of mind, so I answered with a lingering tone as if there was something there. Hagai, ha 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 ha. Good night. Isn't that kind of trickery what the Chamber of Commerce needs most? Saint was speculating that there might be a male-female relationship between Lysant and the Lord. Well, in the end, it's just a trick. If you can use such tricks to grow your business, you are qualified. But the more he admitted, the more angry Lysant became. I have been your daughter from the beginning, before and now. But do you think that your attitude toward calling it that will change depending on whether that ability exists or not? Although Lysant was thinking this to himself, he just looked at Saint calmly. Not yet. I smile, making a fake expression that the praise is undeserved because I haven't heard what I want yet. I think so too. CEO. Are you still the CEO? You are definitely my daughter. Since she beat those guys, she's my daughter. I've never acknowledged my seed from the outside, but that depends on ability. Admit, are you doing it? Yes. I am thinking about giving him an important position in the company instead of that ugly guy. How do you feel? Are you confident? Father, that can't be possible. I just lost at that festival. A festival like that? There are a lot of tricks involved in that festival, and seeing how you guys failed to succeed even after trying so many tricks on your own, I can see how you will deal with the fight with other companies. It seems like things are lacking. That thing. Darren and Saren fell silent. Because I realized that the more I talk, the worse the situation becomes. You useless bastards. On the other hand, it seems like you read all of their obvious moves and dealt with them. It's really grand. Are you saying that my brother and sister are useless? Yes. Am I useful? Of course. Your abilities will be of great use to our company. Lysant laughed at that answer. Thank you for the recognition. My mother also wanted me to be recognized. Until the last moment. Did you do that? And so it was. It was a tone without any particular inspiration. Just a passing comment, how are you? It's not much different from asking. No, it was worse than that. It was so funny that he finally allowed me to call him father. Of course, when running the eastern branch of Merli, he deliberately showed Horena employees calling the company's representative, Leon Saint, father. But that's just a way to get employees to follow him. Now that this man had acknowledged me and asked me to call him father, I had no intention of calling him father. He is only biologically the father. There is no value. Therefore, Lysant reached the peak of revenge here, but I have no intention of working under the CEO. What? What did you say just now? I said I had no intention of calling the CEO my father. A company like this will be ruined. Try to take care of things with your brother who declared you useless. It's free for them to acknowledge me, but I don't need it. Lysant suddenly turned around. After taking a quick glance at the three dumbfounded people, he confidently walked out. Okay, this is it. This was it. This is the revenge I have dreamed of for so long. Revenge is only possible when this side is acknowledged and needed. The exhilarating feeling of treating the siblings you raised as worthless and then giving them shit the moment they try to accept you. When necessary, I refuse here. Lysant thought this was the best revenge he could get on his biological father. And because I had accomplished it, I walked out of the store without any regrets. I heard something yelling from behind, but I ignored it. They say there is always an emptiness left after revenge, but that was not the case at all. I feel so relieved. It was a moment full of thoughts that I wanted to live to the fullest now that I had fulfilled my mother's long-held wish. Kwea. As I was coming down the stairs, I fell again. Did I let my guard down? Because I achieved my dream. Of course, Lysant was smiling even while falling. What did you go and get hit? To them, Lysant's condition is unusual. His clothes were disheveled, he felt like he had bruises here and there, and he was laughing like he had lost his mind. No clothes, Lysant continued to grin. From the looks of it, he wasn't hit. Well, that's all. Oh, so you fell again? That's not even that. Lysant began to run wild. He does not acknowledge his foolishness until the end. Anyway, now I will purchase this Merly branch. I only operate the building itself is not mine. It doesn't matter, because you can buy as much as you want. All you need to do is purchase it at Ruin Merchants Association using your lord. Viceroy and Rurin may feel burdened, but I plan to explain that I am not giving it to them at all. If I spread the word about shabu shabu here and tell them that they can buy a restaurant from me, I will have no choice but to accept it. Even now, Viceroy Restaurant is full of customers, so if we move here, it will prosper, and won't we be able to pay it back quickly? By the way, did you get your revenge perfectly? There's no need to destroy the company or anything like that. Yes, I am satisfied with this, because I shouted loudly. Then there's nothing good about staying in the city for too long. That's right. To the capital I will go, I will live freely. Good idea. But are you really not going to tell me your secret? Let's keep that a secret. In secret. Wouldn't it be better to break up cleanly since we both clearly have what we want? That's true then, something other than secrets. Where do you live? If you have free time, you can go out to play. To see the demon wizard, Miss Lysant. Yes. If we are meant to be, won't we meet again? Naturally, I also tend to go to the capital often. If we ever meet again, I'll tell you. Is that so? Yes. I think it would be best not to think about anything else now and just think about settling down in the capital. Lysant nodded slowly. It seemed like he understood. I think that's definitely true. If by some miracle we meet again, I will feed him properly. Of course I do. Then I want to leave as soon as possible. This is a city I really don't want to be in. I will be leaving soon too, after giving it to Viceroy and Rurin, which was its original purpose. All right. Then finally. Yes. Lysant grabbed my arm and lifted it up. Then he kissed my palm. You know what? In my village, kissing your palm is a sign of respect. There's a way of greeting where a man kisses the back of a woman's hand, right? It's similar to that. Lysant said that and turned his head. Well, it is true that a kiss on the hand has such a meaning, although the palm is a bit too unique. Isn't this a greeting method you've never heard of? The moment I thought that, a very cold voice came from behind me. It was nice to get dressed in the morning and teleport back to here, but Lulin woke up even though it was still morning. What did you do now? Huh, yes. Chapter 206 Cooking Competition. Me and Lysant answered at the same time. Rurin rubbed her sleepy eyes while kicking my back and landing on the ground. Rurin? Plus, his eyes are weird. The look in his eyes was unusual. What do you mean by hand greeting? I said it was a kiss. I heard it. Wait a minute. Her condition was so strange that she began to tremble, so she grabbed Lurin's shoulder and shouted, "This is a kiss on the hand. A kiss on the hand is a normal greeting. You also do it when you show your respect. Even if it's the same kiss, the meaning is completely different. Ah, yes, it's the same as the ring. Unlike a bracelet or something like that, when the opposite sex gives a ring as a gift, there is a meaning of love in it." Lurin's expression relaxed at that moment. The strange eyes also returned to normal. Is it so? What am I doing? My favorite thing is wizards. Lysant must have realized what Lulin had misunderstood, so he rushed over and grabbed Lulin's hand and gave her a wooing look, but Lulin immediately shook him off. Now don't hold on. I don't like you, I am. Lurin spun around and climbed onto my back again and started to tease me on my back. What on earth? That it was a car. Lysant smiled and turned his back as if he had no regrets anymore. Then I am really going, he says that and starts running. Of course, a resent is a resent. Not long after, I fell over again. Oh my. Since I fell so often, I realized that I didn't get hurt that badly, probably because I instinctively used falling techniques. That part was rather amazing. That night, after everything was over and I returned to Rare. After washing up, I sat on the bed and read a book when Rurin came up to me and stuck her head in. Have you washed everything already? Sticking your head in means asking to be wiped. I dried Rurin's hair like always. Anyway, that guy is bold. You kissed me first. What? What are you talking about all of a sudden? That human from earlier. Ah, resent. You kissed my palm. I still can't do anything first. I failed like a fool the day before yesterday. So what on earth did that failure mean? I wish you could please explain. Hey, that's not possible. Well, okay. Anyway, that palm kiss means respect. Do not misunderstand. There is no meaning to love. If it contains the meaning of love, it should be done with the lips. On the lips. I understood it earlier. That, I found out recently. Because you are also a human, not only dragons but also humans are enemies. What kind of enemy is this? Enemies of what? I held Lulin's hand. Then he gently lifted it up and kissed the back and palm of his hand. Ha, don't do it. I don't like the meaning of respect. All I need is love. No, you should try it too. I gently held out my hand. Rysant, who had kissed my palm earlier, was saying it was amazing, so I meant to do the same. Me and your hands, I am first? I don't know what first means, but try it. Rurin hesitates slightly and takes my hand while looking at me. No, what? I'm going to try it. It's perfect for experimentation. Oh, it's not like you say it with your hands. We need to develop more than resent. Ruler, try kissing me, on my lips. If you're going to emphasize first, come to think of it, you've never kissed me first, right? There was this. It's because I failed. What? If that's the case, why should I worry about the failure from earlier but when? I don't remember. There is something like that. You don't have to know. I understand, so instead of pouting and pouting, kiss me here. For now, I will just wait patiently. Lurin, are you serious? Try it so easy, another me said. There is some condition, so I should only do something when you make a cute and funny expression. First thing to do. It's only possible in that case, so y'all like it, that's right. What? What does that mean? I feel like I am saying the same thing over and over again, so please explain. Did you even have a dream? That guy is an idiot after all. I don't know. Continue to avoid talking. What did I see in my dream that made me do that? I can't help it. I don't know what it is, but shouldn't I let the other Lulin in that dream win? I don't know, Lurin. Since you are also you, isn't it true that you don't know much? Because I am a fool when it comes to love. Not like that, I am me. No matter what anyone says, I like you. Lurin shouted like that and closed her eyes. Then he grabbed my face and headbutted me hard. It was a lip smacking. Lip smacking. A lip smacking that can never be considered a deep kiss. Lurin got angry and started headbutting and running wild. Ooh, son did it. I finally did it. Hey, this is amazing. Okay. Their lips hit each other. Sick. This is what you did. My teeth hurt. Lulin started running around everywhere, wondering what was so good about it. His face was red and his ears were red and red. I still don't know what it is, but I like it so much that it doesn't really matter. Good is good. Great Diran, commonly known as Count Grey. That is the full name of Grey Boy, the Lord of Grey. He is 18 years old. Although he became a lord at a young age, Grey City was currently developing more than any other city in the Empire. In particular, the biggest characteristic of Grey City is that the level of absurdity is considerably less compared to other cities. In other words, this means that the risk of people encountering absurd things is very low compared to other cities. It was because of Great Diran's city management policy. The Grey Boy has always had a desire to become a good lord since he was a snotty child, and even now that he is approaching adulthood, that feeling has not changed. That desire has never changed. Great Diran was working hard today as well. I am processing various documents piled up in the study. Since the processed documents needed to be stamped, Grake hurriedly opened the drawer. But when I tried to take out the seal, I stopped. That's because I suddenly noticed a small round silver plate on one side of the drawer. It was like a soldier's dog tag with a name written on it. A plate that only says Sienna. Looking at the name written on the small board he took out after a long time, Grake recalled a faint memory. Was it when Great Diran had just turned 10? As the Grey Boy walked around the house, he found a girl being mistreated by children of the same age. What are they doing? As the boy approached, the boys who had been bullying the girl shook their heads in surprise. The boys were the sons of a baron belonging to the Earl of Grey. It was impossible for a baron to confront a count. That's why the boys who were harassing the girl ran away at one word from Grace. An aristocratic society means learning about the caste system from a young age. Therefore, I knew very well that I had to obey the Count family. However, on the contrary, the one the boys were bullying, perhaps because they had the mistaken perception that they could treat commoners and servants roughly, was the daughter of one of the maids working at the Count's house. Are you okay? 4-4. To the Grey Boy's question, the girl still did not let down her guard and answered with a frightened look on her face. His head had been torn so hard that his hair fell all over the floor. Hair. Grake picked up the hair one by one and said to the girl. As the girl was crying, the gray boy just wanted to comfort the girl who was being bullied, so he held out his hair and thought about what to say, and his father's instructions came to mind. When you have something to say, you have to be sincere, the truth before your eyes. So the boy spoke to the girl with the sincerity he felt. It's a pretty color. Hair. Wow, yes, really. The girl who was crying relaxed her guard a little at those words. It was my first time receiving a compliment about my hair color or anything else, so it didn't feel bad at all. The girl accepted her hair. However, I never thought of it as a pretty color, so I answered honestly to the gray boy. It's not pretty. Everyone says gorgeous blonde hair is pretty, but this color is. It's not. I think it's pretty. That's right, it's a pretty color to me. The girl's hair is not blonde. It was blonde, but it was an orange color. In this era, pretty hair color referred to brilliant blonde hair, as the girl said. So what the girl said was completely normal, but Gray thought that it was a really pretty color, so she didn't give up on what she meant. It's not pretty weird. The girl tilted her head again. Perhaps because of that question, my tears were already welling up. Nothing strange. You are Leanne's daughter, right? Yes, that's right. Don't be discouraged even if they bully you. There is no law that says you have to suffer harassment just because you are a maid. It doesn't make sense to be punished if you didn't do anything wrong, right? My father said that no matter how noble you are, harassing people for no reason is a mean thing. I told you to always be honest, and it was also in history books. It's a book called The Founding History of the Empire, and it's my favorite. The gray boy started talking nonstop. As the girl looked at Gray like that, she thought that he was an amazing nobleman. That was the girl's first impression of Gray. And after that, the gray boy would often talk to the girl. Whenever the boy was bullied by other noble boys out of sight, the gray boy appeared like a hero and helped the girl. Since the girl was younger, each time she thought of the gray boy as being different from other nobles, she began to open her mind little by little. Not a single person, including other employees' families, her mother's colleagues, or other nobles, takes care of the girl. On the contrary, if she didn't learn simple household chores properly, she was prone to mistreating her. So little by little, time with the boy who was the only one who treated her well began to become the most awaited time of the day. Then one day, the girl was shocked to discover that the ceramics decorated on the second floor of the mansion were broken. I don't know who did it, but it was clear that something big had happened. This is because, while learning the job, I was tired of hearing that the ceramics were the Count's favorite and that I had to be careful. And there were familiar boys standing in front of the pottery. These are the boys who always bully them. Chapter 207, What should I do with this? I know. Just by looking at its condition, it was clear that they had broken the pottery. Of course, it wasn't for the girl to go out, so she watched the scene from a distance in the hallway. The boys mumbled something and then started saying something as if they had a good idea. Why don't we say that De'Aaron broke this? Really? You always nag us so irritatingly, so it's okay to get revenge like this, right? You brats. What is this? In that situation, the chamberlain came up from the first floor, and the boys pretended to cry and pointed upward with their fingers. De'Aaron woke up and ran away. You told us to tell you that you lay awake. Hey, what if I tell you that? As he spoke while acting cleverly, the chamberlain looked at the boys with great difficulty. Is that true? If it were true, it would be a big deal. The master is the one who hates making mistakes like this and pushing them on others. When it occurred to him that something big had happened to his little master, the chamberlain began to feel restless. So they hesitated with embarrassed faces, and the boys started crying as if they were going to call someone else. This young masters, you shouldn't cry. Please tell me the exact situation. So De'Aaron woke up and ran away? That. The chamberlain frowned again. I thought there was nothing I could do since there were 3 witnesses, so I slumped my shoulders. The girl was astonished, and I started to worry. No, there was nothing to worry about. It is certain that those nobles have awakened. But De'Aaron is being punished? I thought that would never happen. If it were another noble, it wouldn't be possible, but if it was De'Aaron, it wouldn't be possible. The girl clenched her fists. No, even if it was Gray Boy who actually broke it, the girl's feelings would not change. The girl, who thought it was her duty to the Gray Boy who had always helped her, ran to the chamberlain's front. Wait, isn't it Sierra? What's going on? The chamberlain called out to the girl who suddenly appeared and asked. Of course, it wasn't the time to pay attention to the girl right now, so my mind was thinking of other things. I broke that. As soon as the girl shouted that, the chamberlain immediately returned to reality. What does that mean? What's wrong? This is Diran. Then the boys frowned and responded, but the girl did not lose. He began to speak impassionedly towards the chamberlain. No, sorry, that's right, I broke it. They are mistaken. Of course, the chamberlain began to straighten his face at those words. At this rate, the little master was going to be scolded by the count. But rather than causing such a thing, he thought it would be much better to punish the girl who claimed that she was the culprit, regardless of whether it was true or not. Are you sure you too really saw it? If the lie is discovered later, the family could suffer damage. As the chamberlain spoke with a pretense of an adult face, the baron's boys began to show their tails. Is that so? Now that I think about it, I think I saw it wrong. Okay, I guess he's awake. Ha 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 ha. The boys, thinking that it would be a good thing if they could avoid it since they had broken it, smiled sheepishly and disappeared. Of course, Count Grake was a very benevolent person, so he would not punish a maid who had just started learning her job for a mistake. It's a story along the count's lines. The girl was soon summoned by the head maid and had to listen to harsh nagging and receive a merciless beating on her legs. Match, sigh. Every time the sound was heard, the girl was in great pain, but strangely enough, she felt very relieved. The beating was so severe that the girl suffered for several days afterwards. It took a while for the swelling to go down, and I was able to walk. Of course, the gray boy knew nothing about this. If he had known that the girl had framed him and beaten him to the point where his calf was black, he would have been the type to say he did it. However, when he heard that the girl was sick, he did not know why she was sick and just visited whenever he had time and comforted her. Are you okay? Where does it hurt? Is this severe? It's okay. The girl couldn't say why, so she just pretended that she wasn't feeling well. Still, the girl was happy about the great boy's visit. Of course, in front of the girl, the gray boy started telling endless stories about politics that he had heard from his father. Is this the age where you like to show off and say something cool? It was a boy's unique sensibility, driven by the desire to look cool to his peers. But in fact, the moment the girl heard the story about unknown politics was the happiest time in the world. On one hand, it was great to be able to show off one's knowledge, and on the other hand, it was great to hear the boy's sonorous voice and the little time they could spend together, so it was a win-win in the end. And another day, when a girl who was tending flowers in the garden was pricked by a thorn and bled, Gray, who happened to be passing nearby, came up to her and gave her a handkerchief. I have to be careful when trimming it. Why is it bleeding? I am sorry. Little master, I am sorry. Ugh. Oh, and that little master is also like that. I heard it from people his age, so it's a bit like that. Yes, that's right. Would you please call me brother when we're together? Oh, brother. Because I don't have a younger brother. I thought it would be nice to have a little sister. What kind of thing? Oh no. If anyone listens, how on earth can the daughter of a maid like me? It doesn't matter, right? Brother is also an honorific title, right? That. The girl thought about something for a while, but a strong desire to call her brother in a friendly way began to burn in her heart. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to call him that. Even though she resented the boy who ignited her heart, she ended up breaking the great taboo of daring to call a nobleman brother. Well then, brother. As soon as I called, my heart started pounding violently. My heart is pounding incredibly hard. Is it because of breaking a taboo or because of another emotion? The girl thought about the reason and came to a simple conclusion. That's right, that day, for the first time, the girl realized the feeling of liking someone. Time passed like that, even when dark times came to the Gray family. Because of that, even when Gray was frustrated, the girl sincerely became the boy's companion. I had no desire for anything more than a companionship. And it is true that the driving force that allowed the gray boy to endure until he met Elle, and the fact that Count Dedrin did not give up his feelings for a good lord even when his family was on the verge of destruction, was due to the girl's influence as well as his father to some extent. Since I was young, I wanted to spread knowledge, so I often learned about lords from my father. And at a time when Verna could not meet the boy became lonely. But he was not a loner. It was because of the girl's presence. A child who always just smiled, listened to stories, and gave strength. Little by little, the boy was realizing its importance, but that happiness didn't last long. Thanks to Count Dedrin, who controlled the Gray family at the time, there was a large change in the number of employees working there. And as a result, the girl left for another count's house in the capital. Because of Count Dedrin's pressure policy, Grake was completely unaware of this fact. It was the girl who first heard about it. I am not that young anymore. If it were on Earth, I would have been a middle school student. I was able to understand the atmosphere, and I also knew that the more I could understand it, the bigger the gap in status would be. On the contrary, if anyone were to see her calling him brother, it would be a great harm to the Greek boy who was under the watchful eye of Count Dedrin. There was definitely a way to cling to the gray boy and say that you didn't want to leave. She knew that doing so would cause more harm to the gray boy, so she decided to leave the mansion without saying a word. Brother. A long time when I called His Excellency the Earl my brother. I liked it. And when you grow up a little, your brother, I am sure you can get through this. Because he is smarter than anyone else and is completely different from other nobles. If it were my brother who always spoke next to me about the way to serve the people. But at the same time, I wanted the gray boy to remember something about me from time to time, so I foolishly wanted to leave a trace. With the hope that he would later remember that such a child existed, the girl left a copper plate with her name engraved in the boy's room and left the Earl of Grey's house. That was the small plate that Grey was holding now. In fact, the gray boy also always had a girl in mind as he grew up. When I was young, I thought of her as a younger sister, but as I got older, I began to develop feelings that were different from those I had toward my younger sister. Since she wasn't my real sister, it was a natural feeling in a way. He had been close with him since he was young, and he always had a crush on the little girl who always listened to his boring political opinions with a smile, but also always supported him by his side, so it was natural for him to harbor any other feelings. But now it was all just a memory. The gray boy just sighed and put the board with the name Sienna written on it back in the drawer. Great De'Aaron is the Lord of Grey City, who owns a huge business called the watch industry, and he has a lot of power, so finding a maid was actually not difficult. However, the reason I just occasionally took out the copper plate and sighed was because I had already looked for it. After El helped him defeat Count Dedrin and regain his dignity as a lord, he of course searched to find her, but the answer he received was that she fell ill and died in the Count's house to which he had moved. So what is the point of looking further? The shock caused me to stop eating and drinking for a few days, so I eventually calmed down by sealing the small plate in a drawer. Even if you don't try to take it out, you end up taking it out. The gray boy shook his head to shake off the vague memory and slammed the drawer shut. Chapter 208. Come here. What are you doing here? I told you to stop talking nonsense. Little one, it's my heart. You want to die, the red one. I don't want to die, so I want you to leave. Serena gestured towards Rurin. But Lulin didn't pay any attention and strode into the clinic and tilted his head. But what are you doing? What is that guy? What Lulin pointed to was the woman lying in front of Serena. A young-looking woman was lying on the bed. However, it is not a child. Serena answered bluntly as she snuggled into Lulin's bed. What a patient. Why are you looking at the patient? Are you an elf? Lulin's question is somewhat natural. When asked why the dragon was providing medical treatment, it was Alina, not Serena, who answered the question. It was none other than Alina who asked Serena to look after the patient. That is. It's not my field, so I asked Serena to take a look. We dragons don't know anything about medicine. What kind of ridiculous request did you ask? The human guy is going to die, as material for experiments. Too bad. It's too bad. Rurin put her hands together, towards a patient who is alive and well. If Elle had been there, it would have been worth getting hit on the temple 200 times, but there was no one in the clinic who could touch Rurin. There is only Elfman who is embarrassed and tries to tell the truth as it is. I thought it had nothing to do with ordinary medicine, but I rescued him from a collapsed area on the outskirts of the city, and he had no memory of it at all. There was no trauma, but I had no memory at all, so I asked them to look into it because I thought it might be a mental problem. When he woke up for a while, I asked him a few questions, but he couldn't remember anything. And then I collapsed again from the shock of not having any memories. What's so complicated? I don't know anything, I am sorry. But what are you doing today? I stopped by on the way to run errands. Stress will go away if you swear at the red one. Lurin's provocation. However, Serena ignored Lurin's provocation again, just looking for Alina. Alina, yes, I am sorry, but I don't know, because amnesia is a pretty vague thing. I don't know when my memories will come back. It could be right now, or it could be a few years from now. Okay, I know that too, but then I guess I should find someone who knows him. First of all, that's the best. We can't keep them in the clinic forever. As Serena nodded in the affirmative, Rurin furrowed her brows. Are you losing your memory? Ugh, I hate that kind of thing so much. If my memories disappear, my memories of Elle will also disappear. Something like that. I hate it more than dying. I tut. Why are you even spitting? Wipe it and go, kid. They said that if you hear something that doesn't work, you should spit it out like this, and then step on it. Then do I have to spit on you all the time because I am always listening to your bullshit? If you listen to this body, you should kneel down. Why are you spitting? Are you finally crazy? What's wrong? Whoa, whoa, arg. The dragons eventually started fighting. Alina didn't even think about stopping her. He didn't do that for a day or two. He just looked at the fallen woman without paying any attention to her and placed his hand on her forehead. It seems like his body temperature is normal, but if he collapsed on the outskirts of the city, wouldn't he be an outsider? There may be a guardian, so I think I should inquire, then I have to go see Elle. If you're looking for someone in the city, it's quicker to ask Elle. When Alina's thoughts reached that point, she looked at Lulin. I thought about going up to the restaurant together, but I didn't think the fight would end. Since this usually lasts for several hours, Alina had no choice but to decide to go alone. I won't leave you alone today. That's what I am going to do, you stupid red thing. Udding tang tang, quagic, I really can't stop you. After saying that, Alina quietly left the clinic and went up to the restaurant. I've been there. Hehehe, today's reward is, Rurin left the market basket on the table and started to run to Elle, but then stopped. That you? Elle had collapsed before my eyes. For some reason, a rock had fallen next to Elle's head. What is this? Meteor? Is this the asteroid guy? Rurin was surprised and checked Elle's breathing. Rurin, who felt like her heart would stop while checking Elle's breathing, breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that Elle's pulse was fine. Fortunately, after calling several times, Elle woke up fine. Rurin was relieved to wake up. So I opened my arms like usual. You're hurt, so come into my arms. No, please do it. Why are you hurt? It's ridiculous that you got hit by something like a meteor. I suddenly answered yes, but who am I and where am I? What are you talking about? You are you, my name is you. Oh no, you are Elle, the name is Elle. No, you. What kind of joke is this? Elle, my name is Elle, you, then where is this? Hey, this is your restaurant. Then who are you? What? Not funny, you forgotten me. Rurin was startled, held Elle's face in both hands, looked at herself reflected in Elle's eyes, and asked another big question. Look carefully, girl, grow. I can never forgive you for forgetting me. Yes, what is this? Is that the amnesiac guy you mentioned earlier? Because of that stone guy? Because you got hit on the head? Lulin's eyes began to roll around. I can't admit that and I can't tolerate it. You forgot yourself. Oh no, hate. What should I do? What came to Lurin's mind was the clinic. Rurin hugged Elle from behind. Then he teleported and immediately arrived inside the clinic. Elfu, yes, Elle is strange. Hurry up and check it out. Restore your memories immediately. Nana, I feel like crying. Elle doesn't know me. What? Due to Lulin's outburst, Serena came into the treatment room and Alina looked at Lulin with a puzzled face. Calm down, Rurin. Let's take a look first. What's going on? If you're trying to restore memories, does Elle have amnesia? Who are you? Yes, my name is Alina Elle. I think my name is Elle. It's all natural. Don't you know Rurin, Serena, and me? Yes. That can't be possible. Rulin's eyes became increasingly moist as he watched this while stamping his feet, and Alina used recovery magic on Elle's head with a puzzled look on her face. Then he shouted at Rurin with a surprised face. Did Elle get hit on the head? I think so. Some kind of rock had fallen. Wow, this guy looks like a meteorite. Just calm down for now, Rurin. Apparently, it is a disease called short-term memory loss. As you said, it was caused by a strong shock. And how to fix it? Go ahead and say it. Oh, don't worry too much. Unlike the woman who collapsed, she clearly has short-term memory loss, so she will calm down and her memories will return in just a day. You can't do that. Absolutely not. I don't like it. Yes. In one day, I just have to wait a day. Rurin, who was about to cry, thought about Alina's words again and tilted her head like a robot. Did you say it was a day? Yes, it's no big deal, if you just take a day off. What is that? Say it early, you cried. Rurin wiped away her tears and Alina began to give instructions to her. Yes. Plus, with this kind of disease, you have to listen carefully to what the people you are with are saying. If you take good care of it for a day, what? As soon as she heard Alina's words, Lulin disappeared. I was already completely reassured when I heard that I would get better in a day, and as soon as I heard the line about listening to the people I am with, I went back to Rare. What are you doing now? What a stupid play. Yes. Did Elle order this? What kind of person has amnesia and his memories come back in a day, and he listens well to the people who are there with him? Where in the world can you find such amnesia? That's right. That is so, something good came to mind and he asked me to listen to it. Is that why you joined in on that prank? Yes, yes. I feel sorry for you too. Well, even if that's not the case, he seems like hell listened to everything Elle says. You are an elf. That's not true. And since you said you would find out the identity of that patient, I was just thankful. Ure laughing. Place your hand on your conscience. Even without that, you would do anything I asked you to do, right? No, really? Oh, maybe. Alina nodded slowly. Of course, after taking a considerable amount of time, your name is Elle. I heard that. Then what about you? I am Rurin, Lulin said while snorting. Elle's eyes are blank. That was somehow cute. What is your relationship with me? Are you together? You are mine, I Nanana's it's your wife. Huh, am I your wife? Ah, Ainadea, I said it wrong. I am your wife. You are my husband. Oh, did you understand? But do you know what a wife and a husband are? You know that. I remember the basic things, but I can't remember anything else. I see. Well then. We are a couple, hi. Lurin said that and her face turned red. My heart is pounding. If not at times like this, when would I shout out so confidently? Right, we were a couple. Yes, Lulin's eyes sparkled. I can't believe you admit it so easily. It certainly seemed like he listened very well to what Alina said. So Lulin took the following steps. There are things married couples must do. What is that? Nanal. You, Lulin shouted loudly and then suddenly cringed. Even in this situation, Lurin is shy. Perhaps he thought it was pitiful himself, and he grabbed Elle's wrist again and shouted, Tell me you love me. Love you. That's what I'm saying. Is that a couple's job? I think so. It's because the person who ordered it stuttered so much. However, Elle looked straight at Lurin and began to answer exactly as she was told. Love you. Ooh, oh no. The name is missing. I must also say my name. Have you become a fool because you lost your memory? Love you. No, Lurin, my name is Rurin. Chapter 209, you said you like me? It's good to like it. But why are you saying that while looking somewhere else? Why do you like watches? Why the clock? Elle was talking while looking at the grandfather clock he made. Lulin got angry at that point. Puffy cheeks and raised eyebrows are typical signs that something is not to your liking. Oh, wait, I can't think of anything else. Who did you say you were? And me, that's Elle, I am Rurin. Elle tilts her head once again. Lulin was so frustrated that he was almost dying. Something is different from what Alina said. He definitely listens well. Yes, I listen well. But that was it. He listens, but rarely moves in the direction he wants. So don't even think about going in with puffy cheeks. While I was looking at Elle with that sad expression on my face, something strange happened. Lurin, Elle called his name and collapsed. I fell down so helplessly. After sitting on the bed, only the upper body fell down on the bed. If it were a normal Elle, it would be impossible for her to collapse like this. So Lurin puffed up her cheeks in surprise and placed her hand on Elle's fallen face. Where does it hurt? However, Elle's arm moved faster than Lulin's hand. He sat down on the bed and buried his face near Lulin's stomach as he approached him and wrapped his waist with both hands. It didn't end there. In the manner of a purring cat, it started rubbing its face, or more accurately, its cheek, against Lulin's stomach, as if he was making a fool of himself. Rurin was completely entranced by that sight. H9a. It wasn't just mesmerization. My body just froze. There was something so cute about the way it was making a fuss, so I was afraid that it might stop if I moved, so I stopped right there. You are strange. It's strange, but it's good to be strange like this. Are you nice? Yeah, the car is nice. I told her she was being nice and Elle started rubbing her cheek more. Lulin felt like he was crying and started moving his hands very slowly. The hand was trembling slightly. The trembling hand stopped on Elle's head. I wanted to be stroked so badly. I don't know why I felt this way, but I just wanted to stroke it. But because it was something I had never done before, shame was stopping my fingers. Because I like being petted rather than petted. But in this state, the opposite must also feel good. After being convinced of that, Lurin decided to do so and slowly, little by little, landed her palm on the top of Elle's head. It's warm. Are my hands warm? Nod. Elle nodded. The more I did that, the more I felt like a baby. Oh, it's baby Elle, woo-walk. A situation that is likely to be harmful to the heart. Even though something was contrary to usual, it was quite the opposite, but Lulin felt that this experience was also very thrilling. Keep doing that. Crush it, I am fine with it. That end. Lurin continued to move her hand above her head. Elle's hair is gently swept away. At that historic moment, the more Lurin stroked her head, the more tightly Elle hugged her waist. Oh no, it's good, but it doesn't work. Even though I said that, I was actually in a very good mood. The same goes for stroking your head. It was my first experience, but it was good. Sharak. The feeling of stroking Eldu gets better every time I do that. El is hugged more. This is the point. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have petted it. You, am I your lover? That's right. Didn't you say they were husband and wife? Don't say it. Just keep pushing. I think that's best. It's cool that you haven't lost your memory when talking. You who have lost your memory feel frustrated when you talk about it. Isn't it cute when a child acts cute? It's just like this. Okay. That's it. Wow. Quea. At that moment, Elle, who was lying with her head on Lulin's stomach and hugging her waist, lifted Lulin's clothes and patted her stomach. This is exactly what dogs do. Without knowing that it was an act of possessing a dog, Rurin was simply overcome by a strange, tickling feeling. Excited. But right in that exciting situation, Elle suddenly stood up. As Rurin spoke with a strange expression on her face, Elle thought of something and muttered to herself. For some reason, it seems like it was time to work. Rurin looked at the clock. 5 p.m. Definitely the time for Elle to be in the kitchen. No, of course, Lulin denied it. They said they listened to everything they said, but they didn't at all. I was fooled by the booby attack just now, but it was reality again. Why do you remember those things but can't remember anything else? What are you talking about? If what you say is true, I guess the working hours are correct. Why did you remember such things and got angry? Let's take a look. Is the kitchen there before? Elle said that and coldly walked out of the bedroom. Oh, Rurin covered her mouth with both hands as she groaned. This is because I realized that the mouth is the way to go. Say useless things. I opened my eyes and was dazed for a moment, then I realized that this was not the time. Ooh, so with an angry look on his face, he got up and started chasing Elle. You, stand there. When Rurin chased after her, Elle had already gone up to the kitchen. Rurin looked for Elle while panting, and by then he was already holding a kitchen knife and tilting his head. With this like this. Elle suddenly started stabbing the vegetables he had taken out as if stabbing a monster. Puff, puff, puff. Vegetables are falling apart on the cutting board. I'm not writing it down, I'm just being stabbed by it. What are you doing? That's not it. Lulin walked up and grabbed the knife. Lulin's hand comes up on top of Elle's hand. Then, this body doesn't know, that's you. All I remember is the stabbing. If you pick up a knife, it'll stab you. It's like this line is buzzing in my head. That's not it. This is it. Rurin grabbed the kitchen knife Elle had grabbed from above and began chopping the vegetables. It is said that Siadengi also recite Pungwal every 3 years. There was no way Rurin, who had seen how to prepare vegetables for a long time, would not know the method. If you tell me to do it, I'll never do it. Bang, bang, bang. Plump, plump. What do you think? Did you remember? Rurin, who was cutting vegetables similar to cabbage, shouted triumphantly. Oh, that's great. Is that so? This body is naturally amazing, but you don't say things like that often, do you? Is this also the power of memory? But I actually don't want to do this. This time was originally over there. Lulin pointed to the table. Then Elle's eyes follow the table. It's a stretch of time over there. Really? Yes, you say we're a married couple? If you're a married couple, shouldn't you prepare together? What do you mean by that? When Elle spoke against him, Rurin slowly took a step back. Aren't they a couple? Then I don't need to listen to you. But when I heard that they were a couple, I came back as if my body was attracted to me like a magnet. Kaza, what are you talking about? They are a couple. They're a married couple. Then you will help me, because I don't know anything. Then just kiss me here. Since we are a married couple, we kiss before going to work. Okay? The lips that Lulin pointed to. Elle quickly approached me and kissed me on the side. When he kissed her so casually, Rurin was embarrassed and opened her mouth wide. And I thought, is this the power Alina spoke of? Because you lost your memory, you listened to everything I say? But it felt strange in the bedroom earlier. After thinking that far, Rurin came to the conclusion that, although she didn't know what was going on, they should continue to pursue the line of being a married couple. That way, you can order this and that again later. I was pushed back by the strange logic of asking for help because we are now a couple, but I can't break that logic for the sake of later. There's nothing I can do. I will help you. Because we're a couple, how do I use this? While Rurin was thinking like that, Elle this time grabbed the frying pan and lifted it up. When did you go there? You are like the wind. Rurin was standing on the cutting board and quickly ran towards Elle, who had moved to the oven. You have to use fireball for that. Fireball? Don't you even remember magic? It's a fireball. I remember it in minute detail. What I mainly don't remember are the memories-like parts. Maybe it's memories of other beings. Anyway, let's see. You know magic, so why are you forgetting about me? I really hate it. That guy called memory. Let's see, the fireball is. El put his finger between his eyes and thought about it, then used his mana. Ah, is this how you write it? Fu-woo-woo-woo-woo, quasi-prophet. Immediately afterwards, a huge flame erupted from the furnace, and the flames soon blew up the ceiling and spewed out high into the sky. Quia. Stupid, stupid, stupid. That's not it. Rurin held her head with an expression resembling Munch's famous painting The Scream and shook El. How can you use a frying pan fireball so powerfully? No, it wasn't even a fireball. The 6th class you just gave me, okay? I feel like I can't control my mana well. Then don't use it. How strong is your magic? Magic is prohibited until tomorrow. I can't help it. I do it. It's all gone, so if you find your memories tomorrow, y'all be like me. I don't know because you are the one fixing it. Is it? What can't you do about that? Wouldn't tomorrow's me fix it? Look, I am lighting a weak fireball like this. Rurin placed a fireball under the iron plate on the other side and started a fire. Everything over there has been blown away, so I have no choice but to use this place today. That too. Rattle. And at that moment, the bell over the door rang. It was the appearance of the first dinner guest. I came here to eat and go. Lol. Lint stopped by on the way back from ranch work and sat down at the bar table where she always sits, smiling brightly. Mate disappeared, saying he had an appointment, so I stopped by because I didn't feel like eating alone at home. But the problem was that I didn't notice the minor anomaly at all. Lint looked at Elle with bright eyes shining like always. Please give me today's meal. Today's meal table proudly launched by Elle. It is a home-cooked course made with the freshest ingredients purchased from the market each day. Of course, Elle now tilted her head as if she had no idea what was going on. Rurin, what is today's meal? I don't know about that. Think of it yourself. Chapter 210 I think it's better not to do business today. Why don't you go back to the bedroom? Rurin shouted with all her wishes in mind. Of course, the words that came back crushed the wind. We're a married couple, so shouldn't you be the one to take care of things like this? Show me today's meal you made. Why is the story like that? Cannot do it. I don't really remember, but I'll help you out if anything comes to mind. Ooh, weird. When I came to my senses, I once again became the one who obeyed your orders. The elf said that you would obey my orders because you lost your memory, but why are you saying no? Rurin grumbled that something was strange, but after receiving the gazes of Elle and Lint at the same time, she frowned twice and had no choice but to approach the rice bowl. This is what you did before you lost your memory. You eat this. Then he stuffed the rice into a rice bowl and placed the chunk of carbohydrates in front of Lint. This is today's meal. Yes. Is there nothing left but rice? Okay. It's normal to have nothing but rice. Oh yes. Lin T was very embarrassed, so I looked at Bob and Elle in turn as if asking them to save me. But Elle just had a blank expression on her face. It was only then that Lint caught that something was strange, but it was already too late. If I was going to notice something, I should have done it before the food came out. Rurin was yelling at him to eat the food he served, so Lint could not bear the pressure. As long as Elle kept her mouth shut, there was nothing to do. All you have to do is eat it. Rint scooped up the bare rice with a weak hand gesture and took it to his mouth. Is it delicious? Yes, the food turned out really well, because this body is so clean, it's so delicious, of course. Hi. And that moment, Rurin's temple was attacked. It's Elle's strike. What is this familiar feeling? You can't believe it are your memories coming back. It's not. I just have a strong feeling that it has to be like this. 8. Are you thinking of something like that? Annoying. And it hurts. Come on. My intuition strongly tells me that serving only rice is not a good idea. Try making something on an iron plate. I don't know about that. You say you're a wife and you can't help me? Then they are not a couple after all. Do it. You there, wait a moment. But there's still something strange about it. Rurin glared at Elle. Then he showed blank eyes again and started looking the other way. As expected, something was strange. From a while ago, I was in a situation where I was just listening to what was being said. Normally, I would never cook even if I were asked to do so, unless you lose the bet. But now I was cooking even though I hadn't lost the bet. No, I haven't done it yet, but I am faced with a crisis that requires me to do it. What's strange, rather, Mom? Do you know what to cook on an iron plate? Is it okay? I think it's meat, because you always grilled meat there. Okay? Oh, is that by any chance? Elle pointed to one side of the kitchen. Rurin runs over and sees it. Lint watched the situation with eyes that met the light of salvation. I slowly chewed the rice I had already put in my mouth because of Rurin. Oh, he's a meat guy. Okay. Did I prepare for this before I lost my memory? Then you can grill this on an iron plate. With a sad look on his face, Lurin brought the ripening Velarin meat and presented it to Elle. Ah, I suddenly feel dizzy. Then Elle suddenly sat down, pretending to be dizzy, and Lurin looked at herself and the meat alternately while holding the meat. This shouldn't be done in the first place. I don't think this is something, because you are the one cooking the meat. Okay, then where? Elle nodded and got up again and placed the meat on the griddle. And at that moment, the meat turned into a pile of ashes. Nina, Elnium. Lurin and Rint let out a shocked voice at the same time, and Elle sneakily approached Lulin and whispered quietly. As expected, I can't control my mana. Your wife and I are married? Please dispatch at a time like this. What is that? Lulin screamed again. In the end, Lurin had to grill the meat. While listening to Elle nagging next to me, telling me to do this and that, saying I don't have any memories. Rurin becomes increasingly frustrated. As a result, it went without saying that I ended up grilling meat all evening long. Grake was in the carriage. The old Dedran city was now returning to the original Grey City, where the Lord's castle was located, after going around the north of the current Grey City, the headquarters of the watch industry. Ham. The Grey boy, who had been inspecting all day and had heard from various angles about the workers' discomfort, was tired and leaned against the carriage, reading the documents even at that moment. Are you okay, Your Excellency? Baron Veranda, who is looking after the internal affairs of Grey City, asked about the health of the Grey boy, who seemed particularly tired today. Are you okay? Is that true? You look tired. Baron Veranda is not from Sixal, who used to stay in the castle. Greek did not moderate the children of the Baron he lived with when he was young. It wasn't a decision made just because Sienna was being bullied. A judgment made because they were caught up in a sense of nobility and were of no help in developing the territory. Shall we get some good medicine to relieve fatigue? Baron Baranda was a progressive figure who was one of the few trustworthy figures among the barons belonging to the Count family who agreed with Grey's policies and helped him wholeheartedly, and was a great help in running the fiefdom. The conversation between the two continued in the fast-moving carriage. The conversation is mainly about internal affairs. As he was doing so, the carriage stopped, and the chamberlain opened the carriage door and asked a question. Master, we have arrived in town. Would you like to go straight to the Lord's castle? It was a question that came up all the time, but Grey's answer was always the same. I should also look around the market. Would you please go there? The chamberlain dutifully nodded at Greke's command. All right. Soon the carriage was moving again. However, Baron Veranda suggested again with a worried look on his face. Your Excellency, as expected, how about taking a break for today? The sun is still up. I will visit all the important places during my inspection. Grey closed his eyes and answered firmly, I am not particularly tired. What does it mean to be young? I would say that because people around me tell me to rest so much, I actually start to rebel. In Great City, except for Elle and Verna, there was no one who could break the boy's stubbornness. So, naturally, Grey arrived at the market safely, and the inspection continued. Thanks to the efforts put into the market in many ways since the time of Greke's father, the market has recently developed to a level similar to that of any other large city in terms of size and vitality. The biggest topic of discussion in such a market is the election of the market union president. The problem was with the selection method. Grake was thinking about the most fair method of selection. So, while chatting with Baron Baranda, I started taking a walk around the market. My steps stopped when I saw a familiar face. Greek stopped at Alina's clinic and said hello. Hello? Oh, my lord, what's going on? Alina answered like that and nodded. An elf pops out of the clinic. Baron Baranda was dazed when he first saw the elf he had heard about through rumors. As Alina walked out, Grace naturally asked about the disease situation in Grace City. Are there many patients recently? If you need help, please send a message to the castle at any time and we will do our best to help. Yes, it is rare for someone to develop a serious illness. So don't worry, my lord. Alina calmly answers Grake's questions. Baron Veranda, who was looking at Alina, suddenly clapped his hands together and shouted at Grake. Dismissal. Since you're stopping in front of the clinic, how about getting some medicine that's good for relieving fatigue? Even so, there are rumors that Alina uses good medicine. What? Oh no, that's... Grey was startled by those words and shook his head. But there is no way that kind Alina would listen to Berenda and remain silent. He immediately approached the lord and looked at his complexion. "Oh my goodness. Are you very tired, my lord? Oh no, it's not like that. Your complexion is dark. There just happens to be some good medicine. It replenishes your energy. I'll give it to you, so come in and wait a moment." Now that Alina has come this far, Grake realized that he could no longer refuse and sent a look of resentment to Berenda. "This is an indication of why you said something useless." Then Baron Verenda began to talk the other way. Like looking at a distant mountain? Grake was also weak to Alina. She was very close to her teacher, El. That alone made it impossible for him to refuse anything she offered, and she was also of a different race. Also, since she had a reputation as a good doctor in the city, it was impossible to resist her smile. All right. Angered by his subordinate's foolishness, Greek had no choice but to enter the clinic. "It's this medicine. Would you like to try it?" "Oh, of course, I'm going to combine this with something else, but take it to Yeonju Castle and eat it. Before that, just chew this raw. You will feel a little tired." Alina smiled like an angel and held out a strange-looking piece of grass to Gray. Greek grimaced inwardly. Although he was blaming Baron Berenda for doing something useless when he was not even tired, in fact, the reason he was frowning like this was because he did not want to take bitter medicine. Of course, if you say that you are not good at eating bitter foods, you cannot be caught even if your mouth is torn. At that time, I heard the voice of a woman other than Alina. "Do you hate bitter herbs?" "Yes." Grake turned his head in surprise. His face was so surprised that he had read his mind. That was also an expression of his feelings that should never be revealed. Grake was so surprised that he looked at the other person to say something, and then my mouth became stiff again. His expression was about 10 times more surprised than when he was asked if he disliked bitter herbs. Of course, that was because the face I missed was right in front of me. A face that seems a little unfamiliar to me after not seeing it for several years. If the unfamiliarity was due to growing up without seeing each other, the woman in front of him was clearly a woman he knew. Grake barely moved his stiff body and blinked, and Alina, who was bringing the medicine together, tilted her head. "Oh, this is the patient who collapsed on the outskirts." As Alina was about to explain it, an even louder voice came from next to her, so she shut her mouth. "Oh, I am sorry." The expression with the corners of the eyes raised somehow vaguely reminds me of the expression someone in my memory makes when they don't want to eat something written. I can't even remember who that someone was. Chapter 211. Oh my, really? Did something come to mind? And then Alina immediately put her hand on her head and started examining her condition. That scene felt like a dream to Gray. See Sienna. The surprise and joy of seeing a person in front of me who I thought was dead is indescribable. Greek rubbed his eyes. I thought it was a mirage. But no matter how you looked at it, it was her. "Brother, you have to take the medicine no matter how bitter it is." Now that I think about it, Sienna said this while taking care of her every time she was sick. So Sienna knows. The fact that Gray hates bitter herbs. He was one of the few people who knew that. Moreover, reading one's own facial expressions is Sienna's specialty. "My lord, do you know her?" Yes, I know for sure." In response to Alina's question, Gray nodded strongly, but Sienna only tilted her head and did not react as strongly as Gray. Sizzling. The meat was being cooked. Sweat flows from Rurin's forehead. It's probably sweating because it's hot. Because the iron plate is hot. Ooh, why this body? Why this body? Since he doesn't usually help out at the restaurant properly, it's just a holy meaning to get used to it at least like this. Rurin was babbling almost every 5 seconds. The good news is that the meat is still being grilled. I am hungry too. Lulin drooled. Here's another plate of meat. Of course, orders still come in the meantime, so Rurin has no part to play. This is real restaurant work. Mom, I think I'll have to cook more since we've added one more dish. Hate, I am hungry too. Mom Neem. I hugged Rurin from behind and rubbed her cheeks. The concept is that he lost his memory and became a bit of a fool. It seems to be working well, so I continue. I would never be able to do something like this if I was in my right mind. I can't believe I am being cute to Rurin. This is possible because we have forgotten. It's okay. I understand. I am a wife, so I endure it. Finally, with a melted expression again, Rurin began grilling the meat. But at this point, I am a little worried about the aftereffects. I began to have a strong conviction that I would never be caught. Since the setting is that you won't remember anything until tomorrow, it's best to just endure it naturally. This is something that time will ultimately resolve. If I get caught, I think I'll be out for a week. Rurin exclaimed, Mom, I am a wife, he hummed. Just by looking at that, you can never be caught. Never. By the way he cooks meat is unusual. I am already good at it. Of course, if I were fine, I would never go out like that, so I am just happy for today. Welcome. As Rurin was grilling meat, I, who was in charge of serving and greeting guests, greeted the guests with a smile. Ugh, closed. Stop coming in, sigh, hot, master? Fortunately, the people who came through the door and took the brunt of Rurin's verbal abuse were familiar faces. Great for Alina. And the girl I see for the first time, and even Serena. As soon as I saw this combination, I started to sweat a little. I looked back carefully. Fortunately, Lulin was grilling meat with his gaze down. I don't know what's going on, but let's talk slowly later after business is over, and here. What are you guys? You're so busy, why did you come? What? I was truly surprised. Rurin, who was apparently grilling meat about 5 seconds ago, suddenly appeared next to me. Rurin is frowning, holding a pair of tongs in one hand and wearing an oil-splattered apron. Right now, there is no use looking for Elle because she is losing her memory. I don't have the strength to cook your meat, so go back. The situation I was worried about happened. Rurin casually mentioned memory loss. Oh my. I quickly turned my head and looked at Gray and Alina. Alina has a very troubled face, and Greek looks horrified. Master, you also have amnesia. How could that happen? Greg had an earth-shattering look on his face. Oh, that's it. At that moment, I squinted my eyes at Alina, with a desperate face begging for help. In that situation, Rurin began to look this way. I can feel your gaze. I had no choice but to pretend not to know. Who are you all? Master, she? Then Alina began to sweat and make excuses for me. Oh, that. But Elle also got a big shock while working during the day. Elle says he has short-term memory loss that will recover tomorrow. How can something like that happen? Greg held my hand with a shocked expression. Phew-hoo-hoo. And behind them, Serena is holding her stomach and giggling as if she can't help it. What is that? Why is he acting like that all of a sudden? I pointed at Serena with a calm face. He then gave Red Dragon an intense look. Serena received that look and raised her finger with a meaningful expression. The finger draws a circle. It is a sign that they will shut you up and that you should hand over the bail. Then, I take a quick look at Rurin. Otherwise, it is an indication that he will tell Rurin. A red dragon guy who is like a sharp robber. As I frowned, Serena suddenly stretched and said, Kid, shall I tell you a secret? What? What's the secret to grilling meat? Oh, and who's the kid? Here's one more plate. One more plate isn't a problem, I am not a kid. Here too, not-for-profit kid, I got it. Wait for it to bake. Buzz. Unable to condemn the little boy or resolve his curiosity about the secret, Rurin resumed grilling meat. Without missing that moment, he raised his hand towards Serena. I can't help it. Is this what it means to be threatened? Since I am self-employed, I have nothing to say. Still, you shouldn't get caught yet. I'm afraid of the repercussions, and I also want to see Rurin clean up the restaurant. I gave in to terror and had no choice but to put my thumb and index finger together and make a circle. Then Serena nodded as if satisfied. So, what secret is this? Before I knew it, Rurin was in front of Serena again. The tongs are still in my hand. Madam Boo, did you bake everything? Another order just came in. I baked everything. All orders have been received, already. This body is fast. Heh. I asked for it to be cooked rare, which I did quickly. What's the secret? I looked at Serena again, doing the movements of her neck like a robot. Then Serena shrugs. There is nothing like that, little one. Quack. This woman, Rurin finally threw a kick, and in the midst of the chaos, the guests sitting at the table stood up. I ate well. Calculation. Yes. As a result, Gray naturally sat in the empty seat. The difficult situation continued. Well, since Alina explained it, we can move on for now, right? Anyway, business continued in that state and business soon ended. It's hard. I hugged Rurin, who was sagging. Since it is a setting of amnesia that is easily attached to Lulin, it is convenient because there is no need to attach meaning to hugging. Thank you for your hard work. Madam, but isn't the smell of oil a joke? You. Then suddenly he pushes me away and starts sniffing at me. It's true. It stinks. He don't come and wash me. No way, no, I have to clean up here first, so please wash yourself. Even though I just teased him, he suddenly became cold-hearted again. You seemed like your usual Elle just now. It feels good for once. I started washing dishes while distracting myself. If you don't want to wash up, let's clean up together. Would you mind washing the dishes there? Hurry. Lulin kept sniffing at me, and when he told me to do the dishes, he disappeared towards Rare. This is the time. I approached Gray and Alina, who were still waiting. Serena has already gone, having achieved her goal. In the first place, it feels like he followed the smell of the bean paste. So who is this person? Master? Grake answered my question. He said he had suddenly lost his memory, but he seemed to be embarrassed because he seemed normal. Are you okay? For some reason, I just pretended to have lost my memory. That's why I asked you to wait. Is that really true? That situation is a matter with Lulin, so don't ask. Rather, why did you come up here? I don't think it's for eating. Then Alina looked at the woman next to her and spoke first. Ah, Elle, so this person is what I mentioned earlier. Ah, the one who collapsed on the outskirts of the city and was brought in by a villager. That's right. You said you lost your memory? Yes, that's right. Alina nodded. All you have to do is nod once or twice, but not a lot like this. Anyway, I am doing this because I was inspired by the loss of that memory. Everything is done with the intention of making Rurin work. And this woman, Alina said, had collapsed on the outskirts. So I guessed that he was a citizen of Grey, and that's why he asked me to look into it. But what does it have to do with Great Lake? I asked you to ask Elle, but you don't have to. That is, the Lord says he knows someone. Who? Do you know someone, my lord? Yes. Master. Grey nodded vigorously. She was one of the maids in Yeonju Castle who grew up with her since she was young. He was a very close child to me. Some people think of me like their own younger sister, and some make me call them older brothers, so I heard a lot about it. Suddenly, that means Dedrin, so that's it. Wait a minute. My lord, would you please calm down a little? Please explain the situation slowly. I'm not running away anywhere. Even if there are no words, it cannot be like this. He looked very embarrassed and impatient, so he held Gray's shoulder. Then Gray swallowed his saliva, looked at me, and slowly nodded. Oh, I am sorry. Therefore that is. Only then did Gray become calm and explain the whole story. For nobles above the count, servants called chamberlains and maids given by the emperor manage the household. This is because people above the count are usually granted lordship, so they need people to look after the household. And since he knows everything about the count's affairs, from the smallest to the most messy, he will be responsible for the household affairs of the castle for generations, from the chamberlain to the maid. Its users also have various ranks. Normally, working for another noble family would not happen, except in really unusual cases. So, we were separated from each other because of Dedrin, and when we found out, we heard that he was dead, but then he appeared before our eyes like this. Chapter 212. Yes, that damn dead thing. Gray gritted his teeth. Well, first of all, we should take him to the castle, stabilize him, and try to retrieve his memories. Yes, it will happen, but why did they say he was dead? I don't understand that. I have no recollection of what kind of life I lived. Well, that definitely seems a little strange. The child who was said to be dead was lying unconscious on the outskirts of Gray City. It's a bit strange. Do you think so too, Master? I thought maybe this was the reason I came here. It's definitely not an ordinary thing. Should I say it smells like something? Yes. I guess I need to do some proper research. From the count who was said to be dead and who had moved on. I don't think sending someone officially will be of any use, and we will have to investigate unofficially behind the scenes. Ah, then. Greek began to worry. They look like they are thinking about who to send. Is the noble family that was said to have moved to the capital now? Yes. So, last time I went there for a concert, I went to see him, and the answer was the same. That's right. Let's do some research first. As that person, I recommend the police chief. The man can be trusted. The chief security officer of Gray is the man I selected. He's a trustworthy man and doesn't do a bad job. Because we need to send someone we can trust for this kind of investigation. And let's use some of our connections in the capital to conduct a more accurate investigation. If you want to send him away, I will write a letter. Is that so? Thank you. Gray got up and lowered his head. Oh my, it's a shame there are no customers. The Lord of Gray City does not bow down so carelessly. I can't solve this much on my own. Is that possible? Even if I am not there, they'll send someone. That's true, but I thought the same thing, so it's okay. Rather, Alina, can this person's memories come back? Alina seemed surprised when he suddenly called us while she was watching us, so she pricked up her ears and answered. I don't know. For now, I think we have no choice but to continue to experience things like memories or mediums that can help us recall past events. Is that so? I definitely want to get my memories back. Gray shook his head with intense eyes. What is contained in those eyes? Contrary to what I said about just thinking of him as my younger brother, I think there are more hidden feelings than that. Love. Well, isn't love an essential element for a boy to grow up? The woman named Sienna looked anxious as she continued to look at me, Alina, and Grake in turns. Then I'll get up and see. I am sorry it's late. In many ways. Grake stood up, supporting Sienna. Is it so? But have you eaten? What about Alina? Meal? No, I haven't done it yet because I am out of my mind. Alina shook her head slightly. The boy also looked at Sienna and shook his head. I guess I've been starving this whole time. Grace and Sienna must have been out of their minds, and Alina must not have even thought about eating because of her steadfast spirit of caring for the patient. Oh, by the way, Alina said it would be good to reminisce. Do you two have any memories related to food? If two people eat food related to that memory together, I think that could be a factor in getting a clue to the memory, right? You mean cooking? That's The gray boy narrowed his eyes as if trying to remember something, and after a few seconds, he shouts out with a bright smile on his face. Now that I think about it, Sienna once cooked me something unusual. Special food? Yes, I had a special memory when the two of us ate it together. That's a shame. Oh, there's no need to talk about those embarrassing memories. It's something the two of you can think about, so would you like to talk about the food instead? I didn't make it, so I don't know the details. Grake's face darkened again. Then Sienna pointed at herself with her finger and cast a bewilderment expression. You say I made it? Huh. It was the most unique and delicious food you've ever cooked. Is it so? But Sienna lowered her head so much that she hit her head on the table. No, it hit the table and made a loud thud. It would be nice if the memories came back from that shock, but if the memories came back that easily, they would have already come back. Alina stroked Sienna's forehead with a sad expression. It's impossible to fool Alina. If you're lying and saying you don't remember anything, it's virtually impossible to avoid Alina's eyes. So, true memory loss was amnesia, and that arduous expression trying to remember something couldn't have been a lie. Then, let me guess. What were the ingredients? Well, it was a common ingredient. Clearly shuma. It was made from shumara. Shuma is a vegetable similar to sweet potatoes, vegetables with a sweet taste. The sweet taste is excellent. Shuma is sweet, but it was even sweeter. It's kind of sticky. It was sticky? Yes, there is nothing more to hear. There is only one food that uses shuma and is sticky. Plus, it's very simple. Sweet potato soup was developed in China a long time ago and spread throughout the world, including Korea and Japan. Is it pa in Chinese? I immediately got up, got some sweet potatoes from the food storage, and cut them up. The point of use is that it is a size that can be easily chewed by putting it in one bite. Then, put it in water for a while and make syrup to cover the sweet potatoes. Usually, it is very convenient to use oligosaccharides, but since there is no oligosaccharides here, it is unlikely that that woman named Sienna would have used oligosaccharides. So I plan to make it the traditional way, using only sugar. If you stir-fry sugar and add water to adjust the consistency, it will become sticky on its own. At this time, a dalgona-like smell spreads everywhere, and its sweetness stimulates the salivary glands. That's right, this smell. It was this smell. Grake jumped up and down in excitement. Sienna narrowed her eyes and looked as if she was thinking about something, but there was no other reaction. Take the shuma out of the water and fry it. Simply fry it, add it to the syrup, mix it and cook it a little. It is one of the best desserts in this era when there are no spicy snacks with the ultimate sweetness that makes your mouth happy as the sugar syrup stretches thinly like cheese. Yao yi, the roar that accompanies the completion of delicious soup. With that heart-pounding roar, I turned my head in surprise and saw Rurin standing there with his eyebrows raised and water dripping from his head. "Aya," I shouted. "Master, L." Alina and Grake were so surprised that they jumped up from the table. When did it come out? It's out now. After washing up, I remembered that I was hungry, but you can't even cook meat, so what are you doing now? Don't miss out on that flashy snap. Wahahaha, I froze and broke into a cold sweat. Then Rurin took a step, and 2 steps. It comes very slowly. It feels like some kind of great demon lord of fear is approaching. So this is it, that's it. The memory came back while you were taking a shower. Don't be funny, it was somehow strange. Bravely. Oh, since you said you were hungry, try eating this. It's very delicious. I blew on the delicious soup into Rurin's mouth, who was breathing heavily, to cool it down, and then slipped it into Rurin's mouth. Rurin reflexively chews the stew. Lurin, who likes sweets, slightly relaxes her face and then frowns again. It's good, give me more. No, that's not it. It's not a problem to give more now. Wait for a sec. For now, I am eating this, sending guests over there and talking to them. I scooped up the warm soup I made into a bowl, placed it in front of Rurin, and ran toward the table. But Lulin didn't even look at it. You don't even look at what you're eating. The situation is bad, but try this first. Try it and then go back. Yes. Alina was very surprised and nodded. He seems to have grasped the situation and is trembling with his ears drooping. Oh my, it's delicious. Meanwhile, Alina's drooped ears twitched slightly as if she felt the taste. That's right. Master, it tasted exactly like this. Sienna, do you remember when you gave me this and took care of me? Do I have this? Sienna also chewed the soup. Like Lurin, her face appears bright for a moment, but then her face darkens again. It seems like something is coming to mind, but I am not sure. Is that so? Grake's shoulders slumped. Isn't it important that something seems to come to mind? I think it would be a good idea to test it with other memories besides this one. Is that it? There are a lot of such items in Yeonju Castle, so I'll give it a try. Thank you. Master that and I think I should just go back and take a look. Ha, me too. Alina and Grate took a step back, sweating coldly. The two people and the elf kept nodding their heads and ran away from the restaurant. The reason is probably because of Lurin, who is burning behind me. It trudges forward with fire radiating from its eyes. Now sleep. There is no such thing. Lurin's advance did not stop. I was so scared that I jumped out. It's a long walk. I ran out of the restaurant and sprinted towards the hill above. But it's no use. An enraged Lulin followed right behind. You, to you, not you, but a short, emotionally restrained word, you. Ah. I was so scared that I ran again, but as if I had caught something, I lost my balance and ended up falling on the grass. Without missing that moment, Rurin jumped, climbed on my leg, and looked up at me. You, wait a minute. Suddenly my memory came back. Really, I am angry. Is that so? I wish I could let go of my anger. How surprised I was, just because you don't remember me how much. The only thing I could do was endure it because they said it would only be for one day. But Lurin eventually burst into tears. Wait a minute. Sorry, I am sorry about that. I won't do that again. Don't cry. Even if you get angry, you can hit me hard, so don't cry. I raised my upper body and wiped away Lurin's tears with my hands. Ooh, stupid. You are bad. It's really bad. Okay, he's a bad guy. I am a bad guy. Ooh, because I am angry. But the couple's play wasn't okay. It's not okay, just make them work. It was annoying because I was worried, but they listened to everything. I did. That's the original purpose. No. Anyway, I am sorry. Chapter 213, Forgetting. Lulin suddenly turned his head. The mouth is sticking out. Even if Yurei still upset for a long time. I expected it, but it's scary to see it become a reality. Lurin. There's more to it than that. What were you going to do if you really lost your memories and it wasn't just one day? The question I hurriedly asked out of curiosity was the worst I could think of. I don't even want to think about that. I am something like you who forgot me, that's why you're angry. Don't tell me, so of course it can't work. Of course, he was sitting on his thighs without turning his head towards me. Lulin was still casting buong and didn't even look in this direction. So what do you think it would be like if you lost your memory? You mean me? I am forgetting you? That doesn't happen. Even if heaven and earth change, there is no such thing as forgetting you. Memories of you don't just exist in my brain. As I always said, it is engraved in every part of my DNA. I can never forget it because it is engraved in my blood, my heart, my intestines, and this skin that you hugged. Never. Okay? That's it. So even if I lose my memory, I won't be separated from you like before and will end up living the same life. Really? Lulin slightly turned his head this way. Not all, but only about a third. And if something happens where you don't remember me even though it's engraved like that, it'll make you like me again. I am not such an easy dragon. Lurin is pouting again like before. I guess so. How hard was it to open your heart? Just thinking about the days I spent at your mother's rare. But even if it's harder than that, it'll open your heart, right? Even if it takes 100 years, even if it takes 1,000 years, I will definitely make you open your heart. If you lose your memory, I will make you like me again, so that you can build up memories again, so that when you find your memories, you will have twice the memories that you liked the first time and the memories that you like once again. Did you like those words? At some point, Lurin turned her head and was staring into my eyes. Then he hesitated, opened his protruding mouth a little, and spoke. Isn't that all? But I wanted to try a little bit of Joe. What? I lost my memory. I don't know who you are. What dude? Who are you? You, no, I think you're already out at the point where it's you. You are you. Why are you out? Why do you have such an innocent face? The first name you called me was you. There were also humans. I don't know, I do not remember. You, no human, what? Even if it's like this. Kayag, ha 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 ha, don't do that. Tickle, I was so dumbfounded that I tickled his side and he started laughing. I don't remember. Who are you? You guys. Okay, you so don't tickle me. Hey. So I kissed Lurin's smiling lips. Lulin started struggling but soon calmed down. He calmly accepted my kiss and tangled our tongues. As I hugged him tightly, he hugged me more tightly. Isn't this all you? I lost my memory and immediately started kissing. That's right. It's instant death. Then why is your face all red? Haha. I don't know, so die. What is the point of dying? Kaya ha ha ha, so I told you not to tickle me. Wow, ha ha ha, I don't like it. Eventually, he pushed me away and soon we were rolling around on the lawn in the middle of the night laughing like crazy. 2 days later, a person came to Great Lord Castle. Greek, who was restless in a situation where Sienna's memories had not improved much, tried not to meet outsiders. He was a person I couldn't help but meet. Greek frowned and greeted the visitor. Your Excellency, I have brought a request from my master. A request? What kind of request is there for two families who don't normally interact? I think you probably know that well. Greek became angry at the slightly irritating tone of voice. I know very well, but damn it. I wanted to kick his butt and kick him out, but that was impossible, so I just kept suppressing him inside. This man, who introduced himself as Baron Garin, came from the Count's house where Sienna had moved. So, even if you are polite, how can you not be angry at someone who leaves such a poignant comment in a situation where anger will rise? The child whom His Excellency protected through the clinic is definitely a member of the Lucian Count family. So I ask you to guide me. That is wrong. You don't know that she and her mother have been working for the Earl of Grey for generations, right? Isn't that a thing of the past? Dismissal. The exchange of employees took place under His Majesty's permission. Count Dedrin, a man so great that it would be hard to chew on it. Although he was Verna's father, he had no blood connection with Grake. So, to Grey, he is an object of hatred itself. Greek stared at Baron Garin, chanting peace in his head. But when you asked about Sienna's fate, didn't they say that she was definitely dead? How on earth is that dead person still alive? You can't bring back a dead person, right? Grake picked out their loopholes and corrected them, but Baron Garin immediately opened his mouth and began to answer clearly, as if he had already expected the answer. There was some mistake about that. Officials who give incorrect answers will be punished. I take this opportunity to apologize. Bang! Gray couldn't stand the absurd behavior and hit the chair. When I asked him so earnestly about Sienna, he simply said that she died because of an illness. What's wrong? Apologize? Greek was at a loss for words at the ridiculous act. I have no intention of sending Sienna back. At that time, I didn't know anything, and I was completely pressured by Count Dedrin, and Sienna left without Grake's knowledge, so I had no choice but to send him away. It was Sienna who supported him during those dark times when Berna was ignoring him, his father had collapsed, and Elle was gone. So now I want to protect it myself. That's what Greek was thinking, so Baron Garin's request was out of the question. She's just back where she belongs. It would be different if she truly wanted to go back. It's a story about finding memories. Greek answered while glaring at Baron Garin with those thoughts in mind. Anyway, she's suffering from a minor illness right now, so what I mean is that I can't give her away until she gets better. So, will you tell Count Lucian that? Your Excellency, what does that mean? Are you going to break the laws of the Empire now? What? Even if you are sick, as long as you are a member of the Lucian Count family, you will be treated by the Lucian Count family. Your Excellency detaining someone from someone else's family is tantamount to kidnapping. If you come out like that, you will be in big trouble. Why don't you think again? Kidnapping. I can't move right now, so I am asking you to wait for humanitarian reasons. So Count Lucian can't wait, so he's asking for it to be handed over right away. I can't give it away. My intentions will not change. Dismissal. I said it clearly. Still, if it comes out like this, it will have no choice but to be dealt with according to imperial law. Gray shrugged his shoulders. The expression was either do it or not. Hello. When Gray called the knights, Baron Garin sighed, said a word, and walked out on his own. Your Excellency, I will say it again, it is impossible for other families to be involved in the affairs of Count Lucian. You will regret it. The last words only made Grake more angry. Grake slammed the table and stood up with a huff, cursing at Baron Garin as he left. Dismissal. But Berenda, who was watching this, asked with a worried face. As they said, according to imperial law, refusing a repatriation request is. I always think there is something going on when someone says someone is dead. In a way, the reason Sienna lost her mind in Great City could have been because she was running away from Count Lucian. I'm going to stick with it until I figure it out. Surely Count Lucian will go to the Duke and complain about this, and he will be attacked. Greek thought that and clenched his fist, although I have no political power. Still, if there's one thing he has, it's the power to appease dukes. If only you could sway them to your advantage. In any case, it is impossible to maintain an independent position forever. Deciding affiliation would be one way. Of course, no duke had any intention of serving as a master. So that's the worst case. What you need to do now is simply put forth those conditions, sway the duke to take your side, and then change his tune. Isn't that a politician's specialty? Greek bit his lip while thinking about that. Are you here? Are you okay? Gray asked Sienna. Sienna nodded slowly. Yes, I'm also in good physical condition. Okay. If there is anything uncomfortable, please tell me at any time. There is no inconvenience at all. Rather, it feels very familiar and comfortable. I walked around, as you said, my lord, and everything felt familiar. Really? Yes. And my lord, it's strange and doesn't look like anyone else at all. Of course it is. I never thought of myself as someone else, because I called you brother. Grake explained with his eyes shining. I heard you were a maid. You say I called you brother? That's because I don't remember, because we've been close since we were kids. Really? Do you remember this? Grake carefully took out the copper plate that Sienna had left in his pocket. Then he spread Sienna's hand and lifted it up. What is this? It's like a treasure you left me before you left. Treasure? Sienna began looking around at the copper plate. Then he frowned slightly. Do you remember something? I do not know. But it looks familiar. I see few. Would you like to rest comfortably for now? If you remember anything, tell me right away. Then let's do something. What's going on? It's not the Yonju castle it used to be anyway. There is no chief maid scolding you. They are all new people. But besides, I am currently recovering, so it doesn't make sense to work. Since I can move around comfortably, I am freely recalling memories. I'll stop by again later. My lord, Greek wanted to talk more, but he had a lot to do, so he had no choice but to leave the room. I thought that it would be nice to be called brother again, rather than the stiff title of lord. Chapter 214. What's wrong? Count Lucian was furious. You couldn't bring me? Yes, dismissal. Baron Garin answered with a wrinkled face. Why won't you give it to me? What's the benefit? I do not know, I don't understand. Now that you think about it, you said you've been asking about it for a long time, right? Yes. I already said that interfering in someone else's family is laughable. Isn't that guy crazy? How dare you deceive the imperial law and act as you please? Do you think that because of the concert, you became a world-class person? That's right. Baron Garin continued to shake his head with an expression of confusion. It doesn't end there. I will definitely make you pay for your sins along with Dink. What I wanted. How dare you do something like that and run away? That's right. You mean that? What do you have to say about not being able to properly track that one thing and missing it? Is this your mouth? That. Count Lucian pulled Baron Garin's lips. Although Baron Garin was in pain, he was in a position where he couldn't even take his hand off. But fortunately, I seem to have lost my memory. So you can't talk nonsense. Even if you say it, no one will believe you and there will be no evidence. HMPH, that doesn't matter in the first place. Thanks to this, the people are praising me, although it is a very useless thing. How dare you interfere with my work? Dare make them pay for their sins. If you can't bring him back, do you know how to make him pay for his crime? Yes, dismissal, I will move right away. Be sure to deal with it. And that guy, Gray, can't just go away either. Dare, are you ignoring my request? Let's see how they can make excuses for breaking imperial law. I will have to see that face in your majesty's court. The count, who had been kicking the desk in anger, said that, then thought about something and shouted. For that to happen, we have to plan it properly, right? Get ready. I am going to see His Highness the Duke. The destination Count Lucian headed to was Duke Alen. Count Lucian, who entrusted Lucian City and the Lord's Castle to the Grand Vizier, and was a member of the capital's central aristocratic circle, was affiliated with the Duke of Alen. so of course he headed in that direction. Your Majesty, I have something to tell you about Grake. A month later, Count Lucian moved to Duke Alen's mansion and spoke directly. Duke Alen frowned as he looked at Count Lucian. You mean the Earl of Grey? Yes. Yes. Count Lucian rambled on about his plan. The request was to request punishment from the Emperor. Your Highness, this is clearly kidnapping and detention. You can definitely win. But Duke Alen was not at all reluctant. This is because the Emperor was told why he should not hastily touch the great city during the concert. I had no intention of going into a fire pit for no reason, so I hesitated, touching my beard. Majesty, this has nothing to do with the concert hall. It's just a family affair. And isn't it clear that it was Grey who broke the law? All you have to do is tell His Majesty. Duke Alen sighed again, still hesitating to answer. Why are they all so skinny here? Disgusting. It's called famine. Famine? Tell me about the phenomenon of having nothing to eat. I think it's because of the drought. Rurin put both hands on her cheeks, pressed them tightly, and screamed. There is nothing to eat? That's hell. Hearing things like that makes me hungry. Then, he takes out the beef jerky from his pocket and starts sucking on it. Well, I see that they are eating something, so it looks like rationing is taking place. Look, they are sharing a small amount of porridge. We usually end up fighting. Rurin saw the scene, took the beef jerky she was chewing out of her mouth and held it out to me. Here it is. What is happening all of a sudden? I can share anything with you. So stop staring. What do you mean just for you to see? I said something. When I take the beef jerky and ask, Rurin nods. I wish you would do that. Hi. How do I walk when I'm just looking at you? Like this? As soon as I said that, Rurin suddenly grabbed my hand and started running, dragging me. Yeah. Stop. As soon as I say it, I stop walking. Thanks to this, I jumped into Rurin's arms through the law of inertia. Oh, even additional income. Hey, then you can't see me? I don't think that's right. Rurin was laughing happily but suddenly fell into a dilemma. It's a dazed face. I was so defenseless and dazed that I tried to press my cheek. Then the cheeks swell. I pressed it again and it deflated and pressed down. The dilemma seemed that big. It's a face that looks like it's in a dilemma as to which came first, the chicken or the egg. It's so hard, then a volcanic eruption occurred. I guess I'm rubbing my head so hard it's turning into a mess. Anyway, it's time to see the police chief. The place where Lulin and I went on an outing was Lucian City. But this time, unlike before, I had no intention of going to the front. I have already intervened and created a situation where Grey can solve the problem on his own, so now I am honest and want to see his skills. In fact, it was questionable whether the chief of police would be able to find out all the information that Grey wanted to know. So, I plan to do my best to ensure that Grey received complete information. They say that even tigers will come if you tell them to, so they found a person running on horseback from the direction of Yeonju Castle. Hey! When I called loudly, it recognized me and quickly changed direction and ran. Why are you here? The surprised police chief got off his horse and knelt in front of me. This guy still retains the same habits he used to treat me when I was crowned a lord. Spread your knees and tell me quickly because time is precious. About what I investigated. That is it. To briefly summarize, there seems to be a widespread story here that a baron and a maid in the lord's castle had a meeting of eyes and were caught running away. I heard that only the maid ran away, but because my eyes are right? Yes, it is. Who did you hear that story from? I heard that he gave money to other maids and servants working at the castle, but it was always the same story. You. Yes, if I want to assist Grey from now on, that's not enough. Yes. That's just scratching the surface. Just scratching the surface. We need to investigate someone who knows the internal situation. Either catch the superior and punish him or go to jail and listen to the story of the person involved. Follow me. I expected it, but it was just as expected. I got hit in the eye and ran away. That's information that's too appropriate for servants and maids to know. If you want to hear the real information, you have to listen to the captured baron. The baron is in prison? Yes. I heard that you are being reprimanded for coveting the count's maid. That's funny. Go to jail. Yes. The security chief opened his mouth wide. I will do both. And then, as if she had finally made a decision in her dilemma, Rurin shouted loudly. Crash. Soon I heard someone following me from behind. Go together. You. Did you find out? Yes. Dismissal. The chief of police knelt before Grey. The security captain had just returned from gathering information by running to Lucian City according to the orders of Grey and L. Okay, good job. I will reward you well for your hard work. So I want you to tell me first. Did you find any clues about her? Yes, of course. As you said, I spent money recklessly, and it was easier to find out. I paid several people to make the same claim, and they all agreed, so I think it's true. Is that so? Yes. Then hurry up and tell me. Hurry. With a sorrowful look on his face, Gray hurriedly raised the chief of police to his feet and mercilessly sat him down on a chair, while stamping your feet. Lucian City, located in the southern part of the empire. The drought that had lasted for several years became even more severe this year, and the accumulated damage eventually led to a great famine. If agriculture, the foundation, is paralyzed, the market will naturally die, and if the market dies, commerce will also die. In that situation, relief supplies were sent from the center, but it was another opportunity for Count Rurin. Count Lucian, who had been crowned and living in a mansion in the capital, was assisting Duke Alen, came down to the estate in a hurry to receive relief supplies, and there was a heated discussion at the Lord's castle over the disposition of relief materials. The topic of the discussion was how to use relief supplies efficiently. If there is a problem, is it that the efficiency is far from the original direction of relief supplies? Your Excellency, then, do you plan to support His Highness Delian in the future? Yes, the Crown Prince has too little power. In the current situation, Duke Delian is closest to the throne. That's definitely. Baron Garin nodded. The other two barons, who were his confidants, also shook their heads next to him. Of course, we have to keep it a secret from Duke Alen. This is insurance in case Duke Delian ascends to the throne. As expected, Your Excellency. There's no need to hold on to a string that doesn't belong to you. As the barons all nodded, the Count smiled in satisfaction and stroked his chin. If we use the money we have saved up to provide relief supplies, we will be able to provide sufficient political funds. If that's the case, Duke Delian will also accept us. Then, I will prepare like that. Okay. However, since the relief supplies have just arrived, we need to leave it alone for a while. First, take out only a very small amount and distribute it as central relief supplies. Afterwards, it is washed and delivered to His Majesty. Document manipulation must be done perfectly. It's natural, dismissal. Isn't this ultimately the way Lucian develops? Under the protection of the next emperor. Yeah, whatever. The Count and the Baron looked at each other and began to laugh. If the money they had saved had been used earlier, the Lucian family could have avoided being caught up in a famine of this magnitude. For Count Lucian, his connections were more important than his dying people. So, can we say that famine is a welcome guest that brings in money from the central government? I heard that this is why I actually enjoy the drought. Because there is some kickback money. Back money. KKKKKK. While the Count and Baron were making their plans, there was a maid who was eavesdropping on their conversation outside the office. That was Sienna. Chapter 215, when Sienna returned to her room after work in that state, her expression was so dark that her roommate Hera asked in surprise. Sienna, are you okay? What's wrong with your face? Oh no. It's because I am a little unwell. Okay, body? Sienna smiled and laid down on the bed as if she was okay with her worries. Then Hera made a humming sound and climbed onto the second-floor bed. As Hera went up, Sienna asked one question. It's over there. Huh, what kind of person is the Lord? Hera asked because she thought she would know better than herself since she had worked at the castle since she was young. Because you may learn a lot about things you didn't know about along the way. Well, I'm not sure because he's usually in the capital, but it seemed like people outside didn't like it that much. Okay? But why all of a sudden? No, it's just a useless curiosity. Sleep well, Hera. Here, the outsiders refer to the general public outside the city. Sienna lay on the bed and pondered Hera's words. The more I did it, the more I couldn't sleep. No, I haven't actually slept soundly since that day. So it's not the only fault that I can't sleep. Brother, are you okay? The Lord here is very different from my brother and the Lord of Great Lake. When I think about it, all I can do is cry like an idiot. Still, I resented myself for not being able to remember it and not give it up. Due to Count Dedrin's lobbying and conspiracy, the occupants of Grey Castle were scattered. During the process of moving, she heard so many bad rumors about Count Dedrin that she never felt at ease for a moment. I was worried about whether my brother would survive under such a vicious lord. Her wish was to at least hear news that things were going well, but there were no nobles who could tell her, as a mere maid, about the situation in Grace City. Anyway, the story I heard today is so shocking. What should I do? Sienna was, knowingly or unknowingly, influenced by Gray, who had always been by her side since she was young and preached the idea of a good lord. Of course, the theory of lordship that my brother always talked about was almost completely incomprehensible, but it would still be unacceptable for someone in the position of lord to use relief supplies meant for the people for politics. Sienna clearly remembered hearing a similar anecdote. This is wrong. I heard that there are still many people dying of starvation outside. He was fortunate enough to belong to a lord's castle, so he would never starve to death, but even if he went to the market, if he opened his ears even a little, he could easily hear stories about the collapse of a village somewhere. Ordinary servants and maids could not understand difficult stories about the operation of relief supplies, and there were no people who blamed the Lord for the famine caused by the drought, so people were dying quietly without any riots occurring. Brother, the more it happened, the clearer it was from what I heard from Grake that the responsibility ultimately lay with the Lord. But surprisingly, there was nothing he could do. There is no one who can be on their side. This is because Sienna was a stone that rolled in, so Sienna just worked as usual. No matter how bad the Lord is, work has to be done. The only time you give up work is when you die. Sienna has always learned that from her mother. Wipe and wipe the area assigned to you from the 2nd to 3rd floor, because it is his duty to keep the castle shining brightly at all times. But your excellency, get out now. A loud sound was heard from the office of Lord. Sienna looked at the scene in surprise. Yesterday, I took a teacup and was worried about what I heard, so I closed the door slightly and secretly overheard. So the current situation is surprising. There has never been a time when the sound from the office leaked out like today. Sienna continued to look at the office, thinking it was a rare occurrence. Soon, a nobleman walked out of the office with his shoulders slumped. This is wrong. It was wrong, it has to be stopped. But how? I mumbled something and started going down the stairs. What should we prevent? No way. Sienna thought it was too much of an interpretation for her own convenience and shook her head. As soon as the nobleman disappeared completely, Hera came running from upstairs. Sienna, huh? She started whispering something into Sienna's ear. Oh my goodness, Sienna. What should I do if I look at the Baron like that? Then if the head maid catches you, will you be in big trouble? Oh, I am sorry. Well, he's cool, right? I understand, because I've been like that a lot. You don't know who it is, right? My name is Baron Dink, okay? Is it cool? Sienna's impression was that she wasn't sure because she couldn't even see the face. But I was always scolded by the Lord. Ah, what I said like this is a secret. Hera said that and went upstairs again. I went here and there and thought I was a busy kid and started working again. But the more I thought about it, the more I cared about the Baron scolding him and the words he muttered. It may be nothing special, or it may be completely different from what you think. I started to get very, very nervous. But as expected, there is nothing you can do. Sienna thought so and shook her head. The next day, Count Lucian escaped from the castle with Baron Garin. It was for a hunting party disguised as a city inspection. Because of that, Sienna was still working in silence in the Lord's castle, which was quieter than usual. The stairs on the 2nd floor below the office are wiped and wiped again and again. At that time, I felt a noise coming from the 3rd floor hallway. The 3rd floor hallway is where the office is located. There is no one there now. He took a large number of employees with him for hunting, and his colleague Hera was also included, so he was in charge of the entire floor by himself. Sienna sneakily went up to the 3rd floor and secretly observed the situation. Yesterday, the Baron was groping hesitantly down the hallway of his office. It seemed like he was trying to open the office lock with something, but it seemed like he couldn't get it to work, so he gave up and started sighing. Although I wasn't sure yesterday, there was definitely something strange about this Baron's behavior. That's why Sienna took action. What are you doing now, Baron? Oh, it's nothing. The Lord and other nobles have all left. I only stayed because I had work to do. Is that so? But the door is locked. The Chamberlain has the key, I know that. Now that I think about it, I guess I'll have to do it when your excellency comes back. Baron Dink said that, turned his back and tried to leave. Sienna thought, this might be your last chance. Last chance to do something yourself. If I miss this opportunity, I will just miss gray and work until I grow old and die. He thought he wanted that kind of life, but his heart seemed to say otherwise, so he caught the Baron without realizing it. If you think wrong, you die at this moment. She didn't mind dying, but her heart was full of tension because her wish was that she should die after realizing Great's ideals. I feel guilty about my brother. I don't want to live with it. He wants to resolve the relief supplies incident. In fact, for her, It was not a sense of justice for people dying from famine. I only felt guilty about Gray. This situation is completely opposite to the theory of the Lord that Gray recited every day. If he just ignores it and meets Grake after he dies, will he be able to be honorable? If I die and meet the ideals that person talked about so much, will I be able to applaud proudly like I did when I was young? That's why Sienna's mouth began to slouch without realizing it. Is it because of something related to relief supplies? What? What? At the same time as he said that, Baron Dink looked around and shouted with his finger. Created an action called, but Sienna didn't stop. Isn't that why you fought with the Lord and secretly came to the office to steal relief supplies and distribute them to the people? Who are you? How did you know that? Did your excellency tell you to take a look? Baron Dink pulled Sienna's wrist while breaking out in a cold sweat. And when he came to Yeonju Castle, he pushed her into the corner room on the 3rd floor where he stayed. All of the employees who did not go hunting were on the 1st floor. Employees are not allowed to come up from the 2nd to the 4th floor unless they have some business to do. The chamberlain currently in charge of the mansion was working on the 1st floor, and only Sienna, who was in charge of cleaning the stairs, was going back and forth between the 2nd and 3rd floors. That's why Sienna was taken to Baron Dink without anyone knowing. Baron Dink, who pushed her into the room, immediately began strangling Sienna's white neck. Sorry, this is for the people. Something that should never be caught, so sorry. Baron Dink's hands were shaking and he strangled Sienna even more. However, since he had never killed anyone before, his strength was severely lacking. For the people. Even when she was being strangled, Sienna remained calm. Rather, I felt that this could be fully utilized. Jian, I am on the Baron's side. What? Chokalakalak. With just those words, Baron Dink relaxed his grip and Sienna collapsed, coughing. What are you? I am the kid who rolled in. It hasn't even been a few years since I came here. So, she is different from other maids and servants. I have no intention of being loyal to my lord. And I heard that in passing. Relief materials meant for people are being used for politics. Isn't that wrong? That's how I learned. You mean you know politics? Baron Dink had an expression of disbelief, but I couldn't bring my hand to Sienna's neck again. I don't know. However, the son of the lord I served before always spoke out loud. The Baron asked, interpreting Sienna's statement that she was on his side as only asking for her life. Is that so? But keeping you alive. How can I trust you not to reveal my actions? The more it happened, the more Sienna responded to the Baron very calmly. Chapter 216, Forgetting Then Kill It. However, as the Baron said, if the Count approached me because he asked me to look, then I should just quietly report it to him. Do you think giving him a chance to run away would not be enough, and I would do something foolish like this and endanger my life? Baron, do I look that stupid? Sienna looked straight into the Baron's eyes. Who the hell are you? I am an ordinary maid. I am an ordinary maid who approached the Baron even though she knew it would kill her. Common, you said that. The Baron shook his head as if that was nonsense. Sienna shrugged her shoulders and expressed her conclusion. Let me help you. What? The rule is that the office cleaning is done by 3 maids, but it's enough to fool 2 other people. What are you looking for? It's something that only I can do, rather than the Baron. It is the Earl's spirit tablet and the Lord's seal. The seal is proof that you received the Earl's order, and the document with the seal means the Earl's permission. The plan was to use it to distribute relief supplies. What's so fun about it is that it's an opportunity to go out to the hunting ground. Okay, then those 2. I will find it for you. After all, there is nothing you can do alone. Who would believe you if you stole the spirit tablet and seal all by yourself? If you try to command a soldier with a spirit tablet, you will be caught right away. But the Baron is different. He is noble. When a Baron gives an order with the Earl's badge and documents, the soldiers have no choice but to follow. But like you said, if you get caught, you could die. No, you have no choice but to get caught. So doing this is the same as saying you are going to die. Will you still do it? This action could save thousands of lives. That's why the Baron came forward, but he didn't know what Sienna was thinking, so he asked a question. Does not matter. But even if you get caught again, I have one wish, can you grant it? What is that? I want to run away towards the city in the center of the empire. Do you know of Grey City? I think I've heard of it before. Actually, I was born and raised there. If I could go back to my hometown even once before I die, that's enough. Could you please allow me to leave the castle? I don't care if I get caught after that. It was impossible for servants working in the Lord's castle to leave the territory without permission from the Lord. However, it becomes possible if the Baron creates the documents. with that seal. No matter where you go, it is obvious that you will eventually be caught by the chase team, but your wish is to just go home. Isn't the Baron's wish to help the people even if it means dying? Right. It's just a wish I want to fulfill even if I die. The Baron and Sienna stared at each other for a long time. The Baron finally nodded, seeming to have made up his mind. The only thing I can do is help you escape. Of course he will be caught soon. Yes, does not matter. How can I trust you? How can I trust you, Baron? That. Aren't we in the same boat anyway? Unless you can kill me right here and now. Baron Dink looked at Sienna's neck again after hearing those words. And then he looked at his hands. The locking system in the office was very sophisticated. It's only natural that it's such a large door. So it would be impossible to proceed with this work without your help. In that case, you have no choice but to gamble. If I am safe tonight, doesn't that mean I can trust you? That goes for me too. If I don't get dragged off somewhere tonight, don't we both agree? In that case, I will head to the office immediately tomorrow. Are we gambling on each other? Sienna made no reply to the Baron's words. Then he suddenly searched his chest and held out a key to Sienna. I couldn't open the key to the office, but this is the key to the desk drawer in the office that I obtained in advance. Desk drawers are different from giant doors. That should be enough to open it. All right. Sienna took the key and nodded. The Baron felt that Sienna was a very strange woman. Going home is more important than life. Isn't it so strange? An extraordinary yet strange woman. In fact, Sienna was extraordinary from a young age. From the day when Gray was falsely accused of breaking pottery, she stepped forward and quietly resolved the matter. The chamberlain and the chief maid, and the Baron's sons. Even higher up to the nobles. For Great's sake, she always came up with various schemes. Of course, I never planned a plan for myself, only when Gray is in a bad situation, and the ruse always worked. Of course that night. Sienna being captured did not happen, and she volunteered to clean the office. When do you clean such a large office? I sigh every time I come in. I know. My lord, you said you were inspecting today as well? Huh. I heard you do it all week long. The other two maids except Sienna started whispering and dusting themselves off. Hey, Lyra and Laura. Huh. Sienna approached the two people. You can take a rest. There's not much to clean up anyway. You can do it alone. Cleaning the office in groups of 3 also meant that the 3 people had to watch each other to make sure nothing in the office was touched. What? No. Then something big happens. Of course, Lyra and Laura waved their hands, asking what he was talking about. Because if you get caught, it doesn't end with a beating. I haven't had any connections since I came here. Please take a good look at me. I have prepared this. It's weak, but... Sienna placed a bundle of money in Lyra and Laura's hands. It was military funds obtained from Dink. Then Lyra and Laura smiled and said, please include me in that meeting. Oh my. I thought you were blunt. Would you like to sit there and rest? I'll do all the cleaning. Are you sure? Yes. Don't you think the sofa there looks really soft? Well, that's true. Sienna lured the 2 maids to the sofa where they could not see the other side of the desk at all. The maids took the bundle of money and sat down on the sofa laughing. I can't just accept it like this, but I will watch over you from now on. Thank you. I saw you doing it. Take a break. We will clean it quickly. Sienna nodded very politely. Lyra and Laura started chatting on the sofa with expressions of interest on their faces. Thinking it was time, Sienna pretended to wipe the desk and went back. He then took out the key to the drawer that the Baron had given him from his pocket. Chocolate, hold your cough as much as possible. Splashing spit in the Lord's office is a huge scolding. Yes, I covered my mouth. Do not worry. I'm mopping the floor right now. Okay. Oh, more than that, he did something funnier yesterday. Really? Fortunately, Lyra and Laura were almost completely focused on chatting, so Sienna exchanged coughing and the sound of opening a drawer and started searching inside the drawer. And I found something that looked like a spirit tablet inside. Is this it? Inside, something like a seal was also stored. At first glance, it looked like the seal the Baron had mentioned. Sienna, who hid it inside her body, calmly wiped her forehead and got up from the desk. And by moving the mop diligently in front of Lyra and Laura's gaze, I was soon able to finish cleaning safely. As a result, the Baron safely ran to the warehouse. Instead of going to the hunting ground with Youngby, the remaining defense forces were moved. The drivers were shown forged documents. I don't have time to send someone to Your Excellency to check. They told me to rush to move relief supplies this morning because of intelligence that the inspector was coming down tomorrow. Do you want to lose your head if you hesitate? Oh no, Baron, The soldiers fell flat on their faces in response to the threat, and since Yompi was Yeonju, the warehouse doors were opened and relief supplies were delivered throughout the city. Can you see it? Yes. The people will come together and start praising. Then you won't be able to take away what was given to you. Because you can't let the people know that you have something to give, but instead of giving it, you hid it in the warehouse. That's a good thing. It's all thanks to you. Thank you so much. So I will keep my promise too. I've arranged for a carriage. If the chase party comes after you, the coachman will probably stop the carriage. So from then on, y'all have to run away alone, but there's still some time left before His Excellency returns from hunting, so y'all be able to gain enough distance. The knights will chase you, so y'all get caught anyway. I am just thankful that I can get out of the city. From now on, worry about yourself, Baron, not me. I am satisfied because I have kept the family motto, because that's everything to me. Baron Dink walked forward while saying so. Thanks to the documents forged by Baron Dink, Sienna passed the gate safely and was able to leave for Great City. Now that they had achieved their wishes, Baron Dink was no longer in their minds. Each side took advantage of the other. So it's a very neat relationship. Both of them will die anyway. There is no point in worrying about each other like that. Sienna bit her lip as she watched Lucian City moving away. If your brother is still oppressed by the Lord of Dedran, no, even if that is not the case, I absolutely must not cause any inconvenience. You must not show yourself. Just one more time before you get caught. Just one last time. When I saw my brother before I was caught by Count Lucian and suffered all sorts of hardships, let's die. Either you die by drowning in water or you die by biting your tongue. You must never cause trouble to your brother. I thought we would never meet again in our lifetime. But maybe we can meet again. To realize his ideals, to ensure his safety, and to die. For Sienna, it was much happier than living tomorrow. So Sienna ran away. Just as Baron Dink had said, the chase team soon followed. By the time Sienna ran away from the carriage, she had already arrived in the south-central part of the Empire. The place she landed after jumping out of a moving carriage was Mount Grey. When Sienna realized that fact, she became even more desperate. However, after running around all day, her stamina began to deplete, and as she wandered through the forest, she lost her footing and fell off a cliff. Sienna's body rolled over and over again, and her body rushed towards the large rock at the edge of the cliff. Koong! It was Sienna's head that hit the rock, and she soon fell unconscious. Chapter 217 Kwang. This is the sound of a prison door flying off. In addition, Rurin is running around. I was very excited when I smashed it. They say a dragon's instinct is to strike and destroy things. It's the most exciting time when you follow your instincts. Kwang, arg. The gatekeepers were startled by the explosion and began to run outside. When I am at work and the door breaks and the ground shakes with an explosion sound, I have no choice but to run out. Are you out? But I can't go. The soldiers who escaped from the dungeon were unable to escape the stairs leading up to the first floor and fell victim to Lulin's magic. They all fainted and were spread out on the stairs, and Rurin was having fun poking the soldiers with a tree branch. Even when I do that, I never stab it with my hand. I hate touching living things other than myself with my bare hands. There are sometimes exceptions, but usually this is the case. Did you faint? Cluck cluck. The gatekeeper's cheek was dented by the tree branch. In that state, he presses the button and laughs. It looks weird. Anyone who presses their cheeks like that looks strange. Mr. Rurin, why aren't you getting up? Wake up 8-8. If you get stabbed, stand up. As I made a sound that I had forgotten the purpose of, I couldn't stay still and blurted out a single word. Why are you waking me up? The goal is to make you faint? Then Rurin bowed her head. He shouted with a face that asked why he was so worried. Don't worry. If you wake up, it'll knock you out again. Oh, is that so? If so, there is no particular problem. Squeeze. Hey, wake up, you stupid face. Since I was playing well by myself, I let him go and went into the prison. Is the information the police chief found out true? The story that comes out on the outside may be true or it may be false. Usually, if the source is from a high place, it is often on the bad side, such as blindfolding, deceiving, etc., although he never directly said that he was my first love. If you look at the way he speaks, it is very different from usual. Grake's eyes as he looked at Sienna were full of deep emotions. It's first love. It's a vague word, so I hope there is a truth that is different from the stories floating around. Gray and Verna, those two have suffered enough. These are people who can live a somewhat smooth life now. What's this? It's an explosion. Take us out too, you bastards. Quack! Crying sounds came from all over the prison. My ears are ringing. Anyway, the voices are good. The explosion that occurred inside the prison was actually just a loud noise. It's a type of strategy that kills the guards when they jump out in surprise. Not a prison, but an old-fashioned prison. It's just a structure with empty cells lined up in a row. As I moved towards the end, I found a man who looked like a nobleman at first glance. Not all nobles have noble faces. There are many shallow people. But the man in front of me was stubborn, to say the least. And it is solitary confinement. No matter how high treason they are, there is no way in a society based on a class system to lock a noble and a commoner in the same room. In conclusion, this man must be the Baron at the center of the incident. With that confidence, I called out to the man who was sitting quietly against the prison bars. "Your Excellency, Baron, something." The man whose eyes were closed slightly raised his eyelids and looked at me. He's definitely handsome. Since he answered something when asked if he was considered a baron, it is 100% certain that he is a baron. I guess I am the one who caused the explosion here. Kwang, after using a little magic, the prison began to shake again. The baron's face was a little shaken when he saw that. Demon wizard. It seemed like he was more disturbed by the fact that I was a wizard than by the fact that the prison was shaking. "Did His Excellency Count Bay send you? You're trying to kill me in this way." No, I don't know what you're misunderstanding, but that's not it. Then, would you understand if I said I came because of Sienna? I smiled slightly. There was no need to waste time, so I immediately brought up the name Sienna. The response came immediately. The Baron, who had remained calm even in a life-threatening situation, suddenly got up and came towards us. "Do you know her? Who the hell are you?" He has absolutely nothing to do with Count Lucian or some other babbler. Am I a babbler? What are you? I think it's closer to Sienna's side than that. Of course, the situation may change depending on the truth. If Sienna really loved this Baron and tried to escape and ended up like this, it's a different story. Is that so? If so, tell me. Sienna, is she okay? I knew I would get caught, but still, I hoped you would escape safely. I don't want such a good kid to go wrong. It's a look of earnestness. In the end, did Greek have a broken heart? Arms tend to bend inward, so I feel sorry for Greek when this happens. No matter how I look at it, I think what is contained in that earnestness is love. Do you truly love me? Sienna, if it were like playing with fire, I would just leave like this. What is that? Wait a minute, what on earth are you talking about? The Baron momentarily looked like a sour cider and tilted his head. Thanks to this, I also tilted my face to the side. So, we are talking about love. Isn't the reason you came to this prison because you were caught by the Count while running away from love with Sienna? So, first of all, I explained the rumors that were openly floating around in Yeonju Castle. Then the Baron's face completely distorted. It feels like watching an empty beer can being crushed. Count Lucian. Are they really spreading such rumors? Nonsense. That is a complete fabrication. Invention? Which part is a fabrication? Sienna is currently safe. She is under the protection of the Grey family and the truth is needed to save her. Sir Baron, if there are any fabricated parts, will you tell me the truth? The Baron's words calling it a fabrication were sincere. Was the Baron's earnest face a different emotion from love? I understand. Of course it should be. Her reputation is at stake. I don't mind, but she... If that good kid is being accused of something like that, that would never be forgivable. Damn it. After expressing his emotions, the Baron began to explain what he and Sienna had done. The truth is completely opposite to the rumor. If this is true, Sienna and Baron Lee are great people. Amazing and bold. Did that happen? Exactly. But do you know why the Count of Grey protects her? Well, it's a matter of many things, but nothing will go wrong with Sienna. Is it? I don't know what it is, but I wish it were true. A world where those who do the right thing are punished is a wrong world. But when I came back, the situation still looked bad. Even though we released relief supplies, if it looks like that, how severe is the drought? That's because time was running out and we failed to get all the relief supplies out. The people have something to eat and live on for the time being, but in the end, there are limits. If all the food in the warehouse is released, it will be an opportunity for the people who can afford it to overcome the drought and focus on farming again. They're only busy making political funds. That's usually what happens to those who grow up with money. I understood the situation well. I plan to return to Grey Street and tell them this. But before that, if I open the door, will you run away? No, I am proud. You didn't do anything wrong. Even if Count Lucian kills me, I am satisfied because I have never committed a crime myself. If I was planning to run away, I would have let Sienna run away and then run away too. What an upright man. Then there is no need to take it out. Even if you take him out, he seems like a person who will quietly go back to prison. If the world goes back to normal, this Baron will be freed. I just hope that Gray doesn't miss out on talent after hearing this story. I nodded slightly. Okay, your wishes are respected. Then I hope you're a-okay. After saying that, he coolly turned his back. However, that coolness could not be maintained even for a second, because Rurin was squatting right next to me. When did you come? I didn't feel like I had mastered the skill of appearing without a sound, but recently, situations happening right next to me have been happening often. It's unfair to be surprised every time something happens. After stunning a prisoner in prison with magic, Rurin was poking him with a tree branch. Rurin, when did you come? Oh, is it finished? He jumps up and stands right in front of me, smiling brightly. Now that I think about it, it seems like the prisoners who were begging to be taken out were very quiet. You did it? Yes, he. Rurin nodded refreshingly and spun around. I knocked them all out. You told me to knock you out. But since you were talking, I was waiting quietly. Be quiet. There are days when the word be quiet comes out of Rurin's mouth. Actually, I was waiting very patiently. The idea was to knock out only the guards does it matter. Anyway, let's go out. Maybe because it's underground, the air is thick. Air? Da. Lulin threw away the branch he was holding and followed behind me with a look on his face that had completely lost interest in the prison. Are you going back now? No, I am going to look around that lord's castle to see if what the Baron said is true. Who? At the mention of rummaging, Rurin's destructive instincts seemed to have returned, and Lurin's eyes began to shine. Can I destroy it? To play loudly. Oh, I don't like noise. Lulin just shook his head. Although her destructive instinct is grandiose, she also hates loud things, which is typical of Rurin. Noisy here means there are a lot of people or something like that. It's nothing like that. We left the prison, moved to Yeonju Castle, and stopped in front of the walls surrounding Yeonju Castle and its gate. You said you wanted to destroy Lulin, right? I think so, then break down that big door. Really? Are you just breaking it? Do you crush it like powder? Are you going to explode it? Are you going to burn it? Like powder? Oh, really? Rurin began glaring at the gate with an excited face. And soon, the entire castle wall connected to the castle gate shook with the sound. Of course, the gate was torn apart with a loud noise and was torn apart, turning into powder and starting to fly. It's hot. Can you even destroy the castle walls? What kind of destructive instinct is that? Then Lulin stopped waving his arms and answered firmly. Chapter 218, Forgetting I am so stressed because of you. Because breaking things is the best way to deal with stress. Because of me? What kind of stress am I giving you? At my words, Rurin narrows her eyes and glares at me. Unspoken pressure is no joke. What? I am serious. It's stressful. I nod. This time, Lulin nodded resolutely. Why? Don't act like you don't know. If you don't want to stress me out, say I love you and kiss her and then, okay. It seems stressful. So tear down that wall. Stress needs to be relieved. Cancer. Rurin, who had been excitedly listing the causes of stress, became completely dumb and began to break down the castle walls as if she were letting out all her anger. Fuwu. Quack. Soon the walls disappeared everywhere and the land was surrounded by dust. It was very uproarious. It's okay. A shield has already been erected around you and me, so no dust can come in. Yuchu. You say you can't get dust in, but why do you sneeze? There was definitely dust flying around, but it didn't feel as realistic as watching a 3D movie. The dust couldn't invade the area around Rurin and me. The only thing Rurin destroyed was the castle wall. Yeonju Castle itself is fine. Of course, since the castle wall collapsed, there was chaos and screaming. People are leaving the Yeonju Castle in droves. The soldiers and knights were in a hurry, so I started exploring Yeonju Castle, to look at some pieces of paper. The result is quite satisfactory. After confirming that the Baron's words were true, he moved towards the warehouse. I caught a soldier who was wondering where the warehouse was and made him confess. The warehouse door was rather large. All the money stolen from here and there, and the relief supplies that have been stolen, are all lying dormant here. Rurin, do you want to break that door too? Just the door. Artistically, just remove the door. But when I think about it, am I your weapon? Yes. Well, I just ordered it because you said you were under a lot of stress. It's your weapon. I am. Weren't you asking if it was your weapon? Your weapon. It's yours, I am yours, so in fact you're mine, haha. Suddenly he started humming a song, but I was scared, so I backed away. I am your weapon. Hi, I am not your weapon. I thought you would say that, but is it the opposite? What? Huh, that's right, do you like that? Until I could laugh so happily. What? Your weapon is good. It's all good when it's yours. Oh yeah? Then please destroy that first. Muganim, okay. Kuang, the door of the warehouse flew off with excitement. After hearing the truth from El, the security captain rushed to Grey City without stopping. As a result, Grake learned the truth. If he had known the fabricated facts, he might have followed Count Lucian's intentions. Of course, I avoided that. Moreover, the truth was so heartbreaking that Grake had to hold his chest and take deep breaths for a while. The crux of the problem. For Grake, the core of the problem was the fact that Sienna almost died because of Count Lucian's magic. To avoid the chase, he entered the Grey Forest and fell. It's so frustrating that your face turns blue and you can't digest what you ate. How scared I must have been alone. Just thinking about that gave me chills. I once thought I had given up because I thought I was dead, but now it is different. As soon as it appeared before my eyes, I had no intention of giving up. Grake, who had been whining alone for hours trying to calm his torn heart, finally got himself together and left the study in search of Sienna. Of course, the place Gray was heading to was the room where Sienna was staying. Smart. Gray came running a month later and knocked on the door, but there was no response. I turned the handle because something was strange. The door is open. There was no one inside the open door. No one. Sienna was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Grake had to grab his heart again. Grake immediately ran out of the room and ran to the first floor. As soon as he found the Chamberlain, he asked him a straight question. Chamberlain, what about Sienna? Where did Sienna go? Are you talking about Sienna? She is in the kitchen. In the kitchen. Didn't I tell you not to ask me to do anything like work? I made sure to give her all the support she needed to keep her stable. No, that's it. She said that she would think of something when she went to the kitchen, so I told her that her mother worked in the kitchen, so I showed her around. I am sorry. Is that so? That would have been fine. Greek looked embarrassed at the Chamberlain's words and immediately moved toward the kitchen. Sienna was there, just as the Chamberlain had said. He was making noises and cooking something. It was only after Grake checked Sienna's tail that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I let her go when I was helpless and sad, but now it's different. Be sure to keep it. Certainly. I made up my mind again and approached the inside of the kitchen. Wow, my lord. The other maids hissed in surprise as Gray approached the kitchen, and Sienna also looked at Gray with a surprised face. Are you okay? I told you to rest, but why did you come into the kitchen? Are you okay? I thought I might remember something, so I came out and watched it. Okay? It would be nice if it helps you find your memories, but let's go up first. Because I have something I want to say. Yes. Grake grabbed Sienna's wrist, and I moved very carefully, as if holding on to a piece of glass that would break if it fell, and went up to the second floor. After arriving at her room, Grake sat down on the bed. This is a room with no chairs or sofas, so the only place to sit quietly is at the corner of the bed. Sit down first. Yes. Sienna calmly approached and bent her legs at the end of the bed, a little away from Gray. I thought it might help you regain your memories, so I looked into why you were passed out in the forest. Ah, really? Sienna showed a great reaction. Of course, Grake wondered whether he should tell the truth as it was, but he thought that he needed to know the truth in order to retrieve his memories, so he started explaining it exactly as he had heard it from the police chief. Is that true? Sienna's expression after hearing the whole story was extremely dark. Is there anything that comes to mind? Yes, that is, I guess. The wind that filled Grake's eyes was blown into foam with just one word. This. Oh, that. You did some really bold things before you lost your memories, right? On the topic of maids, how dare you hand this over to the Lord, and then go against the Lord's words in the city over there and do something like that? No. Why is that so bold? No, it's a bold thing to do, but it's definitely not a bad thing. Sienna, you just did the right thing. The bad one is Count Lucian. At Sienna's self-blame, Grake shouted strongly, his face red with anger towards Count Lucian. So you're okay? You don't have to worry about anything. Grake strongly grabbed both shoulders of Sienna, who was sitting far away. Thud. Thanks to this, the back of Sienna's head slightly hit the wall at the end of the bed as she tried to pull away. The place where Sienna was sitting was at the head of the bed. Are you okay? The sound of a thud startled Grake, and he pulled away and jumped up. Sienna immediately smiled and nodded. It's okay. Okay. I am sorry, I guess he was excited because of that guy Lucian. Greg began to blame himself once again and apologize, but that, yes, this one. Greg pointed to the copper plate in Sienna's hand. Can you give it back to me? It's my treasure, because it's the only gift you gave me. Something like this? Why do you call something so trivial a treasure? Because it's a treasure. Greg answered firmly. He was so determined that Sienna couldn't even say anything to refute. It's a one-of-a-kind treasure. Here. Sienna handed over the copper plate to Grey Crab without saying anything. He hesitated a little, but then opened his mouth again. I'll give it to you, my name, please keep remembering. What are you talking about? Even without the copper plate, there's no way I'll forget your name, right? Why are you asking such an obvious thing? Is it obvious? Of course. I see, haha. Sienna smiled slightly. Greg took the copper plate and his laughter took his breath away for a moment. It was the laughter of someone I liked so much. As the night was deep, Grey left and Sienna was dazed for a moment, looking at Grey like that. And soon tears poured out of her eyes. Is it natural for you to remember my name? Brother, why is it so warm? My brother was always like that, from an early age. In fact, Sienna was when Grey presented the copper plate. My memory partially came back. That's because that copper plate had a story behind it. With a heartbreaking heart, he just wanted people to remember him, but since he didn't have any money, he engraved his name on bronze, which was the best he could get, rather than silver or gold. There was a kid like this. The only thing that wants to be remembered like that. It was an item with such a story, so the moment Sienna saw the copper plate, she felt like she had been hit with a hammer. And after that, I remembered the inside of Yeonju Castle, one by one, and several memories came to mind. The moment Sienna went to the kitchen, she was always reminded of the scene of her dead mother cooking in that very kitchen, and only a few memories could not come to mind. But I also remembered all of that because of the events in Lucian City that Grey took to the room and explained to me. When I remembered everything. No, Sienna was desperately holding back her tears even as she was already partially waking up. The person I wanted to see so much is right in front of my eyes, but I swallowed that feeling as if I was vomiting blood. I pretended to be calm, pretending that I still lost my memory, as if I didn't know anything. I'll give it to you, my name, please keep remembering. This one word ended up being another wind, a selfish statement saying that he will leave but that he will always be remembered. But Greek said, why are you asking such an obvious thing? In fact, at that moment, I was already close to collapsing. I said I remembered everything and almost cried. But he pinched his thigh and smiled desperately. It was a pitiful laugh. The smile became so pitiful because it was squeezed so desperately, so much so that it ignited a huge fire in Grey's heart. Of course, Sienna could not know that fact. In any case, there was only one reason why she desperately pretended that even though her memories had returned, she still had no memories. Chapter 219 from the beginning, I was just going to watch from afar and leave, because I didn't want to cause trouble. Count Lucian will definitely not sit still, and it is Grey who will be at a disadvantage if he defends himself for committing a crime. Are you okay? It's not too late. Sienna jumped up from the bed with this thought. You must not cause any inconvenience. What a serious accident you had. Considering how much Great Lake had suffered because of Count Dedrin, Sienna never wanted Count Lucian to bother Great. Let's run away. Anyway, I am no longer a member of the Grey family. If you stayed quiet in Lucian City, you could have died of old age, right? But then I wouldn't have been able to see my older brother grow up. I'm happier this way. It's okay to die now. So Sienna was planning to get out of Great City for now. I decided that I could either get lucky and escape from Count Lucian's clutches, or I could die. Sienna opened the door carefully, keeping in mind that if she ran away, it would be nice to come back later and see Grey again. Because it was already late at night, the hallway was quiet. Fortunately, Grey Castle was where Sienna was born and raised. Therefore, he knew every part of the castle intimately. Sienna first headed to a room on the second floor with a window. Among them, towards the place where there is a window overlooking the back garden of Yeonju Castle. Since it had already been confirmed that this place was empty, Sienna opened the window and attempted to escape towards the back garden. There are many places to step on this side, so landing in the garden is not difficult. Yeonju Castle and garden, and the castle walls. It was this wall that made it difficult to escape. However, entering Yeonju Castle is more difficult. Although it is somehow possible to get out, it is impossible to get in. If nothing has changed, there will be a soldier-changing ceremony just before dawn. That's the only time we clear the main gate and go around in a circle to hand over in just 1 minute. Sienna hid in the garden and waited until dawn, remembering the castle's security procedures in her head. As a result, Sienna was able to escape from the castle. Even though it was early morning, the clouds were thick and it was dark, which was actually a good thing. The security procedures have not changed either. What she doesn't know is that Baron Garin has already visited Grey Castle, and that Grey has declared that he cannot give Sienna away. If I had known that, I might not have made the choice to run away. She had no way of knowing that. It was morning when we arrived at the market. The market was moving busily. Sienna was once again surprised by the atmosphere and stopped. Now that I think about it, something is different. I didn't know much when I didn't remember, but now that I look at it, it's a lot different. Of course it's different from Lucian City, and it's also different from when Dedrin was in the past. As Dedrin came to mind, Sienna was caught up in the question of what happened to the culprit who separated her and Greg. No remnants of Count Dedrin could be found in the Lord's castle. Greg suddenly became a lord and retained the power of a lord in the Lord's castle. It definitely didn't look like a Dedrin scarecrow. Yes, people's faces look happy. It's completely different from the market in Lucian City. Is this a good city that my brother was talking about? Then did you become a good lord? Sienna thought that it was really fortunate and looked at the castle that was already far away. The tears I thought I had barely managed to push back start to flow again. Grey became a good lord. Greg has grown up and defeated Dedrin. For some reason, I would like to hear that story, but it is a luxury. Anything that involves oneself is clearly a hindrance to one's ability to become a good lord. You need to stop crying and leave quickly. Sienna wiped her tears with her sleeve and started walking again. But even though my head thought so, my steps were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Of course, my true intention is that I don't want to leave. I wanted to work at Grey Castle all my life and watch over my brother. There was no need for anything else. But it is a wish that cannot be fulfilled. It is like a mirage in the desert, a distant, unattainable illusion, from a young age and even now. Now she must forget about her brother, who is always on her side. Sienna gathered herself together and, with a face full of lingering regret, shifted her gaze from the Lord's castle, which she had unconsciously turned her back to. And then I turned around and tried to run. Whoa, but at that very moment, I hit something and my body bounced. Ha ha ha, I thought it would come out at least once. Was my prediction right? You finally got it. Baron Garin, who was hiding in Grey City after receiving an order from Count Lucian to deal with it, caught sight of Sienna and rushed to her place a month after receiving a report from his subordinate. The problem was that Sienna couldn't take her eyes off the castle and kept hesitating. Baron Garin immediately struck the back of Sienna's neck, grabbed Sienna, who was hanging down at that moment, and hurriedly moved to the outskirts of the forest with the knights of the Lucian family disguised in plain clothes just like himself. Woahem, I yawn nonstop. I don't feel very energized on cloudy mornings. Rurin was sound asleep. Gororong, gororong, the sound of regular breathing hits my ears. Under the bed, there is a bag of snacks lying around that I ate and discarded last night. That bag of snacks, the story behind that goes back to last night. Wasak, Russell, wow, hee, this is delicious. Okay. What Rurin was eating was a round biscuit half covered in chocolate. Rurin kept putting her hand into the bag of snacks as if she were addicted. He took it out, stuffed it in his mouth, and chewed it. Wasak, but what are you doing? Thanks to this, my mouth is full of cookie crumbs. I am looking at some documents. Document? This time, Rurin crawled over to me with a snack half in her mouth, clinging to my back and looking over my shoulder at the document I was looking at. That's it. It is a written letter. Wow. While saying that, he smashed the snack in his mouth, chewed it, and then put his hand back into the bag of snacks again. And then put it in your mouth again. Ooh. Even I don't know what to say about this. There's no way the pronunciation is coming out properly because you're biting into it instead of putting it in your mouth. So I turned my head, took the cookie half opened in my mouth, and bit into it. Wow, the cookie breaks apart. In the meantime, Lurin's soft lips slightly touched me. Ooh. Looking at this guy's reaction, it was very clear. Rurin came in front of me with half of the cookie in her mouth again, her eyes shining as if she knew something amazing. Of course, I ignored it. I am busy looking at documents right now. Play alone. What is that? It's fun. With an angry face, I put my hand back into the bag and grabbed the snack. Eat again, look at my face once, eat cookies again, look at my face and eat cookies again. It's not like I'm a scallop on the dining table. Then he put his hand into the bag of chips again, but his expression was distressed. It looks like the hand inside the snack bag is splitting the air. That means I ate it all. Why is there so little? The bag is big. Would you say that is the power of nitrogen charging? It's a fraudulent technique. Rurin raised her face and opened her mouth, showing her will to eat all the crumbs of the bag of chips. Of course, more crumbs fall on your face than enter your mouth. Rurin, stop. Just come this way. If a crumb falls on the floor, I get scolded. At those words, Rurin crawled next to me as if doing acrobatics with her head toward the ceiling. It looks like a crab with pincers walking sideways. Oh my. When I wiped it away with a tissue, Rurin laughed, threw the bag of chips on the floor and jumped on the bed. Yes, the bag of snacks that fell on the floor has exactly that story. So, I have to make you clean when you wake up. Goralong. Of course, Rurin doesn't seem to wake up, and I have no intention of waking her up at this time, so it's an afternoon story. Her cheeks started puffing up cutely while she was sleeping, so I climbed onto the bed and gently poked her cheeks. Kaya, then he raised both his hands and slapped mine away. I kept shaking my hand in the air as if I didn't like something, then turned my body over and started breathing evenly again. Look at this. Why are you so cute? So I again poked Rurin, who was lying on her side on one cheek. It's a ball that goes in smoothly. Ooh. As expected, he throws away his arms again. Even after I removed my hand, I started shaking for a few more seconds and started tossing and turning again. I returned to sleeping on my front again. There's something fun about watching it. I mean, shaking your hands. As I was lying next to me, resting my face on one hand and looking at it, Lurin's hand suddenly came up on my stomach. He suddenly moaned and started caressing my stomach. It's hard. In his sleep, he brought his face to my stomach and started biting me. It's not tasty. Dude, that's not for eating. Then it bites my stomach harder. Are you dreaming of eating some kind of meat? Yumma, When I pulled it out of the boat and shouted, it only raised its upper body with a sleepy face. In that state, his long hair fluttered. He fell back onto the bed and started screaming. Yes, it was my fault for touching him when he was sleeping well. Before any more strange phenomena occurred, I quietly got out of bed. I cleaned up in the kitchen and left the restaurant to look at the market. Morning routine that I always do. But the bad sky doesn't seem strange even if it's pouring rain right now. Of course, even though I felt that, I didn't bring my umbrella. Unless it's raining right now, it's a hassle to carry an umbrella. While I was looking at the market, hoping it wouldn't rain, I saw a familiar woman crying while looking at Yeonju Castle. Why does she come to the market so early in the morning and do that? I didn't really understand the situation, but seeing the tearful face was enough to tell me that something was going wrong. In addition to that, an uninvited guest was seen laughing frivolously. From the looks of it, it was clear that they were sent by Count Lucian to soak Sienna. They tried to use their hands right away, but they knocked Sienna out right away. Are you trying to catch me? Looking at the direction, the destination is towards the outskirts. I stopped by Alina and told her to inform Gray of the situation, then chased after them. Chapter 220, Sienna was tied to a tree, and they tried to wake Sienna up. I didn't know what was going on, but I had no intention of going forward. I just planned to take action to prevent Sienna from dying. Shouldn't it be her prince who saves her, not me? The leader of the uninvited guests came to the front and woke Sienna up. Sienna woke up and immediately recognized the uninvited guest. Baron Garin, he's a baron. I didn't know he was a noble because he had no dignity at all, but he was a baron. He is a world away from the baron I met in prison. Well, even among dukes, there are some who have built a wall around dignity. Baron Garin approached Sienna with a dark smile. I guess this is Baron Garin? Baron Garin hit Sienna's cheek. It's frowned upon, but it should be Gray's job to save her. Unless you are in danger of death, you have no choice but to watch. I climbed up the tree and watched the situation. You should have heard the news from Alina by now. How dare you come all the way here? Then did you think I would leave you alone for doing something like that? But Sienna's voice began to tremble. Baron Garin laughed at that and pulled out his sword. It's a knife. This is not good. I don't know what's going on between you and Count Greek, but anyway, since he's been protecting you for 4 years, it's over for him too. How dare you touch someone from another territory? Even if your liver is overboard, it's gone a long way. What is that? Baron Garin, Count Gray, you and I have nothing to do with it. Sienna, who at first shouted Baron Garin, then her face became thoughtful, and she shouted Baron Garin. You're saying something funny. I have already made a formal request to Count Grey, who is protecting you, but he refused to hand over the criminal. Do you realize how big a deal this is? Do you understand? Twa. Sienna's other cheek was slapped again. Here I felt something strange. That feeling of discomfort. That's Sienna's line. It seems like her memories have returned. Did you run out of the mansion because you were concerned that you would become a nuisance to Grey by being associated with him? If you think about it that way, the whole situation in front of you this morning makes sense. Of course, this assumes that Sienna still cares deeply about Grey and that her memories have returned. It looks like you already remember everything. I thought it would be better to see you murdered by an unidentified gang in his territory than to capture you alive and execute you in order to inflict more damage on him. That's the Count's order, so instead of not causing trouble, you'll end up causing double and triple harm to your death. You release me immediately, because that will never happen, Yurei laughing. Baron Garin grabbed Sienna's hair and began to turn it around. Sienna was tied up calmly, but as soon as she heard that she might be causing trouble to Grey, she began to twist her body violently. But the more you do that, the more it hurts your body. And that moment, Baron Garin pulled out his sword with an expression that said this was enough. It's a dramatic moment. Great guy. It would be nice if it appeared at a dramatic time, but things in the world don't always go that smoothly. They had no choice but to use magic to make it look like they had been attacked by Baron Garin and his subordinates by a mysterious force they did not know about. But before that, Sienna started shouting something. For a moment, wait, what is it? Shut up and die, take me to the Count. Why should I do that? Do you think I only stole the spirit tablet and seal? What? At those words, Baron Garin's actions stopped. He put down the knife he was holding and grabbed Sienna's chin with his hand while frowning. What are you hiding? Sienna closed her mouth. Take me with you and I'll tell you. Just know that it serves as evidence of your actions. This thing. Baron Garin tried to slap him once more. If there's evidence, I scraped it all that day. So there may be something that stings me. According to the testimony of the Baron in prison, it doesn't seem like he stole anything else. Is this a base for not dying? Well, I heard that they came up with a way to steal relief supplies on the spot. I snapped my fingers. Baron Garin and the knights who were attached to Sienna were all blown to the ground by the strong wind. Kayak, what are you doing all of a sudden? When the wind stopped, they barely got up. The reason for doing this was to prevent Grey from seeing this. The sight of Baron Garin hitting Sienna. If Grey sees that, he could kill Baron Garin without hesitation. In the current situation, it would not be good to let a piece of evidence that could tie up Count Lucian die so easily, so perhaps it was a device to calmly refrain from unnecessary anger. Of course, the reason I put this into action was because I spotted the Grey family soldiers running like crazy from afar. There is nothing more to see. I woke up in a tree, because it's best for Grey to resolve this issue. It was the first time in my life that I had jumped this hard. When he found out that Sienna was gone, he tore down the castle as if thrashing the castle and demobilized the city. After hearing the news from Alina, Grey took all the troops he could immediately use and headed to the forest. And for some reason, he shouted loudly at Baron Garin and his gang, who were standing there hesitantly. Stop right now. Soldiers wearing military uniforms with the Grey family emblem emblazoned on them quickly took control of the forest and even surrounded Baron Garin and his knights. Grey stood at the front and drew his sword. Baron Garin Niwam, what are you doing in someone else's territory? Make that guy kneel before me right now. Yes, Your Excellency. Many soldiers shouted at the same time, and immediately Baron Garin and the knights all knelt on the ground and had to feel the coldness of the sword points at the end of their necks. You damn bastard, how dare you treat Sienna? Whoa. Grey kicked Baron Garin as hard as he could. Baron Garin rolled around on the ground. Puck, die, you bastard. Grey couldn't control his anger and continued to kick Baron Garin. If you kill me, a war will break out with the Lucian family. Count Grey cack. Stop that. Stop. Baron Garin, who had been kicked unilaterally, crouched. Meanwhile, Sienna, startled by the word war, shouted to Grey. Stop that. Brother, war is not war, okay. This person will be used as material to punish Count Lucian. Hello, get these guys out of jail right now. As Grey shouted, the soldiers began to move in unison. Where the remnants of the guys disappeared, Grey ran to the tree. And Sienna untied the rope. That Count of Great Lake. Didn't I just call you brother? Yes. At that moment, Sienna looked at Grey with a face that asked what he was talking about. The fact that Grey rejected the Lucian family's request. Sienna, who realized that she had already crossed a river that she should not have crossed in order to protect herself, decided that she would rather return to Lucian House and not do anything that would cause trouble to Grake. I was pretending that my memories had not returned in an attitude of withdrawal. Without realizing it, I made a fatal mistake by calling Grace's brother in an emergency situation. I don't know what you're talking about. Count, Sienna. Yes, do not lie, I clearly said it was my brother. Your memories came back, right? Yes, Sienna, Gray asked with an earnest expression. Because of that expression, Sienna almost answered yes without realizing it, but she barely held back and shook her head. That's not true. Something was strange. Ever since you kept asking me to remember my name. The word continues, and brother, even trying to run away to avoid causing trouble. Gray shouted loudly again. Sienna hesitated, unable to say anything. At that moment, I couldn't decide what to do. I want to admit it. However, if you admit it, you will ruin the happiness of the man who came to you covered in sweat. I didn't like that. You know, Sienna, Greek shouted again at that hesitation. Are you okay? Yes, what is it? I know that. You supported me through the hardest times. That's why I always thought about it even during those difficult times. A path to making Gray City a good territory. Good lord, good territory, it was all because of you. Because of you, I wanted to become a good lord. Do you know how happy I am that you are alive? Because I have to sell my soul to get you back. And Sienna, there's something wrong with you. Sienna got a lump in her throat. I felt like tears would fall at any moment. Worth it. I don't have it myself. The very person who I have loved so much since I was young and was happy just by being around him is saying that he would sell his soul for me. Sienna, who had no idea what was going on, still managed to keep her wits about her and asked back. What is that? Do I still look like I used to? Do you look like the powerless lord you used to be? Sienna lowered her head. My heart plummeted as if it would explode. It's different now. I became strong for you. My teacher helped me a lot, but that's how I grew. I can protect you now. You can protect yourself no matter what crime you committed. And you didn't sin. I just did the obvious thing. I also defeated Count Dedrin and made the city of Dedrin mine. The same goes for Count Lucian. Can I win? So no matter what happens, don't leave my side. Grake hugged Sienna. At that moment, Sienna had no thoughts. Just tears came out. My mind turned white, and without realizing it, I whispered brother as if acknowledging that my memories had returned. Continuing in the arms of Great. Chapter 221, What are you so serious about? When I entered Grake's office, the boy was shuffling through documents with a very serious look on his face. I think the matter with Sienna has been resolved well. The reason it's so serious is probably because there are still a lot of troubles left. At least he couldn't tell the difference between black and white compared to Count Lucian. Master, when did you come? If you had given me a message, I would have gone out. No, you must be busy because of Lucian's work. Is there even a need for that? I lowered my butt onto the sofa where Gray was sitting. Then Gray nodded and sat down as well. I think you are doing well. I think the attitude to fight and win like that is very good. Is that so? Thanks to the attempt to kill Sienna in the territory, I am thinking of using Baron Garin to carry out various operations. Sienna will never be taken away again. But if you're worried, wouldn't it be difficult with only evidence of murder? Yes, but Gray rolled his eyes in surprise. So I held out the documents I had brought in front of Gray. These are documents taken from Count Lucian's study. It is also data that clearly reveals the circumstances of playing behind the scenes with relief supplies. Master, what is this? Grake expressed his curiosity as he grabbed the document. Before explaining the document, let me first point out that attempted murder is certainly a crime. But what is important in aristocratic society is the useless concept of one's belongings. That, rather than murder, the fact that someone from another family was being held captive, whether by force or not, would be more of a hot topic in aristocratic society. It makes no sense. That's more of a hot topic than murder. Gray responded by clenching his fists. That's why that document appeared. Try reading this, please. When I gestured, Gray quickly picked up the document and began to read it. A look of surprise gradually appears on my face. It is a different story, however, when problems arise that go beyond the useless notion of possession. Stealing relief supplies behind the scenes is tantamount to treason. No, you have to drive it like that. So disband the Rurin family. Then there would be no need to give up Sienna. The behind-the-scenes work of bringing back people from a disbanded family would be possible with the recent income earned by the Gray family. Unbelievable, okay. This is material that can really ensnare Lucian? Yes. Of course, data is just data. It's all up to the Lord what kind of board he makes with it. So I can't help you from here. I will try. If you can't get the results you want even with this much data, it's absolutely impossible to navigate the capital's political scene. Yes, that's what I want to say. Because standing alone begins now. Besides, I can't help you for the time being even if I want to. I have a plan. Now is the chance to fulfill Rurin's lifelong wish. Rurin's mother. I plan to leave Grey City for a while to solve the case that has been dormant for a long time. This might be the last help this material is that gift. Yes. The surprised Grey got up and came towards me. Master, what is that? I was so shocked that I couldn't even close my mouth, so I felt like I was some kind of poor hamster, so I corrected myself. I am leaving for the time being because I have work to do. I will return when it is completed, so I am not leaving completely. So calm down. Ah, is that so? Then. Gray sighed and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, and then slowly sits down on the sofa. I emphasized this to the boy once more. Yes, it comes back. Certainly. It's natural to come back. Do you plan to grow old and die in this place where the restaurant is located? Well, I've said everything I wanted to say, and I stood up from the sofa. If you are a lord, you can accomplish anything. Be confident. Now wait a minute, master. I was about to leave after giving my best wishes, but Gray immediately called me over and stopped me. Then he came in front of me and shouted with an urgent look on his face. Actually, I have something to tell you. Yes, I have decided. Master, have you decided? What? Are there any more decisions left to make? Still, it wasn't a joking look. Those eyes are extremely serious. So I decided to listen to the story and sat down on the sofa again. Then, Greek spoke passionately in the same position he was standing in. In my opinion, servants of noble families are not slaves. The imperial class system refers only to royalty, nobles, and commoners. There is nothing below. That is correct. Although slaves are being secretly sold, that is a back alley story. There is no open slavery. Instead, among the commoners, there were some who had noble professions. It's like a situation where it doesn't exist, but it seems like it exists. I guess that's the situation. And commoners have freedom of occupation. Users are also commoners. Regardless of whether you are a butler, a maid, or a maid, you are a commoner under the law. A commoner cannot become a nobleman, but he has the freedom to choose whether to farm or do business. It all sounds correct, but why are you suddenly saying this? It's all true. There is no way for a commoner to become a noble. The nobles always reign over the commoners. The way for a commoner to become a noble is to establish a country and become king. Or, by assisting the person who would become the king, he would establish a new country and become a contributor to its founding. About these two things. So, unless something happens that changes heaven and earth, commoners are commoners in this world. The highest rank one can rise to is knight level. Since most nobles lived off the income from taxes, it was ultimately the commoners engaged in various occupations who led the world. In other words, it is commoners who feed the country and pay taxes. But why? I looked at Gray. However, although servants belonging to noble families are commoners, they do not have freedom of occupation. The proud reason why the secrets of a noble family are leaking out? I don't think so. Rather, I think that in order to prevent nobles from doing things like Count Lucian behind their backs, we need to guarantee free movement for employees even more. Ah, was that what you heard? Free movement of employees working for noble families. I guess it was because of Sienna. Have you thought about that? It's not that I have an overly advanced idea that everyone is equal. It's just an extremely natural idea that commoners should have commoner rights. But it was also an idea that no one else had done. This is because employees belonging to noble families were viewed as property. In other words, he is one of those beings who are commoners, but are not commoners. It's one of those situations I mentioned earlier where it seems as if there is a slave or not. If we were to accept applicants for work from among the commoners, there would be no way there would be no one from the noble family to work, right? I write who I want, and I think they need that freedom to move around too. It is clearly an evil law to have to serve a noble family for generations even though you are a commoner. Isn't that right, Master? Gray continued to shoot his eyes with strong enthusiasm. Of course, I was born in a modern world where everyone is equal and everyone is given equal opportunities. Of course, I agree with that opinion. In times like these, it is very difficult to change such entrenched customs. That's true, but would you have thought that even if Sienna wasn't there? So I first looked into my blind spots. Actually, this is the key. Then Greek shook his head, looking agitated. I honestly don't know. But even if Sienna made me think this way, I don't think it's wrong. Master once told me that everything happens for a reason. Having a goal in life is not a bad thing. I have no intention of stopping it. All you have to do is increase your strength and have the power to carry it out. So, Master, but my lord, yes, that is difficult. Changing something that has become entrenched in the nobility is not something that can be done with ordinary power. Do you really think you have that kind of power now? That, maybe, also will it be difficult? It's difficult. For now, it's tough. Because the ideal that Gray talks about is something that can never be achieved without strength. Do you really want to achieve that? How desperate are you? I am desperate enough to risk my whole life. Master, Gray shouted strongly, holding out both fists, for a lifetime. Well, that's good posture. If you may, let me tell you a strategy. Are you talking about strategy? I was going to talk about it a little later, but I think now is the time to make the decision to risk your life. Master. This is actually a method that Gray came up with to help Gray Lake solve the current situation on its own, rather than the user problem that Gray has been talking about so far. If you solve the problems of Gray City, you will automatically have the power to change the problems of the users that Gray mentioned, so the path is the same anyway. Looking at Gray, whose dry lips were shaking with an earnest face, I smiled and gave a lengthy explanation. The problem with the employees you just mentioned, and furthermore, the reality is that Gray City should have been part of the duchy, but it has been left out in some way and is subject to various checks. There is a way to solve both of these problems. Of course, I can only suggest a path for this, and it is up to the Lord to overcome it and achieve it on his own. What is that method? I can do it. We will do it. Well, the feudal system of the empire is the foundation of the country. Great City cannot be an exception forever. Yes, that's right. So, after using the dukes this time, I thought about choosing which duchy it would be. No, you definitely don't have to. There is absolutely no need to go under those snobs who only want to take advantage. Well then, is there another way? It's simple. All you have to do is become a being that is guaranteed an independent territory. Yes, what is that? Gray tilted his head as if he didn't understand. Well, it's worth it, because the real story starts now. If you are dissatisfied with the treatment of employees like Sienna, you can become someone who can change it. Gray City's finances are improving day by day, right? Yes, thanks to Master's help, I am accumulating sufficient wealth. Yes, so there are enough ingredients. The current emperor is getting older, and it will soon be time for him to abdicate. Thanks to this, the succession battle is fierce in the empire. The Duke of Delian and the Crown Prince are having a power struggle, very fiercely. Yes, I know that, so the method is simple. Help the Crown Prince with Grace City's wealth. We are supporting the Crown Prince from behind. The goal is to make the Count's knights stronger and use the finances generated by the watch industry to elevate the Crown Prince to the position of emperor. Currently, the Crown Prince is being pushed out by Duke Delian in many ways. But even if His Royal Highness becomes emperor, the basis of feudalism will not change, and the imperial law itself, which states that Grace City must belong to another duchy, will not change either. Elevating the Crown Prince to emperor means that if it is the Lord who elevated him to a position that he could not have ascended to originally, then that means standing in a position equivalent to a founding contributor. So, in other words, become a duke, my lord. It is impossible to change the foundation of feudalism, so to achieve both, all you have to do is become a duke. If you become a duke and are guaranteed independence from belonging to any dependency, that power will allow you to naturally resolve Sienna's affairs as well. Of course, it won't be easy, but make it your lifelong dream. You said you would risk your whole life. Can you do it? I stood up and patted Gray on the shoulder again. Grake had no answer. I feel my hands shaking slightly. If that happens, there will be no pressure from the dukes. Originally, the title of duke was a position that could only be held by nobles or members of the royal family who had a significant influence on the country. For the path to becoming a duke in recognition of his great influence, let's move slowly. Gray swallowed his saliva. The sound of saliva flowing down my throat is loud in my ears. A very surprised and nervous face. Because of that, he still couldn't answer anything and just looked at me. Well, the choice is up to the boy. I left Gray behind and walked out of the study. Since he was a smart guy, he would have understood well. I think I have given a lot by doing this. because he was the one who called me teacher. So now forget about the boy. I have to deal with the dragons. It's probably going to be a busy day for both of us, right? Chapter 222 Long-cherished Wisham. It hurts my eyes. Rurin suddenly woke up from her sleep and blinked. My eyes hurt, so I instinctively rubbed them. It hurts more. The truth is that rubbing your sore eyes hurts more. That's why I grimaced and took my hand away from my eyes. Maybe it was because of the rain, but my eyes hurt even more. Because I tilted my head twice by myself, but my eyes still hurt. Well, if it hurts, it hurts. I coolly admitted it and looked at my watch. Let me see, okay? The clock guy is crazy. The time indicated by the grandfather clock was 4 p.m. Rurin looked bewildered and then suddenly clapped his hands. Is it because I sleep too much that it hurts? I blinked away my sore eyes, admitting to myself that I had slept too much. It was said that the more you sleep, the better you get. And perhaps that was why Rurin yawned loudly. Since there is no L, I yawned so loudly that tears well up in my eyes. Oh, it doesn't hurt my eyes. Rurin, whose condition had improved, jumped out of bed with a smile on her face. Thanks to the tears, the dust in my eyes came out. The human body is so amazing. After saying that, I looked at the clock again. After all, it's 4 o'clock. I didn't see anything wrong, but did you go out again? Rurin narrowed her eyebrows and mumbled. If I don't wake you up past 4 o'clock, it means I went into town to run errands. Even if you know that someone is nearby, going out alone while they are sleeping is not very pleasant. You are bad. Where are you going, leaving me behind? Rurin kicked the floor hard and tried to stagger out of the bedroom, still asleep. No, the more this happens, the more sleep you need. I can never go out alone again. Wake me up and get out. Of course, even if I did that, I wouldn't wake up in the morning. Even though no one was around, I kept muttering to myself and making nonsensical rationalizations. Then, with a spirit of defiance, I tried to jump into bed to go back to sleep, but stopped with a dumbfounded look on my face. What is it? Why are you here? Rurin gently lifted the blanket with a very surprised face. Is it you too? Lying under the blanket was, of course, L. The reason why the end of the word is a question mark is because it is so unusual for L to be sleeping at this time. Rurin rubbed his eyes again. Since he hasn't woken up until now, I thought he must have gone out somewhere since it's Yeonju Castle, but he's actually sleeping. And then I saw L. It's also L. I rubbed my eyes again, and I saw it again. As expected, L does not disappear. It's not an illusion. Rurin pinched her cheek this time. When I pinched my cheek and stretched it, it hurt. Since it was pinched, the pain was natural. It's not a dream. Oh. Rurin shouted like that, and then covered her mouth with both hands in shock. And then I glanced at L. Luckily, I didn't wake up. Was still sleeping, haha. After seeing that, Rurin laughed very softly. In fact, it was very rare for Rurin to see L sleeping. Normally, it is natural for Rurin to be sleeping and L to be awake. It is extremely rare for the opposite to happen. There was a time when Rurin woke up from a half-asleep state in the early morning, came to L's room, and slept with her writhing around. Besides, I couldn't remember much of it since it happened while I was half asleep. I don't know why L is sleeping at this time. However, Rurin paid attention to the fact that L was sleeping. I didn't care about the reasons and started focusing only on L, who was sleeping. It slowly crawled on all fours and moved right in front of L, then he stopped and brought his ear closer. L's quiet breathing is heard. Very regular breathing. Rurin made a strange face when she realized that she was really sleeping. Rurin lifted the blanket earlier and threw it away. Rurin went right in front of L, who was sleeping on her side, and laid her down too. Then, I turned my body sideways to face L and looked at her face. Eyes meet eyes. A situation where the gap is not that long. It was almost my first time doing something like this. This is the situation where I look at the sleeping L in fascination. Rurin's heart started pounding. I'm just looking at it, but my heart is racing. That's not all. My eyes were sparkling and my face was hot. It's usually cool. That is Rurin's impression. But now, for the first time in a while, he looked cute. Yes, since he was asleep, his charisma disappeared and he was just cute. That's why Rurin lay down very quietly, not taking her eyes off L's face, without realizing the passage of time. How cute is it when he scratches his cheek while he sleeps? Rurin thought about that and eventually got up. Wow, why is it so hot? He shouted quietly and shot wind towards his face. It's magic. Thanks to this, my hair gets blown around by the strong wind. Rurin cooled his face for a moment. After my hot face cooled down a bit, I lay down in the same position again and looked at L, then Rurin became greedy. Dragons are a race of greed. Greed for jewels and greed for one's own. That's a great species. That's my current greed. Rurin wanted to touch Elle's cheek. I tried kissing under the guise of lip smacking once before, but there wasn't much progress after that. That's because shame takes over my whole body, but today was different. Seeing my defenseless appearance, my confidence began to rise little by little. Rurin raised her hand as she lay down. Then he stretched out his index finger and approached Elle's face little by little. My fingers trembled slightly. I gently placed my trembling fingers on Elle's cheek, and then he pressed Elle's cheek. Huh. Rurin let out an exclamation without realizing it. He grabbed his head, which had made the sound, and clamped his mouth shut. At that moment, Elle tossed and turned. Then he turned to the other side and lay down. Rurin, who thought it was because she touched it with her finger, glared at her hand. He then bit his index finger to inflict punishment. It's a stupid finger, but the direction just changed. Rurin calmly got up and went back to the other side. Yes, you can lie down on the other side. After shouting that in her heart, Rurin settled down on the other side, laid down like a pair of chopsticks, and looked at Elle's face. Ooh, it's cute. Rurin shouted in her heart. Elle awake is also good. I think that's natural. But sleeping Elle was so new. Because he was so sleepy, he didn't realize that it was a face he hadn't seen much and was just excited about the novelty. But in that state, Elle narrowed her eyes and turned half around with a sound and hit her face on the bed. My head has already fallen off the pillow. Since my face was pressed into the bed, I couldn't see my face. Rurin fell into despair. I still had a strong desire to see and observe more, so I touched Elle's arm in an attempt to somehow turn around. I touched my cheek earlier and turned around. I hope you turn around this time too. Cook. When I carefully poked her arm, fortunately Elle turned over again. However, the problem is that it did not return to its original position, but turned completely towards itself. Rurin was startled and retreated to his lying down. This is because it seemed like Elle would wake up if their bodies overlapped. But there was no room to escape. The thing that touched Rurin's back was the wall. Rurin tried to crouch down a little, but it was no use. There was no choice but to touch Elle's body. Since it was such a long time coming, he struggled and crouched down even further, but his efforts were not worth it and he ended up crashing into Elle's chest. The state is completely pressed against the wall between the EL and the wall. Sleeping on Elle's chest is a frequent occurrence. There were many times when I did this in my sleep without even realizing it. But looking at a sleeping face is different. So what Rurin wants to do now is look at Elle's cute sleeping face. After burying my face in his chest, I lifted my face with difficulty and found Elle's face. And then I gave up. In this situation, it seemed impossible to return to the same position as before, so I decided to do something bold before I woke up. Watching is good, but doing something bold is even better. My heart starts pounding again. I started running wildly. No, he was running earlier, but he started running more. In human terms, this could be considered an arrhythmia-like phenomenon. My heart is pounding, I have difficulty breathing, and I even feel dizzy. It is a similar phenomenon to arrhythmia, but of course it is not a disease. Rurin took Elle's arm away and got up and climbed on top of Elle's body, and rushed forward. A situation like the present is a moment where you can approach it right away. Rurin from another world was like that. When it's this cute, it's okay to attack it. Plus, I am sleeping there. Rurin walked closer and bent down towards Elle's lips. Soon our lips gently touched. A soft touch began to spread through Rurin's nerves. When I came to my senses, I found myself hugging Rurin for some reason, and push it against the wall. What situation is this? I roll my head that won't turn. Apparently, the restaurant is closed as of today. There were no plans to open a restaurant for the time being, as important matters had to be resolved. After organizing the ingredients in the morning and informing the regulars that I would be taking a break, it was afternoon, and I went down to the bedroom to wake up Rurin. Then, as I was unconsciously looking at Rurin sleeping and thinking that there was no business for dinner, I became somewhat drowsy and remembered lying down next to Rurin for a while instead of waking her up. Yes. Did you just fall asleep? The roaring sound felt so good that it seemed like my eyelids closed. It was truly a long nap. But right then, Rurin stood up, climbed onto my pelvis, and started coming towards my face. I was surprised by the sudden action. In a situation where I couldn't open my eyes because I was asleep, Rurin also lowered her head to my face, closed her eyes tightly, and rushed toward my lips. After thinking about what to do about this for about 5 seconds, I decided to just leave it alone. There should be times when I get kissed by Rurin, just me, except for that lip smacking at that time. That wasn't a kiss. Anyway, Lulin's lips came closer like fluttering hair, made a sound, and then moved away. Sighed. This sound refreshingly struck the air. Rurin has finally taken care of me properly. And then, before I could make any sign, wow, I ran out of the bedroom. Anyway, I don't understand why he gets so embarrassed when I do it, but when he does it first, he gets so shy. Once it happened, I fell asleep and woke up and was still out of my mind. I went to the bathroom to wash my face with cold water, and when I came back, Rurin was sitting in the middle of the bed. What happened to you while you were taking a nap? Isn't the restaurant open? It seemed as if he was glancing at me as if he was noticing something, and was wondering if he had noticed the kiss he had given me earlier. Without showing any signs of it, I climbed onto the bed and sat next to him. And then the dagger was inserted. Well, I can't open it because someone kissed me. What do you mean? I've never been kissed. You had a dream. After saying that, he hurriedly covered himself up with a blanket and got into it. Only the soles of the feet and the bones of the thighs were exposed outside the blanket. That's enough. I have other important things to talk about. I put emphasis on the word important, and Rurin quietly got up, with a blanket over my head. Come here. In that state, I made Rurin sit in front of me. Then, after back hugging Rurin's body, I spoke while gently raising my chin to the top of her head. What is it? Chapter 223, Long Wish. The starting point of all this is the Black Dragon's orb. The black dragon bead that Lulin's mother found by chance caused Lulin's childhood to become distorted. To be exact, it all started when Lulin's mother, who found the black dragon's bead, reported this to the elder through magic. Lulin had just become an adult, so at that time, he was a hatchling who was younger than when I first met him. In human terms, I think it was around the time when I was an elementary school student. At that age, my mother not only died in an accident, but also brought shame to the clan and never returned. So it is only natural that Rurin has a strong obsession with this matter. Anyway, the problem was that when Lurin's mother went to the shrine with the black dragon's beads she found, the black dragon's beads in the jewelry box were clearly changed to red dragon's beads. It is also a sacred item, kept in the red dragon's sacred place. After that happened, the red dragons immediately accused Lulin's mother of stealing the holy relic. She had personally offered the red dragon's beads, and since she had recently visited the red dragon's sacred site as the daughter of the elder along with the elder, she was treated as if she were an actual criminal and became a criminal. The red dragons went on a rampage, claiming that they were trying to weaken the power of the red dragons by stealing their holy relics, and after reporting this to the Dragon Lord, they declared that they would wage war. The evidence that the holy relic was stolen was Lurin's mother herself, because the red dragon's holy relic came out of the jewelry box she gave me. Moreover, with the report that she had found the dragon bead, Lurin's mother ended up in a situation where she could neither take it nor leave it. Afterwards, thanks to the red dragons, who said that all justice was theirs, and that if they did not apologize, they would be judged by the entire dragon race. The elders and ancient dragons of the Black Dragon had to go to the Red Dragon's shrine and suffer the humiliation of bowing down, just like the humiliation of Samjiando that occurred during the Joseon dynasty. Since it was a case of this magnitude, a detailed investigation team was also formed. A joint investigation by Gold, Red, and Black Dragons was conducted. However, no evidence was found that Lulin's mother originally had the Black Dragon bead and that it had been replaced. The only testimony was that Rurin, a young hatchling at the time and the daughter of the criminal, went on a rampage, claiming that what her mother originally had was a black bead. No one regarded it as reliable testimony. It is said that no one believed him, except me. Mom is not the criminal. The one shown to me was clearly black. I never saw anything wrong. When Rurin first told me about that day, I nodded as if it was very natural. Okay, believe, and I will probably never forget the look on Lurin's face when she said those words. In any case, Rurin's testimony was buried and the truth was shrouded in darkness. In an instant, Lulin's mother became a criminal for bringing the shame of causing Black Dragon to kneel to Red Dragon and took it upon herself to prove her innocence. But he did not return alive, because instead of clearing his name, he was killed. A death disguised as suicide. Rurin's long-cherished wish is to prove her mother's innocence. Of course, from the beginning and even now, I still believe in Rurin's words. There is no way Lulin would lie, so Lulin's mother is innocent. Of course, other than that, this case is full of suspicious aspects, so even if Rurin had not seen anything, they would have argued that Rurin's mother may not be the culprit. The first of these strange things is that if Lulin's mother had stolen the red dragon's bead, she would not have come out publicly saying that she had found it. I am not stupid either. The second suspicious thing is that at the moment the jewelry box was opened, the red dragon's messenger happened to be visiting the black dragon's sacred place. Why in that situation? It's such a smelly thing. The red dragons said it was a response to the previous visit by the elder and Lurin's mother, but the timing was exquisite. Of course, as they claim, it could be a coincidence. It's not like such coincidences don't happen in life. Coincidences that are more like a movie than a movie sometimes happen in life. But there was a clear smell of artificiality. It seems that the Black Dragon Elder also doubted this, but could not find anything to prove his innocence. In the end, the problem is that the beads are changed in the middle without the mouse or the bird knowing. The exact circumstances surrounding it were unknown. First of all, because he died. Lulin's mother is said to have kept quiet from the red dragon who interrogated her and the elder dragons of her race who had joined her. Perhaps it was to find something on his own. He must have decided that telling Red Dragon would be of no use. This was something he did because he didn't know he was going to die. So, I cannot understand that her death was suicide. It doesn't really matter how it was changed. If there is a real culprit, if we find that culprit, everything will be solved. Then I cast the fishing rod for it and finally caught some bait. So this journey began. What are you thinking like that? I did some organizing. What are you organizing? You're a stupid. Why is that stupid? Because there is nothing to organize, it's all broken. Rurin puffed out her mouth as she cried. Of course, what I have organized is the organization of my thoughts. But what Rurin was talking about was organizing around here. About the smooth rubble that made up the inner wall of the lair, which was broken and sticking out in all directions. We were now at old Lurin's house. This is the place where we first met. And the place where Rurin, who was completely uninterested in everything in the world, lived a gloomy life before following me into the world. It's been a while since I returned to the rare that Lulin's mother used. Of course, as Rurin said, it has been completely destroyed now, so there is no trace of anything that can be called rare. Rurin, come here. Rurin, who had been absent-mindedly smashing a pile of rocks with her fist and asked me a question, came to my side, clapping her palms at my call. I am here. I laid down a mat and sat down at the site, which was once rare but was completely destroyed and looked as if a royal tomb from the Silla dynasty had been bombed. Let's eat first, looking at old rares for the first time in a while. After saying that, I patted the seat next to me and looked at her, and Rurin sat with her legs on my thighs and looked at me. Anyway, it's been a while since I came here. How are you feeling? Not really. Okay? It's still not that good. It reminds me of my mom. Now that I value our rares more, I don't like this place. The rare you are in is the best. You were very chic when you left here, right? After several days of persuading him, he finally came out. Who is that? Who is the dragon you're talking about that barely made it out? I do not know. What? It's you. A black dragon named Rurin? It's not. You say strange things sometimes. Lulin answered confidently. It's so confident that people who don't know the inside story will believe it when they hear it. Can you say it's true with that thing in your hand? Hand? Lurin's gaze turned to her hands. At that moment, the pink light reflected the sunlight and sparkled. Rurin gently stroked it and soon began to say something else, probably because she didn't want to wear a ring. That's Rurin from another world. I think it was because that guy was stupid. Are you saying that now you from another world did it? Of course, it's ridiculous, but what's hidden behind it is that he wants to pretend that he doesn't have the confidence he had when he treated me coldly. Well, that's okay. So I slowly took out my lunchbox and changed the topic. So did your mother ever tell you where she found the black dragon orb? I don't know, because my mom didn't tell me that. I remember you saying it was very important. Oh, he said he picked it up. You picked it up. Yes, you don't know where you picked it up. I don't know about that. Well, I guess that's it. At that time, Rurin had not grown up enough to hear such detailed information. Actually, there was no big reason why I came to the old rare. Because there is no such thing as discovering something here. I only came to strengthen my fighting spirit before going on a journey to avenge Rurin's grudge. This is where it all started. This is where Lulin's mother came in with the black dragon. This is where I met Lulin, and this is where our relationship began. So I was thinking of leaving after eating my lunch, for a real journey. Rurin, come on. No matter what happens on that journey, it's all for Rurin's happiness. To make that decision, I took out my lunchbox and opened my arms. Come here, good job. But what happened all of a sudden? It's been a while since I've been here. My face was filled with questions, but I just hugged Lulin's back without answering. Rurin still doesn't smile when she comes here. The first time Rurin smiled brightly was after she escaped from here. This place has a deep connection with Rurin's mother, a place like a graveyard. So, I won't be able to smile brightly here until the deep resentment in my heart is resolved. Actually, this is what I want to do. Rurin smiles brightly and expresses happiness in this place, which is like her mother's grave. This is the true goal. This is also why we are trying to bring out old grudges and reveal the truth. Now that I have made that decision, I have to forget my lunch box. So I tried to take Lulin away. However, once he was hugged as if it were a stick of gum, he had no intention of letting go. Rurin, let's fall slowly now, shall we? Let your lunch box get cold. Nope. Hey, hate, more. I am going to show it to my mom. The one I am embracing is my you. I was momentarily lost for words at Lurin's words. I am showing it to my mother, so what can I say? It's you. I feel like the meaning of you that Rurin is talking about includes the meaning of husband. So, you're saying you're going to show your mother your husband. Although we weren't married yet, I didn't have any intention of denying it. We have come too far to deny it, and it will happen someday. The same goes for the shining ring on Lurin's finger. So does my heart. Because that's really what will happen when it's all over. So denying it is like causing ripples in Rurin's heart by showing me to her mother. That is not polite to Lurin's mother, so I admit it. I am Lulin's lover. When I didn't say anything, Rurin immediately buried her face further into my chest. And it didn't go away for long. I couldn't get rid of Lulin like that. I just watched quietly. Rurin closed her eyes and sobbed, muttering something as if she was thinking of her mother. Chapter 224, long-awaited wish. By the time Rurin, who had been introducing me to her mother for so long, finally left, the lunch box she had just made at the restaurant had completely cooled down. There's no microwave, so you just have to eat it. The lunch box was opened. Our dragon's mood changed when he saw something to eat, so he quietly sat down and started eating his lunch box. Anyway, aren't you curious about how to approach the criminal? Criminal? No way do you know the culprit? When I told him I was going to take revenge, he followed me and didn't seem curious, so I asked him about it, and Lulin's eyes lit up with excitement, even though he was eating. No, not yet. What I mean is, aren't you curious about how to find the culprit? Ah, is that it? Crunch, crunch. Rurin moved her hand where she had stopped and started eating her lunch box again. They say they are not interested at all. So, isn't that something that can be solved if I stick right next to you? Because you said you would catch the criminal. What do you mean, leave this entirely to me? There are times when you believe too much and end up shooting yourself in the foot. They say you get hit in the foot by an axe you believe in. So, are you going to shoot yourself in the foot? I glanced at Lulin's feet. It was pure white. I don't feel like taking pictures. Well, that's it, but anyway, like I said before, I am definitely going to use this. Since I couldn't take a picture of the instep, I calmly took out the red dragon bead from my pocket. It is one of the beads obtained from Great Mountain. This is a bead that was originally left to be used as bait. As soon as I took out the remaining beads, Rurin took a quick look and answered. I see. I don't like the fact that it's almost a red bead, but I've used it too. Well, crunch, crunch. Okay, we used it well. Thanks to you, I have become much stronger. Rurin has also become strong enough to handle 1 or 2 dragons. Anyway, this bait was used. And the fish has already taken the bait. Now all you have to do is scoop it up. It wasn't me who laid the bait. Information that Lulin and I obtained the red dragon's orb. I had asked Black Dragon Elder Metadonna to spread the information. And just recently it came to fruition. Suddenly, through Metadonna, a red dragon elder invited me and Rurin to their territory. This invitation came shortly after Metadonna spread the information. It is said that the first one to react was Red Dragon. As expected, a suspicious smell is wafting out. Of course, the reason we were invited to the Red Dragon's sacred place is plausible. I caused trouble with Serena earlier, so I will apologize and compensate for that. But if you think about it deeply, it's ridiculous. The words came naturally, and Serena, who suffered the most damage, did not say a word. In the end, their goal is probably the red dragon orb we obtained. Their level of consciousness is that if they respond to the invitation, it's fine, but if they don't come, they will use another method. It was a very suspicious offer, so I happily accepted. At this level of consciousness, I feel that they look down on me and Rurin. The more you look down on something, the better. And the more awards you get, the better. If you dig into that suspicious box, you may find the truth you were looking for. No matter what anyone says, the most suspicious thing about Lurin's mother's case is the leaders of Red Dragon. Although it cannot be said to be all red dragons, at least the elders, ancient dragons, and leaders who lead the red dragons are definitely related. A lion of the red dragon who happened to visit the black dragon's sacred place as if targeting Lulin's mother. The response after that seemed planned. Everything is beneficial to Red Dragon. Usually, when a murder case is investigated, the person who gained the most from the murder is suspected first. Therefore, the leaders of Red Dragon, who benefited the most, are the ones who are most suspicious of me. Besides, I don't need proof. The fact that they did it. Even if there is no evidence, just that fact is enough. So, any invitation to the tiger's den or even the dragon's den is very welcome. Red Dragon's biggest misjudgment. I think my skills are still the same as they were during the previous war. During the Serena incident, Red Dragon retreated first. So, the only people who have seen my recently leveled up power are black dragons. So wouldn't this be an even more fun invitation? Tusk. Rurin, who was eating a cold lunchbox, frowned slightly. I felt like I was choking, so I took a thermos out of my bag. Rurin, it's already cold, so eat it slowly. Now drink this. I poured the tea in the thermos and handed it over to Rurin. Now that I think about it, maybe I should have packed my lunch in an insulated lunchbox. The tea poured from the thermos is still steaming. Without hesitation, Rurin put her mouth to the lid of the thermos bottle and took a gulp of tea. Soon the car goes down my throat. No, I should have passed it on. I should have passed it. Foo whoop. But quite the opposite. Rurin squirted the tea she had drunk on my face. Rice paste and hot green tea flowed down my face. Hey dude, you're so hot. Rurin got up from the mat and started running around the old lair without even hearing my cries. It goes around and around again. Come to think of it, I have never explained anything about the modern cultural object called the thermos. You wouldn't have thought it would be hot. Rurin ran around for a while and then sat down on the mat again, sticking out her tongue like a puppy. I thought I was going to die. Why are you trying to kill me? Would you die from something like that? The dragon? It's obviously steamy, so you have to be careful when eating it. I was choking. I shook my head and wiped the rice from Lurin's mouth and the water that flowed down from the blowing wind with a handkerchief. As a result of showing my face calmly with a hazy expression, I was the only one with a clean face. After I wiped everything off, he opened his closed eyes and blinked at me. Why is your face so messed up? What? It is very absurd to say that. Why is it a mess after I made it like this? It's 7 days old. Anyway, you can't do it without me. Me too. Then he said something sweet that didn't fit the situation and took the handkerchief from my hand and started wiping my face. Well, this part has improved. Lulin wiping my face was something I couldn't have imagined before. There is also rice pool. Is it the rice paste you were chewing? Then eat again. What? Rurin threw away her handkerchief and came closer to my face. So close that Lulin's breathing could be heard. The distance where your nose touches. I'm going to eat again, so just stay still. After saying that, Lulin slightly stuck out her tongue. Rurin's cute tongue approaches in a different curve than when she was panting because it was hot. Yum! Rurin's tongue touched the tip of my cheek. Rurin removes the rice paste with the tip of her tongue and eats it. It feels like something is tickling when I clap. And that too right in front of your nose. Hey Lulin, wipe it with a towel. Did you eat it with your hands? What are you doing so dirty? It's not dirty. It's something I used to eat, and it's actually clean because it's on your face. Isn't my face that clean? Is it too overrated? Lulin brought his tongue back with absurd conviction. Then he touches the rice glued to the corner of my mouth. It's right next to the lips. As soon as my tongue touched that spot, a tingling sensation went through my entire body. It feels like there's a bit of electricity, along with a soft yet lukewarm feeling. In addition, the sound of Lurin's breathing that continues to be heard and the strange expression on her face when she sticks out her tongue and licks it. No, it was very mysterious. Although he doesn't seem to have any particular thoughts, it's mysterious and fascinating. He must have eaten everything, so he grabbed both of my cheeks and slowly got up and looked around. Then he nods his head and looks satisfied. You can't kiss first, but you still do things like this so casually. What does it have to do with kissing? You can kiss first. I can't do it any time. He snorted, made a noise, and very calmly started eating his lunch again. So I ate again. You can't just eat a packed lunch forever, so hurry up. Without much trouble, we filled our bellies and cleaned up our mats. There is nothing to see here anymore. It's like stopping by your parents' grave before going into battle. Now that you're done, it's time to go to the dragon's den. Rurin. Rurin said earlier that she would find out the culprit if she stayed close to me, but before I knew it, she was holding onto my arm. It's already a piece of gum. I looked up at him with a face asking why I was calling him like that. Well, let's go to the Red Dragon's sanctuary. I was invited. Invite? Lulin's brows narrowed significantly at the word Red Dragon. It's only natural, since the word that ignites Lulin's fighting spirit is Red Dragon. Invite. Why are you inviting me to avenge my mother? You just have to tear up the red invitation. Well, that might be true, but I can't do that this time. Red Dragon's leadership is a suspect. The red one? Lulin's eyes wavered at my words, and soon hostility and murder began to well up in those eyes. Wait, Rurin, calm down. I hugged Lulin's trembling and life-threatening body tightly from behind and said, no, not yet, just a suspect. When everything is revealed, all you have to do is go and be judged. So this invitation is to confirm that, but if you show it like that, y'all ruin the work. But, Rurin, you say you believe in me? Believe. Then you can't mess things up, right? Didn't you say you just stick close to me? Until things come to light? It was like that. Then you should keep your word. Nod. Lulin reluctantly nodded. I held onto the bridge of Lulin's nose. I am telling you to remain expressionless until it becomes clear. Don't vent your anger. And don't even blow your nose. I held his nose and he was sniffing, thinking it was time to wash and blow his nose in the morning, so I added one more word and he answered with a snort. I got it. I will stay still. Then let's set off for the Red Dragon's sacred place. You, I've never been to the Red Dragon's sacred site before. Actually, that's right. There's no way Rurin has ever been there. Did you start without thinking about the most fundamental thing? Puahahaha. Such stupid times. Why are you smiling like that? You look stupid. Smile as cool as usual. No, I did something really stupid this time. Then why don't you go to Serena and ask her to tell you the location? It's stupid, but it doesn't change much just because it's not a direct route. I get it. Then let's go. Rurin held my body tighter and cast a teleportation spell. We were soon enveloped in darkness. So that's the Red Dragon's sacred place? It's similar to our sacred place. Well, I don't like our castle, but I don't like it even more there. I see. You can't say things like that over there. Just keep your mouth shut. I'll tell you everything. Nod. I held Lurin's hand as she nodded and looked at the Red Dragon's sacred site spread out in the huge valley below the mountain. Since you were invited, you are not an uninvited guest. How will it turn out? Soon, the massive red dragon that had been flying over the sacred site must have spotted us and fluttered down and landed. Who are you guys? And it's a lot of yelling. I've felt it since the Serena incident, but these guys are truly unstoppable. Serena coolly told him about this place, saying that it had nothing to do with her, so it wouldn't matter if he beat them all up. Of course, since they were compatriots who didn't even care if he was dying, the affection for them must have been completely lost. Chapter 225, even if it wasn't the Serena incident, I was suspicious of Red Dragon from the beginning. The Serena incident confirmed again that they really are people without answers. However, the reason that the suspicion ended in suspicion and no further action could be taken was because too much time had passed, and there could be no certainty that Red Dragon was the culprit. In the meantime, it was a dragon bead that I found by chance that created a path. This bead created a great opportunity. The reason it took so long to fulfill Lulin's wish was because he had to wait for a fish to catch the bait called a dragon bead. The opportunity has finally arrived after a long wait. Since I couldn't ruin that opportunity, I took a low-key stance and answered. I am Elle, and this one is called Rurin. I came to visit at the official invitation of the Elder. An Elder's invitation? The Red Dragon, who was probably the gatekeeper of the sacred place, began to look closely at us. It's a very unpleasant expression. I don't understand what's so unpleasant. So I blocked Rurin's eyes with both hands. That's it. Like a parent blocking his young daughter's eyes to avoid showing an unpleasant scene. It's dark. Why are you covering your eyes? I guess it's a temporary solution because it would be difficult to go on a rampage because of that attitude. Of course, thanks to that, I started going on a rampage even more. Still, it's better in this situation to be angry at me. Now is the time to bend down and find out their secrets. I can't see it, In the first place, it's better not to look at dirty things. After whispering very softly, I made eye contact with Red Dragon again. Red Dragon answered just as he finished browsing. Are you them? Well, that's good. The Elder is in the Sacred Valley over there, so let's go there. The Red Dragon flew up again, pointing to a large plain visible in the valley below. Why do all red dragons look like that? Suddenly Serena looks cute. That's very noble. Anyway, the red dragon was gone, so I removed the hand covering Lulin's eyes. At the same time, Lulin narrowed his eyes and looked. I couldn't see anything. What are you talking about? I opened my eyes for a moment and there were scenes I couldn't see, so I blocked them out. A scene you can't see with your eyes open. From now on, I won't block your eyes, so no matter what happens, don't leave my side and don't get angry. Don't say anything except to me until I say it's done. This is all for revenge. Thump. At that moment, Lulin held my arm even stronger. Of course it won't fall. However, you can block your eyes. Your hands are warm. What? And I'm not confident. It's normal to get angry when you see something red. Don't be stupid. Grit your teeth and hold on. Ugh. Lulin nodded once again. I have already warned you 3 times. Since the cause of avenging her mother is at stake, even Lulin will not do anything rash. Then let's go to the flat area you see in the center. The Red Dragon Elder is also there. Are you there? I get it. I nodded my head in the affirmative, and soon the teleportation was activated. As soon as you move, red dragons flock to you. Among them, the red dragon is at the front. To be honest, it is difficult to distinguish what a red dragon looks like, but I have definitely seen this dragon with slightly loose skin. He is clearly the elder of the red dragon seen during the Serena incident. He is a guy who only knows about his own race to the point of extreme, and he is the one who caused the accident and disappeared without saying a word to this side. The red dragon comes stomping in front of us. At that moment, I felt a strong grip on my arm. When I looked at the cause, I saw that the elder had just appeared, but he had an expression of gritted teeth. The good news, though, is that it looks like he's keeping his mouth shut and intends to hold on as promised. However, the problem is that the strength to hold the arm gradually becomes stronger and it hurts. Do you think this will bruise? Of course, I don't mind bruising my arm as long as I can relieve Lulin's anger. Did you come? It's been a while. Oh, I was in trouble back then. Are you a human named El? And then the Red Dragon Elder approached and began asking questions in an arrogant tone. That's right. Then that person must be a black dragon named Rurin. Yes, that's also true. When I answered on Lurin's behalf, the Red Dragon Elder nodded. Then it seems like the apology has been made. Baint, you should also apologize first. At the words of the Red Dragon Elder, a familiar dragon next to him spoke in an annoyed tone. Well, it was a nuisance back then. Baint? If it's Vaint, he's the one who planned the Serena incident along with Nice. That incident affected not only Serena, but also me and Lurin. In addition, Baint was a fratricide. You left that kind of being alive? I can't tell you how much I am being ignored by Black Dragon's elder Metadonna, who told me that I would deal with it, and then showed it so openly in front of us. No, the murderer of his own people before that. What on earth are you planning? Of course, even though they openly ignore me, there seem to be a lot of dragons flying around the sacred site, as if they are aware of my skills that were active during the war. This is as if they are asking you to start an argument first. Just looking at the numbers, there are usually not that many people staying in holy places. No, by the way. Not only did they almost kill Serena in half, but the apology from the guys who worked with Nice to steal Lulin was all they could say about the inconvenience they caused. I am dying from pain. My arm hurts. Ooh. Because Lurin was squeezing my arm with an increasingly angry look on her face. The way he closes his mouth tightly is cute. No, I don't plan on doing it in this situation. I took my eyes off Lurin and looked at the elder. I caused trouble. You said you would apologize politely when you visit, but is this all? The other side might think it was strange if I was too obedient, so I got a little angry for now. When you're actually angry, your tone of voice is very natural. Baint has been sufficiently punished by the laws of our red dragons. Just because you're here now doesn't mean you haven't been punished. So isn't an apology sufficient for causing inconvenience? Human, or will you fight again? Do you want to fight again? The feelings I felt earlier were not wrong after all. These guys are hoping that they will start an argument with me first. Are you thinking that if I start a fight, those 30 dragons will attack me and take the orb as self-defense? Young dragons in the sky, and the elder dragons behind the elder. If it were me in the past, it would definitely be impossible to deal with something like this. But that doesn't mean I have any intention of starting a fight first. I wonder what will happen if I endure it here. No, I have no intention of fighting. I guess so. In any case, it is a very polite apology from Red Dragon for the inconvenience caused. So the apology has been made, and now let's get to the point. Red Dragon said with a rotting face, "That's a disappointed face because I didn't put up a fight." The dragon's bumpy mouth twitching isn't a good look. Are you talking about the main point? I heard that you accidentally obtained the Red Dragon's orb? Yes. As expected, the purpose of the invitation was beads. The way he spoke as if he was threatening a fight, and the way he deliberately brought Baint in front of him and showed him splitting it up were all for the sake of Gusel. You're not asking me to return it because it's the Red Dragon's orb, right? The dragon orb is a treasure. However, it is treated as if the person who acquired it has acquired it, and no one has ownership of it. I guess that's what it says in the dragon's rules, right? That's right. That's why I didn't specifically ask for it back. When the elder winked, the dragons came out from the large cave of the sacred site, bringing out brightly shining gold nuggets. At that level, it is worth over hundreds of billions of dollars. That item cannot be used properly by a person like you anyway, so let's officially purchase it here with gold. It's something that can't be used properly. Well, that was true. When I first got the dragon orb, I didn't know how to absorb mana, and I didn't make any real progress for a while. In Lulin's case, there was some progress, but it wasn't a huge leap forward. In the process of overcoming the danger of death, I was able to absorb it by chance. It's a purchase. You mean that gold? Since I know about the fight, I'll buy it with gold next time. What will happen if I refuse even this? Will his true dark intentions be revealed then? He hasn't revealed his ambitions openly yet. Of course, that's not to say he didn't reveal his dark ambitions, but it's clear that he wants the dragon beads. Dragon beads are not that common. I heard that even one thing is a bloody thing. If they are the culprits of Lulin's mother's incident, they will definitely have the black dragon orb that was stolen at that time. Also, there is the red dragon's bead that was stolen by Lurin's mother and their sacred relic, which is said to be kept in the sacred place. Still, I am coveting the dragon beads I have. What on earth are you going to do with the dragon orbs? I don't feel this part at all. Dragons are a race that originally had everything. There doesn't seem to be any intention to power up with the power of the beads. It's not because individual elders are trying to take over it, but because the entire race is stepping up to do this. Moreover, the dragon probably doesn't know how to completely absorb all the mana contained in the dragon's orb. If they knew how to use it, the red dragon elder must have greater power than what we saw during the war. There was no need to have so many dragons waiting to deal with me alone. So, is there a way to use it for the benefit of the entire race? I think if we could find out that, it would become clearer that they manipulated the incident. In that case, of course, I should refuse. Of course, there needs to be some room for rejection. To investigate this sacred place, investigate what you are trying to collect beads for, and an investigation to find the black dragon's orb that is clearly in this sacred place. For this, you first need to stay in this holy place. Is it not enough? Wouldn't it take a lifetime for us dragons to accumulate that much? No, it's not enough, Would you rather give me time to think about it? Did you say it was a thought? What more thoughts do you need? It's not just me, so I would appreciate it if you could give me time to discuss it with Rurin. It only takes a day or two. I'm not running away anywhere. I will stay here. You bastard. Are you sure you're making such a fuss about beads? Would you like to check the item? Well, that's good. If I live up to that expectation, they will start drooling and rushing at me, so I proudly took out the dragon's bead from my chest and held it in my hand. The red dragons who saw this began to murmur, and the elder asked without taking his eyes off the orb. It's definitely a dragon bead. Where on earth did you get that? It's Grey City. If it's Grey City, then the central part of the empire is Phew, the red dragon elder's expression became distorted. It seemed like he knew the dragon who left this dragon bead. The dragon of Great Mountain was completely forgotten and died and became a surface layer. It was a dragon that met a lonely end. Could it be related to that elder? Chapter 226, if Elder Suckone is over 5, 0 years old, it is not unreasonable to say that he knows the dead dragon. Looking at their expressions, it seems like they didn't have a good relationship. Of course, that's not the problem now. The elder also didn't relax his face after the word gray was said and suddenly changed the topic. I don't know why you need time to think, but it would be better not to do anything foolish, right? But we red dragons are generous, so I will give you 2 days. I hope you think about it carefully and make the right decision. Wouldn't that be good for the kid too? Of course, you know that neither you nor we can use magic in the sanctuary of the Holy Land, so there is no way to escape, as you said. It would be better to quietly sell beads for gold. The change of topic was a half-threat that I could never accept. As if I couldn't stand it anymore, I stamped my feet and blocked Lurin's mouth and eyes as she let out a small sound like woo-woo-woo next to me. Little Lurin's face was occupied by my 2 hands. Then he finally calmed down and stopped stamping his feet. Still, I got the time, so it's okay. The threats suck, but you got what you wanted. I already know the sanctuary the elder spoke of. This large sacred site is not the entire sanctuary. Inside the sacred site, there is a special space called the sanctuary. The problem is that mana does not collect well in this space. Just as in modern times, it took a considerable amount of time to recover mana because there was very little mana in the air. There is almost no mana, and the accumulated mana cannot be used due to the extremely amazing barrier. It's not that scary. Because I can't use magic, it means that dragons can't use it either. Besides, they can't run wild in the sanctuary, because it is literally their sanctuary. So, if we were to do something, it wouldn't be underground, but somewhere like where we are standing now. Isn't the reason they don't do something right away because they know that it will be difficult to get the orb if they just use teleportation and run away? I guess they need time to prepare something by locking us up in their own sanctuary. The reason I asked for time to think was to achieve the goal of using beads and to find out the certainty that they were the culprits of Rurin's mother's incident. At this point, all my senses tell me that they are 80 culprits, but we need 20 more. My ultimate goal is to make the black dragons, in front of Lulin, admit that Lulin's mother was framed and offer a sincere apology for treating her as a disgrace to the clan. Of course, it is also important to make the red dragons receive compensation. The price will never be light. They also seem to need some time. I also needed time, so by the order of Elder Red Dragon, we were guided to the sanctuary located underground. There's also a space in the sanctuary, and the space looks like one huge lair. I am angry, I am angry, I am angry. As soon as we arrived at Lair, the Lulin volcano erupted. It's like magma gushing out. It's just a good thing that the explosion was postponed until now. Hold on just a little longer. You've endured well so far, right? If it weren't for you, I would have already blown that elder's head off. Okay, I endured it well. I got angry and I'm hungry. Lulin squatted down with a sullen face. He still holds my arm tightly. Earlier, I was holding it so tightly that it bruised, but now I am holding it so weakly that it threatens to fall off. It seemed like he had no intention of letting go. Maybe it's because they tell me to never let go of my hand and stay by my side. So, even with this wide rare, wouldn't it not fall off like a piece of gum completely stuck to the floor? Seeing things like this brings back old memories. A space similar to where we are now. That was the time when I proposed a bet to shorten the distance between me and Rurin, who was sleeping far away from that wide rare. When I think about the distance between me and Rurin now, it is just a vague memory. I asked while stroking Lulin's cheek, who was stroking her stomach with a look on her face that made it even worse because she was angry and hungry. Hungry, Rurin nodded so vigorously that her hair was shaking. It's because I am forced to endure it. If you're hungry, you can summon something. Oh, I wish it was sweet. You told me to eat sweets when I am angry. Rurin swallowed hard and spoke with a desperate look on her face. While trying to use summoning magic to meet that expectation, I realized one thing. Right. I can't even use summoning magic. This was a sanctuary. Ooh. Lulin lowered his head and sat down. Even in that situation, he is holding my arm. I sat down and raised only one hand. Because I sat down, my hand slipped and now I am holding my hand instead of my wrist. Hold on a moment. There's something important. Something important? I took out a modern item from my chest. He took Lulin's item with his free hand, lifted it up to the ceiling, placed it on the ground, and looked around with a strange look on his face. What is this guy? It looks strange. It's a good device to tell the Red Dragon's ambitions. It's from where I lived. I'm going to wiretap. Wiretapping? Earlier, I saw the elder and the ancient dragons entering the sanctuary. It seemed like they were probably going to a place where sacred relics were kept. Well, it's nearby. I attached a listening device to the elder's body earlier. This was prepared from the restaurant. Who? I don't know what it is, but I get it. Rurin glared at the listening device with a puzzled expression. It's a face that says you don't know anything. Well, it's simple. This will tell you what the elder says from now on. Oh, this guy. Even if they find this on their body, they won't be able to tell what it is, because it's a thing from Earth. It is also a very scientifically advanced modern object. So I sat down next to Rurin and tuned in. Rurin stared at me as I touched the listening device and then quietly rested her head on my shoulder. Still on the move. I can hear fluttering, but I can't hear talking. Can you hear what the red guys are saying from there? Exactly. Haha. Let's wait a little bit. I get it. As expected, there are many strange things in the place where you lived. The thing that I liked the most was the photo. I wanted to take a lot of pictures with you. Photos? Nod. Rurin raised her arms with an excited expression. Thanks to this, my right hand, which Lulin was holding tightly, also went up. That's a good guy, because it contains your image so I can continue to see it. It's okay to see that when I am away from you. Of course, it shouldn't last longer than a day. Well, there's no way to get a camera, so I'll gift it to you later, so that you can take as many pictures as you want. Really, your face. I'm going to take a picture of your face. Hi, what are you doing taking so many pictures of my face? We should take a picture together. No, I wanted to see a little more last time, but I failed because the wall was blocking me. But it's not easy for me to stay up while you're sleeping. The wall, failure, what does that mean? Oh no, I didn't say anything. I don't know what you're talking about, but if you want to see your face, you can do so now. What's left is time. Now let's observe, right? What if it's Lulin's wish? I put my face close to Lulin's face. Then Lulin's eyes scanned my face. Ooh, no, if it's this close. Then he suddenly lowered his head. Why is your face red? Just on your face? It's not like that usually. It's better to observe if you sleep like you did back then. Boo. As expected, he is complaining and saying something incomprehensible. Then, after a while, he suddenly raised his head, brought his free other hand to my face, and said, If you close your eyes, will it be the same? 8. Close your eyes, girl. What are you doing? Now, cheek, it was right then. The listening device started making loud noises. Lulin tried to close his eyes, and I, who tried to avoid it, stopped and focused on the listening device. Anyway, do you think he will listen calmly? A voice coming from the device. This is my first time hearing this voice. Perhaps it was the ancient dragon next to the elder. Even though I showed you that much gold, your eyes didn't waver, right? He's an annoying human being. You saw my eyes exactly. Lulin began glaring at the listening device with a curious look on his face, and Red Dragon's conversation continued. You annoying human. Couldn't you have just dealt with it on the spot? It's not difficult since we've gathered an elite unit. Isn't there a teleport? It would be difficult to run away with the marble. Ah, there was that. I wasn't ready. I will call you tomorrow and put an end to it. Good. Now that I have confirmed the dragon orb, my long-held wish will finally be fulfilled. That's right. For our world. Our world where only the red dragon is at the top of this world. Because we will destroy all gold dragons and black dragons and create a world for our species. All of that should have been achieved in the last war. Thanks to you, aren't you able to use the original method that has been practiced for a long time? It's better to hit the ground running than to go back. He was the one who ruined the war, but he brought back the beads, so shouldn't I be thankful? I plan to kill you instantly in return. That seems too generous, doesn't it? The little girl next to you is her daughter, right? The guy who gave us the black dragon orb. Okay, it was tough to kill because it was so tough. I'll send that little boy to his mom tomorrow, too. Those are trivial things. What really matters is the plan after that. The conversation continued. Their simulation. The more it happened, the more the blood disappeared from Lurin's face. At this moment, Lulin's enemy has been confirmed. The evil beast that killed Rurin's mother. That was the elder of Red Dragon. Next day. Rurin was sleeping with swollen eyes. Stick close to me. Now that the object of revenge I had been holding deep in my heart had appeared, my anger was enormous, but I stopped Rurin for now. If you kill them all now, you will only become a massacre. Other dragons know about Red Dragon's ambition. For all the scenarios in which the Black Dragons apologized to Rurin, who had dismissed it as a disgrace. Because we can never hastily step forward now. It's not my time yet. Until then, I'll have to hang out with you. However, I didn't expect their ambition to be this level. I just thought they were going to do something with the dragon orbs. In that sense, all of the conflicts between dragons that have occurred so far were all red dragons' intentions. The fact that the power of the gold dragons that produce dragon lords has weakened significantly over the past few thousand years is ultimately related to the red dragons. He took the black dragon orb from Rulin's mother, but when he realized that there were not enough beads, he did the next best thing and started a dragon war. The reason Lulin's childhood was so unfortunate was ultimately due to that ambition. Chapter 227, Long Wish, summarizing the conversation. It seems that their plan requires the magical power contained in at least 3 dragon beads. Their goal is to use it to slaughter other dragons and then achieve domination of the world by a single race. In that case, the red dragon elder will eventually be in the same position as a god. A visible god who reigns over the emperor or king of every country on every continent. Well, this doesn't matter anyway, because that goal will never be achieved. Well, if there's one more benefit, it's that I realized why the Dragon Lord asked me to investigate the entire incident related to Lurin's mother in exchange for handing over the heart to me. In fact, deep in my heart, that unexpected request always remained a question. The Dragon Lord had spoken. There must be a hidden secret behind this incident. There was literally an inside story, and I still think that the Dragon Lord is a lord. Perhaps the Dragon Lord had already realized that the red dragons were suspicious of something. The Dragon Lord's life was almost over. But a dragon's heart never dies. Your brain cells will die and you will just die. Having inherited Lord's heart and spirit, I sought out Rurin's rare to fulfill his request. My first visit to Lulin's lair was definitely not a coincidence. So, in a way, it could be said that the Dragon Lord was the one who brought Rurin and me together. The reason I tried to open Lulin's heart despite all the persecution and being called a bastard in Rare at first was because of the Dragon Lord's request. Of course, it was like that at first. After that, it became sincere, so it's just amazing that we're in a relationship. Gion created a relationship with Rurin. Anyway, whether it's his request or Lulin's revenge, I have no intention of ending it in vain. So, in order to make those who have to pay a proper price and reflect, we keep in step with their rhythm. I can't, while Rurin was trying to organize her thoughts, she suddenly let out a moan. Am I having a nightmare? I was surprised and held Lulin's hand. Lulin's hands were trembling. The more I held that trembling hand, the louder the moans got. In a way, it's natural. Even though he finally knew his enemy, he held back and fell asleep because of me. So, whether you're being pressed by scissors or having nightmares, it's natural that your bed isn't pretty. However, going on a rampage to take revenge right then, and there is definitely not a good direction. I will avenge my enemies, but my mother-in-law's honor will never be restored. So all I can do right now is hold your hand tightly. Rurin, I carefully shook Rurin's body. The more I saw the cold sweat on my forehead, the more my heart ached. Wake up, Rurin, cannot be done. I couldn't wait to wake him up, and Rurin woke up surprisingly easily. I raised my upper body while shouting loudly what I've been muttering in my sleep since before. This was by far the first time something like this had happened since I woke Rurin. Rurin got up and looked at me blankly, then made a strange face and said, and then silence again. About 10 seconds after that, he finally seemed to recognize me properly and jumped into my arms differently than usual. This is also very rare. This is a guy who rarely gets hugged first. Rurin sat down and jumped into my arms as I was waking up, buried her face in my stomach, wrapped her arms around my waist, and stretched her legs back. You were dying. It was so scary. I was so scared I cried. Calm down, Rurin. It's a dream. I'm just having a nightmare because my psychological state is unstable, so calm down. Am I fine? I'm not planning on dying, so don't worry. Rurin stood up again. As if my already swollen eyes were not giving me time to subside, tears were filling my eyes again. It's true, I am fine. I don't know what I was dreaming about, but of course I am fine. It's a dream. A dream? He made a strange noise again and grabbed both my cheeks with both hands. He glared at me for a long time, as if he was asking me to have a snowball fight, and finally seemed to understand, so he slowly walked away, rubbed his eyes, and nodded. Was it a dream? But it feels uncomfortable. It was my first time having such a dream, because it was such a vivid dream. It's because you can't fall into a deep sleep. The clearer the dream, the less sound sleep you have. If you have a lot of worries or stress, you won't be able to sleep well, wake up easily, and remember your dreams clearly, making you tired. Above all, it's not like our Lulin has ever had a precognitive dream before, right? Precognitive dream? There is no such thing. In my dreams, you always knelt down and did everything I asked, but it never became reality. Is that what you always dream about? If it's like Lurin, it's like Lurin. Anyway, that's the way it is. You're not the type to have precognitive dreams. Don't worry, it's just a nightmare, is it? Actually, you in my dream just pushed me away. You are not who you are. Lulin looked at me with his eyes wide awake. I felt relieved when he smiled softly, so I sat down and straightened my hair. Now drink some water. It's not water, but it's cold. That tea was poured from a thermos. You bring your lunch box and thermos in your bag, and since they have nothing to do with summoning magic, you are always free to take them out. Okay, let's eat and wake up quickly. Lurin takes the thermos bottle cap and looks at me. Then he looked at the lid again and hesitated, slightly wary. But this guy is hot. Yuwa, sticking out one's tongue, is reminiscent of yesterday's memories. Hey, this one's ability to keep warm isn't that good. It's cooled now, so don't worry and eat it. It is true that I cried and I was thirsty. Then eat, slurp. Lurin gulped down the tea in the thermos without hesitation. Then he frowned. If you look at it without spitting it out, it doesn't mean it's hot. No, it couldn't have been hot in the first place. It doesn't taste good because it's lukewarm. It's all like that. Since they were discussing the taste, it seemed like they had completely come to their senses, so I slowly stood up. Lurin, who was still holding my hand, also stood up as she still had the will to not leave me. The sanctuary was still quiet. The fact that it is quiet inside means that the sanctuary outside the sanctuary is very noisy. Preparations for that are in full swing, right? The preparation for what to do with me. You, why Lulin? Can I kill you today? I think I can do it because I have you. No, wait. Not right now. If you kill all the red dragons here, you will just become a massacre. Wouldn't it be difficult if we were the only ones to know about their shameless plans? Black Dragon and Gold Dragon will both find out about their plan. Because that will clear my mother's name. Then your honor will be restored automatically, right? The honor of not having done anything shameful. I will restore that honor and take revenge. Don't you think that's true revenge? You mean your mother's honor. Okay. Revenge is meaningless, right? We need to make everyone in this world know that Lurin's mother did not steal the red dragon's sacred item. So that black dragon, who has been dismissed as a disgrace, cannot even raise his face. That seems good, yes. But it's hard to bear, dear. It's different from when my heart aches and you break it. I am so angry and at a loss. There's something I can't stand. Hold on though. You said you remember your mother's last words? Yes. Mom said she was framed, so I said I would clear my name and left. If that's mother's last wish, shouldn't it come true? Just be patient. No matter what happens, I will get revenge. Lulin closed his mouth tightly. Just blink your eyes, without retracting his gaze from me. Got it? The silence continued for so long that I was the first to speak. Then Lulin answered loudly. Always know that you are amazing. Cool, love sate, it's embarrassing, so that's okay. Anyway, I live today because of you, tomorrow too, even the day after tomorrow. Thank you for that. But can't you live on without me? I absolutely hate that. Lulin answered very firmly. I wasted some time inside to give myself more time to prepare, but when I came outside, the sun was already setting. At the end of the afternoon, red dragons appeared and stared at us. The numbers are still large. The numbers that seem to have increased since yesterday are by no means due to mood. I am so desperate for the dragon beads I have that ill do anything. At the center. As soon as we came out, the red dragon elder came up to us, made a disgusted face, and started talking. Human. I gave you as much time as you wanted, so what do you think? It's straightforward. It's so straightforward that it's rather convenient. Perhaps because he is fully prepared to deal with me, he comes out bluntly. I know these guys. These guys don't know me. To me, who knew what the preparation was, their reaction was just laughable, but I still acted like I didn't know and answered. Yes, I've decided. Is that so? Then give me your marbles, human being. I just said I had decided. I didn't say I would give the beads, but I went ahead. That must be difficult. I shrugged my shoulders at them and refused. I am hoping that since he's coming out so bluntly now, his true colors will slowly be revealed. What's wrong? How dare you, a human being, even play with words with this elder of the Red Dragon? An explosion before revealing his true self. Red Dragon glared at me angrily. We're almost there. just before his true face is revealed. Then I have to peck one more time. No pun intended. I just said I had no intention of giving it to you. Hehehehaha, you foolish creature. Then the red dragon elder began to laugh loudly. The laughter is contagious, and one after another the other elder dragons begin to laugh as well. Okay, this is what it looks like. It's finally here. You're being arrogant and believing in that meager power and teleportation. But human beings. The barrier that disturbs the surrounding coordinates has already been completed. Several ancient dragons stayed up all night and worked hard. We can't use it either, but you can never escape. Would you like to take on the entire red dragon battle force once? This too is too obvious. What they are wary of is running away with the marble. So, I gave the preparation enough thought and waited for a situation where I could pass the beads as naturally as possible. Okay, I was thinking of giving the beads first. As long as I know what to do with the bead, my plan is to just give it away. However, it is difficult to be suspicious, so do your best to play. That kind of thing. I made exaggerated gestures. I cringe a little. Oh, I cringe a little too much. The dragons here are actually not scary at all. The me who cannot deal with this number of people is the me during the Dragon War. I am not who I am now. But to them, I am me who can never deal with this number of people. Chapter 228, thanks to my long-cherished wish, the elder began to laugh louder as he truly accepted my poor performance. Human, this is your last chance. If you don't want to die, hand over the beads. Then he gave an ultimatum in an arrogant tone. At the same time, Rurin whispered next to me with a puzzled look on her face. I really can't teleport. Are you okay? There is no need for teleportation at all now. You just have to stick close. That's my specialty. Is sticking around your specialty? Rurin clung closer to me with a confident look on her face. It's definitely a specialty. After confirming Lulin's special skills again, he looked at the red dragon again and sprinkled some seasoning for the climax of the play. Are you telling me to hand over my marbles if I don't want to fight? Yes. Do you see this number? Do you know that even you can't survive? But you're going to die too, right? Comrade Gil, I will make as many as possible, right? You insolent human being. Are you saying it's okay for that kid there to die? I secretly pretended to look at Lulin. To what extent do you plan to go so low? It is truly of such a low quality that it cannot be tolerated. I looked at Lulin earnestly, as if to show them off. Even if everything else is just acting, the earnest eyes are real. Because it is possible to desperately look at Rurin in any situation. Huh! Lulin tilted his head and at the same time turned his gaze back to Red Dragon. He pretended that he couldn't win because of Rurin and declared that he was surrendering. Then I can't help it. I'll give it to you. So are you releasing the barrier? If you just let it go, don't do that. How can you believe that? I asked, acting a little weak. He cast a wary look at the red dragons. To them, it will look like a rabbit that has successfully hunted. I know your skills. We also do not want unnecessary damage. It doesn't matter what happens to you and that kid, as long as we get the beads. Then there's nothing we can do. The play is too contrived. So I just said it was over. He took out the red dragon bead from his pocket and threw it. Besides, what do you know about my skills? It is important that information is always up to date. When are you talking about the enemy, me? The red dragon elder looked at the bead in fascination and then winked. Then Rurin whispered again. Now you can teleport. I guess so. For their goal, it would be difficult if their numbers were to be reduced needlessly by fighting with me here. Red Dragon, who received the bead, spoke out a villain-like line as expected. Human. If I see you again, the only thing that will happen is death. Know the subject and act. Of course. What? I nodded and spoke to Rurin. Rurin, let's get out of here for now. Teleport anywhere nearby. This is a device that makes it look as if you are running away in a hurry. From what they see, Lulin and I are just busy trying to survive. You have to act like that until the end. Don't let your guard down. I get it. Rurin nodded, and thanks to that, the darkness encroached on us and the unsightly red dragons disappeared right in front of our eyes. They will soon lead a large army to the Black Dragon, because that's their top goal. So the first plan was to retreat from the sacred site and follow behind secretly. A fight between dragons, but it's a huge majority. Black Dragon was clearly being pushed back. What you're dealing with are multiple red dragons. It was already covered in blood. He was clearly lynched and thrown to the ground without the strength to fly. The reason I didn't run away earlier was to prove that they were the culprits, even if it meant dying. When he saw only one young red dragon, he looked down on him and chased him, but instead he got caught in a trap and ended up in this situation. The one who inflicted such a blow on him was the red dragon right in front of him. At first glance, it was an ancient dragon. Black Dragon gathered all his strength and released his breath towards the dragon in front of him. It was a powerful breath that could easily destroy a village, but the opponent was also a dragon. As he punished breath with breath, a powerful wind blew around him due to the high-energy collision. Quang. Along with the shock wave generated as a result of the collision, the two energies canceled out and disappeared, making Black Dragon frown even more. You stay still. The ancient dragon Liheim opened his mouth, holding back the young dragon Sitney, who had blocked the Black Dragon's breath. As expected, it was you guys. I should have noticed this sooner, despicable bastards. His body was already in tatters. The direct hit from the ancient dragon in front of me was so powerful. Thanks to this, I couldn't even use my mana properly. The only thing that can be used is breath. Blood pours out. The only hope is teleportation. However, he was so shocked that it was difficult to collect mana. So, somehow, I started to gather mana by talking. If you realized what we did you also realize that we had to die? Young dragon, even if I die, I will clear my name and die. This is all for the future of dragons. Wouldn't it be convenient to think of it as a holy sacrifice? I am just telling you to die quietly. Holy sacrifice? It's funny. Can you explain to me where the word holy appears in your dirty work? There's no need for that. Just think of it as fertilizer for our red dragons, to put it in human terms. Stop talking nonsense. Black Dragon could not bear it anymore and used his breath again. However, unlike Sitney before, Liheim lightly knocked away Black Dragon's breath. It's not an ancient dragon for nothing. It is also an ancient dragon that ranks second to the red dragon. Of course it was strong. Otherwise, there would be no way you would be suffering from a fatal injury. But the important thing is that they have now admitted it with their own mouths. You can die. I don't care if I die. If only I could clear my name and wash away the injustice. That way, his daughter Rurin will also be proud. So knowing that the mystery culprit was Red Dragon, Black Dragon was desperately collecting mana, thinking that even if there was no evidence, the wise Dragon Lord would definitely determine the truth. The aspiration to run away from here and clear my name. Even if the fatal wound received from using too much force worsens and dies. That's funny. You must be collecting mana. Are you saying you want to run away to a holy place? But still, it would be best not to use teleportation, whether it is the Black Dragon's sanctuary, your lair, or anywhere else. Am I crazy? This is the beginning. Black Dragon shouted with all his strength as blood poured out. Fortunately, I was able to use teleportation. It just happened to be collected. Now you can write it. That's it. However, Black Dragon could not use teleportation. Because of Raheim's line, I am sorry, young man. So your daughter is the problem. The moment you teleport from here, the remaining hatchlings in your rear will kill your daughter instantly. Black Dragon's body froze, and at the same time, the expression of hostility and anger that had been showing throughout collapsed in an instant. I had to teleport right now and tell them this. That is the only way to find life and honor. If not treated, you will die. I had to run away quickly, but I couldn't run away. They came in targeting a vital spot from which they could not escape. In fact, there was something more important than clearing my name. It's about regaining honor for your daughter. But what if the daughter actually disappears? You guys, what on earth did you do to Rurin? If you touch even one of that child's wings, I will tear you to pieces, even if it takes eons. Wow, that's scary. It's okay to stick your teeth into an old man, but it is a clear fact. Young man, if you want to embrace your daughter's cooling body, you should go back. It's not a bad idea to die together. Black Dragon began to noticeably become restless. That was it. Fear that my daughter could get hurt or even die. It was a huge fear for her. The fear of someone who holds the life of an irreplaceable precious being. Black Dragon began to panic to the point where he threw away all his courage, hatred, and false accusations. Cannot be done. Yes, you bastards. Liheim stared at Black Dragon without changing his expression. And then he opened his mouth again and again. So you didn't tell me? All you have to do is die. There's no need to get your daughter involved, right? Since you were the one who found the bead anyway, are you going to go back and get treatment and live a miserable life, rather than blow yourself up here? You know how to explode your heart and self-destruct, right? Then all evidence of what happened to us will disappear, and your daughter will be safe at the same time. If you die like this, evidence will remain. There is evidence that they murdered him. That shouldn't happen. That's why the red dragons planned this. A plan to make the dragon in front of him choose his own death, kicking away his last chance to clear his name and recovery. A very cruel and dastardly plan, but Black Dragon's face had already completely collapsed. The choice, of course, is the daughter. The false accusations that I so desperately wanted to get rid of are all just a piece of paper due to this despicable act. However, he clicked his tongue at his own foolishness. Those who have been framed. It was clearly his own fault for leaving Rurin alone without knowing their meanness. The crime of failing to see what must be protected and jumping out in the anger right in front of you. Do you want me to die? How on earth can I trust you guys to save my daughter? Young dragon. Unfortunately, you no longer have a choice. If you are willing to abandon your daughter and choose your own life, then do as you please. Well, I'd like to say this, but in fact, if you die alone, touching your daughter will actually be harmful to us. At best, it was thought to be suicide, but it would be so strange if the daughter was also mysteriously killed. For that reason, if you die, your daughter can live. If you choose to run away and let your daughter die, it will only lead to a war between Red and Black. Red Dragon talked at length. It was a line that made anger rise, but Black Dragon actually felt relieved. That was right. If they do what they want, Lulin can be guaranteed safety from the hands of the Red Dragons. If so, it doesn't matter. The Black Dragon weakly folded its wings that had been spread. What mother in the world would throw away her daughter's life? Are you just going to clear your name? Even if it is called a byword for shame, even after thousands of years have passed, it is of no concern in the face of my daughter's life. That's enough. As long as Lurin survives, there is no need for anything else. Yes, I will die just like you said. Have you made a decision? Nod. Black Dragon nodded and stepped back, even though he showed hostility. It simply sat down, leaning its large dragon body against a nearby cliff. A life for your daughter. There is absolutely nothing to waste. I was worried about my daughter who would be alone, but as long as she survived, the day would come when the sun would rise. She shed tears as she remembered her daughter. I wasn't scared of dying, but I was very scared of not seeing Lurin again. If only for the sake of his daughter, whom he gave birth to alone, raised alone, and always wriggled and smiled next to him. What is so important? While lamenting his foolishness for getting caught up in something like this, Black Dragon concentrated his mana. If you hesitate, Lurin will get hurt. Red Dragon was giving that look in his eyes. Over and over again. Lurin finally, Black Dragon called his daughter's name loudly. An explosion occurred from Black Dragon's body. Qa. After the smoke from the powerful explosion cleared, only the ashes of the Black Dragon that exploded from within remained. Chapter 229, Long Wish. A blonde-haired man in human form appeared in front of the Black Dragon's corpse. It looks like a human, but it is not a human. It only took on human form to hide its mana as much as possible and move around. The man looked around at the Black Dragon's corpse with a sad face. There were almost no traces from the explosion, and just by looking at it, you could tell that it had exploded itself along with its heart. Hey, why did you make this choice? So the man sighed and shook his head. If only I had come a little sooner, I could have prevented it. No, it was suicide. No, this wasn't it. The presence of other dragons was clearly felt around here, but all that remains is the body of a person who committed suicide. It was extremely suspicious. Isn't this kid over there the kid in this commotion? I heard that she is the granddaughter of Sauron. The granddaughter of Sauron, the oldest black dragon. That made the man feel even more sorry. At the same time, a question began to grow in my mind. I've been feeling suspicious about the red dragon for a few years now, and as expected, it's related to the red dragon this time. Dragon Lord, a position called the King of Dragons. The man worked his whole life on that spot for peace for all dragons. While he was Lord, there was never a single war between dragons. Additionally, there were very few cases of countries founded by humans being destroyed by dragons. This is because the dragon's rampage was strictly prohibited. However, the Dragon Lord recently felt uncomfortable with the red dragon's behavior. It's not just this incident. In several recent incidents, the red dragon has also taken up a place in all of them, whether it is the perpetrator or the victim. But you cannot oppress a clan without evidence. So Rod went out alone to investigate, and as a result, he felt something was strange about this case as well. That's why I really wanted to meet the dragon in front of me, because I wanted to hear proper testimony. However, since he is already dead, he cannot provide evidence or testimony. It became impossible for him to get any closer to this incident. Moreover, the bigger problem is that there is not much life left for oneself. Absolute lack of time. Because the Dragon Lord was older than Sauron, the highest dragon, the Black Dragon. He predicted his lifespan and knew that the end was coming soon. But there were too many uncomfortable things to just cover up like this. What if this threatens the peace of dragons and other races in the future? That will never happen. Therefore, Rod made a decision. The decision to find a successor. As a result, it was difficult for the successor to be a dragon. This job cannot be left to the dragon. Whether it was red, black, or gold, it was not suitable for being a dragon. Because we needed a being who could break away from the dragon's fame and logic and maintain objective thinking. The dragon's arrogance will ruin this investigation. It was rare to find a dragon that could see the world from a third party's eyes like he did. So it was quicker to find a third party. I'm not looking for the Dragon Lord. All I have to do is find a replacement to investigate this case. Of course, since my job was to investigate dragons, I was planning on giving it that much power. Even humans can gain dragon-level power if they can accept their hearts. Of course, accepting that heart comes with the condition that you have to risk your life. If there is no vessel of mana that can contain the power of the heart, the dragon heart will explode, and the being that tried to receive it will also explode. However, as time passed, the Dragon Lord became more and more embarrassed. It was the most difficult task in the Dragon Lord's long life to find someone who would not forget the right attitude under any circumstances, and who would accept his power with strong determination and even risk his life. Elder, a young black dragon, urgently approached the elder black dragon who was walking around the sacred site. Medidana answered in surprise, as her face was completely contemplative. "Why is your face like that? You will soon join the ranks of ancient dragons, so keep your stamina. This is not the time to protect your body. G. What? If you're going to say something, say it straight, you bastard." Medidana shouted, imitating the other person's tone of voice. But Black Dragon was still in contemplation. According to the news we just received, a large army of red dragons is coming towards the Holy Land. It's massive. They say it's bigger than the last war, but how can they protect themselves? What's wrong? Medidana's face immediately distorted after receiving the report, because it was a report that I couldn't understand at all. Is it definitely a red dragon? Of course, they're not using teleportation, they're coming by flying? Yes. It's strange, but they say it's definitely flying towards the Holy Land. Medidana was absurd. Are they finally going crazy? When Medidana had that thought, other ancient dragons who heard the news began to flock one by one. The first to come was Dihagma, the actual second-in-command of Black Dragon. As soon as Dihagma flew, he shouted at Medidana. "This is a clear violation of the agreement. The one who proposed and signed the truce was Gold Dragon. Aren't they saying that they are going to deal not only with us, but also with the Gold Dragon?" That's true. So I couldn't understand Medidana even more. I couldn't figure out what I was thinking. But we had to defend ourselves, because having the Holy Land taken over by them means defeat. Medidana immediately summoned all available black dragons to the sanctuary and then dispatched dragons to the Gold Dragon Sanctuary. Black Dragon's shrine, which had been quiet, began to run busily, and the ancient dragon Dihegma became rather excited. That's better, let's take this opportunity to unite with Gold Dragon and crush them. First, let's make sure we understand the situation. When the Gold Dragon comes, let's discuss it together. But Medidana was cautious. First of all, I thought I would find out what was going on. Unless you're a fool, starting a war again as soon as an armistice is signed is the same as asking for a 2-on-1 fight, and that's a fact they probably know very well. Then, naturally, my granddaughter came to mind. Rurin must have gone to their sacred place. Of course, there wasn't much to worry about. The thing attached to Lulin is simply a being wearing a human mask. The human who tried so hard to call it a sacred place for his own protection, but pulled Rurin out of the world, saying that she would not leave even if she died, from the lair containing her mother's memories. So, what you think is just the red dragon's inner thoughts that you cannot understand. Medidana began commanding the black dragons that were being summoned to the Holy Land one after another. The red dragon invasion was real. Opposing him were Black Dragon and a small unit of Gold Dragon who came to observe the situation. The number was a whistle. No, for some reason the number of red dragons seemed a little small. Obviously, the one lacking in numbers due to the aftermath of the last war was the Black Dragon. But the black dragon allied with the gold dragon's small unit had a slight advantage. So when gold dragon officially participates, the numbers become lopsided. At the gathering of large armies from both sides, the first to speak was the red dragon elder. It's been a while, elder of the black dragon. Are we talking about how long it has been since the ceasefire agreement was signed? Well, isn't this or that going to happen in life? What will happen this time is your destruction. Did you say destruction now? What the hell are you? Metadonna asked back, but what came out of the elder's mouth was an attack order. Soon the red breath swept towards the black dragon's sacred place. It was clearly the red dragon that struck first. Gold dragons. Don't miss this opportunity, Dihegma shouted as he looked towards the gold dragon. Their provocation did not end as a provocation but became a war, so they meant that they should join the war. Because the situation was very clear, the gold dragon's ancient dragon nodded, and soon the war accelerated. They kill each other here and there, and magic and breath become intertwined and begin to destroy the Holy Land. Quang. Quang quang here and there. The sound rang out continuously. The beautiful shrine is cracking and collapsing. Gold Dragon began to join the main unit due to a clear violation of the agreement. Eventually, the coalition began to overwhelm Red Dragon. This is exactly what Dihegma wanted, and he excitedly beat the Red Dragon to death. Quang, the one who stopped it was Red Dragon's Raheim. Dihegma and Raheim clash. The collision of forces created a powerful shock wave. The more it happened, the more the shrine became a mess. And the red dragons, who were increasingly disadvantaged in numbers, began to fall behind. Metadonna was still wondering this. The red dragon elder must also know Dihegma's thoughts. At the time, I was thinking that if I wasn't a suicide commando, I wouldn't understand the current situation at all. Young red dragons appeared through teleportation next to the elder red dragon, who was watching the battle alone in the sky. Wait a minute, I said that the number was a bit lacking. Were there any people left out? Metadonna did not take his eyes off the red dragon elder while fending off the attacks of the red dragons spraying magic. A situation where the red dragon is being pushed back by the alliance of the gold dragon and the black dragon. In fact, this was the situation the red dragon elder wanted. After the last war, Gold Dragon took over the Dragon Lord's reign and proposed an agreement between Black Dragon and Red Dragon and mediated the fight. So, as soon as the agreement was broken, Gold Dragon had no choice but to punish the party that broke the promise. It's that kind of agreement. In fact, this was the real reason that started the last Dragon War, an agreement proposed by Gold Dragon. After making an agreement, they break it and create a war in which Gold Dragon participates, and annihilate them all. That's the real goal. In order to do that, the beads had to be gathered together, so it was postponed and postponed, but today finally dawned. With the expectation that the world was now his, the red dragon elder took out all the dragon beads from his chest. Red dragons who participated in this war. The dragons who agreed with the elder's will and went out for the red dragon's world cut themselves and collected blood. Like cutting a finger and mixing the blood to drink, they collected all the spilled blood and drew a huge magic circle around the black dragon's sacred site. A magic circle made of blood. The magic circle was a technique that activated a powerful sealing barrier. The reason it is made of blood is because the barrier has no effect on targets mixed with blood. The problem was that a dragon bead was needed to activate a sealing barrier this large, but that problem was solved. This huge sealing magic circle, learned from old literature, required powerful mana, and the medium was the caster's blood and beads. The blood of the caster was solved, and the beads were also solved. The 3 beads are now located in the center of the magic circle. The reason why the red dragon elder wanted the beads, even though he did not know how to completely absorb them with his own power. It was for this giant sealing magic circle I discovered when I was young. The dragon beads reacted to the magic circle and began to emit strong light. Guung. Soon, the huge sealing barrier that the red dragon elder had dreamed of covered the sacred place. Seals all energy. It is a sealing barrier that takes away not only mana, but also the dragon's life force. In other words, you can't even use your breath. Due to lack of energy, hand-to-hand combat becomes difficult. On the other hand, the red dragons protected by the blood of the seal were capable of magic, breath, and hand-to-hand combat. In this case, the fight becomes duller than a fight between an adult and a child. Wow, Fu-Wu, Quang. Due to the activation of the magic circle, The black dragon and gold dragon were unable to respond in any way and began to die. Metadonna opened her mouth with a bewildered expression. I thought there was something, but I never expected something like this. Massacre. Ruthless massacre. The plan that the Red Dragon Elder had prepared for a long time to kill off most of the black dragons and gold dragons is going very smoothly. Even Metadonna was in crisis. Red dragons surround him. The red dragons slowly approach the Elder. The moment when they approached little by little, following the Elder's order to not kill them all at once, but to inflict as much pain as possible. Eat this, whoa whoa. One of the red dragons surrounding the Elder was kicked and soared into the sky. The person who threw the flying kick was a person who appeared out of nowhere. To be exact, a black-haired dragon with human appearance. In other words, it was Rurin. Rurin lightly blew away a red dragon and then shook off his hands and said, "As expected, flying kicks are the best against red ones. Hee hee." Rurin, who was powered up with beads, was strong enough to take on 1 or 2 dragons even in her human form. Chapter 230 Long-cherished wish. Why are you here? A granddaughter who appears at a moment of crisis. Metadonna was surprised and shouted at her granddaughter, but Lulin did not answer. I just turned my head. The surprised red dragons were stunned when their comrade next to them was kicked and sent flying away, but they were stunned for a moment and then moved to attack Rurin. Quayang, wow. Nearby, the ancient dragons, including Dihegma, screamed as they were attacked by the red dragon. Dying is part of it. Instant death is rare. Because the red dragons followed the Elder's orders, they inflicted pain just enough to prevent death, rather than causing immediate death. Defensive magic cannot be used in the first place, so there was no way to stop the red dragon's merciless attacks. All he has to do is take the attack with his big, heavy body. Of course, it wasn't something that impressed Rurin that much. Everyone called my mom a disgrace. This is the dragon that everyone bullied. But El said. He said he would accept the apology. He said he would save his life because he had to receive an apology. Because El said so, Rurin saved the Elder with a flying kick anyway. If Rurin hadn't appeared and kicked him, Metadonna would have been rolled over in the same way. A situation where one had to feel pain without dying thanks to that persistent vitality, even though one's skin was burned, wings were torn, and one's body was pierced by breath. The moment when the red dragons were about to attack Lulin again, El appeared. The red dragon Elder frowned, and the attack order was stopped. I was thinking of giving greater punishment to El, who keeps being annoying in front of me. Meanwhile, the red dragon Elder was timidly worried. When attacking El with a large army, he attacks himself, saying he will only kill one person. Because he was a small person who was worried about that. But I can't do that now. Because mana was sealed. El, whose mana is sealed, is just a weak human being. So now you can die with peace of mind. It's up to you too. The red dragon Elder declared to El, pledging to inflict maximum pain and kill him. The black dragon is black and will be destroyed. Gold dragon always talks about trivial peace, so he is destroyed as well. And you will perish because you do not know the subject. The so-called declaration of destruction. But El was very calm. Oh, is that so? It's just a mockery of how great it is. You. At the same time, Rurin runs up to El's side and grabs his arm. Lulin regained his position. Next to El is his seat. Red Dragon, annoyed by L's tone, declared again while huffing, "I will kill you especially last. After killing all the dragons here, I will make it yours and announce it to the world. And especially, I will send that little boy next to you right before he kills you, so that you can die angry at the death of your beloved little boy and angry at yourself for being helpless." Are you talking about Lulin? It is true. El frowned for the first time at Red Dragon's words, because it was the most unpleasant thing I've ever heard. Do you want to save it? I also have mercy. Kneel down right now, then I can kill that kid before he does. That guy is annoying. Rurin whispered, looking at the Red Dragon Elder who was talking to himself. El just smiles and pats Rurin's head before answering. Are you okay? If we care, we will lose. Human, please take Lulin and leave. This fight is between us Black Dragon and those guys. Metadonna, who was listening to the conversation between El and Rurin nearby, opened her mouth with an urgent look on her face. El was looking at Rurin, then turned his head and answered at Metadonna. Elder, do you know that? Metadonna tilted her head and asked in response to El's answer to the letter. What did you say? These are the dragon beads they used to create the seal. Have you looked closely? You mean the dragon orb? Yes, saw, and I knew the truth. But what good does that do at this moment? Living comes first. Take Lulin and leave, it is useful. There is nothing more important than the fact that Rurin is not a disgrace. Please listen. The thing they used in the sealing formation was the black dragon bead. This is a black dragon bead that the elder's daughter had. The one who changed that and framed the case is that elder red dragon. El shouted, pointing at the red dragon elder. Because the voice was so loud, the black dragons around looked at the El and red dragon elders alternately with surprised faces. How is it, elder of red dragon? What do you mean? Black dragon's fate had been decided long before that anyway. Those who were deceived and brought shame to their own people without being able to clear up their false accusations deserved to die from the very beginning. You bastard, you really killed my daughter. Although he had predicted it, when the beast proudly admitted his guilt, Metadona was overcome with anger and lost his senses. Without even looking back, he flew up towards the elder red dragon. He couldn't use magic, mana, or breath, but he just flew up and rushed towards the red dragon. Elder! Elder! Below, Black Dragon, El Rurin, and others shouted Metadona at the same time, and the red dragon elder snorted as if it was insignificant. He then used magic towards the charging Metadona. A magic that looked like a huge spear pierced the chest of Metadona, who was rushing towards her in anger. Whoa, whoa, Nenuum. With a scream, Metadona's body falls to the ground helplessly. Kuwung, elder, elder, anger for my mom. Lurin, who was still hating her, saw this and ran towards Metida. The other dragons were also surprised and cried out for Metadona once again. El also approached. I immediately inspected the wound. Amazingly, it missed the dragon heart. This is on purpose. Thanks to that intention, Metadona was safe for now. It is not a fatal wound. It could have been cured with treatment. Feeling relieved, El looked at the red dragon elder. The red dragon elder just chuckled with an amused expression on his face. Human, it's your last chance. Get down on your knees. Otherwise, the attack will begin, and this time the little boy next to you will suffer the same fate as his grandfather. El shook his head at that threat. That guy didn't kill Metadona with one hit on purpose. A wound that could be endured by the dragon's persistent vitality. El thought this was it. Arrogance. The arrogance of becoming a god. To enjoy the feeling of being a god. An action created by the arrogance of thinking that one has the power over the life and death of everyone present. Currently, the Red Dragon Elder is the god and creator who reigns over the sealing magic realm. I was enjoying that feeling. It's laughable. It's so ridiculous. While thinking that, El spoke to Lurin, who placed her hand on the elder's bleeding wound. Are you okay? It's not a fatal wound. I avoided the heart. Are you sure? Lurin held El's arm with a momentary look of relief. Okay, that's it. He then jerked away the hand holding the elder's wound. The stalemate has still not been resolved. It was unlikely that the wall between Lulin and the elders that had been built up over many years would be easily torn down, but El did not want to see it continue like that. Because this was a misunderstanding. What does it mean to become? Yurei a grandfather, right? I was not the grandfather who abandoned my mother. He's just an elder. That kid is right. Then Metadona helped Rulin, while vomiting blood. Yes, the elder never trusted his mother. There is no use getting angry at those guys now. That's it. Lurin also nods and denies it. DNA cannot be fooled. How could they look so similar? El laughed to herself at that thought. Then he held Lulin's hand tightly and shook his head. Both are wrong. What Rulin knows and the truth are different. The more I talked to him, the more I felt something clear, and that feeling became more certain the day I asked the red dragons to share information about the beads. Lurin, that's not it. What is it? The reason the elder couldn't side with you and your mother was to protect his position as an elder. That's the problem. What are you talking about? No, the reason for trying to keep the position of elder is different. The moment I took my daughter's side, I had to resign from my position as an elder. All the black dragons were angry about that. Because of that anger, the elder tried to keep his position as an elder. Even though I had no regrets about my position as an elder, I desperately tried to protect it. The reason is because of you, Lurin. It was to protect you. It was an incident that was equivalent to the entire clan kneeling before the Red Dragon. It was to prevent the anger of that incident from reaching you entirely using the power given by the position of elder. Since the elder was in the position of elder, the anger directed at you ended up as harassment. Otherwise, Lurin would have been killed before she even met me. It's because of those pathetic black dragons who don't know what to do. El spoke and looked around at Black Dragon. The black dragons closed their mouths with a winced look on their faces. That's it. No, it would have been nice to die. I just wish I could have trusted my mom. Mom would have wanted that too. Yes, it's all my fault. What the kid said is right. So, human beings, stop talking nonsense and take Rurin to a safe place. Cool luck. Before the elder could finish speaking, blood spurted out again. The amount of blood gushing out from its large body is large enough to turn the surrounding area into a puddle. Elder Rurin was shocked by the amount of blood, trembled, and called out to Metadona. Even though he denies it, he is still a grandfather, and it seems that El's words are clearly having an impact on Rurin's heart. Is the new wave drama over? Even humans have not bowed their knees until the end, and mercy is at an end. The massacre begins again. The red dragon elder declared, looking down at the pitiful ground. The ones that are now on the ground are the black dragon and the gold dragon. The thing in the sky is a red dragon, a position created in a situation where there is a clear difference in power. The red dragon elder summoned the mana spear he had used earlier. Dozens of magic created by the elder appear above the sky, and the red dragons also followed the signal and opened their mouths to use their breath. An imminent situation. But even in this situation, El remained calm. Black Dragon, is Rurin still a disgrace to the clan? You will have to live your whole life with an apology to Rurin and her mother. As long as I live, I will prove it now. Reconciliation between Rurin and the elder. The Black Dragons can never call Rurin a disgrace again. Clearance of false accusations, and fulfill the promise with the Dragon Lord. The secret of the dragon bead. The moment when all of that is resolved through this incident. Now all that remains is the ending. El turned his gaze to the black dragons and looked up at the sky. And mana was used, because El was not affected by the seal from the beginning. Although it was unexpected that Metadona got angry and attacked the red dragon elder. It doesn't matter because he's not dead. Thanks to you for making me feel like a god. Meanwhile, the red dragon elder shouted with a displeased look on his face after hearing El's line. Soinby was Soinby until the end. Prove what? Cheeky guy. You've finally come to your senses. You're the one who lost your mind. Oh, and my ears are rotten, so please just shut up. Chapter 231 Long-cherished wish what's wrong? Nenuum. The red dragon elder gave the attack order with an angry face. Therefore, the elder's magic and the dragon's breath were on the verge of pouring down to the ground. El prepared to block the attack while thinking complex thoughts in her head. So from the beginning, everything was intertwined like a skein of thread. There's the black dragon, the red dragon, and Rurin. The reason it took some time to get here was because I met Serena. El stopped by Serena and asked about the identity of the red dragon that died on Grey Mountain. That dragon was the elder of the previous red dragons. A being who was framed by the current elder and expelled, went into seclusion on Mount Grey and died alone. The red dragon orb was created from that loneliness and sorrow. So to speak, the bead left behind by the red dragon who died on MT. Grey has been spinning around and completing this sealing circle, and it will turn around and fail the elder red dragon. So this thread boils down to self-employment. I will absorb the orb created by the elder he kicked out and ultimately destroy his plan. Was it all in the palm of the Dragon Lord's hand after all? It doesn't matter. Thanks to that, I met Rurin, so I am happy to make Lord's wish come true. Rurin was unable to achieve complete absorption, so he could only use a flying kick, but El is different. The dragon beads used in the sealing circle are the medium. I didn't use up all my mana. However, El absorbed all 2 dragon beads, so this is an absolute fight. And the winner of that fight is me. The wind created by El brought a storm like ripples on the surface of the water. That wind extinguished all the breath that the red dragons gave out. Breath that goes out like a candle going out. Although there was no splendor whatsoever, this wind contained mana that was already beyond its limits. If the amount of mana exceeds the class limit, complex magic names are meaningless. The magic thrown by the elder was simply blown away by the wind and disappeared. The momentum that pierced Metadona is nowhere to be found. A battlefield where the momentum that seemed to sweep the ground all at once was suddenly nullified, and all attacks were nullified. What is this? The red dragon elder was astonished. With the face of a typical small person. The other red dragons did not understand the situation and just stared blankly. The black dragons froze in surprise, because of the words that said he would make me apologize for the rest of my life. Those words have already become a shackle for Black Dragon, and the weight of those words has been proven at this moment. By absolute power. so there are not many beings who are happy at this moment. Gold Dragon purely welcomed this situation. Metadonna, who hated seeing her granddaughter hurt, was also happy. Rurin has a natural look on her face. Even in this situation, Elle still shouted with an expressionless face. "Who is Rahim?" "Dare." The person who responded to Elle's cry in silence was the ancient dragon Lehame, who was next to the elder of the red dragons. Lehame, this name, is Lurin's direct enemy, heard through eavesdropping. The architect of everything is the elder of the red dragon, and Lehame is the enemy who took direct action. The two dragons that cannot be kept alive the most. "Hey, it's noisy. Attack again." Meanwhile, the red dragon elder did not give up and attacked Elle again with the strongest attack magic he could use. The red dragons also followed the command and used special magic this time. But it's useless. The magic that exploded with great force was Wying, because it disappeared so blandly along with the sound of the wind. And this time, Elle used attack magic against Lehime. At that moment, an explosion occurred in Lehime's body. Lehime, caught in the explosion, was unable to offer any resistance and fell to the ground. "Yes, you bastard. Oh, how can you use magic? How can it be with just the wind? This can't be happening." The red dragon elder did not understand the situation and spoke with the same expression on his face, but Elle completely ignored him. He simply walked up to the side of Lehime that he had dropped. "Rurin." Rurin also nods and approaches. I will kill this guy. I won't stop you. I dropped it on purpose to relieve my resentment. It's not my fault. It's my mother's regret." Rurin glared at Lehime. I continued to glare. "Hang on. I'll let you use mana." Elle put Lulin's anger behind him and used multiple meteors in the sky. Meteorites roll over the sky with a ringing sound. The meteorite that shook the sky also blocked the sun, leaving the earth engulfed in darkness. All the dragons were astonished by this unprecedented and powerful attack magic. Among the black dragons, there were some who had seen this magic, but they were shocked to see it again. Soon, a meteorite at the edge of the sacred site fell. Quayaya. As the meteorite hit the ground, an earthquake occurred and the earth shook. Since it did not fall from the atmosphere or space, its power is not enough to split the planet. However, it is a power that has no problem at all in destroying the sealing camp and killing the dragon. The seal surrounding the edge of the Holy Land was shattered by a meteorite, and at that moment, Elle winked at Rurin. Lehime cursed as he was thrown to the ground, and Lulin just flew and threw a kick. "Fuwook, I didn't control my strength. It's full power." With that flying kick, Lehime's body flew into the air. Lulin kept his mouth shut and poured out magic. "Quackwa quackwa. Quang. Wow." Lehime screamed and exploded several times in the sky, turning into a pile of ashes, and Lulin still looked angry and did not stop attacking even the ashes. At the same time, the black dragon and gold dragon, whose strength had returned, immediately began attacking the red dragon. Surprisingly, the red dragon elder, frightened by the overwhelming power of the multi-shot meteor floating in the sky, chose to run away. "Where are you going? I can never go." The elder red dragon, who was trying to use teleportation, was hit in the wing by Lurin's breath and fell with a scream. "Oh, don't be ridiculous. My plan was so futile it can't end in vain." Elle gestured towards the elder's other wing. Then, black smoke rose and the elder's wings disappeared at that moment. "Wow!" The red dragon elder screamed and started rolling around on the floor in pain. His face engulfed in pain was a sight to behold. A dragon without wings looks like a dinosaur. This time, Elle gestured towards the bridge so that he could not even think about the teleportation tell. Black smoke rises, and the elder's legs immediately disappear. Strictly speaking, it hasn't disappeared. The high temperature of mana melted my legs. However, because the speed of melting is so fast, it appears as if it has disappeared momentarily. The person involved must feel the full pain of their feet burning to ashes. "Fuck you, Kaya. There is no time to regret having touched the wrong person." Elle gestured again. This time, black smoke rose all over his body. But it didn't disappear. Only burning pain eats away at my body. I hate it, but save it. Save me." The final struggle began and Elle spoke to the elder. "Your fault was playing with Rurin. The price is life." Then Elle whispered into Lurin's ear. Soon Rurin nodded strongly and launched a trademark flying kick towards the elder's upper body, from which black smoke was rising. Wow! The loudest scream ever sounded. The spot where Lulin's kick passed disappeared immediately. The body, which had already melted away from the time the black smoke rose, was only visible because it had melted so quickly. With a kick, the afterimage disappeared and the reality was revealed. The red dragon elder returned to nothingness like that. Rurin stared at the scene for a moment, then went back to El's side and grabbed his arm. The red dragons, who clearly witnessed the scene, began to tremble with completely exhausted faces and completely lost their will to fight. Gold dragons walked among the red dragons, who were lying face down on the ground, and asked El, "Are you the person to whom Lord gave his heart?" "That's right." Oh. At El's answer, the gold dragons looked at each other and knelt in front of El. There has never been a scene in the past where gold dragons, the highest-ranking species among dragons, kneel in front of humans, and it is unlikely to happen again in the future. The ancient dragons of Gold Dragon, that is, the leadership of the Holy Land, spent the same amount of time as the Lord. So the dragons inherited the Lord's idea of peace. That's why he was in charge of mediating between Red Dragon and Black Dragon. Of course, this was El's first time seeing other important characters, such as the Gold Dragon's elder dragon, other than the Dragon Lord, and the same goes for Gold Dragon. Unlike other dragons, Gold Dragons showed respect to El as if they were treating a Dragon Lord, as if it were courtesy to the road. Lord said, "If you meet someone who inherits my power, no matter what race they are, help them. Of course, I must honor Rod's will, but can I ask for one thing? It seems that the culprit who made the red dragons like that is all dead, so why not save the remaining red dragons? If Lord were there, of course he would have done that." "You mean him? That's right. I'm not saying I'm going to let you go like this. Those who were deeply involved will be thoroughly investigated and punished. They will be imprisoned deep underground in the sanctuary. We will seek to preserve the species by giving simple participants the opportunity to live quietly. Will you listen? We will closely monitor this to prevent something like this from happening again." At Gold Dragon's request, El looked at Rurin. Lulin answered as if it didn't matter. "The enemy was killed. The others don't care anyway. All I need is you. I say so." "Then, yes, follow your heart," El nodded. Then the gold dragons breathed a sigh of relief. As he seemed to be retreating, the one who seemed to be the most ancient of the gold dragons, that is, the one who was leading the conversation, approached El and said, "Currently, the position of Dragon Lord is still vacant. How about it? If you have his dragon heart, I think you are a dragon too, so before the Dragon Lord officially appears, you are temporarily." A request to take charge of the Dragon Lord. Of course, El refused without even listening to the end. "I politely decline. I am a restaurant owner." "How is it?" "Are you a restaurant owner?" "That's right." Gold Dragon answered with a sad face. "Well, if you marry a dragon, the child born will definitely inherit the Lord's heart, so don't be too discouraged. Of course, it is up to the unborn child to decide." "Is that really true? A child who inherited the heart that Rod left behind? It may be a bit mixed, but of course I will inherit it." "Oh, really?" "It certainly is." Gold Dragon opened his glum face and nodded repeatedly. "Then I hope to see the heir soon." Heh. After saying one more word, he turned around and walked away with a bright smile. "You, getting married right now, did you say that?" Rurin, who heard the conversation, looked at El with a look on the verge of shock. El just shrugged her shoulders. Anyway, the meteor in the sky is still floating. The red dragons had no intention of resisting at all. The gold dragons began giving instructions to the red dragons. Of course, the black dragons did not stay still. It was their sacred place that was attacked, so he insisted that he should be punished, but El said, "Black Dragon doesn't have any qualifications." In particular, when they aimed at Dihagma, the black dragons became dumb and took a step back. You can tell just by looking at this that El has almost taken control of the entire dragon. Due to its overwhelming power, there were no longer any dragons that ignored El or treated him carelessly. Metadonna polymorphed into Alina's clinic. Once the situation was resolved, El returned all the meteorites to space. The bustling shrine soon became quiet. As the sun was setting, the sky over the sacred site turned red. Below him, Lulin was still puffing out his cheeks. All the noisy stuff is gone now, so that one from earlier, that, don't pretend not to know, is that so?" At Lulin's shout, El suddenly changed her attitude. Then Lulin was rather embarrassed, but El was reckless. Raise Lurin's hand. And while Rurin was embarrassed, she took off the pink ring in one go. Rurin, who was caught off guard, was startled and screamed. "What are you doing?" Chapter 232 long-awaited wish Rurin didn't know. That this world is bright, because what was in Lulin's world was just darkness. It's not just darkness either. In Lulin's heart, there was always darkness boiling with anger. bright world. That's a word that didn't exist in Lurin's world. So happiness and love were words that were most distant from Lurin. Lulin's mother too, elder too, especially the black dragons that were harassing her, and Lulin himself. Love and happiness did not exist in Lurin's life, but a crack appeared in that daily life. As if forming a large stratum that had accumulated over tens of thousands of years, the cracks in Lurin's heart began to grow little by little. It took quite a long time for the crack to break down the large barrier in Lurin's heart. Originally, Lulin's heart contained great anger, not love. Before meeting El, the only things that made up Lurin were anger and darkness. Lulin has been living a lonely life since losing her mother, and that too for quite a long time. However, in reality, he did not do a single thing on his own to seek revenge, which was the final destination of his anger. All they do is curse alone, become upset alone, and hide themselves in the darkness alone. Lulin couldn't do anything. It was after meeting El that a big change came to Rurin, even though thoughts about Mom are always bubbling in my heart. While I was with El, the boiling started to subside without me even realizing it. The emotions that had been boiling over began to gradually become lukewarm as I spent time with him. The desire for revenge still remained, but the seething darkness that could not be seen even an inch in front of him disappeared, and he was forced to face reality. Thanks to that, Lulin was able to smile, playing around with El and laughing. Laughing and eating food with El, he glances at El and smiles. A being has been created that cannot be given to anyone else. Lulin smiled for the first time since leaving the old rare. For Lulin, who was consumed by the boiling darkness and unable to do anything, that smile gave him the opportunity to face revenge. Face to face with revenge. A chance to fight vengeance and drive away that darkness once and for all. Therefore, Lulin was staring straight at his enemy at this moment. If it were like before, I wouldn't have been able to hold back even for a moment and would have exploded. It was as if Medidana had launched himself the moment he identified his enemy. Lurin recalled that she also looked like that. If I hadn't met El, maybe even now. But Lurin held back, because El told me to endure it in order to get revenge. Kwaang, dragons still fight each other, but Lulin looked at all the dragons indifferently until an opportunity came. As Medidana jumped in, he surprisingly realized one thing. Medidana also had the same darkness as her previous self. Because Medidana was an ancient dragon, it wasn't boiling darkness. Still, I had enough darkness, and thanks to that darkness, my heart was pierced. This is my old self. For the first time, Lurin felt a sorrowful kinship with her grandfather, because the elder did not have El. It looked fine, but it wasn't fine. Later, when El explained about the elder, I realized it. The elder seemed strong, but he was actually weaker than he was. That is the elder, or rather, his grandfather. Was the elder also sick? In the same darkness as me? That's why Rulin had this thought. Blood is flowing. Blood flowed like a puddle. I am different. I can tolerate it because I have El even now, even with those enemies right in front of you. Lulin blinked and stopped the bleeding from the elder's wound with his hand. Touching the wounds on the dragon's body with a human fern-like hand would not help at all, but I took my hand anyway. Although my resentment and estrangement from my elders did not disappear like the melting snow all at once. Lulin felt a clear sense of kinship at this moment. So when El finished explaining the elder, Lurin stood right in front of El and whispered softly, "Then I try to forgive." Of course, El smiled sweetly at those words, but elders and enemies are different. I just had to endure it. Revenge must be taken. The opportunity came soon. El led the way to that opportunity. It's not just an opportunity. In front of the black dragons who had been harassing him, they all shut up and made it impossible for them to say a single word to him. Ugh, Lulin closed his eyes. Even though the enemy fell in front of my eyes, for some reason, what came out were tears, not anger. These tears are flowing purely because of El. I was suddenly struck by the coolness of the man who had always been by my side since the moment I met him. With those thoughts, Lulin kicked the ancient dragon Reheim and poured out magic. The more it happened, the more the red dragon elder in the sky roared. Cannot be done, cannot be done. This can never be like this. This is wrong. The meaningless flash continued. It's wrong. It was so wrong. Go back and fix it. To the point where I even shout things like this. It was twisting its body in the sky and going crazy. It is a collapse, not a collapse. Lulin was watching the scene clearly. Because I can't just keep taking it. Take care of yourself too. That's why I kept my eyes on the red dragon elder and used my breath just as he was about to run away. let the mana that the red dragon elder had been gathering disappear due to the pain of his wings being torn apart. Looking at the cause of the fall, Rurin bit her lip, thinking why she had to be trapped in the dark for so long because of these guys. And then I glanced at Elle. Elle was angry at the red dragon elder. Because of yourself, just because of myself. So Rurin opened her tightly closed lips and smiled, although this is the situation. No, because it was a situation like this, my heart was pounding violently. There is a being in front of you right now that gives you happiness. So let's put an end to this final tragedy. Now I am just going to laugh. Rurin threw a flying kick while making a promise to her mother in the sky. The moment the red dragon elder screamed and turned to dust, Lulin's heart turned white like a lie. For some reason, Rurin felt like her mother was smiling from heaven. Black dragons. Unlike when he called me a disgrace and harassed me, now I can't even make eye contact with him. But I didn't feel anything special. They are idiots. It doesn't matter anymore. Rurin thought like this and looked at Elle. Red sky. A sunset. The black dragon's sanctuary, which was almost stained with red blood, was peaceful, and the sunset was somehow more beautiful than usual. Just like the sun, which was temporarily obscured by a pile of meteorites and was unable to show off its light to its fullest, bursts forth at the end. In front of him, Rurin urged Elle. Earlier, there were too many dragons, so I had to endure it again and again. Not anymore. Only 2 remain. So I puffed out my cheeks and shouted. I didn't like Elle, who had been vaguely explaining things from earlier. That's because he heard that he was definitely interested in getting married. All the noisy stuff is gone now, so that one from earlier, that. Don't pretend not to know, is that so? At Lulin's shout, Elle suddenly changed her attitude. Then Lulin was rather embarrassed, but Elle was reckless, raised Lulin's hand, and while Rurin was embarrassed, she took off the pink ring in one go. Rurin, who was caught off guard, was startled and screamed. What are you talking about, you? Are you taking away the ring I gave you? Unable to understand the situation for a moment, Lulin began to stutter like a broken robot. Give it to me. You said it was a token of love between me and you, so why did you take it away? Rurin, what? The more this happened, the more Elle began to give him a straight face and not give him the ring. At that stern expression, Rurin had to drop her shoulders without realizing it. Now you've gotten the revenge you wanted so badly, right? Rurin, what was the biggest burden on your heart is gone, right? That's right. I feel like my mind has been purified somehow. Yes, nod. I can't forgive you for taking my ring, though. Since that was true, Lulin nodded strongly. Then now Lulin must start anew, with a new heart. Rurin narrowed her eyes and asked back because she didn't like Elle's words. What are you starting over? Forget this ring, forget your enemies, forget your grudges, and start everything anew. What? Rurin did not understand Elle's words. No, it was something I didn't need to understand. So the ring is confiscated. Rurin exploded at Elle's absurd remark. What do you mean? Hey, why is the ring confiscated? A token of love. Rurin could not hold back and flew towards Elle and threw a kick. Whoa. As Lulin's trademark exploded, Elle fell to the floor. Yumma, Elle shouted, but Rurin paid no attention and climbed on top of the fallen Elle and grabbed her by the collar. If the ring is confiscated, what happens to our engagement? Man, I am really mad. I won't forgive you. Lulin's face turned red. This is not a face that turns red because of embarrassment. It was red, as if my blood pressure was high and I was about to burst. Elle, who was downstairs, started laughing when he heard the words that he would not forgive. It's just this ring. There is something else. The atmosphere is different from when I took off the ring earlier and looked at it with a straight face. Lulin read the atmosphere and made a blank face. I'm not sure, but something is definitely going wrong. When I thought about that, I puffed out my cheeks again. Don't puff out your cheeks, explodes, and just look down. Please raise your upper body. At those words, Rurin unconsciously moved her butt back toward Elle's thigh. Then Elle raised her upper body and held Lurin's hand. Rurin, open your hand here. Rurin still puffed out her cheeks, but spread her hands as if drawn to a magnet by Elle's words. As you know, that ring from earlier is an engagement ring. It's a token of love. Yes, but actually this is the real proof. What on earth are you talking about earlier? Lulin tilted his head. Elle was so strange from before. In front of Lulin, Elle took out a ring from her pocket. It's not pink. The ring itself was clunky. Because I had to improvise, I didn't have time to do the work. But the black kernels were shining mysteriously. Rurin, this is a black dragon bead. I was used by them and gave them various excuses, but that was because the dragon's desires were wrong, and there was nothing wrong with the orb itself. In fact, if you think about it, this could be said to be the only keepsake left by Lulin's mother. I heard from the elder that Lurin's mother said she would donate the dragon beads to be kept in the shrine, so she wanted to divide them up and pass on half to you, Lulin. The bead is owned by the person who found it. Offering something to a sacred place is an act done voluntarily. I made it in a hurry so it's not pretty, but the elder red dragon broke it and made it into a round shape. So this is your mother. As Al said that, she placed the ring with the shining black bead on Lulin's finger. It is like your mother because it is a bead filled with your mother's heart for you. So, I'll tell you in front of him. After speaking to that point, El lifted Lurin, who was sitting on her lower body, upright, shook the dust, and then knelt down again. I will serve you for the rest of my life, so stop making such foolish faces and marry me, Lulin. Chapter 233 Long-cherished wish. Lurin narrowed his eyes. Once, twice, third time, I slowly looked at the ring on my hand and then back at El. And then I saw the ring again. Then I looked at El again and swallowed my saliva. Ooh, I tried to say something, but all that came out was a moan. No words come out, my throat got tight, and tears poured down endlessly. The face became completely blush. This is the complete opposite of the face that was red just a moment ago due to high blood pressure. Her face was full of blush, and it boiled over. A face with a fantasy as if it were emitting white smoke. Rurin must meet a good person and get married? Calling you like your mom said. Okay, because we, Rurin, should enjoy everything that our mother couldn't. Memories of my childhood intersected with my mother. In the end, Lulin was unable to speak and just nodded her head very strongly while shedding tears. Anyway, I nodded, so it means I agree. El smiled and kissed Lulin on the lips. It's not a deep kiss. Just a gentle kiss on Lurin's lips. Lulin's lips were so hot, especially since the sunset is burning in the background. El took her mouth off Lurin's lips and spoke. Lurin, no matter how thirsty I feel, I have to answer. Do you love me? Of course I love you all, Lulin shouted very loudly, so that the entire shrine resonates. Rurin's great-grandmother Sarin passed away not long ago. Age was age. To be exact, he said that after I visited, he heard the story of the Dragon Lord and passed away laughing. Metadonna explained that he was able to let go of his death with a smile because it was a death worthy of a lifetime. I don't have parents. There are no grandparents either. Therefore, there was no separate family member in charge of permission. However, since Rurin had a grandfather, he visited Metadonna with Rurin as a courtesy. Metadonna had already returned to the Holy Land after receiving treatment from Alina. Rurin and I visited that sacred place again. As soon as the gatekeeper of the shrine saw me, he opened his mouth in surprise. What's going on? What's going on? The drastically different reactions continued. I smiled lightly and was guided by the elder. It is natural for acquaintances to report the marriage. Since we are not in a world where there are separate wedding invitations and we are planning to get married as two people, we plan to send an invitation to our acquaintances by briefly reporting them. If you invite humans, dragons, and other races, it will be too much of a headache. It was also a report to Metadonna and was also to be entrusted with marriage permission. Of course, if permission is not given now, the elder may die due to Lulin's explosive anger. Metadonna returned to the shrine and seemed very busy cleaning up after this incident. Are you feeling okay? Get some rest. You're already out and working like this. You human, this body is a dragon. It means it's still in full swing. Well, if you say that, I don't have anything to say. Besides, I can't die until I try all of your secret liquor. Oh, elder. I want to eat together too. A secret drink. Oh, can I have a drink with my granddaughter? The elder answered with a bright face. No, you can't drink anything other than beer because y'all get drunk, right? Do, it's done now. What is the basis for it now? Metadonna giggled and laughed as she looked at that scene. He seemed very happy that Rurin asked him to have a drink with him. Since he is in polymorph, his facial expressions are more visible. I should quickly clean up after myself and resign from my position as an elder. Yes. Are you going to quit your job as an elder? It's a position I've been forced to hold on to. I don't need it anymore. I want to quit and go into hiding. Now there are no people to bother you, and I am tired of being a shield and a bad grandfather. Is that so? It is true. I need to rest now. Metadonna smiled reassuringly. It is a face that is absolutely impossible to stop. Okay, elders are not good. Good thought, elder. Lulin also nodded. Wait a minute, Lurin, so I can't call you elder now? How long are you going to call me an elder? I do not know. Lulin completely changed his mind at my words. Just a moment ago, he asked me to have a drink with him, but he still seems embarrassed to call me that name. Is it a reaction to acting like an enemy like that? Well, anyway, I married Rurin. What? Are you married? Aren't you going to get married? Well, that's how it happened. I scratched the back of my head. Then Metadonna shook her head and laughed. Well, I don't like it, but it's a natural result, you idiot. Why did I entrust Rurin to you? It was for this time that we even had the newlyweds' house built there. Wait, if that's really the case, shouldn't you add some to the cost of building the rare? Heh. Bouncer, if I die, all the treasures I collected will belong to Rulin. Oh, how do you have a lot of treasure? Lurin shouted, Grandma, but the next line was muffled. This is thanks to the dragon's sparkling treasure instinct. Well, this is it. Hee, that's it. Then you are a grandfather. And then, after losing to the treasure, he finally spoke loudly about his grandfather. I also visited Serena and Alina. If there was anyone who would be the first to announce their marriage, it was of course these two. It's red. As soon as Lulin entered the clinic, he threw a kick at Serena, who was visible. Other dragons and even I couldn't avoid that kick, but Serena was different. Serena is actually the one in the world who is most accustomed to Lulin's kicks. Therefore, Serena dodged the kick very lightly and frowned. What are you doing? Kick. A kick that doesn't hit is not a kick. Us. Serena smiles loudly. Lurin caught the provocation and attempted to kick again, but Serena avoided it again. The movements are very light. In front of the triumphant Serena, Lulin became angry once again, but this time he failed to attempt a kick, because I grabbed him by the back of his neck. What are you doing today, Pear? A great human being who almost defeated all the dragons. Well, I am grateful because he is also my enemy. What about Alina? Alina, it should come soon. I went to the market for a moment. Okay? It's not fun to avoid kicks. Lurin immediately sat down on the spot, and I giggled as I looked at the pink ring and the black ring alternately. It's an ecstatic expression. Serena narrowed her eyebrows with an eccentric expression when she saw Rurin like that. Then Lulin opened his palm and showed it to Serena as if he were bragging, still smiling haha. Serena was forcing herself to ignore it, just like Serena. A war of nerves unfolds. Cheesyagic. In the end, the two people glared at each other. There was someone who broke that atmosphere with one blow. Oh my, when did you come? Alina returned to the clinic and smiled brightly at me. Could it be said that a smile like a ray of sunlight appeared in the bloody clinic due to the glare of the two dragons, full of the will to fight? I just got back. I heard the story. Elder, are you okay? The wound was completely healed, but... Alina asked how Metadonna, whom she treated, was doing. In the past, Alina couldn't properly call a dragon and was too busy calling it a great being, but lately Alina has become very resistant. Yes. Okay. I roughly heard the story. Thank you for your hard work. Alina hesitantly came in front of me and said, recently, the degree of irritability has become worse. I'm not sure why that is. Elf. Rurin found Alina like that and got up from sitting down. Our decision. The moment Lulin was about to show off the ring, he was attacked by Serena. Quack, what the hell? Shut up, you tactless thing. Why are you so oblivious? Serena blocked Lurin so that he could not see the ring and began to fight. Judging from the fact that Rurin crushed the idea of marriage as soon as she mentioned it, these two are indeed enemies. Stop. Serena, they don't have any sense. But Serena shook her head at me as well, threw Lulin down and started piling miscellaneous things on top of her. A box and a chair. Serena, I'm busy right now. Alina also looked at Serena, who was busy alone with an incomprehensible expression on her face. Serena took a deep sigh and then opened her mouth. Alina, yes, it looks like they're getting married. Yes. Alina's pupils dilated wide. The elf's unique clear eyes seemed about to pop out. Seal magic, Bongian. Serena even poured sealing magic on Lurin and stood up proudly. Alina looked at Serena with a very surprised face and then very slowly turned her head to me. Well, it's true, that's it. I guess I could say that guy was quick to notice and spoke for me. Oh, that is it so well, that's right. Alina stuttered harshly, and Serena suddenly pushed Alina's body from behind. I reflexively felt Alina's body fall towards me. As a result, I ended up hugging Alina, but Serena didn't stop there. Hey, look at Lurin over there. Then he teleported behind me and hooked my leg. His balance was lost while trying to catch Alina, who was falling, and he was distracted by looking elsewhere. A combination of several things caused me to fall behind. Then, at the same time, something very soft touched my lips. Of course, that softness was only temporary, and soon Alina's teeth tore her lips apart. I fell from above and hit my head. It was intense pain after a moment of tenderness. But the problem was that Alina's lips clearly touched mine. Perhaps that was why Alina froze. What was embarrassing was that he froze in that state on top of me and started crying. Alina? Hey, Serena, what is this? I looked at Serena with a surprised face. Then Serena shrugged her shoulders, shook her head, and spoke to me. I think it was a gift. And then, just as Serena helped Alina, who was frozen, stand up, Puhahea, I barely escaped. Where is the red one? Rurin, who escaped from the junk and the sealing magic, shouted loudly. You fool. Why don't you at least confess? Alina shook her head in response to Serena's question. No, I want to stay here forever. I absolutely hate being uncomfortable. I want to do it before I die. That. What? What more can I say to this elf who is willing to confess and die before he dies? Then you shouldn't be crying all day, right? Honestly, they were already married a long time ago. What's new? That's true, but still, thank you. Did you do that on purpose? I still feel it. Oh my gosh, I can't live. You can't live without it. You and Elle have to continue living here at this clinic near me. Ha, really? Isn't that a confession asking us to live together for almost the rest of our lives? Why are you doing this to me? That. Well, okay. This sister should take care of you. Who else will take care of you? Instead, hand over the jewels you are holding and squeezing in your arms. Serena snatched the pink jewel that Alina was carrying. Oh no, Kuang. Alina, who was enraged, gently put honey balm on Serena's head. The gesture of feeding honey chestnuts has become a little more natural. Hey! When Serena opened her mouth in bewilderment, Alina snatched the jewel again. Tusk, tusk. Our elf has completely lost his mind. That's right. I lost my mind. Haha, and Alina starts crying again. Ugh, let's at least go on a trip. I can't face you like this. You need to calm down a bit. W travel? Alina nodded, touching her slightly chapped lips. Serena answered while stroking Alina's hair. Now hug your sister. Cute elf. Serena spread her arms. Alina nodded with her mouth tightly closed. Chapter 234 Side story in the bedroom. I am angry. Rurin is angry. He sighs on the bed. I don't know English either, so I got angry too, because it's unfair. Lulin suddenly turned his head. Good, that's how it comes out, right, Rurin? What? He says he's angry, but he still answers. First, he drew a gold mark on the bed with magic in front of Rurin. It's like elementary school, but we're mad at each other, so let's make a bet. Don't cross this line. What is an elementary school student? He said he was angry, but he couldn't hold back his curiosity, so he turned his head and glanced at me. Huh, there is something like that. Anyway, don't fall. If you get out of bed, you lose. The losing side apologizes. And if you get over gold tonight, the part you got over is your opponent's. Because the person with more opponents wins, what do you do if you lose? Of course I should apologize. Good, I will never pass it up. Rurin shouted a call and turned his head again. And so an absurd war began. In about 1 hour, I just lay down and started reading the book. Rurin, who had been wiggling around by herself, seemed to have gotten bored with turning her back to her, so she secretly turned around. Why? Just staring. It didn't go over gold. Well, but there is no end like this. I need to get over gold. I secretly summoned a gem from the warehouse and placed it on top of the gold. Jewels sparkle on the border. Rurin, who was already sitting with her back turned and watching what I was doing, narrowed her eyes and opened her mouth. What are you doing, girl? Setting up bait. Is that bait? I'm not that stupid, Lulin shouted. Did you underestimate Rurin too much? The jewel bait didn't work. Rurin doesn't even look at me. If so, something to eat is bait. There have been countless times where Rurin lost bets because she was lured by food. It's unfortunate, but it can't be helped. It's a world of competition. I first summoned a vessel. Since you can't go to the restaurant, this part is covered by summons. And salami ham, I summoned German salami with melted cheese. This is a ham, but it is not smoked but made by drying at low temperatures. Slice this thinly and put it on bread. Of course, just eating it is not good. When you bake it, it becomes saltier by nature, so it is okay to just put it on bread and eat it, but there is something that needs to be eaten together. It's beer. I even ordered a cold beer in front of the salami on bread. Normally, I rarely eat food in the bedroom, but I do everything I can to win. Anyway, cold beer is the truth. Look at this bubble. This beer comes in a round glass. Water droplets forming on a beer glass. It's refreshing just to look at it, and it's even cooler when you eat it. A beer that looks cold just by looking at it. This coldness is important. Kah. I took a sip of beer and bit into the bread with salami. Ugh, the taste of this salty ham. And if you drink beer, this beer provides the perfect balance. Balance of taste. At the same time, Lurin's balance was also broken. Rurin sat down right in front of Giam and started drooling. When he makes eye contact with me, he gets even more angry and shouts, it's shameful. Then apologize and come over here. That doesn't happen. As if that wouldn't work, I turned my face away again. You mean you endured it? Then let's move on to part 2. I put the beer and salami on the tray, went back to my pillow, laid down, and opened the book. I slowly turned my body around. In this simple method. It was a nice catch at the old rare where Rurin and I first met. Eat this, it's a barrier. What? However, Lulin showed a learning effect. He used barrier magic on me to immobilize me and carefully approach me with a beer. No, I guess I got closer. Even if you don't watch it, it's a video. Our bed is a science. I am not shaken by this level of shock. Because I bought it from Hyundai, he quickly removed the barrier and stood up. The bowl that was already at the border moved in front of Rurin. Kaya, cool. Then he started drinking beer and smiling happily. Hey, what, you shameful person. I passed the gold. I didn't pass. Do you have any proof? What if you didn't see it? After saying that, I confidently take another sip of my beer. I didn't take a few sips to use it as bait, so the golden beer was still billowing in my glass. Okay, there is no evidence. There's no evidence. Sheesh, I'm hungry for beer because I enjoyed it so much. I don't know. First of all, I also ordered a beer. And then I started drinking next to Rurin. Isn't that delicious? Yes. Oh, you shouldn't eat at dawn, let's exercise tomorrow. Hey, dragon, there is no need for that. Dragons constantly burn calories. Where's that thing? What's with all this unfairness? So does that mean you can eat for the rest of your life without caring about your body? No, I roughly knew it, but I am angry at the fact that I learned something new. Sobbing. Since I am only human except for my heart, I need to exercise to burn calories, but this damn dragon. Well, okay. It's delicious, so let's eat it first. Would you like more? Nod. As I spoke while looking at the glass that was already empty, Lurin nodded. Then Rurin came over and held out a glass, and I filled my glass with beer. You just have to summon me again. Hi. Lurin foamed at the mouth. So I reflexively wiped the foam off my lips. Hi. Then he smiles again. It seems like the anger I was angry about earlier has already disappeared somewhere. Hoo. A bet is a bet. It was a very natural behavior that made me sneak away. Lurin, you all passed. Kwayak? At that point, Lurin looked down at her body with a shocked face. The gold that was drawn is behind Lurin's hind paw. It's only about a toe of gold. Okay, I'll take your toes out. I said generously. You lure me in. Of course, Lulin explodes with a face of injustice. No, whatever. Honestly, that wasn't my intention. I just filled the beer glass because it was empty. Seeing Rurin eat deliciously is both a joy and a reward for me. So I just said that I would give them more beer without realizing it. It was just that Lulin unintentionally crossed over the gold line. Rather, Lulin must have been caught up in such natural behavior, forgetting the situation. I didn't know either. It was a mistake to pass over. Quack. Lulin narrowed his eyes and glared at me, then exploded, grabbed my legs, and dragged me across the border into his area. Hey, what are you doing now? You came over too. After you dragged him away? I do not know. I fell for it anyway, so I followed the rule and followed the rule. Oh yeah? Well, I only went over the bridge anyway. I am still winning. What are you doing? To cut it. It's mine now. Rurin started drawing a line on the bridge I crossed over. What should I cut? This leg is mine. If you come over like you did earlier, it will be yours. No, it means that the number of points crossed is counted and the side with more wins. Speaking of elementary school, assuming that a line is drawn on the desk, if something like an eraser crosses the line, ownership changes. I cut it off and kept it as much as I went over. But I said that the person who gets over the most will lose, right? I didn't say anything about cutting it. Then everything is mine except your toes. Originally, I belong to you. Lulin spoke confidently as if asking what nonsense he was talking about. Is that so? That's always the logic Lulin says. I belong to Rurin and Lurin belongs to me. I don't think this will work. Then cut off this leg too. I couldn't afford to lose, so I fought back. I brought Rurin's leg towards me. Then cut off this arm too. What? Then this too. As a result, we were trying to get each other's body parts over the edge and got caught up in the middle. Rurin is holding my calf tightly. In that state, I was holding Rurin's leg. It's not like I am doing avant-garde art. It tickles you, so let go of my legs, leave it alone. Ooh, don't snort on the soles of your feet. Yes, there was an uproar. There's an uproar. Rurin. Then we managed to get out and we sat on the gold, which was like a truce line. Clothes are up. Navel, that belly button is mine. Huh, I quickly grabbed Rurin's belly button. I put my finger into my belly button. Quahahaha, what are you? It tickles. There's something strange there. Oh, are you feeling weak inside your belly button? As I moved my hand around Lulin's belly button, Lulin began to twist her body. Kaihahahaha, do not do that. Fool, you can't do that. I found an unexpected weakness. Ha 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 ha, ha. I tried to hold it in and moaned, but I couldn't hold it in and started laughing, then moaning and laughing again. Our current position was that I was hugging Rurin's back and tickling her belly butt, and Rurin was laughing wildly while receiving a back hug from me. Cannot be done, cannot be done. Ha 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 ha. Lulin turned around from the belly button hell and lifted up my pajamas. Then he suddenly inserted his finger into my belly button. I have a deep belly button, so Rurin's index finger went right in. When Rurin's hand touches my belly button, something feels strange. It's a counterattack. How do you feel? And what can I say? What? I feel strange, but why are you fine? I know, huh. Rurin desperately started tickling my belly button, but I kept my poker face. Rather than tickling, it feels a bit like Rurin's hand touching my belly button. Should I say it feels strange? I grabbed Rurin's index finger that was in her belly button. Then he grabbed her wrist again, lifted it up, and stared at Rurin. Rurin, huh, the bet is settled. This is all because of you. What's wrong with me? Huh, strange feeling. Thanks to you, Rurin looks so cute. I just kissed Rurin's lips. It was also a pretty intense kiss. At the same time, he attacked Lulin's navel. Gently with your fingers. Then Rurin twisted her body while kissing me, fell back, and I climbed on top of her. You, Rurin, it's because of you. It felt strange when I touched my belly button. I think I like this strange you, so it's okay if it's because of me. Where is your belly button? Then he puts his hand to my belly button again. The touch brings a tingling sensation. Then he glanced at me. We stared at each other like that, with your hand on your stomach. I am embarrassed. Lulin said that, took her hand off my belly button and wrapped her arms around my back. And then he pulls my back towards himself. In other words, my face got closer and closer to Lulin. You, huh, those lips are mine. Then your lips are mine too? Your love is mine too, my love is yours too. Is that so? Well, because you're cute, Rurin tried to kiss me first. It's not a headbutt. Very natural. Recently, Lulin has been giving me proper kisses instead of headbutts. This is something that has changed since I got married. Of course, I am still very shy and even my ears are red. Rurin's charm is that she appears bold, but on the contrary, is shy. And there is one more thing that has changed since I got married. It's a secret here, but a secret. Chapter 235 side story clothes and celebration, oh my. Really? Yes. Verna held her hands together and nodded repeatedly. It is a face that is truly happy. Berna, I thought Elle and Rurin were a couple for a long time, but I'm just surprised that they're married now. It's annoying, but Elle said they were having a celebration or something at the restaurant. He said he would invite all of Gray's acquaintances. Really? Then of course we should go. At that time, I had to play Legana for the customers, but I was kicked out to learn a good song. There's a good song for that. Oh. Although he looked annoyed, in fact, for Lulin, Legana was his favorite hobby out of all the things he learned in the human world. Even now, I play Legana at least once a day at Rare. So, contrary to what he said, he was very obedient. I quietly began to learn the song from Verna. While playing along to the song Verna played first, she even hummed the song as if she was in a good mood. Hyung, you did a good job. I'll tell you something else. Berna was very bored as Bernadro Great was in the capital as part of his political work, so he got excited and started teaching him various songs. Oh, this is good now. Lurin watched Verna's performance and then turned her gaze to the former Count Grake, who was lying across from Legana. Since the earldom had already been inherited by the Grey Boy, the lying earl became the former earl. The former Count's circumstances were entered very roughly into Lulin's mind. Since there were so many things involved, it could be said that this was a case where Rurin, who had no interest in humans, found out about it without realizing it. When Verna played the Legana, she always struck the keys next to the Count. There are many theories that good music helps with psychotherapy. In the Count's case, psychology was not the problem, but there was no harm in a beautiful melody, so following Alina's advice, it became Verna's habit to always play the legana with her husband by her side. The reason Rurin tilted her head was because the former Count was different from usual. Every time Verna hit the keys, her fingertips moved slightly, albeit very slightly. Why are you doing this? Since Rurin knew why the Count didn't wake up, she started making strange expressions, and Berna also looked at her husband. This is because Lurin's gaze was directed at her husband. However, with the sound of the keyboard stopping, the fingers returned to their motionless state. No, I do not know. Yes. It was such a subtle movement that Lurin shook her head. This body often sees things wrong these days. There was a time when I thought Elle was kissing, but they were doing something else. Yes. Verna only sent a questioning look towards Rurin, whose face suddenly turned red. Eventually, the playing started again. And after the performance was over, Verna, who moved the Count to the bedroom, led Rurin to the garden. Have some dessert and go. Dessert? That's good. Hi. Rurin, who has a weakness for desserts, nodded. Verna kissed her husband's forehead, covered him with a blanket, and came outside with Rurin. The Count's fingers moved slightly again, perhaps in response to the kiss, but Verna and Rurin had already left the room. And tea time. Verna, who was drinking tea, suddenly had a question and asked Rurin. By the way, Lulin, if it's a celebration, you have to wear a pretty dress, so have you prepared anything? Now that I think about it, I think Rurin would look very pretty in a dress, but I've never seen her wear a dress before. The reason is that Rurin prefers clothes that are comfortable to move around in, but Verna doesn't know that. Dress. What is that? I'll show you. The only thing I regret about having Grake as a son is that I didn't have the pleasure of dressing him up in various clothes like a daughter. That's why Verna snorted and took Rurin to the dressing room. If it's a wedding celebration, shouldn't you wear something special and pretty? These fancy clothes are called dresses. Of course, what Verna is talking about here is not a dress, which refers to universal clothing, but rather the very flashy clothes worn by nobles when they go to parties. This flutter, yes, Rurin will look very pretty when she wears it. Even though it may be uncomfortable to wear on a daily basis, it makes you stand out at important occasions. Beautifully? Who? It was a piece of clothing that made it impossible to throw a kick. Rurin hates being uncomfortable, but Verna said it was only once on a special day, so she was persuaded and asked. Eldo? Yes. Do you think Elle will fall in love with you all over again? Oh, is that something like that? Clothes that are good for Rurin are not clothes that are pretty for her. Looking pretty to Elle was the most important thing. Of course, I don't know what it is, so I'm just wearing it according to my own taste, but that's why I was even more interested in Verna's advice. I can't believe I fall in love with Elle even more, because it was a necessary piece of clothing. As long as Elle likes it, I don't mind wearing any uncomfortable clothes. That's why Rurin nodded strongly, her eyes shining. Then wear it. But these clothes are usually custom-made. My clothes want fit plus. It has to be made of good fabric. For that, I would have to go to the capital and get some, but I think a fabric that matches the ring would be great. Verna said as she looked at the fascinating black light shining on Lulin's fingers. I got some luxurious black fabric. You mean the capital? Good night. Yes, I am leaving now, Lulin. Verna chased after Rurin, but she disappeared in an instant. Verna, who was unable to say anything important as she looked at the empty space, just gaped. Da-da-da-da-da. As soon as she heard Verna's words, Rurin, who was filled with the thought of having to look pretty for Elle, tried to teleport as soon as she left the Lord's castle without paying attention. If you get there quickly, it won't take you. Teleport to the capital with the logic that anything that falls on the ground can be eaten within 5 seconds. Elle always goes out alone too, when this body sleeps. I looked around, trying to rationalize myself once more into the sky. The Imperial Palace was visible in the distance, and the place we moved to was a commercial district. I don't know what is what. This was Rurin's first thought, but she soon began to walk calmly. This is because I quickly realized that it was not that different from downtown Grey, because Rurin had become quite accustomed to grocery shopping due to Elle's repeated errands. Anyway, I kept walking to find a place that seemed to sell something called fabric. Meanwhile, Rurin found a sign that said fabric store. I felt better after discovering the word fabric that Verna mentioned. After all, it is this body. Hi, Lulin immediately rushed into the store. From diamonds to gold. If it's big and bulky, it looks kind of bulky, but Rurin's accessories are small and cute. Anyway, the employee, who immediately recognized the value of the accessories, naturally judged Rurin to be a nobleman and asked him a question. "What are you looking for, sir?" "Give me the black flutter." "Yes, flutter. So, was it a guy called Fabric?" Lulin corrected himself by placing his hand between his eyebrows. "Ah, you mean black fabric?" The employee who finally understood guided Rurin to where the fabric was stored. "The black one is this way." But Lulin's expression became glum. "That's because it was completely different from the dress Verna showed. That's because it's fabric. Although we can now shop, we are still not familiar with human culture. If you live as a dragon, you don't need any clothes at all. Therefore, the difference between fabric and dress was of no concern. It's not a flutter, it's not fluttering." "Yes," Lulin shook his head. "Let's go somewhere else." And then he ran out of the store. Lulin came out and looked around again. "Oh, you're a wizard." A voice calling Lurin. The owner of the voice started running towards Lurin. "This body?" Rurin pointed at herself. I looked at the jumping being and frowned. "Quadeng?" And the being that was running fell grandly in front of Lulin. It was Resent, the same Lysant who left for the capital after taking revenge on his father. I was still falling easily. Lysant fell down and cried, "You're a wizard." While doing so, he grabbed Lurin's leg. Like a zombie. "What are you doing? Get away." Lulin took a step back with a surprised look on his face. I remembered. Lurin remembered. The reason I remember this person is because she was the woman who kissed Elle's palm. It wasn't a good image to remember, so of course my face was still frowning. "I am a wizard. Long time no see." Of course, Lysant didn't care and jumped up and started laughing. Even when I participated in the festival, she was always hugged. "I'm not a wizard, I am Lulin." Yes. "Lulin, what are you doing here? You came from the fabric store, right? Are you here to look at clothes? I'm also very picky about clothes. In fact, I set up a small business here, and it's been thriving lately." Oh. Lurin's frowning expression brightened when she was told that her clothes were crisp. Looking pretty to Elle comes first, so I left the frown out for now. "Are you sure?" "Yes." "Then give it to me. It's black, made of the best fabric and flutters." Lurin gave the elements of the dress she picked up from Verna to Lysant. "Really? Does fluttering mean a fancy dress?" Surprisingly, Lysant understood Rulin's poor explanation at once and nodded. "Then point your finger in the opposite direction. The fabric in the house you just left is not very good. Let's go to the best fabric store." This guy is useful." Lulin nodded while thinking so, and after a while. Lysant left the clothing store with Rurin with his hands full of fabric. "Now you can make this into a custom suit?" "Fluttering?" "Yes. Maybe so. That's it. I didn't know. I thought they were selling napple. It's annoying for humans to make it again. But it was helpful, so I forgive you for what I did before. Lurin was referring to the palm kiss incident, but Lysant, unlike before, did not understand this part. "Yes, is that so? I don't know what it is, but I'd be grateful if the wizard would forgive me." Of course, Lysant was just confused. This cute wizard. Because he was showing an attitude of absolute obedience to him. The majestic figure that wiped out a bully into the sky right before my eyes. That is Lurin reflected in Lysant's eyes. "Then now you can go over there and leave this to me." And when I tried to move again, I crashed. He fell again while showing off his proprietary patent. The fabric he was holding split the sky, and Lysant's hand parted the joined hands of a couple walking in front of him. "You idiot." "That guy." Lulin shook his head as if he was dumbfounded. "Lurin?" One of the couples in front, who was not Lysant, called out to Lurin with a surprised face. Lurin raised her head and opened her mouth with a happy face. It's the Lord." Yes. Unlike other humans, this is a human that Lulin recognizes with a friendly face. That was the privilege of the Great Lake associated with Elle for the longest time. "Lurin, has Master come too?" Grake also answered with a happy face and looked around as if looking for Elle does not exist. "And it's a secret. I didn't come here." "Yes." Greek was dumbfounded by Lulin's fuss. "Brother." Sienna, who was next to him, asked as she held Grake's hand tightly again. And then he bowed to Lurin. However, since Lurin had met a human who was close to Elle, the thought that she had to run away took over her whole body. I poked Lysant, who immediately fell down. "Wake up." Yes. Lysant, covered in dust, tried to get up and Grake opened his mouth again. Lurin had no choice but to lift Rixant above her head. It is the power of a dragon. Although it seems very bizarre to others. "I'll say it again, it's a secret." Shouting like that, Lulin retreated in front of Grake. Gray and Sienna just looked at Lulin with blank faces while holding hands. Rurin, who got away from Grake with a flash of ricin, held out the fabric. Then now make it flutter. I am in a hurry because I am going to wear it tonight. Yes, tonight? Lysant was astonished. Why are you doing that? Customized manufacturing takes a week at the earliest. In fact, this was what Verna had already tried to say to Rurin. Thanks to this, Rurin was shocked this time. What? That's not possible. It's a celebration soon, right? Besides, there is no time. They told me to be back by 5 o'clock. Yes. Is Elle here too? Lulin looked at his watch, which showed 4:59, and had no choice but to grit his teeth and use teleportation. Are you a wizard? In the alley, Lysant looked around, but Rurin was already gone. Rurin, who returned to the restaurant with the fabric in her hand, was getting nervous. Wanting to make Elle fall in love with her even more and look prettier is Rurin's biggest concern these days. But it failed. It's not a flutter. However, the celebration was about to start, and Elle would be extremely angry if she was late, so Rurin had no choice but to trudge back to the restaurant. It was a somewhat meaningless day. Annoying. What are you doing so late? I do not know, Elle asked, brushing off the dust from Rurin that Lysant had buried when he fell. Did you roll? Why is the dust like this? Well, I am going to change anyway, so it doesn't matter, right? Follow me, Rurin. Elle took Lurin's hand and went down to the lair. Elle went to the wardrobe and took out the wedding dress she had prepared in front of Rurin. It's not a wedding, it's a celebration, but it's just like a wedding, so this shouldn't be left out, right? What is this? It's fluttering, but why is it white? Originally, brides wear white, no matter how much of a black dragon you are, Elle answered while looking at the hanging wedding dress. A wedding dress with a simple design that is less flashy and more elegant than what you would wear at an actual wedding. Since there is a difference between this world and the other world, Elle chose the simple yet most elegant dress over and over again, and this was the result. Uniquely, the design flutters underneath the skirt. Rurin, who heard that fluttering attracts others, immediately felt better. I don't want to wear it because it's uncomfortable, but Elle said she likes it even more when she sees me wearing it. For Rurin, that is the only truth. Fall in love with me more. Rurin shouted like that and jumped towards Elle. Elle suddenly picked up Rurin. Rurin smiles brightly. Well, for Elle, seeing Rurin smiling so happily was the greatest happiness. Now and in the future. End of Part 1, Chapter 236-1. When I opened my eyes after a strong shock while on my honeymoon, what unfolded before my eyes was a huge passage reminiscent of a cave. However, it is not a cave. It was ambiguous to call it a cave. Caves are usually works of nature. However, the brightly colored bricks in front of me were far from nature. In general terms, would we say it is artificial? A more accurate explanation would be to say that it was done by a living creature rather than something that was artificial. Anyway, it was a strange space. The passage, made up of unknown walls, stretched out as if reminiscent of a straight highway. There is a reason why we are in this situation. It all started with deciding on a honeymoon destination. I thought I would never go again, but I couldn't completely erase it from my mind because it was my hometown and the place I was born in. I also wanted to let people know that I got married in front of my parents' graves, so I decided that my honeymoon destination would be Korea, the world where I was born. Because it's fun to see Rurin's expression of wonder. So in order to get to Earth, you have to cross the dimensional gap. It has a similar principle to teleportation, but is a more high-level magic. In modern times, the amount of mana is insufficient, so if you count the time it takes for mana to accumulate, the honeymoon period is only about a week. It was a planned honeymoon. After preparing, Lulin and I got together and opened the dimension door, and started moving, but the problem arose there. While crossing the dimensional gap, a strong shock struck me, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself in a space I had never seen before. My head feels a little stiff. A moan escaped me without my knowledge, but the more you do it, the more you have to come to your senses. First of all, I looked around before anything else. Coming to my senses means making sure that the most precious being to me is safe. Even if I fall into hell, it doesn't matter as long as I am with Lulin. Fortunately, I soon breathed a sigh of relief. Rurin was lying down behind me. When I approached and examined him, I found that his breathing was regular. Perhaps, like me, you just lost your mind due to the dizziness brought on by the storm of space and time. Those cute fingers were holding the back hem of my clothes tightly. Rurin, to wake him up, I carefully stroked his bangs that had recently become slightly longer and covered his forehead and called his name. As if he had lost consciousness, he frowned slightly and moaned. Yuwa? Then suddenly he opens his eyes. Then he suddenly raised his upper body and shouted. Yao Yi. It was almost an automatic scream. After the scream that called out to me, my eyes moved wildly. Maybe Yurei looking for me, as if I was the first to find myself. And then Rurin, who made eye contact with me, immediately opened her mouth. It's you. Yes, it's me. The scream from earlier has disappeared and the voice is very calm. Are you okay? I was surprised because he screamed as soon as he woke up. Scream? When I asked if he was okay, he blinked at me in response to the word scream. After opening and closing my eyelids several times, I opened my mouth again. I do not know, rather, where is this place? Then, I finally got curious about this place and started asking questions. It's not like I know a lot. I just woke up about 2 minutes early. Well, I guess there was an accident while traveling between dimensions. Ah, right. Rurin nodded vigorously, as if she remembered something from what I said. Moreover, the way they clapped their hands together seemed like they knew something. Huh. Is that true? I feel like I fell into a dimensional rift. Even when teleporting, it's very rare, but there are times when you fall into that gap. So last time too. Last time too. From what he is saying, it looks like he knows something about the phenomenon that is facing us. It was suspicious to see him covering my mouth with both hands and shaking his head wildly before I could ask him anything. Last time, wife. If I win an award, I have to ask, so I asked again. But what came back was the answer from alumni. No, more than that. The solution to this is simple. Whether it's teleportation or dimensional movement, you can return to your original position if you try again. Easy, I knew very well how to solve it. No matter how much I think about it, I've experienced this a few times while teleporting. That too without my knowledge. I tried to dig deeper, but I just held back. Because that's not important right now. No matter what you do, you have to get out of an unknown space and look. I am glad if that's the case. Let's move again quickly. It doesn't feel right here. It's also dark. However, it is also not dark. It's a somewhat contradictory place, isn't it? Now that I think about it, it's dark and bright. Lulin's impressions are probably an accurate description of this space. Dark yet bright. What gave off that light were the mysterious bricks that were stacked tightly together to form the wall. In any case, it may be another dimension, so there is no need to delve deep into it. To escape from this, I held Lulin's hand again and attempted to travel to another dimension. But no change occurred. No, it was a dimensional shift or something, but I couldn't feel any mana at all. Since you can't use mana at all, you naturally can't use magic. Just like a car cannot run without oil. After being lost in the situation for a moment without knowing what was going on, I let go of Lurin's hand and asked, Rurin here, you don't feel any mana at all. You are saying strange things. Rurin responded by grabbing the back of my hand again, as if she didn't want to let go because she had let go due to the strange situation, and closed her eyes. Are you trying to feel mana? 8. As expected, this situation is not limited to just me. Lulin also tilted his head with a very dumbfounded look on his face. In magic, class refers to the difference between vessels and how much mana in the air can be used. In my class, I was able to store almost infinite amounts of mana in the air. But right now, there was no mana that could be stored here. It's not a small amount. It was completely zero. It's ridiculous to have zero mana. There is mana in the world, whether a little or a lot. Particles of mana exist in the air, so if there is air, there must be mana. Of course, the amount of mana contained in the air varies in each dimension. The world I was transferred to, the world where Lulin and my home, Grace City, are located, is a world with a very rich mana. On the other hand, the Earth where I live has very little mana. The important thing is that mana clearly exists, even if it is scarce. If you collect scarce mana, you can use high-class magic, but the mana in this space is zero. It feels like a sanctuary in a dragon sanctuary. In the sanctuary underground, mana is blocked, so magic cannot be used. A sacred place believed to be the space where God created dragons, creatures of mana. Therefore, for some reason, mana was blocked in the place called Sanctuary. So the story goes that this place is similar to a sanctuary. Even if you are unlucky, how can it not be like this? After all, I was caught up in a space with no mana at all. It was extremely absurd. Of course, there is no answer. My creed is that there is no such thing as an unanswered question in the world. It's a pain in the ass, but there is an exit from the sanctuary. there is also an entrance. If so, there must be an exit from this space. If I just get out, wouldn't I be able to use the mana? Of course, the problem is that the endless passageways and bizarre walls are over there, and there is no way to think that they will lead you to the exit. Just as I was about to go on my honeymoon, I crash-landed in a place like this. Since you don't have mana, you can't use magic, so the wall cannot be destroyed. It doesn't matter. Rurin, who was trying to use magic, gave up after 30 seconds, shrugged his shoulders, cast Era I don't know, and grabbed my arm. Because I have you, it doesn't matter whether I have mana or not. Isn't that right? Rurin said that and started laughing happily, so I can't help but smile too. Of course, this is not a situation where you can just laugh. So I would like you to stop holding my arm and swinging it back and forth, Mr. Rurin. I took my eyes off the dragon, who felt like he was on a picnic, and looked back and forth again. It was quiet. The silence is so eerie. A feeling of frustration that this space brings. The frustration was growing. Rurin, why isn't this guy answering? Rurin, when I called again, Rurin narrowed her eyes and looked at me intently. Just a moment ago, you were waving your arms and laughing. What kind of mood change is this? Moreover, her lips were slightly protruding. I feel like I'm screwed somehow. Oh, is that it? Suddenly, the line from earlier flashed through my mind. It doesn't matter because I have you, isn't it? Yes, I definitely asked back, but I didn't answer. So, are you upset because I didn't answer? Of course, as long as the couple is together, it doesn't matter what the situation is. At the belated answer, Rurin narrowed her eyes and glared at me, and then he opens his mouth with his lips still pouting. Slow, don't get upset. Sighed. I just applied it to my protruding lips. The sound from that side resonates in the empty space. What does Rurin say about the light kiss? His face became like this, and he smiled slightly. But soon he shakes his head and says it's hot. Oh no, I didn't like it. I hurriedly denied it, perhaps because I thought it shouldn't be resolved this easily, but it was no use. Even though they became a couple, he is still not used to skinship and likes to do it first. Of course, many things have changed. Let's talk about it little by little. Anyway, I called Rurin again. I called to ask this in the first place, but I didn't get an answer, so I ended up here. Rurin, I feel like I lost something. I didn't lose, so calm down. Can't you use your breath better than that? Breath. It has nothing to do with the mana in the air. This is a technique where the energy within the dragon's body is condensed and fired. Breath. Rurin slightly tilted her head and opened her mouth. Judging by the expression on his face that said he wasn't sure, it seemed like he was trying it out himself. And immediately after that, a high-energy crystal breath poured out of Rurin's mouth. Foo-woo-woo-woo-woo. Whoa, quaya. But as a result, Rurin and I had to start running. The breath could not pierce the wall or the ceiling. Rather, it bounced off every time it touched the wall or the ceiling and flew forward, repeatedly hitting the ground and the ceiling like a bouncy ball bouncing. I almost got into big trouble. Surprised, he wrapped his arms around Rurin and stared blankly at Breath walking away. After confirming that they were safe, he sighed. The power of the breath is the same as when it was used in the world we lived in. Similar to the sanctuary, it is made of strange bricks. The only problem is that even breath cannot penetrate those bricks. Well, it's a wall that blocks mana, so it's natural that breath can't break through it. But the good news is that you can use the breath. Unless we could use mana, breath was our only weapon. Of course, Rurin is not in a dragon state, but in a human state, so his power is only 1/10 of that. Chapter 237, a situation where you can't use mana while on a honeymoon, and unknown space. First, relieved that I could use breath, I started moving forward. I have to find an exit to recover my mana, so I can't just sit still. But this passage really continued endlessly. It's also a straight passage. When will this road end? In the end, Rurin grabbed the back of my clothes and dragged me until she stopped. Honestly, I completely agree with what Rurin said. What on earth are you doing here? It looked like a cave, and although it wasn't even a cave, it looked like a dungeon inhabited by monsters I'd only heard about. This place may seem like a tower, but its identity is still unknown. Having a passage means there is a purpose, and having a purpose means that there is inevitably an entrance through which you can come in. And if you find the entrance to go back and forth, the game is over, but let alone an entrance or an exit, the only thing that leads to it is an endless road. The wonder of the structure where the soft light coming from the wall dispels the darkness had long since worn off, and I eventually collapsed on the ground, exhausted from walking. I chose to rest. Lurin snuggled up against my back, wrapped her arms around my neck, stretched out her legs behind me, and hung limply. It's tough. I feel like lying down on Rare's soft bed. The Lurins are also soft. I should have brought you. Instead of a bed. I agree with what you said before, but what is Lulun? If you sleep on Lulun's arm, it's soft. Lulun's arm? What were you doing instead of sleeping in bed? I just slept with Lulun and others rolling around in the Rare. Because I don't want to be in the bedroom alone without you. If I say that, I'll have nothing more to say. Lulun doesn't hate it. No, likes, really? Nod, Lulun nodded strongly. Well then. Because I am not the type of guy who harasses the monsters I like. I soon lost my attention and yawned spontaneously, rubbing my eyes. I feel a little sleepy. Is it already time to sleep? However, I can't figure out the identity of this space at all, but I can't lie down and sleep. Until I figure something out, walking is the only way to survive. Growl. Huh. Meanwhile, trouble began to occur on the ship. But the growling sound I made right now wasn't mine. I looked down at Lurin's stomach. Lurin then stroked her stomach and cried, "You're hungry too. This is also natural, because I walked for hours without eating anything. The problem is that there is no food. If I could use magic, I would summon something and eat it, but right now it was impossible. A situation where neither this nor that is possible. Honestly, the biggest problem is food rather than mana. If you don't have mana, you can't use magic, but you won't die right away. But if you don't have food, you die. Asada is the most miserable, so you may have to find food first before finding your way out. I couldn't sleep until I solved one of the two. So I was about to suggest that we walk some more, but Rurin, who was on my back, suddenly got up and started hopping with an excited voice. What's the matter? Chocolate C. It was in my pocket. Yum yum. Lurin was tearing open the shell of the chocolate bar she found in her pocket at the speed of light and putting it in her mouth. It's so fast. Half of the chocolate bar instantly disintegrated and was chewed in Lulin's mouth. That speed for food. That is Lulin. Because it doesn't suit me at all to eat small pieces just because I am saving food. It's good. Hi. Rurin, who had disposed of half of the badly melted chocolate bar in her pocket, sat down next to me with the other half and said, "You do it. Huh, what are you doing all of a sudden? You don't know? You are so frustrating." I pretended not to understand, but he opened his mouth and repeated it again, so I said, and Rurin popped a chocolate bar into my mouth. Why are you sharing it when you say you're hungry and eat it all? If Lulin is full, I feel full too, so it doesn't matter. Unless she's on the verge of starvation, it's better to see Rurin happy and full. However, Lulin seemed to have similar thoughts as he shook his head and answered, "Hate. I hate eating alone. What's mine is yours, what's yours is mine. So it's half and half. Rulin is famous for not giving away what he eats and is greedy for food, but he treats me differently. That's just for me. That look is also attractive." Lulin, who had said that much, stood up again and started emptying his pockets again, giggling. He went through all his pockets, but he couldn't find any more chocolate bars, so he just shook off the dust and started getting angry at himself. I should have put something else in my pocket, but I don't know why that guy was in my pocket earlier. I don't remember putting it in. Lurin tilts her head. Well, that's right. It is normal for Rurin to store food in his stomach, not in his pocket. Still, it was true that I suddenly ate half of the chocolate bar and it gave me some strength. Lurin, crack. So using that strength, I rummaged through my pockets and made the limp Lurin sit next to me. What? Then her pretty features draw a question mark, so I pointed to my mouth. Mouth, okay, mouth. You ate the melted chocolate bar so quickly that it got on your mouth. Is that so? No, it's because I thought about everything. Let's eat this later. When you're hungry, you're laughing. Is it rice paste? Besides, isn't it pretty if something like that is buried? I don't like that. Lurin reacted to being told that she wasn't pretty and raised her hand to her mouth as if she was trying to wipe off chocolate. Of course, I couldn't wipe it, because I grabbed Lulin's wrist and flipped it over. You, look this way. I'll clean it for you. Ho! After saying that, I first wiped the chocolate that was lightly on Lurin's lips and the corners of her mouth with my index finger. A little bit of chocolate comes out on your index finger. I showed Rurin the evidence showing that I had chocolate on my mouth. How is it? It was city food. What about food? I still buried more. This time, instead of a finger, he stuck out his tongue. My tongue touches the corner of Lurin's mouth. Then, it naturally moved from the corners of the mouth to the lips. Soon my lips are covered with Rurin's lips. Hoo-whoa. Lulin was caught off guard and made a strange sound after being kissed, but soon became motionless. No, he held my hand tightly first. He's still shy about hugging me or kissing me first, but in situations like this, he takes the skinship in a different direction, something that's changed recently. Rurin accepted me, holding my hand so tightly that it broke. I can feel the heat from my hand and Rurin's breath. And scent, everything tickles my heart. And one more thing that has changed. Lulin does not open her mouth first when kissing. It made me think that if I didn't pull away, they might be kissing me almost 24 hours a day. Want my jaw, mouth, and tongue become numb and stiff. But Lulin still doesn't take off first. I didn't do anything reckless because there were times when I tried to test when to pull off and actually kissed for hours. If I open my mouth first, in this case, it actively moves along with my face. Even though the lips that I was trying to pull away were held back by my lips so aggressively that they reattached. When I part my lips again, he falls away with a regretful face and looks at me with a flushed face. Honestly, at times like that, Lurin's face is so charming that it evokes strange emotions. Then, if you want to kiss me, all you have to do is put chocolate on the corner of your mouth. What do you mean? At the end of the kiss, Lurin came to an absurd conclusion and made me shake my head. Then Lurin let out a hee-hee sound and then suddenly shouted. Ah, why, what? What's going on? No. Now that I think about it, there's chocolate on your fingers too. As if remembering something important, he first wiped his mouth and grabbed my chocolate-covered index finger with both hands. And then put it in your mouth. A finger entered Lulin's hot mouth. Tickle. I can feel Rurin's body temperature and tickle at the same time. It seemed like the goal was really chocolate. Unlike when kissing, Lulin immediately released my index finger from inside her mouth. He even left a comment. Salty? It's salty, not sweet. If the reason your fingers are salty is because you are clenching your hands so tightly when kissing, the heat is causing you to sweat. Don't be ridiculous. Now that you have replenished your calories, let's start walking again. I'm going to find something and rest. I don't know, I am just sleepy now. It's a baby. It's a baby? Hey, ah. Rurin slid and glided towards my thigh where I was sitting down, as if charging. Since Lulin is not there, you are the bed. Now that I think about it, your stomach is the best pillow in a place like this. I remember sleeping on your stomach. Rurin lay down and stared at my stomach. Yes, in the past, when the rare left by Lulin's mother was safe and I was staying there, Lulin suddenly started sleeping on my stomach. We weren't that close at the time, but now is not the time to sleep. If you want, you can give away as much as you want, but that's only when you find what you're looking for and take a break. Ouch. I picked Lurin up in my princess arms, lifted her up, and started walking, dragging her. I am sleepy. After walking for a while, naturally ignoring the sound coming from behind, a change finally came to the monotonous scenery. Clothes, what are these guys? Rurin, who had been dragged along, finally reached the change that appeared and ran forward. It was a corpse. The corpse of an unknown monster. It wasn't the type of monster I was tired of seeing during the monster wars in the world I lived in, but it was very similar. A large body similar to an orc. But it doesn't look like an orc. It was a little more plain. There were about 3 of them in total, with their bodies destroyed, starting from the chest, shoulders, and the torso. The heads were destroyed, and the abdomen was round and missing. The sight of him dead was very bizarre. The monster at the back had less damage, but it was still the same as dying. It's a monster. I thought so, but as expected, this place seemed to be related to monsters. It's not like there's a boss mob at the top and you can get out if you defeat it, right? Since there's no magic, that might be a bit of a pain. Of course, it is impossible to predict everything just by looking at the monster corpse. Well, anyway, why are these guys dead here? There was still warmth left in the corpse, so the fact that he died not long ago. Lurin, who was poking the dead monster, answered as if it was no big deal. It's that breath from earlier. Breath. The breath that flew out of my mouth earlier. Chapter 238 on the honeymoon. Oh, is it? Now that I think about it, the wounds were similar in size to Rurin's breath. Although it is a significantly smaller area compared to the dragon state, the only thing that comes to mind that has the power to pierce a monster like this is Lurin's breath. While flying all the way here, a lot of my breath energy was used up, so I couldn't pierce the monster at the back. The bouncy ball breath violently shook the ceiling and walls, so it makes sense that each monster's wounds would be different. I don't know how big these monsters are, but it means that the power of the breath is strong enough even in this space, so the problem is the exit as well. Our honey, are you strong? Why are you weak and I strong? I know. Then I will protect you. You always protected me, but it's the opposite. Hi. The one who protected Rurin was the same dragons who protected her, mainly when she used to stay at the rare left by her mother. Anyway, Rurin smiled and put her hands on her waist, as if she was happy about the new position. It is a majestic posture. Please protect me well, so I boldly asked, please protect me. Anyway, it's fortunate that there are monsters, because there must be food for monsters to eat. Who? If the food is a human, we can get a lot of information, but if it's another monster, there will be a food chain anyway, so there is bound to be food for us to eat. So let's walk further. I said that and started walking again. Finding food is good, finding an exit is even better. Then Rurin ran over and stood in front of me. I am a shield for you now. Shield? Yes, I will take the lead. Because I don't want to get hurt. I can't forgive that. When the guy who was dragging his feet because it was difficult found out that there was a monster, he decided to walk in front of me. It was the right decision because Rurin, a dragon, has stronger defense than a human even in his polymorph state. It was definitely a different position than usual. No, under normal circumstances, there would be no need for me or Rurin to protect each other at all. It's a strange experience, but it's not a bad feeling. As a couple, it's natural to rely on each other when one side has a problem. We walked like that for a while again, but the road never ends. Thanks to this, when it was time for Rurin, who was walking ahead, to explode once more, another big change came. That change was a crossroads. After a boring single road, a crossroads appeared before my eyes. The fact that a fork in the road appeared also meant that there was a big change, so I can't help but be happy. Of course, one side may be a trap or something, but that doesn't mean it can't cause choice. For now, I had no choice but to choose anywhere and advance, trusting in Rurin's breath and defense. Should I go right or left? A crossroads that appears to make no difference to the naked eye. But Rurin opened her mouth to my question without much hesitation. Right, why? The person on the right is this much cooler than the person on the left, so I like the right side. So it's on the right here too? Is there such a thing? Is there a difference in the face? How can I get this much done? What happens if you break down the dust into 1/10 of the pieces, scatter it in the air, and break down the particles again? There is a difference, right? It's a subtle difference that I can't say anything about. Isn't it more amazing that you can tell them apart? I was once again afraid of how Rurin was dividing my face into nanoparticles and distinguishing them. No, that's not the problem. The reason I chose the right side was absurd, but that didn't mean there was any other choice, so I followed Rurin's words and took the right path. Then, for a moment, the same path as before continued. But soon the single road ended, the ceiling became much higher, and a large circular space appeared. Also, there was a living monster there. It's the same type as the monster we saw earlier. They had large claws that looked sharp and incomparably sharp compared to most knives. Their entire bodies were covered in fur and their bodies were large. About twice my height? Quack. It seemed like they had no intention of talking at all, and they began to attack indiscriminately. Like the rampaging monsters, we had grown tired of watching during the monster war. Since I had no mana, I chose to retreat and shouted, Rurin, let's run away first. Ooh, what the hell? Ooh, you, go together, ride. When I instinctively ran away, Rurin followed and we ran until we reached the crossroads. But they were chasing after me, pounding away. And at that moment, an important fact occurred to me. The important thing about why you ran away. Why were you forgetting? Hey, Rurin, why are you doing that? Why did you run away, me? You told me to run away, so I ran away. Why are you running away when you have breath? Oh, what's coming? I confirmed earlier that I can use breath even if I can't use mana, so there's no need to run away. But breath or whatever, I ran away because you told me to run away. In times like that, listen carefully. What are you talking about? I usually only listen to what you say. I always follow you. It was the proud Rurin. So I turned back again, and I looked at the road I ran away from. The number is about 5. The running is fortunately very slow. In any case, when you remember that the monster that was dead earlier was killed by a single breath, Rurin is not a number to be defeated by. Anyway, let's get rid of those guys first. Rurin nodded at what I said and used her breath at the monsters that were almost chasing them and swinging their blades with their eyes lit up as if they were going to tear them to pieces. Coo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo. Noisy. They are cocky guys. I do not like it. How dare you attack my husband? Rurin must have interpreted their shouts and let out a breath with an even angrier face. The energy particles created brilliant colors, and the high-energy bomb was released and hit the monster directly. Foo-woo! The monster in front lost half its body in one hit, and the monster behind it had its head blown off. There is no bird to squirt blood. As soon as the breath touched it, the area it touched was reduced to ashes and disappeared. Because it is a breath that has just been released and has not lost any energy, its power is stronger than the one that killed the dead monster earlier. Let's go over there. Huh? For some reason, Rurin dragged me along. Since it was Rurin who was fighting now, I obeyed quietly. The breath that blew away the two monsters flew towards the wall, and the remaining monsters charged at us again. However, as soon as the breath touched the opposite wall, it was reflected and flew back, hitting the monsters directly in the back of the head. Koa. Although the power was weaker than before, one of the monsters collapsed with its chest ripped open, and its breath flew towards the ceiling where we were standing a moment ago, then reflected again and changed direction. Hehe, this is fun. Have you calculated the direction? Nod. Rurin nodded and drew a V. Yeah. As Lulin caught his attention, the monster stopped for a moment, and just then a breath hit the monster from the ceiling. Kayak. The breath that eliminated 4 monsters flew high up to the ceiling and slowly disappeared. Is it like this? Then it's like this. After talking to himself for a moment, he looked at the one remaining monster again and released his breath. This breath seemed weaker than the previous one, but it pierced through one monster and disappeared. In that short period of time, Lulin began to appropriately adjust the strength and weakness of his breath. When you look at it like this, you really realize that Rurin is a dragon. He's annoying about everything and has a surprising lack of common sense about the human world, but he's just a genius when it comes to adapting to combat situations like he is now. Good job. By the way, did you get annoyed by what the monster said earlier when it roared as it rushed at you? Perhaps Lulin interpreted that roar. It can be said that there is no language that Rurin does not understand. In fact, when I went to Korea, I was able to speak Korean without difficulty, and I can fluently interpret either Orcish or Dwarven languages. So, Lulin would have fully understood the monster's scream just now, which to me could only be heard as loud. So I asked if there might be any clue about this space in the roar. Oh, that? How dare you talk about lower creatures, he said. What? They are funny guys. That's right. Rurin is a high-level creature of the highest order, but a low-level creature is a monster that can't keep its head. They were completely uninformative and unhelpful. Anyway, good job. My honey. Kayak? After hugging and stroking Rurin's head for a moment, who had worked hard to protect me, I walked back to the circular space from earlier. It's for investigation. I think he was probably living here. The outer wall was the same as the passageway I had seen all along. A circular space made of strange bricks. What is different from the passage is that there are quite a lot of miscellaneous items that appear to have been used by monsters. There were whips and knives that appeared to be the monster's weapons in the corner, a wooden board that could be assumed to be a bed on one side, and a barrel that resembled a wooden oak barrel on the other side. There is an oak barrel. Are you saying there are trees here too? Anyway, when I examined the wooden barrel, I found that there was some kind of mushroom-like ingredient inside. I became very interested because I thought it was a stock for monsters. When I tipped the container over on the floor, a type of mushroom poured out. Just because it looks like a mushroom doesn't mean it's definitely a mushroom, but considering the passage we passed through, it wouldn't be a problem even if mushrooms grew on every corner of the wall. So is it really food for monsters? Then thank you. I held the mushroom in my hand. The appearance is similar to button mushrooms. Since I was going to eat it, I put mushrooms in my mouth to relieve my immediate concerns about starvation. Rurin, who had been searching everywhere with me, showed interest and came running towards me. What is that? Rurin, who saw me eating, also came over and took a bite of a button mushroom, or something that looked like that. First of all, Lulin and I basically don't have to worry about poison. Therefore, there is no need to worry about whether it is a poisonous mushroom. Kwasak, the mushrooms chewed in my mouth with a strange texture. Hehehe. And Rurin spit out the mushroom. At the same time, I also spit out mushrooms. This taste is impossible to eat. Not only was it tasteless, it was so disgusting that I couldn't chew it. How can I say it? It feels like chewing on a tough tire. It felt like eating something hot rubber. The foul smell that rises the more you chew also makes you frown. I don't eat things like this. Rurin stuck out her tongue and suddenly picked up my finger. Where are those chocolate-covered fingers from earlier? I need something sweet. Will that remain buried until now? Chapter 239 While on honeymoon, Rurin writes the Oman Award. To be honest, I have the same sentiment as Lurin. The aftertaste was so bad that I wanted to scream. Surely this isn't the only food here? Anxiety creeps in. If so, it means that these rubber-flavored mushrooms should be eaten as food. Looking at Lulin, whose face looked as if the sky had collapsed, I pointed to another oak barrel. Are you okay? There is still hope. Let's see. I opened the lid, hoping that this oak barrel contained completely different ingredients. And without hesitation, I threw it down on the floor. Rumble. The mushrooms that were filling the oak barrel are pouring out. Fortunately, the type of mushroom was completely different. If the previous one looked like a button mushroom, this one looked similar to a risey mushroom. A distinctly different appearance. So I picked it up with the expectation that the taste would be noticeably different. What's interesting is that, although it looks similar to the risey mushroom, the color is completely different. A thin red line was drawn on a white background. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a poisonous mushroom. No, do you think poisonous mushrooms are delicious? Lurin, I'll eat it first this time. Wait. While looking at the mushrooms, he turned his gaze to Rurin and said, but it was already too late. Lulin was already stuffing his mouth full of mushrooms. Were you that hungry? It's like an indomitable hunger that doesn't care about failure. This is Lulin's obsession with food. Quack, but the result is the worst. The same thing from before just repeats itself. No, Lulin reacted more violently than before and started running around. I just spit it out and didn't jump around like that. To what extent is it like that? I looked at the mushroom in my hand again. I thought I had to taste it first, so I took a small piece and put it in my mouth. As soon as I savored the taste, no need to savor it as soon as I put it in, a strong sour taste began to rise. It looks like a mushroom, but is actually a fruit. It feels like the strong sour taste of unripe fruit. Even after eating just a little, a strong sour taste lingered throughout my body to the point where I couldn't straighten my face. It feels 10 times more sour than a lemon. A sour taste that makes you irritated. It's annoying, okay, me too. Even if you eat just a little bit, it's okay, but it's Lulin that you put in one bite. There was income in the sense that there was food to eat, but it didn't feel like I had found the answer to my food problem until it tasted like this. There are no more oak barrels. All that appears to be club-shaped metal weapons used by monsters. And there was an unidentifiable white cotton ball. Since I couldn't identify it, I passed it for now. Since I had searched everything, I returned to the crossroads from earlier. There was no other option as there was no passageway from one side to the other. A crossroads where we stand again. Since the right side is blocked by what looks like a monster's room, was the right answer in the end the left one? As expected, there were no other options here either, so I started walking along the left path. Lulin's mouth was still numb, so she couldn't speak properly and was trudging along with a lethargic gait. To keep what I said earlier, he walked in front of me with his shoulders slumped. The path on the left did not reveal a huge space like before, it was just a straight passage. The only thing I can hear is the footsteps of Lurin and I in the passage. Just a few minutes. This time, it didn't take long for a change to appear. A strong light began to appear before my eyes. Perhaps because of this, Rurin, who was ahead, stopped and I also stopped. It looks like there's something different in front of here. Be careful, Lurin, I think so. Stay behind me, just in case, hold my hand first. I get it. Lulin held my hand and we walked towards the light. What appeared at the end was a monster. The space was wider than before. It was quite a large space. It felt like I was in the middle of a construction site. What was even more surprising was that the small monsters that filled the space were all looking at us who had suddenly appeared. It's not just one or two. The units were completely different. What are these again? Lurin was taken aback, perhaps annoyed by the large number of people, and I frowned. Moreover, there are not only small monsters. The large monster I faced earlier was also there. Of course, the number of large monsters was overwhelmingly small. About 10, the same loud roar as before hits my ears. At the same time, Lurin's mood worsened again. Looking at Lulin's expression, it was obvious what the screams meant. These guys are as aggressive as anyone can tell. However, the small monsters that made up the vast majority of this space were different. It doesn't scream or rush at us, it just looks at us. The ones that are running towards you are large monsters. He came running, stomping away, holding a metal club. Every time that happened, the small monsters that were doing something were seen shaking in surprise. When I say that the charging monsters are carnivores, it somehow feels like I am looking at herbivores. You kill them, Lulin asked with an angry expression. I think the same thing over there, because it looks like it's going to tear the intruder to pieces. After nodding, Lulin immediately used his breath. Quang. The monster that was running exploded into flames. The second monster stopped in surprise and fell victim to the breath again. Lulin was already using his breath freely. Using only the necessary amount, the monster exploded. Meanwhile, the white monsters that were the most numerous here, about as tall as my waist and with big eyes, seemed somehow cute when I just looked at them. They were still looking in this direction. There seemed to be no intention to fight at all. Just looking at the sight, it looked like giant monsters were taking care of smaller monsters. The small monsters were digging the ground as if they were doing something. What they were holding in their hands was none other than mushrooms. Mushroom. Yes, that tasteless mushroom I saw earlier. There are a lot of numbers. Annoying, I know, cheer up. Honey, hi, as your wife I give you strength. I have to protect my husband. Lulin nodded and used his breath again. Thanks to Rurin, who began to exert himself, other monsters immediately exploded. Rurin ran her hand through her hair in front of me. Crack. He shook off his hands that had something on them and made a triumphant expression. It turns. Did you get any dust on it? I wanted to ask that, but I held back because there were more urgent matters than that. I quickly gave him a back hug from behind. Of course, this is not a romantic back hug. It's a back hug to stop Rurin's next move. This is because Rurin tried to attack even small monsters, seeing them as the same monsters. To Lulin, monsters are just monsters. Wait a minute, stop, Rurin. Until there, what is it? Why are you hugging me so suddenly? I am fighting, it doesn't matter. Look carefully. They're a different kind. Looks innocent, like our rares Lulin. Cucumber, Lulin, who had no interest in distinguishing between monsters, only then began to look closely at the small monsters. Rurin is basically a guy who doesn't observe things other than food in me. You guys look weak. Yes, aside from his weakness, he doesn't seem to have any particularly aggressive intentions. I guess we can talk? Conversation. In other words, Rurin looked annoyed when asked to interpret. Meanwhile, once all the large monsters were eliminated, the small monsters soon began to fall to the ground. Everyone. He wasn't just lying down, he was lying face down and shaking. It looks like it is very scared, with its white fur trembling. I thought that these people were probably being treated like slaves by the monsters they had defeated. They were probably forced to dig up mushrooms, which seemed to be the staple food of the monsters here. I recognize this body. Rurin gave a satisfied smile to the prone monster. No, it's similar, but it was clear that Lulin's breath was that scary. Anyway, I went closer to the guys lying down with Rurin for a conversation. If you can talk, you may be able to get information about this place. They seem to be monsters that live here, so they must know detailed information. Rurin suddenly stopped in front of me and said, You are weak here, so be careful. No, but 1 or 2 monsters are okay. Even without magic, I was wallowing in the monster war zone. You can take on 1 or 2 in hand-to-hand combat. 1 or 2? The original you were okay with hundreds of millions of monsters. Well, that's true. So you have to be careful. I can never forgive you for getting hurt, because that's the thing I hate most in the world. Lulin shook his head with a serious face and started laughing. Then he spread his arms in front of me. Want a hug in this situation? I am still not hugged first. First of all, I hugged Lulin with open arms. Pretend you can't win. Then he wrapped his arms around my back and immediately opened his mouth. You can walk now. I am the shield. This body can block most attacks even without mana. They say that's possible because the dragon's skin was changed to human form. Thank you. Those monsters are cannot be done. Lulin shouted with resolute determination. I had no choice, so I walked forward toward the delicate monsters while holding Rurin in my arms. They were still prone and began to flinch and tremble as Lulin and I approached. Just by looking at this, you can tell at a glance that they are a race that is far from fighting. Now that's enough, Rurin. Go away and talk to me. With a low-level monster like that? Right. I don't want to fall. It's hard because I'm hungry. Don't do that. Tickle, do, honey. When I tickled his waist, he twisted his body and barely fell off. Thanks to that, he turned his anger towards the wrong little monsters and started glaring at them. You guys, Kuwu Yukun. Lurin shouted, then uttered a word with an absurd expression and looked at me. What? So I asked, and Rurin started translating. I said thank you for helping me. But when did we help these guys? Lulin is right. To be honest, I never helped. Because we just exploded the monster that attacked us. If the action was described as help, it would mean that the small monsters were being forced to work like slaves. Now that I think about it, I thought that that place was a place that the guys who run the small monsters used to take turns resting. And the white cotton ball I saw in that circular space earlier was the corpse of this little monster. Huh. They say that they manipulate them and kill them at will. Large monsters are not only warlike, but are also tyrant-like monsters. Chapter 240, on the way to the honeymoon, ask what they are doing here and who those guys from earlier are, and tell them that if they have no intention of attacking us, they have no intention of harming us either. I get it. Lurin nodded and then started shouting in an unknown language. Kunkun kyukun kyukun, but it's too short. I think I asked quite a long question, but it's this short. Lurin, what? I am busy now. Are you busy? What did you just say? Is it too short? No, I will pass on your words from now on. Then what about earlier? Why are you asking such a thing? I just said this is my husband. Lulin shrugged his shoulders with a confident expression. The monsters look very confused because they don't understand what they mean. That's right. In this situation, he suddenly introduces himself and says, "This is my husband." Kuku-kun. After that, Lulin's long questions began. Then, among the monsters, the one that had first responded to Lulin spoke. An unknown language unfolds for a long time. It's so loud that it hurts my ears. So in my mind, I decided to name these monsters Kun. Lurin people became Lulun because of the language called Lulun. Isn't this the same naming method? Is that so? I understand. As soon as we had finished the conversation, Rurin walked towards me. I became very curious and pulled Lurin towards me. Rurin, who was in my arms, looks at me with a sobbing look in her eyes. What's wrong? Please explain. Too long, they talk too much. So these guys said they were digging up the tasteless food they ate earlier. And they said that those guys are the monsters that dominate the first floor of the ruins here. It is said that there is a huge room inside where they gather, and that they live by digging up food to send there. They say there are a lot of the things we ate earlier on the land of this ruin, but it's hard to sell them, so they order them to do it themselves. However, I am grateful for the help, but there are a lot of them inside, so I am told to run away. But he told me I was stronger. They said they were guarding the second floor entrance to the ruins, but they said they had never been to the second floor, so they didn't know what it was like. Oh yeah, it's a long time, it's tough. Ask if there is any water. I held my arm, stroked Rurin's flowing hair, and urged her to translate once again. Ku-kyu-kyu-kun, judging from the tone, it is clear where the last one is clear. Where is the water, you asked? Whether humans, monsters, or animals cannot survive without water, and if they originally lived here as they say, then it obviously makes no sense to not have water. I want you to follow me. Oh yeah. Then let's follow. When I nodded, Rurin said something to Kun again, and we started walking. The group of Kuns split as if to make a path for us as we walk. It was a spectacular sight to see a herd of over 100 Kuns clearing the way. Was this what it looked like when the Red Sea parted? After walking for a while, there was indeed a puddle where Kun stopped. It was stagnant water. Of course it's a puddle. However, it is not muddy water. It looked quite clean. I don't know what structure the water is stagnant in, but if it is a type of groundwater, it cannot strictly be said to be stagnant water. Anyway, it looked clean. Even if it is not clean, if you have to drink water, you have no choice but to drink it. It is a dragon heart that purifies Dokdo. After walking for a long time, I was thirsty, and Lurin had been talking for a long time, so when she saw water, she ran straight into it. I scooped up water with both hands and poured it down my throat. As expected, it is not stagnant water. I expected it to taste lukewarm, but it was very refreshing. The mushrooms taste the worst, but the water tastes top-notch. There was something amiss in this space, which Kundal described as a ruin. If anything, it would be nice if the mushrooms were delicious too, right? I want to have beer because it's refreshing. Suddenly, you think water is beer, Mr. Lurin. Then Lulin drank some water and looked at the ceiling for a moment, then drank some more water and stared into the distance again. Even if you think it's beer, water is just water. Rurin wipes the water from the corner of her mouth, frustrated by the reality that no matter how much she thinks, she can't make beer. While watching us drink water, the coons standing behind us, monsters that looked like round cotton balls with arms and legs, started jumping around as if they were happy to see us drinking water well. A few hours later, Lulin was completely exhausted and was lying on my thigh. After drinking water, I dug up more information from the Kundul, and in the process, Rurin fell helplessly onto my thigh. Lulin's biggest problem is that he is incredibly hungry compared to the calories he consumes. He was holding his stomach and shooting his eyes at me. The hungry look in your eyes, and sparkling eyes. A strong belief that it will be resolved because it is you. Well, that belief is good, but the fact that all you will eat here are those mushrooms is a truth that will never change. Well, let's leave hunger behind for now. Considering what Kundul said, it seemed that if you go up the passage in front of this huge space, you will come to a place that looks like the habitat of those large monsters. The problem is that the numbers are enormous. The number was over 100, but that was a bit too much for Rurin alone. That's as much information as the coons know. Since they say they don't know any more than that because they've lived in this space their whole lives, I think these coons are monsters on the lowest floor of this place, whether it's a ruin or a dungeon, and the big monsters on this upper floor are the ones who reign on the second floor. It was possible to guess that if we defeated the guys on the second floor, we would be able to find the exit. This is the ruled class. I hope it is a simple structure with the ruling class at the top. Anyway, the clue to the exit is there. So all you need is a plan to eliminate over 100 large monsters. Growl, but no plan came to mind. I just feel hungry. The boat also began to cry out for food. Even if I wanted to shake my head, I felt like I had to fill my stomach. The reality is that in the end, you have no choice but to eat those rubbery or sour mushrooms in order to survive. What's surprising is that the coons are eating the tire-flavored mushrooms without any hesitation. I asked Rurin if it was delicious, but he seemed to have no idea what taste meant and seemed completely accustomed to the taste of mushrooms that he had been eating since birth. From what I could see, there seemed to be no other food. Rurin said she was hungry, so I just sighed as I looked at the mushrooms the coons had piled up in front of us. I can't help it that it happened like this. There is no choice to fill your stomach. I had to eat these mushrooms somehow. Then, out of pride in my job as a chef, I have to try something, but there is no seasoning and there is only one method. Try baking it. Mushrooms are naturally delicious when grilled. I wonder where the tire taste will go if grilled, but the tire taste itself could be alleviated a bit. Rurin, wake up for a moment. Let's find a way to eat this. Oh, is there a way? No, I can't say there is a way yet. Just stay for a while. After pouring cold water on Rurin, who was momentarily filled with anticipation, he looked around and found a thin rock of the appropriate size and brought it to him. Ask the Rurin Kuns if they have fire. Fire? Huh. Suddenly, the face asks why the fire is on, but anyway, Rurin tells the story to the Kundul, and it seems as if the answer soon comes back and Lulin nods. He said that he sleeps with the light on him when he sleeps at night. It's warm. Actually, it feels a bit cold here. Coons, having the warmth of a bundle of cotton. Although it is somewhat unbalanced, it is fortunate that there is fire. Suddenly, an image of ancient primitive tribes warming themselves by fire at night comes to mind. So, he set up stones of an appropriate size on both sides, placed a stone slab on top of them, and told the Kuns to light a fire underneath them. The coons nodded, took out a rock of an interesting color, and brought something that looked like straw. It was said that this straw was collected from the grass growing on the ceiling. It is said that the grass keeps growing even if you cut it down, so you sleep on it when you sleep. It's funny that they look so furry and need something to cover them. Anyway, the coons started the fire smoothly. The firepower was quite good. Thanks to this, the thin stone plate begins to heat up little by little. I started grilling the mushrooms on a fully heated stone plate, creating a flat surface for grilling. Rurin sat on a large stone looking very hungry, resting her chin on both hands and looking at me with an exclamation. These are the eyes of a wife watching her husband cook with interest. I want to live up to those expectations, but honestly, the biggest problem is that I am not sure at all because the ingredients are so bad. Cheek! The tire-flavored mushrooms are starting to ripen. Lulin's eyes, which had been powerless due to hunger, sparkled slightly at the sound of meat being grilled. In fact, Rurin's eyes were worthy of sparkling. That's because once it was cooked on the stone plate for a while, the mushrooms, which had only smelled like tires, started to emit a nice scent. It's not a bad scent. No, I could say it was a nice scent. A savory scent that stimulates the appetite. It's the kind of rich smell you get when you fry onions for a long time until they turn brown. Is the scent okay? It smells like this when it's baked. So what about the taste? It smells good, so of course you can't help but have expectations. I stamped the grilled mushrooms with the tool I had prepared and started blowing on them. Ooh, chirrup. Before I knew it, Rurin had sent her haughty expression to heaven. And this time she came next to me with a face like a hungry puppy, drooling profusely, and grabbed my arm. However, I couldn't follow the same steps as before, so I calmed Rurin down and said, "Wait a minute, Rurin. You might spit it out again, so I'll taste it first." Is that so? I immediately bit into half of the grilled mushroom. Normally, with a smell like this, the delicious juice of the mushrooms should come out and create a feast of taste. Crispy, the mushrooms break apart and go down my throat. There was nothing to appreciate. There is nothing special at all. It's completely different from the smell. It's just hot. Even if it's cooled, I understand that it's hot because it was just baked, but it just feels hot. So it was almost tasteless. It's not that it doesn't taste good because it tastes strange, it just doesn't taste like anything. The more you chew, the more heat lingers in your mouth. How are you? Is it delicious? Rurin asked again with a face that looked like it was drooling. He's already endured enough, and if you don't let him eat anymore, he looks like he's going to explode. Chapter 241. While on our honeymoon, I bit off half of the mushroom and put the remaining half in Lurin's mouth. If you cut half of what looks like a button mushroom and look at the front in 2 dimensions, it looks similar to a mushroom that Super 000 eats. Rurin, who was taking the food, said, "Ah," and chewed the mushrooms with a strange expression on his face. Fortunately, I didn't spit it out. Even though it doesn't taste like anything, at least it doesn't taste like tires. So it's not delicious, but it's still edible. Kuun, labin, kun, kun. So I thought I could fill my stomach, so I tried to put the remaining mushrooms on the stone plate, but suddenly the coons gathered around and started jumping up and down. I looked at the mushrooms I was grilling with very curious eyes. I guess I'm fascinated by the scent, and I keep sniffing it. What did Rurin say? So I asked Rurin what he just said. This is called labin, but they are surprised as to what they did because it smells completely different from what they know. Okay? Is this Labin's name? What a strange name. I feel like the eyes of the coons are somehow focused on me. The eyes of what seem to be 100 coons are all focused on me. This smell seemed to be quite irritating to the coons, who were all about the taste of rubber. I looked at the labin piled up in front of me because the coons had let go. Well, because the amount is huge. Tell Rurin to wait a moment. Oh yes, tell them to stand in line. In front of me, it shows you the taste. I get it. Oh, of course, we have to make Lulin's share first. I shrugged my shoulders and quickly started grilling mushrooms. Once I made the amount for Rurin to eat, Rurin, who was hungry, chewed the mushrooms, saying that they had no choice but to eat them even though they were not tasty. The face is crying. Why is this body like this? The expression on his face is full of life. On the other hand, the coons who had lined up to receive the mushrooms and ate them were astonished with expressions on their faces that had completely changed the world. The facial expressions are as if they have experienced a new world that they were completely unaware of. The coons were very orderly, but they even showed eagerness by running around after eating and then hurriedly getting back in line. It doesn't taste like anything, but it's the exact opposite of Lurin's stern expression as she has no choice but to eat it. To the point where I wonder if Rurin and Kundal are eating the same food. The problem is that you have to keep waiting in line, so you have to grill mushrooms over and over again. I can't just grill without a solution, so I sit expressionless with my chin resting on one hand, my expression still as dry as the ground, but I am still hungry, so I munch on mushrooms with my other hand, tasteless like a machine. I called Rurin, who was there, and asked her to translate. "I'll teach you how to bake it, so you can try it yourself." So the conversation started again, and the coons started to like it very much. After barely being freed from Kun, I relaxed my shoulders. To be honest, I was somewhat full. Normally, it would have been impossible to fill my stomach as I had to grill Lurin's portion and grill over 100 Kundal's mushrooms, but as Rurin ate her portion, oh my. He said and put a mushroom in my mouth, so my hunger was already satisfied. The funny thing is that the Kundal started to worship me and Rurin like gods. Lulin was already in awe of him because he was the one who defeated the monster, and he taught me how to cook food, as if he was a great man who changed the world. Well, anyway, once I was somewhat full, it suddenly occurred to me that there was one more type of mushroom. A sour mushroom. For some reason, the coons had piled up mushrooms called labin that looked like button mushrooms in front of us, and they seemed to be eating only those. If you're curious, it's best to ask. It's a bit annoying because I can't ask directly. I looked at Lulin, who was dozing off on my shoulder as if she was full. HYM. Rurin, who was rubbing her sleepy eyes, caught my gaze and made eye contact. Aren't we sleeping, honey? I think it's past time to sleep. You should sleep. Before that, please ask me one more question. Cool. Don't pretend to sleep. You answered 1 second ago and then snore 1 second later. It's not gorong, it's cool. Lurin, who had an annoyed expression on her face, got up with a helpless look on her face and went to seek information from Kun. Then he came back and started explaining. There is some, but they said they prefer labin so they don't eat it. It is said that large monsters like it, but both are not tasty, they are strange guys. Stupid guys, is that so? Would you please ask for what I have now? Big monsters shout loudly that you can do something. I get it. That's good. Lulin nodded, then ran towards the Kundals and started shouting something. I don't know what they said, but the coons all fell to the ground at once. As a result, sour mushrooms that looked like risey mushrooms began to pile up in front of us. You said this is called sekun. After labin, is it sekun? You have an inexplicable naming sense. Well, the name isn't important, so let's bake it quickly. It might taste different. Tusk, I'm sleepy now. Lurin shrugged as if telling her to take care of it. It is a face that shows zero expectations. As I sat down and started grilling mushrooms again, he quietly laid down on my thighs. But he got up again, probably because he was uncomfortable because of the fire, and ended up dozing off on my shoulder. It is certain that the time has come when Rurin becomes weak. After a certain hour of dawn, Lurin, who is prone to sleep, becomes weak. I am sleepy. In the morning, it's so extreme that I can't come to my senses. So I left it alone and started grilling the mushrooms. This time, as soon as it touches the fire, a screeching sound is heard. And soon smoke begins to rise. Before, it had a delicious smell, similar to that of grilling meat, but this time it was completely different. A completely unexpected smell began to emerge. It was a very familiar smell. Would you say it was a smell that would attract elementary school students when they came out of school when they were young? This is the smell of Dalgona drawing. The smell of melting sugar. I don't know why I smell melting sugar when I roast mushrooms. These are truly amazing mushrooms. Sniff. Rurin, who had been dozing off on my shoulder, suddenly opened her eyes and started showing interest. That's because it had a sweet smell that Lulin liked. Of course, this is a very chemical sweetness, but in the current situation where I had to keep eating tasteless food, it was also a fantastic smell. I slowly approached the grilling mushrooms while rubbing my eyes. I wrapped my arms around Lulin's waist and tried to stop him, but Lulin's hand had already reached the mushroom. Even though it's hot, it's like a trance. I was already half lost in sleep. I stuffed the hot, freshly grilled mushrooms into my mouth as if fascinated. Isn't it hot? I was going to let it cool and give it to you, but what's the hurry? When did I eat this yuhuha hot? Did you eat it in your sleep? Lurin twisted her body in the heat. However, that steel-like tongue soon regained its composure and began to put on a happy face. And soon, my body, which had been cramping from the heat, transformed into a stomach curling from the deliciousness. Ook, Lulin's reaction is like a taste discriminator. So, with some anticipation, I blew on another grilled mushroom to cool it and put it in my mouth. It was indeed sweet. Every time I chewed it, it tasted like the melted sugar inside the hotioc bursting out and irritating my mouth. It felt like I was discovering a delicacy, for the first time in this neighborhood, that I had no idea what it tasted like. Of course, if you keep eating sweets like this, y'all get tired of it quickly, but that's out of the question for now. I have no idea why sour taste evolved into sweet taste. The mushrooms in these ruins seem to have a characteristic that changes their taste dramatically when cooked. It's amazing, but it's also very unique in that you can't really tell how it will change until you bake it. It's good. It's so delicious that I wake up, okay? Then I'll bake you some more, eat some more, because it was a lot of hard work. Haha. Good night, Lurin smiled happily, and at the same time the coons began to take a strong interest. The baking method is the same anyway. The coons didn't seem to have even the slightest intention of trying these mushrooms, but now their eyes sparkled, showing strong interest. It's cute because the cotton candy's eyes light up. Eyes that are bright and longing for something. Could it be said to be the strong curiosity of a race that has learned about taste? Anyway, When I explained through gestures that they should be baked in the same way, the coons moved around noisily. They brought a large quantity of sekun from somewhere and started baking it. Thanks to this, the smell of melting sugar began to waft everywhere. I can't believe they eat sweets like cotton candy. Is it a combination of sweet and sweet? While I was just thinking about useless things, Kun, who was the leader in the conversation, started chewing the cooked sea kun first. The kun's expression became very bright. It must have tasted sweet. Maybe it's a new world of taste for coons. But soon a problem arose. The legs of the captain-like monster that ate the mushroom, or in their terminology, suddenly turned into stone, gradually spread upwards, and soon even the top of its head began to turn into stone. It was the so-called petrification phenomenon. Ku, just before his head turned to stone, he shouted something, but was unable to continue speaking until the end and just turned to stone. Perfect from legs to head, like a statue. The coons were so embarrassed that they started running wild. Then he fell down with a scared face towards me and Rurin. Coon, Coon, Rurin interpreted it in real time. I asked you to save me. Do you want me to live? Did you think it was me who was turned to stone by those sekun mushrooms? Rurin, go calm ye down and explain that we didn't do that. I completely misunderstand you. They are annoying guys. After dispatching Rurin to the kundul, he picked up the grilled sekun. As soon as the coons roasted and ate this, they turned into stones. The point is that it is baked. They said that they did not eat sekun because they liked the taste of labin, which resembles button mushrooms, better than the taste of this. So, it means that you ate it anyway. It was okay at the time, but the fact that it's like this now only means that it has the effect of turning into stone after being baked. It was natural that petrification would not occur to me and Rurin, because Dragonheart removes all status ailments. First, the Kunduls were relieved of their prone state after Lulin explained that it was not our intention, but the chaos did not end. Even the thing that had turned to stone was struggling, not knowing what to do to revive the being. Lurin, if you roast this, it seems to have a petrifying effect. That means the smell and sweetness that stimulates your appetite are just a trap. Is that so? But is it delicious? It doesn't matter because it's delicious. Lulin began to eat sekun with a nonchalant expression. To other beings it was a trap, but to the dragon it was a snack. Chapter 242. While on honeymoon, oh wait. Rurin, tell him not to touch the petrified guy and to leave him alone. Hurry. At that moment, I had to quickly dispatch Lurin again because the Kunduls were trying to touch their petrified compatriots. Because I had a serious face, Lulin ran to the Kundul without saying anything. It's called petrification. Perhaps it is a tool for the enemy to easily kill the opponent. Feels like something from a game item. I had that feeling, so I quickly stopped the coons. If I touched it and it broke, it seemed like it would never be restored to its original state. If this baked sekun has an item-like effect, there must be a way to turn it back somehow. Anyway, the Kundul stopped their actions due to Lulin's yelling, and they seemed helpless, perhaps because they said that if they touched them, they might die, but then they froze in place. That state lasted for about 5 minutes. It was 5 minutes later that the coons began to move again as their petrified bodies began to recover. Miraculously, the petrification recovered from the head, and after a while, the legs all returned to their original state. Kunkun. The coons jumped up and down with great joy when their captain came back to life. Supposedly, if you eat this roasted sekun, you will be petrified, but it seems to last for about 5 minutes. During those 5 minutes, the enemy will be able to attack easily. There is a condition that you have to make them eat it, but the problem didn't end there. The giant kun bit off half of the grilled sea kun and turned into petrified, so there was still some sea kun left in his hand. So I was so surprised that I threw the sekun on the ground, and it ended up landing on the soles of my fellow coons' feet. At that moment, another amazing sight unfolded. The moment it hit the leg, the fallen sekun exploded, and as a result, the kun began to petrify even though it had not been eaten. Kun becomes petrified from his legs to his head. Kun, who was like a captain who had just been released from petrification, had a bewildered look on his face, but he said he was okay and began to calm down his agitated fellow kun. Since he himself recovered in 5 minutes, the logic would be the same. It was typical of a leader to remain calm. So, through Lurin, I told the captain that the effect of sekun changes when roasted, and I analyzed the phenomenon a little while ago. It doesn't seem like you can petrify simply by touching it. In the process of discarding the sekun, a shock was applied. Wouldn't it be possible to petrify the second instead of just holding it in one's hand? So it's just like a weapon. That was a very interesting fact. The strategy for conquering the second floor that I had been thinking about for a while appeared spontaneously. If you collect a lot of these second mushrooms and attack the second floor with the coons, no matter how large the monsters are, wouldn't you be able to easily subdue them since the number of coons is greater? That's how roasted second is a powerful weapon. If you conquer the second floor, you will have a way to escape this ruin, so everything is resolved. First of all, it's too late today, so after a good night's sleep, I wonder if I can persuade the coons and conquer the second floor together so that we can get out of this strange place and arrive at our honeymoon destination properly this time. Since they were oppressed and enslaved on the first floor, it is good that they can regain their freedom with their own hands. They seem to like peace, so if they occupy this ruin, they will live in peace. With that thought in mind, I touched my chin, lowered my hand, and looked for Rurin. Lulin stopped eating the grilled second next to me and was looking at it with great interest. You! Then he often came up to me and held out a second. Huh. Did you find out something? No. More than that, I also want to become a stone. I wonder what it feels like. Those guys turned to stone and recovered quickly, so it doesn't matter, right? You want to become a stone? Nod. Lurin nodded. Are you curious about everything? Aren't you curious? The feeling of turning into a stone. Of course, if it's your first birthday for the rest of your life, it's definitely not possible. But if it's only for a short period of time, it's a different story. But I think it's okay to be a stone for the rest of your life. Instead, you must continue to carry it. Don't drop it even for a moment. I am a stone, but I'm born. Let alone that incredibly neglected mission, it won't work on you, right? Our Lulin is a dragon who is a great being. It makes no sense for a dragon to turn into stone. Now look, I tried dropping Sekun at Lulin's feet. It is the same as the process by which Kun was petrified. As expected, there was no change in Lurin. It's just that it's transformed into a human form, but it's still the skin of a dragon. There is no way the poison could penetrate. An attack strong enough to damage a dragon's skin would work, but there's no way a mushroom could have that much attack power. Then what about you? I also want to see you turned into stone. No, actually, I'd rather turn you into stone than turn you into me. What? For a moment. Lurin, why don't you stop? Hehehe. It only takes 5 minutes. For a moment. I have a dragon heart in my body, so eating it won't turn me into stone. But in my case, it's not dragon skin, it's just human skin, right? So it cannot prevent the penetration of poison itself. Of course, if the poison enters through the skin, the dragon heart will quickly detoxify it. But until then, it looks like you will be petrified even for a short time, so please stop. If I get petrified, I might lose consciousness for a while, and that would be a big problem, so that's a no-no. Oh, is that it? Don't worry. Did you see me doing something you told me not to do? Haha. I think you've seen quite a few. Hey, my hand slipped. Are you saying that's acting too? Rurin threw the roasted sequin at me. Very strong too. Okay, it's like a pitcher throwing a 150 km fastball. But what? Are your hands slipping? I couldn't stop talking, because it started to turn into stone. I can't believe I became a pumice stone on the back of my wife's head. Oh, what is it? The petrification just loosens. Very just. Under Lurin's magic, his body began to turn to stone. The feeling of turning into a stone was honestly very strange. It felt like I was becoming increasingly stiff and unable to move my body, like when I stay still and then become paralyzed, or when I sleep and am pressed down by scissors and can't move my body. However, that didn't mean I lost my mind. I thought I might lose my memory of that moment when I turned into a stone, but that didn't seem to be the case. But what if you are attacked and shattered while turned to stone? It's dizzying. It was something I didn't really want to think about. Lurin began to look at me, who had turned to stone, with a puzzled look on her face. It turned into a stone, Lulin said ho ho ho. While doing so, he walked around me, who had turned into stone, and then rested his chin and let out a word. It's cool even if you turn into a stone. Okay, thank you for that. The anger that had turned into stone went down a little as Lurin muttered to herself. Very little. Then he calls me. I can't even answer, but they call me. Lurin carefully brought her face closer to mine. Then he gently touches my cheek with his finger. And then I pretended to poke him. Just pretend. Even pretending like this is something I rarely do on a regular basis, because I am embarrassed. Hi, you look cute. But I told you not to touch it, so I won't touch it. Fortunately, he seemed to remember that he had warned Kun earlier. I always want to hug you, but I can't because I am shy. I want to pretend to hug him even when he turns one. Rurin then carefully approached me and wrapped her arms around my waist. Of course, without touching my stone body. Us. Then his ears turned red and he lowered his head. Then, after a while, he slowly raised his eyes towards my face again, and perhaps because of his sparkling eyes, I thought it was so cute. Even though his face was red and embarrassed, he was smiling as if he was happy. Meanwhile, the petrification began to loosen. In the case of Kundal, it was 5 minutes, but as expected, the decoding time in my case was very fast. In less than 3 minutes, my body began to move of my own will. Thanks to this, the petrification was lifted just as it was in the scene where Rurin was holding me around my waist. Lulin was so embarrassed that he froze and did not move. He opened his mouth slightly and blinked his eyes as if he didn't know what to do. Her ears were already red, but immediately her face turned completely red. If he was in his dragon state, would he become like Red, who I hate so much because of the black dragon theme? Funny, why are you coming back already? Quack! Rurin was embarrassed and eventually burst out. I pulled Lurin's waist away from me and hugged her tightly. Why are you so embarrassed? It's natural to hug your husband. But. Then, Rurin seemed to be reassured by the act of me pulling her into a hug, so she hugged me from the other side as well, and in the end, we had to spend quite a long time hugging each other like that. I feel like I lost something again. After a while, when she dropped her body, Rurin puffed out her cheeks while shouting that. I woke up on the straw. I blinked my eyes blankly for a moment. Then, after about 10 seconds, I remembered that it wasn't Rare's bedroom. What is in front of you is Rurin's face. He was sleeping in my arms with a peaceful face. He was crouching slightly with his face buried in my chest and making a loud noise. After being petrified and released, he decided to go to sleep, and when he said he wanted to sleep, they prepared a bed for him, including laying straw that the coons had collected. They are friendly monsters. If there were 1 or 2 of them, I would want to take them to Rare and have them live with the Lurons. But the numbers are too many. However, it would be unreasonable to take just 1 or 2 of them. These monsters seem to have a very strong sense of community, so you can't drop it. In the case of the Lurons, the entire family moved to Rare. Kundal's morning was very busy. No, it's not morning now. Since there was no need to open a restaurant, I just slept soundly. The time I went to bed yesterday was late in the morning, which was far from the time I usually finish eating at a restaurant and go to bed. First of all, it was almost late at night when I wandered through the long passage with Rurin and found this place where the coons were, and many things happened even after that. Anyway, the coons were digging. It's for food. It seemed that if you separated the head of the mushroom and planted it, it would grow in the ground. In this large area, there were separate areas for proliferating and mining sekun and laban, like a double crop. That's why it's a structure that allows you to eat infinitely. No, that's not important right now. What mattered was that the big monsters would come down again. Kundal said that the monsters that watch over them are on a shift basis. The monsters watching were rotated every day. This also means that they come down and see their colleague dead. In that regard, I persuaded the Kundals through Rurin. Persuasion didn't take very long. The Kuns, who experienced firsthand the power of the weapon called Sekun, fell to their knees as if they had met the god of salvation. Chapter 243, while on a honeymoon, the strategy that was created is as follows. It is a war against innocent coons who mercilessly force them to work, threaten them with sticks and weapons, and kill them if they do not listen. They were big monsters that attacked us as soon as they saw us, treating us like lower creatures. What could they do? When they come down to change shifts and discover something strange, the coons surround them and throw roasted sekuns. After testing the sekun and confirming that it worked well, we planned to go up to the second floor. They said the number of monsters on the second floor was 2/3 of their own, so they needed to help each other anyway. Looking at Sekun's power, I am not that worried. Rurin, so I woke up Lulin. After a good night's sleep, it's time to wake up. At least it's not breakfast, and I think it's enough for lunch. Besides, Lurin's presence is essential to the plan. Hey, what? Making strange noises, I shook Lulin again. Rurin, wake up. I have to protect my husband, right? If you don't wake up, y'all become a widow. When I explained the word widow to her, Rurin was horrified and said she would rather die than do that. Perhaps because of its power, Lulin's eyes widened. I hate widows. Then he got up and looked around. Where are you? Where's the enemy? No, he hasn't shown up yet. But why do you become a widow? Rurin blinked in confusion and started yawning again. Sleepy ugh. Let's drink some water and wake up. I gave Rurin a merciless expression like a training camp trainer. And after some time, thump, thump, thump. With the sound of the vast mushroom field rumbling, the kin of the monsters that had been repaired yesterday rushed in, pushing the coons standing at the exit. As there were no monsters to shift, I started to panic, and the operation began. The coons started throwing secoon mushrooms at the monster. Coo-oo, crrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr However, about half of them were petrified after being hit by Kundal's mushrooms. As expected, I found out that it worked very well against monsters, so there was no problem. As soon as the coons were petrified just as I ordered, they started attacking from all directions, and the monster exploded into pieces, turning into stone. Kunkun, kuun. There was something cute about the sounds the coons made while running. But now we are heading to the battlefield. As I ran, I noticed that the second floor had a similar structure to the first floor. There was a wide space with a long passage. If you look at it like this, it is a fairly long and wide ruin. As we invaded their base, a battle naturally broke out. Just as there was a large habitat for coons on the first floor, there was a large habitat for large monsters. Joe throwing mushrooms at the coons, and Joe attacks the petrified monster. And as a result of carefully distributing the roasted secoons and practicing several times, the coons were soon moving in unison. Would you say that it is a monster that is naturally cooperative and well-united? Big. Of course, there were also the sacrifices of the coons, because mushrooms aren't the only thing that matters. But the coons' struggle for freedom did not stop. That's why the Kundals gained more strength every time they saw their dead comrades. And Lulin was sticking close to me and using his breath to protect me. If I use my breath strongly, it may reach Kundul or reflect back to me and Rurin, so I am controlling my power. Because of this, I was unable to kill dozens of them at a time, but I was completely protected. Lurin, you're sweating. Okay, it doesn't matter because it's good to protect you. As I wiped away the sweat and spoke, I got the same answer. And before we knew it, the momentum of the coons overpowered the big monsters, and the big guys' numbers were completely reduced and they were cornered. Now it was just a matter of cornering them and killing them. Krrrkuwu. Suddenly the large monsters took control of something, and soon a huge door behind them opened. Lurin stopped in front of me and tilted her head, and I also tilted my head. And the large monsters all fell down towards the huge door. Kung, Kung, a large monster several times larger than the large monster appeared in front of Kundal. Judging by the fact that he was lying face down and his appearance was similar, it seemed like he was the boss of a large monster. Kuun, Kunkukukun. He said he never knew there was a leader like that because he was always the one getting bullied. You ask me what to do? There are second mushrooms left, so try attacking first. Focused attack, I get it. Lulin interpreted my words and shouted loudly, and soon the second mushroom attack began again. But the monster was too big. The area that was hit is petrified, but one fist is the size of a coon. So, if you get hit by a mushroom, only the part of your fist turns into a stone. Lurin, attack with maximum power. Lulin nodded and used his breath. Kwaeaea. Lulin's breath bursts out with a strong light. Then the monster's shoulder was ripped open at once. The giant monster's left arm falls off and becomes paralyzed. Gah. When injured, the giant monster's movements became more violent along with a loud ringing sound. Good. It's a continuous attack. I get it. At the same time, Lulin used his breath again, and the Kundals began to fight the remaining large monsters, who survived by throwing second mushrooms diligently, despite suffering casualties from the giant monster's attack. As a result, a melee broke out. Lulin also used his breath against the supergiant monster again. However, unlike the time when his left arm fell off, because he didn't react at all because he underestimated him, this time he cooed and put his remaining right arm on the breath with a very annoyed expression. Then the breath bounced off and the giant monster received no damage. Could it be that the arm is made of the same material as the passage wall? Kwaiag, you, be careful. The breath that was struck began to pass through the ceiling and the ground, posing a threat. Fortunately, it was such a large space that, when I used the breath in the hallway on the first floor, it didn't feel like a bouncy ball. But it did take some time to go back and forth between the ceiling and the ground. So it was easy to avoid, But in this space, there were huge monsters, big monsters, kun, wild sekun mushrooms, and even breath. It was becoming a complete mess. The problem is that arm. The right arm is made of a wall that emits bright light, just like the wall of the ruins. Why are the arms made of the same material as the wall? One arm that had been cut through the shoulder was an ordinary arm. But for some reason, one arm is like a mysterious brick. Just as the walls and ceiling bounced off the breath, he also used his arms to bounce off the breath. What should I do? After thinking about it for a while, a great idea occurred to me. So I immediately delivered it to Rurin. Rurin, I tell the coons to throw all the remaining sekun mushrooms into that guy's remaining arm right now. On your arm. But it only takes 80 stones, and for a little while. Because it's okay, I get it. Rurin shouted at the kundals, and then I whispered to Rurin. The coons threw sekun mushrooms on that guy's arm, and it turned into stone, right? Then adjust it accurately with your breath. With breath? Okay. The problem is with those amazing bricks, so if I turn them into ordinary stones using baked sekun, they won't be able to do anything, right? The sekun mushroom explodes on impact and has the ability to turn inanimate objects, such as the ground or walls, into stone within the mushroom's explosion range. So this was the best way. Now, thanks to Kundal's efforts, the giant monster's arm was smoothly transformed from a shining brick into an ordinary stone, and Lulin was able to hit that part with his breath without difficulty. Quang. As a result, his right arm, the shield he was proud of, was completely pierced, and he started running toward us, violently kicking the coons with his remaining 2 feet. Good, if you repeat the same method. Meanwhile, the Kundals are urgently shouting at Rurin. Coon Kowwoon. The coons said there weren't many sekun mushrooms left. About 5. What? Retreat behind Rurin. Tell all the coons to run to the back first. Now that things have come to this, there is only one way, although it's a bit of a gamble. If that guy had bricks on his feet, there was only one way. The coons in the back were responsible for supplying the sekun mushrooms held by over 100 coons. To be precise, they were carrying it, putting it down, and carefully distributing it. They did not engage in battle because they would petrify on impact. It is only a supply unit. The fact that there are only 5 left now means that there are only 5 roasted sekun left in the oak barrel. Then there is only one way. Let's leave aside the question of why this method only occurred to me now. As I ran away, I told the coons to throw all the remaining sekun mushrooms at the wall surrounding the space. It's not a moving target. It wasn't difficult to throw mushrooms at the wall, and as ordered, the bright bricks that made up the wall soon turned into plain rocks. Rurin plus breath over there? The dark part among the shiny bricks. Concentrate your attack there. Nod. Lulin nodded and used his breath on the wall, a shining brick that didn't even nod to the breath. The guy who bounced his breath in the hallway and made it look like a bouncy ball had its surface petrified into a very weak rock. Quaya. As it made a sound, numerous cracks appeared, like the ground cracked by drought. Once more, with maximum power. It's tough. Lulin said that and used his breath again. The breath hit the rocky and cracked wall again. With the sound of the wall collapsing, the wall opened up and the hidden outside air began to come in. We were so far up that all we could see were clouds and sky. Fortunately, the dimension was completely different from the one we came from, and the mana in the air outside was very rich. Even if mana is not abundant, Rurin can polymorph as long as the outside air comes in, because polymorph doesn't need a lot of mana. So, the situation can be ended even with the dragon's breath. As long as there was the same amount of mana as in the original world, there were no problems anymore. Recently, my power, which can be considered infinite based on pure mana usage that has surpassed almost 10 classes, has returned. Chapter 244, while on our honeymoon, the second floor was still chaotic. The leader monster summoned by the big monsters was running wild regardless of whether the wall was broken or not, and the coons were in a hurry to run away as there were no mushrooms left. Then he falls, picks up his companion, and runs away again with his short legs. Coon! Then I get stepped on. As the sekun mushroom fell and began to run away, the giant monster moved forward with a more triumphant expression, swinging its right arm, which had deflected the breath, wildly. It was a face that treated the Kundals as just annoying fluff. At the end of his gaze was Lulin, who had blown off his left arm. Even though the defense is perfect due to the strange brick on the right side, It seems that breath is considered a threat. Honestly, it was very unpleasant. How dare you have such thoughts towards Lulin? It is very unpleasant to look at someone else's wife that way. So, I grabbed Lurin's hand and pulled her, who was standing under those gazes. Lurin, come here. You, Rurin, who was dragged in, looks at me, so I told him exactly what I felt. Stern monsters keep looking at me. You shouldn't go around showing off your beauty. Huh. Rulin suddenly looks like he's asking what he's talking about. No, whatever, that's right. It's true that our honey is pretty. What is it? Suddenly, although it is true, hi. Lurin raised the corners of her mouth and started laughing. I was frowning because of the monster, but I am glad I did. That kind of frowning face doesn't suit Lurin. So turn your head this way so they can't see you. But you have to kill him, hee. Mana is back, don't you feel it? Honey, oh. Lurin heard me and spun around with a triumphant expression like Sailor Moon after her transformation. It's true, yes, because I broke the wall, so are you strong now? Huh, I liked you being weak, but it's a shame. Really? Then stay still? That guy doesn't matter anymore. That's right. Yes, please stay still. Lurin, who had been working hard giving orders to the Kuns and firing his breath, declared a strike, and the giant monster roared as if asking what it was doing and came right in front of us. Kwawa era. In the distance, due to the shortage of second mushrooms, the tide had turned and large monsters were being set up. That guy is weak, he said, to a giant monster. Lulin just interpreted their roar and said it as if it was laughable. Oh, did you? They also have eyes. It was like that a little while ago. The roar of the large monster continued. Lulin continued to interpret it. I told them to just handle it for me. Take care of this body. They don't know the topic. Well, it was like that until now. The monsters seemed to be looking down on me, branding me as nothing special because I only talk without fighting at all. Well, that could be it. It was also true. Rather than that, at this very moment, the Kuns who had lost their weapons were being attacked by the few remaining large monsters, so that countermeasure came first. Lurin, put a shield on all the Kuns. Don't get hurt any further. I get it. It's easy. The ground shook from the giant monster's fist, and from that moment on, a great change occurred in the Kundis who were dying when they stepped on it. Kun Kunuan. At the moment they were shouting for each other to run away, Kun, who had just shouted, was trampled by the giant monster. Is it big? I couldn't put my foot down because of the shield. The giant monster tried hard, but it could not place its feet on the ground in the space where Kun was. When the embarrassed giant monster steps next to him, its feet land on the floor with a cooing sound. Kun, who was about to be stepped on, was safe. Well, this is the effect of the shield. For the current Lurin, that level of magic is very easy. Lulin has become stronger than an ordinary dragon due to the influence of the dragon beads. It can be said that Lulin's shield can block most attacks. Kun, the problem was that the Kuns were also embarrassed. Kun, who should have been trampled to death, looked around in panic. The sight of him looking around his cotton candy-like body with a blank face was as innocent as a newborn baby. It's not just the Kun. The same goes for the Kuns who were hit by the large monsters club. The club that was hit on the head actually bounced, and the recoil caused the large monster to fall. Kuan, crew, an expression that neither the victim nor the protected party knows the meaning of. After confirming that the shield was perfect, I left it there with an incomprehensible expression and turned back towards the giant monster, and walked in front of it. Slowly, the giant monster roared and swung its fist at me. Then I have to use magic too. He used Class 9 magic without any mercy. A huge amount of energy attaches to the surface of the giant monster's body, creating an intense explosion. It is a powerful explosive magic called Plagenia. At the same time, scorching magic enveloped the giant monster. And a refreshing explosion shook the space. As the monster's body exploded, the crushed monster's stone dust flew around and vision became blurry. Just in case, I held Lurin's hand tightly, and Lulin held my hand in the same way. As the stone dust settled, my vision recovered. The giant monster fell to the ground, with only its lower body remaining. The giant monster died without any counterattack, and the large monsters that had summoned the giant monster suddenly started running away in fright. The direction the large monsters were heading towards to see if there was another exit was the giant door they had opened. The Kuns looked shocked that the giant monster had been shattered in one blow. At this moment, the battle is already over. There was no need to chase the large monsters that were running away. The coons were not that combative and looked confused, but they became noisy when they realized that the giant monster had died and the remaining large monsters had run away. Well, anyway, it ended well. The sacrifice of Kundul ended in a situation where it was not that great. I guess those second mushrooms were the key word in the strategy. Is that so? Destroy the wall of this ruin with the second mushroom. That very idea brought mana back. In other words, if there were no second mushrooms, the situation would have been troublesome in many ways. However, since the second mushrooms existed on the first floor, the hint was there on the first floor. So go to the coons and tell them the story. Be more happy because you have regained your freedom. Rurin nodded and ran to the Kunduls. Then the Kundul fell down. Rurin began to chatter triumphantly. In this way, the second floor is completely conquered. A dimensional gap was immediately opened, allowing the person to return to their original path. But once I saw the coons cleaning up after themselves, I decided to go back. I plan to leave once I have inspected the entire inside of the giant door and confirmed that there are no more monsters. Thanks to this, the Kunduls were busy moving around, and Rurin was going through the giant door. I guess my curiosity was piqued again, so I left it alone. The sky was visible outside the hole in the wall. The wide sky and clouds are clear. What I'm worried about is that the exit outside the giant door leads to the third floor of the ruins, and the ruins are not finished, so the freedom of the coons is threatened. Since they made a fuss about liberating them, that is a different story than a promise. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Rurin told me to come, and when I approached, I saw that outside the giant door was not a passage leading to another floor, but an exit. This was a mountaintop-like terrain, and it was structured so that you could go out the exit and go down the mountain. The large monsters that escaped seemed to have escaped outside, so it seemed that if the giant door was closed, the coons would be able to live freely in the ruins. Even if the big monsters come back, it will be okay as long as there are second mushrooms. After explaining that point to the Kundul, I looked at Rurin. Rurin, who was talking excitedly with the Kunds, noticed my gaze and turned around and ran towards me. Why are you calling me? Have you just looked at me without calling me yet? Of course, I was planning on calling it. It was the look in your eyes that called to me. That's right, but let's leave now. This is the end of the crash landing. I have to go back the same way. Kunkwun. As soon as Rurin heard me, she shouted at the Kunduls in their language. Then the coons suddenly panicked and ran towards us. He said he was leaving. So you can go. Okay. It's cool to say goodbye. Well, I think it's not a bad goodbye. From now on, they will live well on their own. I held Lurin's hand as she nodded. When the dimensional gap was opened, a strong light began to emerge and the Kunds fell all over the place in surprise. Korea, Seoul. Through the dimensional gap, I arrived in Seoul safely this time. Fortunately, there was no confusion like when I first came to Korea. At that time, Lulin lost his mind and went into a war with passing cars. This time, both Lulin and I were very calm. Because I had already visited once, there was little sense of foreignness. Lulin understood cars and didn't fight for no reason. If you think about it, this time we made an emergency landing in the wrong world, so it's hard to say it was completely accident-free. Anyway, it arrived safely, so that's it. So the first thing we did was start looking for a house to buy. When I thought about my plan to stay for a week, I thought a lot about whether to find a hotel or a house, but I was leaning toward a house because I wanted to experience life as a newlywed in this world rather than a honeymoon where I was already tired of living in the other world. So, while looking for real estate, I heard that for a period of about a week, Airbnb is better these days than a house. After hearing that it was similar to a bed and breakfast and that you could rent out the entire house, I decided to go for it. I had no choice but to use Lurin's 10th class mental magic for ID cards and such. And as a result, I was able to rent a room in a small house somewhere in Seoul. They say that the internet has developed a lot, and there are all these things, and the modern era is also convenient. After settling everything with a 1-week rental without having to worry about deposits or monthly rent, we moved into our home. When you enter, the first thing you see is the kitchen. There is one small bathroom. There is no bathtub. There was a shower, so there was no problem taking a shower. And there is one room that serves as both a master bedroom and a bedroom, and one double bed of a reasonable size. It's not as good as Rare's, but I had no problem sleeping at this level. It is incomparable to a Rare that boasts an enormous scale, such as a luxurious bedroom, a private bath, a dressing room, a sauna room, a monster residence that manages the Rare, a dragon body room, a warehouse, etc. But since I was on a trip, it was like a real home. It's funny to compare. However, since it was not a hotel but a bed and breakfast, it had the advantage of allowing self-catering, allowing you to experience modern life. For Rurin, it feels like experiencing life in the future world, right? Of course, as soon as Rurin said she lived in this house, she looked around and asked if it was a warehouse. He asked, "No, this is home. Here, why is it narrow?" Does not matter. I think this house is nice because I see you everywhere. In Rare, going around looking for you is a chore. It's the same with cleaning up the Lulans. Rurin answered as if she had read my thoughts. Yes, I wanted to say that too. It's better to have a narrow life as a newlywed, right? But if I release the polymorph, everything here will break. So you shouldn't release the polymorph. That's right. Hi. Rurin doesn't seem to be dissatisfied at all. Therefore, the base camp where we would spend our newlywed life for a week was decided without any problems. Chapter 245 Side Story in the Whale Fight. The whale, not the shrimp's back, exploded. It was a summer day not long after the red dragon was killed. Rurin, me, Serena, and Alina came to a small uninhabited island on the southern coast of the Empire for the summer. Actually, there was a small reason for this retreat. A few days ago, Serena and Alina came up to the restaurant to eat dinner. Of course, it was good up to that point. It is also a daily scene that happens almost every day. That situation occurred when Lulin and Serena were fighting. That day, Lulin said this to Serena. "Eat anything red." I hear this all the time, but Serena isn't the type of person to sit still after hearing something like that. However, perhaps because she was tired of the little drip that she did every time, Serena responded to Rurin with a slightly different drip depending on the day. How can you eat anything if you can't even cook? If you're a chef's wife, shouldn't you know how to cook? Prophet, I'm good at cooking, you're laughing, I am much better than you. Serena jumped up and shrugged her shoulders. Rurin said no and launched a counterattack, but it's in business. I quietly approached the business disruptors and slapped them with sanctions. If you don't stop, I'll kick you both out. You are rare below. You go to the clinic. But Rurin puffed out her cheeks as if she was feeling unfairly treated. Since I realized a long time ago that it would be better not to get involved in their fight, I thought it would be good to just keep quiet, but this time, they started fighting with their eyes. These guys are endless. Then let's have a cooking competition. Don't just talk about being better than each other. I will review it for you. Cooking competition? Is that good? Good. It prevents you from making any noise. Kid, don't be funny. This body will make it so that you can never say that you are better than me again. Two people giggling. Then, Serena took a quick look at me and claimed unfairness. But the judges are unfair? Don't be ridiculous. He presses with real skill. You remain fair and still. I am confident. Oh really? So to be really fair. Can you believe this? But it's because there's Alina. Yes, me. Hoping for a neutral review, Serena looked at the shrimp that had stayed still in the whale fight. But the shrimp raised its hand and made an unexpected claim. But I want to participate too. I also want to compete in cooking with Rurin and Serena. What? I think it'll be fun. Alina laughed and jumped up. Serena just glared at her. But for some reason, Alina's resistance to dragons had become much stronger than before, so it didn't even work. So, the matter grew and became a story about having a cooking competition using the ingredients of the desert island to be fair while people were coming to the desert island to escape. From the beginning, I had planned to take a few days off and spend the summer with Rurin on this uninhabited island. This island was purchased by persuading the emperor. I hadn't been there once since I bought it, so I was holding off, but I thought that if we were going to compete, it wouldn't be a bad idea to do it somewhere like this. And in the end, the cooking competition that doubled as a summer getaway took place here. The Emerald Coast stretches out in front. We sat in the shade inside the sandy beach with the coast in the background. Here, I set up cooking utensils to cook various dishes. 3 each. All you have to do is get your own ingredients and cook. Well, I'm talking about just resting and enjoying the pretty beach and healing. Like I said, all 3 of us are equal here, so it's different from the playful confrontation we had at the restaurant before. You can cook dishes using ingredients found on the island. Are the conditions the same for everyone? There is nothing more fair than this when you cook with ingredients you find yourself. When I briefly explained the rules again, everyone nodded. The one who nods most actively is Alina. It seems like a very unfamiliar sight. Alina cooks. That's because Alina was an elf who just washed and ate raw vegetables until I taught her how to make various salads. I'll do my best. I looked at her with such concern, but Alina was full of fighting spirit. Surely they wouldn't bring the grass, wash it, and put it out there for us to eat? Then shall we begin? Wait for a sec. Suddenly, after shouting for a moment, Rurin sneakily approached me. Then he slightly tips his toes and starts whispering in my ear. You subtly ah. While trying to do something illegal, he ended up being grabbed by the back by Serena and dragged away. Let go of this, old dragon, you're laughing. Where are you tricking me? You are not allowed to talk to Elle until it is over. Huh, what kind of nonsense? Then did you admit defeat? Hee hee. Lulin opened his mouth wide. Then he looked at Serena and me alternately, and then opened his mouth. I will abandon you for a while. Yes. Lulin turned his head and ran away first. I think it's a caution to just run and let's go without any countermeasures. Serena looked around as if she had something on her mind and then disappeared, while Alina looked in all directions, pricked her ears, hesitated several times, and started walking toward the south. Rurin ran for now. I absolutely hated losing to Red Dragon, so this fight was serious. In fact, the Red Dragon was almost extinct, making the feud between the races virtually meaningless. Therefore, the Red Dragon that Lulin talks about actually refers to a being named Serena. Because of Elle, she had no choice but to ask for advice sometimes. But for some reason, Lulin envied that very adult aspect. So I didn't want to lose. That too in front of Elle. So, after making a strong promise that I would definitely win this match and make Serena, who had been provoking me even more irritably, to her knees, I looked around. Lulin decided to keep things simple in a confrontation like this. So the point is, you just have to find delicious ingredients. Especially if you find meat, it's delicious just grilled. The cooking area that Rurin was most confident in was grilling meat. I was very used to it because of the experience of being tricked by Elle into grilling meat on an iron plate. With that in mind, I ran for a while, but couldn't find any animals worth eating. All you see is grass and trees. The color is pretty. The thing that stopped Lulin's footsteps was a flower that gave off a soft pink color. Rurin approached the flower she had found. Because she liked the color so much, Rurin squatted down for a moment and looked at the flower. When I was alone in Rare, contemplating my loneliness, I never even paid attention to things like flowers. Lulin's sensibilities have changed a bit recently. In particular, the color pink had a somewhat unique sensibility. But this pink is prettier. It's a habit of first comparing the pink color that shines on your finger when you see a similar pink color. Rurin tried to show off her victory ring to the flower. He waved the engagement ring on his finger back and forth in front of the flowers, then this time he held out the wedding ring on his other finger. This is more important. Hi. In the end, he ended up bragging with both hands raised towards a flower he couldn't even understand. Then, after about 3 minutes, I realized that this was not the time and I jumped up. Because the flower guy has no taste. I boasted so much that I had nothing left to do. Now I coolly turned around to look for meat again. But then something strange happened. As soon as Lulin turned back, the pink flower suddenly grew larger, opened its buds wide, and advanced towards the back of Lulin's head. Thump. In an instant, Rurin was swallowed into the gigantic bud's open mouth. Rurin was just the size of a bite. This monster is also known as a man-eating plant or carnivorous plant that camouflages itself into a small and pretty appearance and eats any approaching animal at once. Lulin was swallowed into the flower and frowned. The more she moved her body, the more sticky mucus surrounded Lulin. In this stuffy, dark space, all I can feel is sticky mucus. What is this place? Originally, when this mucus sticks, all animals and plants become paralyzed and then gradually dissolve and digest. Another name for this mucus was digestive juice, a strong mucus that can digest anything. However, dragons are not included in the existence of anything. Rurin became frustrated and lost her temper, banging and kicking the inner wall of the flower. My inner walls are pounding from a kick made with sincerity. The hole opened and mucus started pouring out. Then Rurin also slipped through the hole on the slime and onto the ground outside. Does it feel like going down a slide? This was a little fun. I stood up and expressed my honest feelings. But the problem is that this sticky slime doesn't want to fall off. It's so sticky. After coming out, the meaning of digestive juices was lost, but the sticky consistency was still maintained. Every time I moved, it would sag and interfere with my actions. Rurin became angry when she shook herself here and there to no avail. Us. So I looked around. Nothing caught Lurin's gaze, but the sound of water was heard from ahead. Even though there was nothing bothering her eyes, there was something bothering her ears, so Lurin ran towards that direction. Oh, a cool waterfall unfolded before Rurin's eyes, which were wet and sticky with mucus, and the water pooling beneath the waterfall was shining a mysterious blue. Shoot, the waterfall falls lightly, and the water that accumulates below flows back downstream. It had the appearance of a typical valley and looked deep, so Rurin immediately attempted to dive. With a plop. Thanks to this, the damn slime was washed away from Lurin's body, and when she came to the surface after falling deep under the water, she felt very refreshed. Cool. I don't like sticky guys. Now that all the slime has run out and the goal has been achieved, Lurin is about to swim out of the valley. Kukiakiaak? Huh. Flower buds placed on what looked like lotus leaves began to attack Lulin. Dozens of flower buds approaching at high speed. The flowers grew huge at the same time and opened their buds as if they were going to eat each other. Surprised. So Lurin reflexively hit the first flower bud that attacked with her fist. Coo-oo-oo-oo-oo. The flower bud hit by Lulin's fist jumped out of the water. No, it jumped high into the sky and flew away. However, Lurin had to wash her body again with water because she was vomiting mucus. Oh. It is also this body. No, that's not the problem. The numbers were endless. I couldn't understand why the flowers here were so aggressive, so I lost my temper. The thing I hate the most is that slime. I hated it because it was so sticky. Kukiaak, us, then just disappear into the valley. In the end, Lurin exploded with anger and used high-level magic to evaporate the waterfall and the valley water itself. Quia. The refreshing stream of water suddenly disappeared everywhere. And in the end, all the flowers on the lotus leaves were unable to move from the bottom of the valley, where the water had disappeared. It was a ground plant before, and this time it seems to be a water plant. As the water disappeared, it became impossible to move. There ain't nothing special. Rurin shook her hands and looked around her body. Fortunately, all the mucus disappeared. Although it was wet, it was much better than being covered in mucus, so I decided to endure it. There are only strange guys. Why can't I see the meat? Normally, Lurin wouldn't walk around in a wet state right away, but she couldn't do that now. This is because there are no available ingredients. So I walked again while wet. Chapter 246 Side Story in the Whale Fight, the whale, not the shrimp, exploded. As I walked, a wide plain appeared. Lurin thought that there must be something here because it was large, so she ran. In any case, Rurin's mind was that she would try to cook something as long as she had a four-legged animal. But there were no animals on the plains either. There were no animals, and the entire plain was covered with countless flowers. Waves of yellow flowers spread out, and whenever the wind blew, the scent of the flowers tickled my nostrils. And something shiny flew around. Usually, where there are flowers, there are bees, but not bees. It glowed like a firefly, but it wasn't even a firefly. They landed on Lulin's head and body. When Rurin shook her body, she fell, and that was at that moment. An uncountable number of flowers opened their mouths and began to rush towards Lurin. By hanging flower stems high in the sky and pinning them down on Rurin. Kuyak, when Lurin used her breath in surprise, all the flowers coming from afar exploded. But funny enough, the slime didn't disappear and just bounced around. Because there was a distance, the slime did not stick, but if it had been a little closer, the slime would have splattered again. To Lurin, it came as a fear, so I started worrying. Even if you blow it up or melt it, if that guy's slime splatters out, you can just run away, right? I am not avoiding it because I am scared. I just avoid it because it's dirty. Lulin screamed and stepped back as he saw the flowers starting to spray mucus from their mouths. Go away! Lulin, who hated slime that much, had no choice but to try to teleport to avoid the attacks of the pouring flowers. Lurin, what's wrong with you? Lurin, who returned via teleportation, was in serious condition. It's a mess. Why did you act like that when I asked you to get ingredients? It's something I can't understand at all. I can't believe the dragon of the world came back looking like a soggy rat. Aside from when I dropped her into the water to take a hot spring bath, I think this is the first time someone else has done Rurin like this. It was absurd, but I took a towel from my luggage and ran to Rurin and asked her again. Are you okay? Nod. It seemed okay, but his expression was very dark. The same goes for just nodding your head without saying anything. Anyway, I decided to ask him step by step, and first I wiped his head and then his body. This is the level where you need to change clothes. So, I was rummaging through my luggage when Rurin crawled in and opened her mouth. There are so many strange guys here. The stickiness is annoying. As Rurin finished speaking, another being appeared on the other side using teleportation. As soon as he came back, he immediately screamed, "Hey dude." The voice was very angry, so I looked at it and saw that it was even worse than Lulin. Why are these dragons doing this in pairs? Why are you like that again? He was so confident. While Lulin was just soaked in water, Serena was completely soaked in sticky liquid. Every time you move, the sticky liquid swells and pops like bubble gum, and each time it does, it sags. Puhahaha. The sound of laughter was Lulin. Only after seeing his rival's defeat did he begin to smile brightly. I think the reason I was so upset and speechless just a moment ago was because of the frustration of not being able to find ingredients. However, seeing that Serena was also empty-handed and in a worse situation than herself, she probably did it out of relief. Of course, Serena did not lose and was angry at Lurin. Shut up. It runs at you countless times, and if you kill it, it explodes, and if you kill it, it explodes and it's annoying. Serena grumbled and started spraying herself with water spray magic. This body found out at once and just ran away. Because it's sticky and I hate it, it's better to avoid it. You don't know that? Lulin laughed at Serena once again. Shut up. Serena became irritated once again as she washed away the mucus. What on earth is that slime that appears in the conversation between the two? I asked the question with such pure curiosity. No, but how did you two end up like this? Why, you, hey. Then Serena and Lurin glared at me at the same time. They look shocked, their noses are stuffed, and in any case, they look very aggrieved. Why are you staring at me? It's strange here, all the flowers are attacking. It's pretending to be pretty, but then it turns huge and opens its mouth. That's right, I suffered the same thing. I got annoyed and tried to burn them all down to eradicate them, but the more I tried, the more they appeared endlessly, so I had no choice but to teleport away. I was about to blow up the uninhabited island, but I remembered that it was your land, so I held back. Plant? Nod, I completely agree with what Red said. Those guys are really uff. Lulin stuck out his tongue. The fact that Lurin agreed with Serena's words is itself a huge deal. The flowers are going crazy. It seems like there are weak monsters, and that it's a pain to deal with them because they're sticky. Only the coast here is fine, and the inside is mostly just those guys. That's right. When Lulin spoke, this time Serena strongly agreed. Leaving behind a scene that cannot be easily seen, Alina suddenly came to mind. Wait a minute, what about Alina? Hell just come back too. It's not a monster you can't deal with because of its stickiness. It's not like Alina deserves it. Alina can't use teleportation. So if you get into trouble, you might come back quite late. Let's find out. Is that so? Serena nodded, perhaps remembering that she had no choice but to teleport at the end of the stickiness. So we were going to the south where Alina disappeared, and the Alina we were looking for naturally appeared on the southern road. Oh, are you both back already? Unlike the two dragons, Lurin made a dumbfounded noise as she looked very fine, and Serena also approached Alina with a bewildered look on her face. Lurin, Serena, why are you all wet? Are you looking for ingredients in the water? Alina asked an innocent question to the two drenched dragons. Oh, you caught a fish. Moreover, the solo cooking competition mode is still turned on. An absurd Lurin shouted at Alina. Were there any flowers there? You weird guy, I know. Looking at the condition, I guess it wasn't there. Instead of being wet, it looks soft. The reason these two are like that. What on earth is that strange flower thing? Yes, I didn't see anything strange. Of course, Alina just smiled sweetly. More than that, I looked for food ingredients. I make a salad with this. But Alina's words could not end. This is because the two dragons couldn't admit that they lost and suddenly shouted. Why? Wait a minute, does this mean we lost? That can't be possible. No. At this point, I started to wonder if they were doing this on purpose because they didn't want to find ingredients. If so, this is Alina's victory. Alina's victory is the only way to find the right ingredients. Show me where, I declared as I approached Alina. This one. Alina held out the flower in her palm towards me as I approached. It smelled sweet, so I picked it to use as a food ingredient. Is this a pink bud? Yes. Alina handed me the piece of flower she had picked. It definitely had a sweet smell. This sweetness is not a chemical sweetness that dissolves sugar, but a sweetness with a natural fragrance. This is Alina's victory, because both of them are empty-handed. The moment when I was about to declare Alina's victory. Suddenly, Lulin started screaming. Serena also screamed one after another. After that, Lulin shouted again, gesturing towards me with his hands and feet. That's it for you, run away. At the same time, Rurin and Serena ran away behind them. Both had scared faces. Why this little flower? Inno, right? Why are you doing this? Alina and I tilted our heads. Why are they like that? The flower bud that Alina gave me only fluttered in my hand and didn't seem to pose any danger. The moment I thought, the flower bud suddenly grew huge, opened its mouth wide, and bit me hard. It happened so quickly. When I came to my senses, the surroundings were dark, and the same sticky mucus that was on Serena's body was flowing towards me. Was it something like this? It's definitely incredibly unpleasant. It also seems to have a strange smell. This stickiness was especially the worst. I also felt like something was burning my flesh. After thinking about that, I immediately used magic to burst the bottom of the bud that was eating me. Foo-woo. Then it slipped and fell to the floor, and the bud with its pierced chin withered away. Haha, look, what did I say? Serena, who saw what I was doing, started laughing as if it was disgusting. Anyway, that dragon. It looks like you don't believe me and it's ugly. Puahahaha. Serena went berserk and started to run wild, and I thought about giving her a shot at magic, but justice happened somewhere else. Noisy, foo-wook. Rurin threw a kick at Serena. It was a flying kick for the first time in a while. This little guy. Ignoring Serena, who was kicked and flew far away, Rurin ran towards me holding a towel in her hand. That flower guy is bad. You are not bad. Isn't that right? Nod. Lulin nodded strongly. I guess they strangely got into a fight with Serena earlier, and when they laughed at me, they immediately started fighting again. It's sticky. Ugh. Wash it off quickly. I will clean it. Okay? Isn't that right? I even went diving into the valley because of that. Rurin used magic to wash away the mucus and began wiping it with a towel. The hand was not delicate, but it was nimble. Alina was confused as Rurin was bustling around with a towel on her head. It's like you don't understand what's going on right now. What is this? I was fine. You're not reacting to elves? Do you see elves as compatriots? Is it because they are a forest race? Serena and I each came up with a guess. Maybe it has something to do with her being an elf. Then what happens to the confrontation? Alina asked with a look of regret. What Alina brought. Unfortunately, I think it's invalid because other people can't eat it. Okay, it's invalid. The three people looked at each other and shook their heads. It was a very wet day, except for Alina. It is said that shrimps' backs explode when whales fight. However, it was Rurin and Alina who broke out in the whale fight. Chapter 247 Newlyweds and Daily Life. The place I went to as soon as I found a house was my parents' grave. Fortunately, my parents' graves were buried in Sionson by my relatives, so finding them was not difficult, and this was my second visit. I am just grateful to my relatives who take care of me. Maybe they think I'm dead too. Since they couldn't find the body, it looks like they didn't make a grave or anything. Go straight to Rurin and head straight to Sionson. I knelt down in front of the grave to announce the wedding news. Lulin was curious about the act of kneeling, so she came up next to me and asked, "Why are you kneeling?" "That's because my deceased parents are sleeping here. Your mother?" Yes, who? Rurin, who had an expression on her face asking why she would come to a mountain like this and kneel down, looked at her parents' grave with a look of great interest. Does it seem unusual to you? In this world, when someone dies, they bury them in the ground and erect a tombstone to commemorate them. Is that so? Rurin nodded at my explanation, and I also knelt down next to me. Honestly, this is my first time seeing a great being kneel down like this. What's going on, Rurin? What's going on? I just did the same thing as you because I am your mother, okay? Well, this part makes me laugh. I heard you had a good marriage. This is something other dragons would never do because they have such high arrogance. Then let's say hello together. Even if that wasn't the case, I was planning to introduce you formally. Me? Okay, just stay still. I took my eyes off Rurin and looked back at my parents' graves. Then he calmed his voice and started talking to his parents, mother and father. I got married. I brought him here before, but unlike then, he is definitely married now. It's this guy. Pretty, right? I am still a bitch, but I still love you. So please look after me from heaven so that I and Rurin can continue to be together without being separated until the day we die. Sasa love. Rurin was looking at me as I was introducing myself, and even though she didn't say it directly to me, she said that she loved me, and her face turned red and she stuttered. Now stop stuttering and introduce yourself. Me too. Like you, huh? I told you I would make you happy at your mother's grave, so it should be fair, right? That's true, but I also buy and sell should I say I am doing that. Boo, shame on you. Hey, what's so difficult about it, and why are you so embarrassed? Why do you say you love someone so well when you say you like them? Words have different weight. Anyway, I'll do it without you. If you go over there, I'll say hello to your mother. What? Get up quickly. Stay behind. It's swish. You can just do it from the side. Isn't that difficult? If you don't go, you won't do it. How dare you threaten me now? Then he puffs out his cheeks and turns his head. If it gets this far, there is nothing we can do. You have to do what you want. I also don't want Miss Rurin introducing herself to her parents. Okay, then I'll stay away. Yes, when I got up, Lulin was still kneeling and turned his head. Then he gestures for me to go further back. I had no choice but to fall further back. You can't really hear anything from this distance. Since I can only see the back of his head, I can't guess based on the shape of his lips. I had no choice but to just look at Lulin's back for a moment when Lulin got up and ran towards me. It's over, finished Hi. Why are you laughing? There is such a thing. What did you say there was such a thing? What are you talking about? Of course it's a secret. Lurin spread her shoulders and shouted proudly. But why are your ears red? Huh. Lurin covers both her ears with her hands in response to my question, and started running. I do not know. Why is there so much shame in such a great being? Shaking my head. I hurriedly bowed in front of the grave, said my goodbyes, and chased after Rurin, who was running away. So we escaped from an unknown historical site, transported to Seoul, found a house, and visited our parents. On the way back, I didn't forget to stop by the convenience store and buy what I needed. After returning home, I immediately laid down my tired body. Lurin and I fell into a deep sleep because we didn't sleep well at the ruins the night before. The first day went by like that. Second day, woam, I yawned and opened my eyes. I glanced at the time and saw that it was 2 p.m. I fell asleep loosely. This is all because of the fatigue from yesterday's hard work in the ruins. I slept too much, but it doesn't matter. Since we've moved to modern times, it's not a bad idea to play according to Lulin's time. Since a restaurant has to open a restaurant, waking up in the morning is essential, but isn't it okay to live however you want when traveling like this? It is impossible to change the pattern on Rulin's side, because Lulin is a dragon whose DNA means sleeping in the morning. So the second day started at 2 p.m. Rurin was sleeping in my arms, but they weren't completely attached to me. Lulin's face was slightly about 2 cm away from my chest. In that state, his hand holds my arm tightly and he falls asleep peacefully. It's 2 p.m., but he doesn't seem to have any intention of getting up of his own accord. Galong, Gorong, not Gororong, a sign that it wasn't a perfect night's sleep. It was also a sign that he was slowly waking up. So if you gently stroke her soft cheek, her eyebrows twitch slightly. This means that we are gradually returning from the dream world to this world. When this happens, you can call their name softly. Lurin, then hem. It curls up with a moan that is not a moan. Then you slowly open your eyes, and it is important to make eye contact at this time. I am up, so it's putting pressure on me to get up quickly. However, it is still time for resistance. Rurin crawls toward me, who is sitting on the bed, writhing once again. Then I cut my thighs and close my eyes again. Then, the long hair hangs down my thighs, and Lulin's soft cheeks move against my thighs. At this point, it's almost the final step. Lurin, it's already 2 o'clock. Are you hungry too? When you ask that, it starts writhing again with a big movement. In this state, the mind is almost awake. I slightly pull out my thighs to throw a wedge. Rurin's cheek touches the bed again, and she crawls under the blanket again as if everything is bothersome. The upper body is under the blanket, and only the lower body is sticking out of the blanket below the belly button. Please wake up. Lurin, Then you hear a ringing sound coming from inside the blanket. I woke up, but I don't want to wake up. In this case, you can gently place your hand on your exposed stomach outside the blanket. My clothes are rolled up and I feel my skin exposed. If you lightly touch it, it is very smooth, soft and soft. Even though I eat like that, my stomach ignores the law of calories. However, since it doesn't have muscles, I would say it is smooth and soft. Your hands are warm, okay? I put my hand up to tickle him, and finally normal language came out from under the blanket. Then wake up. Uwuang. After making a final struggle, Rurin raised her upper body from under the blanket. The blanket falls down the bed. My hair is frizzy from rubbing against the blanket, and I can't even see my hands under the large t-shirt I am wearing. Rurin's spirit is completed by reaching out a little with her long sleeves and rubbing her eyes. Did you sleep well? I slept well. I sleep well as long as I have you. I answer the question in a shaky voice and stretch again. I woke up, but it took another 10 minutes to go from this state to a cheerful state. Because morning low pressure is a style that lasts for a very long time. So, I let myself come to my senses and walked to the kitchen. Since I have a kitchen, I plan to make a simple breakfast. Since I didn't have time yesterday and all I had was ingredients I bought at the convenience store, it was impossible to make something great, so I thought about making bacon with fried eggs, which many people enjoy. This is the menu composition that Rurin also likes. Turn on the heat and cook a fried egg in a frying pan. The yolk is not cooked. This is because it tastes richer if you cook only the egg whites and then dip them in bacon. Cheek. When you start grilling bacon, the sound and smell vibrate your stomach. It is a very common ingredient and has a familiar taste, but that is why it is safe. Sizzling. Kayak. When the bacon is deliciously cooked, Rurin gets off the bed and walks towards me. It's not like running around like usual, but it's a very calm step. He approaches me like that, raises his tiptoes, rests his chin on my shoulder, and peeks at the food. Are you awake? It smells delicious. Yes, a cheerful, usual voice. This is the part where you can confirm that you have completely come to your senses, and as expected, I see you everywhere. That sounds so good. All rares are good, but it's difficult because I have to teleport inside the rare to find you. I can see him cooking when I go to the restaurant, and he always leaves me in the bedroom and goes up. That's it. Isn't it natural that you have to work? So that's good. Hungry? Pull your chin aside, spread out the table over there, and wait next to the bed. I'll put it on a plate and take it with me. I get it. Rurin cranes his chin and runs over. Oh, you don't have to run? Narrow, hi. Then he adjusted his steps, moved slowly, and started wrestling with the food table in his hands. Oh, it's like this. After exploring on my own, I learned how to spread the legs of the table, and after straightening the table, I sit down and look at myself. Then you are ready to eat breakfast. It's afternoon, but for us it's morning. Let's eat. So we sat down on a small table, each with a plate of bacon and a fried egg. Then we put down the salad and sat down with our butts on the floor looking at each other. This is my first time eating at a table like this since I was a child. Perhaps it was my first time at Lulin, but I sat down without any discomfort and was eating bacon with a fork. The funny thing is that when I sit down at the table and try to stretch my legs, they touch Lulin's legs. Lulin's bare feet and mine collide every time I chew the bacon. I felt playful and lightly pinched the top of Lulin's foot. It's the 10 days of my toes that move freely. What are you doing while eating? No, you didn't do anything. Rurin, who is concentrating on eating, gets pinched and tries to fight back. But I am the best at avoiding cooking. As I was avoiding everyone, Rurin screamed and I shrugged my shoulders. Okay, I won't do it. Let's eat again. After saying that, he pretended not to do anything, then took his foot again and this time tickled my thigh across the table. Hee, it tickles. Do not do that end. Rurin looked at me with a strange look and called out. Chapter 248 Newlyweds and Daily Life. I ate well. You ate all the bacon. Hi. This body is not ashamed of such things. You can tickle it more. Thighs, tops, and bottoms. What? Yumma. Rurin stood up with a smile on her face. The bacon on my plate was gone everywhere. All that remains is an untouched salad. It looks like he leisurely took all my bacon and ate it while I was playing around. An unknown frustration came. The breakfast ended in vain as I had no choice but to scoop up the salad and feel defeated. Well, there are days like this too. Convincing myself, I went into the bathroom this time. In Rare, the bathroom is very spacious, but this is a very tight bathroom. The reason I say that is because it is so big that if Rurin and I enter at the same time, we have no choice but to be in close contact. Rurin didn't bother to come in while I was washing up, closed the toilet lid, and sat on it, looking up at me. You can see everything even in the bathroom. I don't think it's desirable for it to be visible even from the bathroom. I said that and put the toothbrush in my mouth. Then, he entered the bathroom and stuck the toothbrush into Rurin's mouth, who was just looking at her and doing nothing. You should clean it too. I have to leave out the toothbrush. Even if you mumble that you don't want to use the toothbrush, it cannot be interpreted. Anyway, it was obvious what he said, so I gave him the answer. No matter how invincible your teeth are, you still have to brush them to live a refreshing life. And if you want a kiss, your mouth must be clean. When Rurin heard the sound of a kiss, she began to quietly move her toothbrush without any response. It's very slow, but I am still wiping. It's narrow so it's easy to wash. Muha, what's the point? It's time to stop wiping your hair. I'll wrap it all up anyway, so why don't you just stay still? My honey, no. I wash your hair too, so it's the same. Oh yeah, please, nod. A confident face. I remember a nightmare where the first time I washed my hair, they kept pouring shampoo into it and it really foamed up constantly. Haha. When I leave Rurin, who suddenly smiles, and start washing my hair, the washing process is almost over. After washing up, it's time to change clothes. Rurin is currently wearing the baggy t-shirt she bought yesterday. It's mine, so when Rurin wears it, it goes down to her thighs. Very baggy. As I mentioned earlier, when you wear this, your palms go into your sleeves and you can't even see them. When I raise my arms to yawn, only then do my arms come out cutely. It's very cute, but definitely not an outfit I forced myself to wear. No, rather the opposite, but the loose Rurin is over now, because I have to go outside. Now open your hands so I can take it off. Nod, nod. Today's outfit is completed by lifting up the baggy t-shirt, changing underwear, and putting on the expensive dress that I bought and wore when I came to Korea before. In Rurin's case, she has zero resistance to showing her bare skin to me. Even married couples don't have this much resistance, right? This part is also surprising because people are extremely shy about being hugged or saying that they love each other. Anyway, he is an ordinary guy who has built a wall around himself. Of course, I still don't like having my fingertips touched, let alone letting other people see my bare skin. That part hasn't changed at all. There was a time in a restaurant where I barely managed to stop a customer from trying to kill someone because he lifted his toes to retrieve an item and his clothes went up and he saw his navel. Moreover, these days, Rurin is trying to change my clothes again. There is a subtle part of Lulin's shame ecology that I cannot understand at all. In this case, it would be better to just change clothes individually, but I don't like that. You, stylish. The long preparations for going out are completed when Rurin stands on tiptoe to the table and puts on my t-shirt. But Rurin, what? I think your nails are too long. Why do my fingernails grow so fast? But as I was leaving, Lulin's fingernails caught my eye. Because of Legana, Rurin doesn't grow her fingernails. Also, I don't like my nails to be long, so I tend to file them often, but today I saw that they were quite long. Yes. So it was really annoying. I don't like it because it's long. Since it caught my eye, let's cut it and head out. It doesn't take long. Oh, Rurin nodded with a happy face and going out was postponed for a while. When I came back into the house and sat down, Rurin followed me and sat in front of me, and I took out nail clippers from my luggage. And then he grabs Lurin's finger. At the same time, bite your nails tightly while using nail clippers. When I apply a little force, my nails are cut off with a snapping sound. When the sound of the cutting rings out cheerfully, Rurin slightly crosses her legs. Again, snap. Ouch, why are you so cute? I don't know, something was weird. What does Kaik say? I just ignored the unfamiliar sound and took the nail clippers again. After the snapping sound goes back and forth dozens of times, the nails on one hand are almost tidy. Then tidy up your crunchy nails nicely. It cuts well too. He is a nail clipper. What? But you are not allowed to cut any nails other than your own. Because it's awesome. What about my fingernails? You can take care of that, does not matter. Why should I cut nails other than my nails and yours? Besides, what the heck is that? It's just something like that. Something when you concentrate and cut my nails with nail clippers, something makes my heart flutter. Cutting your nails. I do not know. He poses to explain in detail, but seems to be embarrassed about something and changes his stance, holding out his other hand. So I cleaned up the other hand as well. Good. You can leave now. Is that so? But is there anything fun to do when we go out? Well, what about? Well, even if it's not fun, it's fun so it doesn't matter. Lulin smiled brightly. I am doing this for that smile, hee. After cutting my nails, I finally went outside. The first destination was a large supermarket. I only stopped by the convenience store yesterday, so I need to buy daily necessities. Oh, what on earth is this place? There is a lot of something. I went straight to the large supermarket closest to my house, and when I entered, Rurin's eyes widened. A face of culture shock at a huge market I had never seen before. Is this the market? What market is this big? Plus, it's very strange. Rurin's first impression of the large supermarket was that it was strange. Well, if a person from another world sees it, of course it can happen. What's strange is that everything on that high shelf over there is for sale. The numbers are huge, aren't they? Is this all? It looks like something is for our dragon. It is not suitable for humans. Well, it could be because a lot of things are sold by the box. It was strange that Rurin was running around blushing here and there. The eyes are shining with a lot of curiosity. Rurin stopped at the snack corner she was most familiar with. In the other world, there are snacks piled up to the ceiling that Rurin chews on whenever she is bored. That's what I eat sometimes. Oh, I eat that often. This is the chocolate sea that saved our lives. You have to buy this guy. Cookies, there won't be any time to eat, right? I'm not taking it to the other world. However, Lulin shook his head and countered my argument. You, stupid, don't you already remember what happened yesterday? What a big role that chocolate bar in my pocket played at that time. So, you should keep 1 or 2 in your pocket. Of course, it is true that I received very little help from that chocolate bar, so I just left it alone. They say they want to buy it, but let them buy it. It's just a good thing that the concept of purchasing is well maintained. Wouldn't it be difficult if you took all the items from the supermarket with you as if they were yours? While thinking that, I looked at the cart I was pushing. There were already quite a few snacks in the cart. Anyway, in modern times, I am not allowed to use mana, because it takes a huge amount of mana to open a dimensional gap. Because of that, I can't use summoning magic and have no choice but to live like this. Rurin was moving around, roughly throwing the snacks into the cart without even looking at their names. Are you putting it in without even seeing what it is? It's more fun to eat without knowing what it is. You are a sewer, so are you an expert? Yes. This body is a confectionery expert. The king of sweets has passed away. After a few minutes, the confectionery expert barely finished shopping, and we pushed the cart and left the confectionery section. No, I tried to get out. That is, unless one boy who was alone caught his eye. Are you Mia? What is Mia? Tell me about children who are wandering away from their parents. Who? I approached the crying child in the snack corner, sat down, and made eye level with him. I think I heard that it's good to keep eye level like this when talking to scared children, so I gave it a try, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Are you okay? Where's your mom? So I tried asking questions, but the child still didn't even notice me and just cried. Without further ado, this was Mia. Then we have to take her to the lost child shelter. Is this something that can be left to a supermarket employee? I tried to get up again and look for the employee, but Rurin, who had been quietly watching me and the child, squatted down in front of the child instead of me. Mia, little one, where is mom? The child looked at Rurin with a slightly different reaction than when he reacted to me. In that situation, Rurin took out a chocolate bar from her pocket. When did you put that in your pocket? Shall I give you this? It's good. It's an emergency chocolate sea. Rurin peeled the chocolate bar and handed it to the kid. Rurin, that wasn't calculated. Of course, it is the sound of the heart. It was such an unexpectedly warm scene that I wanted to capture it on camera, so I just watched it. Then, the child responded to Rurin, and this time he clearly responded to the chocolate bar. Choco? Okay. Don't cry because it's sweet. It's for emergency use, so it's given specifically. And where is your mom? As Rurin spoke while stroking the child's head, the child took the chocolate bar and pointed somewhere. Chapter 249 Newlyweds and Daily Life. I looked in that direction, wondering if that was where my mother was. There was at least no one who looked like the child's mother in that direction. Rather, a person running hastily from the opposite direction catches the eye. In Siang, it seemed like the child's mother because he even called her by name. The child started running towards the direction where his name was called with exaggerated gestures, unlike the child who barely reacted to me and showed a slight reaction to Rurin. And soon the mother and son were reunited, and Rurin nodded while watching the scene. I gave you a chocolate bar. Apart from the chocolate bar, why was Sally so annoying in the past? Finding your mother is sad. I, too, have cried because of you and my mother. Okay. There was a time when I cried in Lulin's arms after hearing the news about my parents. Rurin must have cried a lot when she heard the news about her mother. I can't believe I brought out such a fragment of memory while looking at Mia. As I was thinking about that, another thought suddenly occurred to me. Rurin, if we had a child, do you think we would be able to raise it well? Rurin tilted her head at my unexpected question. My child? Am I going to become a mother? Yes, like my mom. Your mother, he gave his life for you, but honestly, I would never want to end up in a situation like that. It seems like something is difficult, but it's okay if it's me and your child. No other child. What about the other child? Flirt? I think someone said something like that should be killed. What about Lurin? His face looked like he was trying to think of something. Who taught you something useless again? Anyway, let's move. Nod. After leaving the Mia happening behind, we barely left the snack section. After that, I went grocery shopping without incident. I bought all the daily necessities for the rented house, and I also put Lurin's favorite quality Korean beef in the cart to roast today or tomorrow morning. As expected, I bought Rurin's favorite beer, filled the cart, and headed to the checkout. It took quite some time just to pay, and I walked out of the checkout counter with a huge amount of envelopes. I was thinking about taking a taxi right away and going to the front of the house, but I noticed Rurin stopping and looking at something intently. Lurin, what are you doing? The place where Rurin stopped was in front of a cell phone store. The eyes were full of curiosity, as if the appearance of the cell phone was fascinating. What are you doing here? Square and thin. This is my first time seeing something like this. It's a smartphone. Actually, I have never used it either. I guess I learned something like this the last time I came to Korea. It's a guy called the phone, so I briefly explained the purpose of the cell phone. Phone call? What is that again? However, there was no way Lulin could understand a concept that did not exist in the other world. The language that Lurin interprets is limited to concepts that exist in the other world. It is impossible to interpret concepts that do not exist in the other world. A phone call is a conversation. What is currency again? What's going on like this? I felt like this question would go on forever. In that case, I decided to just buy it. I don't think it's a bad experience to try it once. Well, I can never use it in the other world anyway, but should I at least try it while I'm here? Really? I have no idea what it is, but is it good? Maybe so, maybe not. What is that? Lurin tilted her head as if asking if there was such an ambiguous thing, and I thought it would be really fun, so I activated 2 cell phones on the spot. Of course, Lurin's mental magic comes into play once again to prove identity. Through such complicated procedures, we have smartphones in our hands. An unknown modern civilization that both Rulin and I have experienced for the first time. Let's go home and try it. There was also an envelope full of purchases in both of Lurin's hands, and with my hands full of envelopes, we took a taxi and went home. Since it was a supermarket close to my house, it arrived quickly. Lulin still asks, "What is a phone?" He had a face like this. While I was stuffing the refrigerated and frozen items into the refrigerator and displaying the snacks on the shelves or stacking them in every corner of the house, Rurin was looking at the smartphone box here and there. Are you that curious? A concept you don't know makes you curious. Okay, I'll answer your question, so take it out of the box. I get it. Lurin began to open the box with quick movements. Looking at that, I opened my box too. What came out of the box was a black, thin smartphone. To be honest, I am not confident that I can use it well. The computer I encountered before moving to the other world was about to be converted from 386 to 486. If you don't know much, study. It's not that I don't know the concept at all. The last time I came, I roughly learned it, so I started reading the manual. Reading the very thick manual gave me a headache, so I decided to just read about the basic functions. As I was reading the manual as if I was studying for an exam, I felt Rurin's intense gaze and raised my head. Then I made eye contact with Lurin. This is proof that he was clearly looking at me. I would say it was rather embarrassing because he was just quietly breathing and looking at me with his chin resting on both hands. Why are you doing this? Do you want to wait and eat some snacks? I'll tell you how to use it once I know how to use it. I get it. Lulin answered but still did not move. His eyes were still focused on me to the point where it stung. Lurin, won't you get bored if you stay still like that? Aren't you bored? Really? It's been a while since I've seen you focus so seriously on something, so it's good to see you. Please, yes. No, I'm not good at saying things like I love you, but I'm very good at saying things like that make my heart pound in a roundabout way. It's really a mystery. When he said he liked what he was seeing, he ignored the stinging gaze and buried his head in the manual again. After holding the manual in one hand and the cell phone in the other, I tried using it here and there. I was amazed at the truly amazing features of my cell phone. I can't believe technology has advanced so much. At this level, it almost seems greater than magic. I think the functions that can be used by touching the screen like this are almost revolutionary. There was no need to know many functions, so what I learned were phone calls, text messages, and camera functions. I had no intention of making it complicated by including the internet. I wouldn't know if I could continue using it, but I can't use the internet, phone calls, or text messages if they all work. I think I could still use the camera function if I went over there. Anyway, I was holding my phone like that and feeling anxious for a while. I finally figured out some of the basic functions of the cell phone and stretched out. It was a stretch filled with satisfaction after accomplishing something. Rurin. It's finally over. You were bored, right? Okay? As for Lulin, I was dozing off. What makes you excited about being serious? Although this is very Lurin-like. Lurin, please wake up. Drool is falling. Oh, are you done? At those words, Lulin raised his head from his lowered position and asked with a puzzled face, "Did you sleep well? But isn't there something different about what I just said and what I did? You didn't sleep. I was watching. You're also shameless. Just wipe your spit and lie." At the sound of spit, Lurin made a strange noise and ran to the bathroom, and soon he came back grinning. "I didn't drool, you're cheating, because being deceived is proof that you were sleeping." As I shrugged my shoulders with the face of a winner, Lurin shrugged and closed her mouth. "Oh, that's not the problem. So what on earth is this guy?" In the end, I subtly used my turning skill and pointed to the cell phone in front of me. "I'll tell you from now on. Come on, nod." When I tapped in front of me, Rurin walked over and sat down with her back against my chest. He hugged me from behind and started showing me his cell phone. "Now listen to this." Nod. Lurin followed my instructions and took the cell phone in her hand. "This is what happens when it's turned on. You can turn it on and off with the button next to it." "Oh, it shines. He's an amazing guy. Is he like a light fixture?" You may have remembered the fluorescent lights and LEDs I told you about last time and asked a question, but it has nothing to do with that. After thinking about how to explain it, I decided that the fastest way would be to experience the basic calling function of a cell phone, so I turned on my phone and called Lulin's number. Then the ringtone rang and Rurin was so startled that she almost threw her phone. He grabbed the wrist that was about to throw it away, took the cell phone, and brought it to his ear. "Why are you throwing it? Don't do that, just say it in my ear." "In your ears, this guy? Are you saying anything? Try." I am Rurin. I asked her to say anything, and Rurin started introducing herself on her cell phone. Introducing yourself on your cell phone. He even tilts his head back and makes a face that asks me if I did a good job. Thanks to his tilted face, his black hair falls to the floor and flutters. "No. This means you can talk to me from afar. Now stay here, just hold it in your ear, never take it off. In that situation, I will go out of the house for a moment." What do you mean? Where are you going? Go together. "It's okay, just stay here. It'll just take a moment." "For a moment? I can't. Come right away." Lulin frowned slightly and nodded. Fortunately, he didn't lift the phone from his ear as I said. After seeing that, I quickly went outside and spoke into my cell phone. "Lurin, I can hear—" "Oh wow, where are you?" "I went out, but why can I hear a sound?" "It's the sound you're holding to your ear right now." "Here? Did you go in here?" "No, that's not it. You can talk through my cell phone and your cell phone, even if it's far away." "What is that?" "This is magic I've never heard before. It's not magic, it's civilization. Anyway, isn't it amazing? It feels like you are next to me." So where are you really now?" "Right outside the house." "Stay there." Immediately, the sound of running around was heard through the phone. I could always hear the sound of the door opening. As the door opened, I saw Rurin. Lulin put her cell phone close to her ear and very carefully put her head out the door, then put her legs out and walked out. "Why are you so cautious?" "Oh, the real you and the fake you this guy talks about are the same? What a fake country." "That's not it, you can really hear my voice. Only my voice is transmitted through the machine." I'm not sure what it is, but I hear your voice twice. This seems like a benefit." Chapter 250 Newlyweds and Daily Life. Really? So what if I nag you? Looking at you now, who would say you come out barefoot? What if I nag you? Hey, that's not possible. Double the nagging. It's scary. Lurin put the phone down from her ear as if she didn't like it. "Oh, I can't hear you like this." Then, if you lower it when you're nagging and raise it when it's not, you'll still benefit. Hi. It's just like the number one person who swallows it when it's sweet and spits it out when it's bitter. Anyway, now that you know about phone functions, come back home. Is there anything else? I have a few more things to teach you. This guy was a great guy. Rurin opened her mouth again in admiration, and I dragged her back home. Afterwards, I continued to explain the basic functions to Rurin in the same way. I showed it to him, tried it on my own, and after a lot of trouble, I was able to understand the concept of a phone number and a phone. So this time I moved on to text. This was also demonstrated first. Now, if you do this, you can send a text message. Tiring. When I sent a text message to Rurin's phone, she confidently looked at the phone with a triumphant look on her face, saying she was no longer startled by the sound. It's not a phone call. I heard a message arrived. Yes, that's right. Read it, I sent it. Is that so? Can I press this? Rurin tapped the screen and began to read as if she had found the text. Oh, it's letters. Did you send it? Huh. He's like a letter. That's right. That's right. This is a feature that allows you to send a letter at any time through your cell phone. It's very convenient because the exchange takes almost less than a second. Is that so? If so, I hope this exists in our world too. Did I tell you to call me when you went out to work alone? You can do that. It would be nice, but honestly, it's impossible. Not only do you need a cell phone, you also need a communication base station, and anyway, it's impossible without the environment of this world. Can't you use it? Huh, I need to write as much as I can for a week. That's a shame. It doesn't matter. Rather, I also want to send this text message. Okay, just like I taught you, combine the letters from this world and send them to me. Nod. Rurin nodded vigorously, touched the screen with a very clumsy motion, then tapped again a few times. This time, she carefully started tapping on the screen as the text sending screen appeared. The speed is very slow. Would you say it is at the level of engraving letters one by one? It's all like that at first, so there's nothing you can do about it. I am faster than Rurin, but that doesn't mean I can use it freely. However, Lulin had just sat completely still and carefully touched the screen. But now that she was getting used to it, she lay down on the floor, crossed her legs, and started tapping on the screen. As for the pose, it was kind of funny because it looked like he had been using a cell phone since he was young. After waiting like that for a while, it was ringing. A sound rang out. When I operated my cell phone, there was indeed a text message. Let's see. What are you talking about? What is this? After playing for a while, the result is very poor. Lurin, you're the only one who can read it, right? Why can't you read? I also used the word you wrong. I have to write it down. Something is wrong. Let's try again. Perhaps because of his competitive spirit, he sat up again and moved his fingers with a more focused expression than before. And again after a while. Yes, I tried so hard, so I barely got a look in my eyes telling me to succeed. A sound rang out. I carefully operated my phone and read the text, hoping that I had sent it correctly this time. No, as I was about to read it, Rurin suddenly stood up. He ran outside screaming. What? What did I send you? After following Lulin, who had disappeared outside for a while, I turned my attention to my phone again and read the text message. I love you again, the last letter is off. Well, I could read it well enough, and in addition, Lulin's reaction to running away was understandable at once. And soon the phone rings. Of course it's Lurin. You have become quite accustomed to using it. Hello, hi, it's me, I know. What are you doing outside? Come in quickly. You went out barefoot again, right? Have you read more than that? Huh, that means I could have sent it via text message. I thought about it a lot, but I sent it. Stop sounding like an adolescent girl confessing to her first love and come in. Honey, Suddenly a voice creeps in. This is it. It's in Article 10 of Lurin's Code of Conduct. Okay. I love you too, so come on in. Then there was no answer again. No, after a moment of silence, the answer came back. Just hearing his voice makes me feel like he's 1/2 of me. I'm going back and you have to tell me again. Stop laughing and come back. I get it. Lurin soon kicked down the door and came back into the house. Then he walked in front of me and insisted. Ruler, I am back, so say it again. Looking at your face this time. No, it's already finished. Why? I shrugged. Then Lurin turned on her phone again and started typing something. Oh, the speed has increased. They say anger makes dragons faster. Say it again. You are shameful. It's incredibly fast and accurate, isn't it? Earlier, when I was trying to type the words I love you, I was embarrassed, so I erased it, and typed it again. Was that why it was so slow? Looking at the current speed and character length, I could only guess that. No, but you can just say it. Why bother sending this via text message? Look below, I sent you what you told me about. There was the following space in the text. The next space is blank, and something is written after the blank space. It wasn't anything, it was just a special character. It's also a heart-shaped special character. So my heart was blown. It's an incredible adaptability. What? It's good, but it still passes. In Lurin's case, she couldn't say I love her too much because she was embarrassed, but I thought it would be more exciting to say it occasionally when it was important, so I didn't say it too much. And in the end, Lulin puffed out her cheeks with a look of defeat. By the way, were you too addicted to your phone? It's already evening. I was kind of hungry. I was holding on to this because it was amazing. Yes. It's too late, so let's not go out today and eat at home. I just happened to buy some meat. Oh, is that the guy from earlier? Lurin nodded with a look of satisfaction on her face. So I put my cell phone away for a moment, laid out the table, and placed a portable gas stove, also called a blue star, on the table. And when the frying pan was raised, the meat was ready to be grilled. You can fry it in a frying pan in the kitchen, but then you can't have a meal together. Meat tastes like being grilled one by one and eaten together. Turn on the fire, heat the frying pan slightly, and add the brisket. This thin meat cooks quickly as soon as it is placed on the pan, so it has to be eaten as soon as it touches the fire. Lurin, try it. It smells good. Hi, yes. Lurin put the meat I gave her into her mouth, and then chew it. He immediately nodded repeatedly with an ecstatic expression. It's good. As soon as you put it in your mouth, it melts and disappears. Yes, I want to have beer. We must eat together. It's in the refrigerator. Ooh, beer too. Lurin ran to the refrigerator at the speed of light and brought out a beer. And then, as I was about to open a beer, I suddenly thought, ah. With that sound, he stopped his actions, turned around, and started doing something. What's the matter? When I saw the unnatural behavior and asked questions, it was a secret that came back. No, what's wrong? You bake this too, huh? What was at the end of the secret was a very familiar mushroom. Hey, you this? Yes, this is definitely a second mushroom. It was the same guy who had been used as a weapon by the coons. This is delicious when grilled, so I got some. Since it was preserved with magic, it is undamaged and in good condition. Hi, wait for a sec. Did you bring it just because it was really delicious? I don't think so. Huh, isn't it all natural? Getting stabbed makes me even angrier. That day, before saying goodbye to the coons, Lulin busily wandered around the inside of the giant door for a while. I don't know if he threatened or cajoled the coons, but he seemed to have gotten a lot of these at that time. If I bake this and throw it, I will turn into a stone. It seemed like they were aiming for that rather than the taste. Mr. Lulin, what are you going to do by turning me into stone again? Oh no. Even if you look the other way, it's obvious. Well then, I should tell you a surprising fact. In order to stop the shameless Lulin from making second mushrooms, I told Lurin an important fact. Lurin, you said that when you turn into a stone, you lose your mind and don't remember when you turned into a stone, right? It was like that. But it wasn't like that. Even when I turned to stone, my mind was clear. At my confession, Rurin fell into silence with her mouth open. After a while, he must have barely recovered from the shock, but he jumped up with his still blank expression on his face. Where is that thing? So I didn't know either. Ooh. Well then, okay, I saw it all. What you do? That. Rurin just shrunk, hugging her face. Judging by the fact that his ears were red, he seemed to have reached the peak of shame. It's in the past. Come here and eat meat. Meat. I put the meat back into the frying pan. When the sound of chirping and the smell of meat vibrated, he quietly reacted by crouching down. Then he took out something again and started putting it on the frying pan. What? This time? This is something else. Yeah, well, it looks different at first glance. What Lulin posted was again a mushroom, an item I had never seen in the ruins. However, this is not the kind of mushroom you can buy at the supermarket, because it looks very unique. The coons gave it to me. Hi, Coondule? They said it was a mushroom found on that giant door. It's a legendary mushroom that even they have only heard about. Really? Even legends? What does it do? Because the mushrooms there have some special characteristics. I do not know, but they said it was good for males. To a man, yes, but I don't know why it's good. But eat it because it is good. I didn't take it from you to take care of it, I took it from you. Is that so? Are mushrooms helpful for stamina? It seems like it is because it is good for males. Then let's eat something. I eat meat. Lulin, forgetting his earlier mistake and embarrassment, gulped down the beer and brought the meat to his mouth. Big, and then he nodded with a happy face.